Chapter 90. The frantic Xian Huang before him, beams of light intertwined, casting a virtual cockpit in augmented reality right before his eyes. The control authority of the Gui Lei had been directly usurped by Xiao AI. Report. An unexpected incident has occurred. I can no longer control the Gui Lei. A panicked report came from the active pilot of the Gui Lei. However, with the entire mech now under control, how could Lu Yun possibly overlook the communication system? Thus, his words transformed into, "You charge ahead, I will provide aerial cover." Understood. Attacking. Came the affirmative replies from Xian Huang and Shi Hu. Lu Yun had learned that Shi Yin and Lian Xiao had been forcibly stripped of their piloting rights for these two mechs by the Legion. At this moment, the pilots seated within those mechs were handpicked from the Legion. Consequently, Lu Yun fought without a shred of mercy. Whoosh, the Gui Lei soared into the sky, its rear engines emitting a brilliant glow, akin to the stars above. A multitude of gazes from the troops below were fixed upon the Gui Lei, filled with envy. Air supremacy holds an irreplaceable strategic significance in any era, and the Gui Lei stands as the sole mech on Kalin's star capable of aerial combat. Its importance is self-evident. Countless individuals dream of becoming the pilot of this formidable machine. At that moment, a soldier suddenly squinted in confusion, focusing his gaze upwards. "Hey, look at that missile in the sky. It doesn't seem to have been launched from the academy, does it?" He nudged the person beside him, pointing at a streak of fire appearing in the sky. The person beside him glanced up, scoffing. "What a fuss over nothing, what do you know? That missile is the latest model of low-altitude missile. After reaching a certain altitude, it will automatically guide itself, flying at low altitudes to evade the vast majority of anti-aircraft fire. That's the brilliance of the Gui Lei." The soldier nodded, though he seemed only partially convinced. After observing for a moment, his expression changed. "Wait, isn't that a bit too low?" The missile, trailing an orange-red tail flame, was now less than 50 meters away and rapidly approaching. "Are you questioning the pilot's skill?" The person beside him said, visibly displeased. "How dare this fool question the prowess of the esteemed pilot?" Just then, the missile abruptly altered its course, carving a right angle above their heads and hurtling towards the academy. "See? I wasn't wrong, was I? I didn't realize." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in their ears. A surging shockwave rushed forth, propelling the two men several meters away. When they crawled back to their feet, they were horrified to discover that the target of the attack was not Silver Star Academy, but rather their own Xian Huang mech. What on earth was happening? The two soldiers were left dumbfounded. "Lu Ren, what are you doing?" The furious voice of the Xian Huang pilot echoed through the communication channel, yet he received no response. From a distance atop a high-rise building, Lu Yun's perspective revealed that the Xian Huang had taken a missile strike while completely unprepared. The massive mech was half kneeling on the ground, its entire side flickering with flames. The pulse oscillator mounted on its arm had been reduced to fragments by the missile's explosion. A smile crept across Lu Yun's lips. To prevent the enemy's radar from detecting a locking signal, he had directly utilized Xiao AI for remote manual guidance. Everyone assumed the missile was aimed at the academy, and thus had no thoughts of interception. It was only when the missile detonated nearby that they realized the truth. But by then, it was already too late. At this moment, the Lava Titan, stationed at the entrance of Silver Star Academy, had also activated. The seemingly cumbersome mech moved with surprising speed, advancing swiftly to stand before the Xian Huang, raising its shield to deliver a resounding blow to the Xian Huang's face. Bang! The sound resonated like thunder. A visible shockwave erupted parallel to the ground, sweeping across a kilometer. The armor on the head of the Xian Huang was instantly shattered, and parts flew in all directions. The pilot of the Xian Huang was nearing madness, continuously raging in the communication channel. They hadn't even moved a few steps before nearly being obliterated. The Lava Titan raised its shield, preparing for another strike. Just then, Shi Hu finally arrived. With a roar, it lifted its forefoot, and from the tips of its toes shot out 10 sharp spines, countering the Lava Titan's shield strike. The sound of clashing steel echoed incessantly as the Lava Titan was forced to retreat. The superior performance of the alien mech was on full display. But at that moment, a lightweight mech suddenly leaped up behind the Lava Titan. Its black and yellow paint scheme resembled an oversized wasp. Immediately, information about this mech materialized before Lu Yun's eyes. Shattered Wasp. Standing 22 meters tall, It was equipped with the Wasp Sting shock explosion engine. Renowned for its incredibly powerful instantaneous acceleration and close-range dash capabilities, it was a class mech specializing in melee and mobility. With no long-range weaponry mounted, it wielded only two 23-meter-long super alloy cleavers. Thus, it often operated alongside the heavily fortified Lava Titan, forming a duo known as the Twin Stars of Silver Star Academy. The Shattered Wasp soared over the Lava Titan's head, grasping the cleaver handles slung across its back. Although Chi, who had already detected its energy signature the moment Shattered Wasp appeared, the latter's terrifying short-range dash speed caught it completely off guard. Moving almost like a teleportation, the Shattered Wasp evaded a barrage from the shoulder-mounted artillery, then plummeted vertically, racing towards the ground. Like a spring, it crouched upon landing, perfectly dissipating the momentum's impact. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, it surged forth. In a flash, the Shattered Wasp sliced through the elevated abdomen of Chi-Hu. Amidst the flickering flames, two streaks of silver light intertwined as it struck. The Chi-Hu, with its forefoot raised, felt its chest armor tremble violently before erupting in a thunderous explosion. A massive shaped gash nearly split the Chi-Hu in half. Through the opening, numerous circuits and components were clearly visible. Having successfully landed a hit, the Shattered Wasp did not pause. It swung its cleaver, twisting its body to deliver a downward strike. Its bright yellow eyes fixated on the joint connecting Chi-Hu's forefoot. With the removal of Chi-Hu's forefoot, this alien mech would be rendered powerless and thus pose no threat. But at that moment, Xianhuang had also risen once more. The pulse oscillator on its left arm, still intact, retracted forcefully, gathering terrifying power as it surged towards the Shattered Wasp. "Get away from me!" The pilot of Xianhuang roared, as if to vent all the pent-up frustration within. The air was compressed into white fluff by its massive fist. If this punch connected, it would deal catastrophic damage to the Shattered Wasp, which possessed little in the way of defensive armor. Simultaneously, a sonic boom echoed from above. The Guilei arrived before Xianhuang in an instant. Though separated by thick armor, Lu Yun felt as if he could see the twisted face of the pilot within the cockpit of Xianhuang. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his arm, gripping the fully loaded shotgun, and pressed it against the head of Xianhuang, which had lost much of its armor, before pulling the trigger. Boom! Chapter 91. The Annihilation Firepower Bang. The head of the Xianhuang mech was shattered by a single shot, leaving a gaping hole. The pilot inside emitted a chilling wail, a consequence of the mech's resonance. "Lu Run, how dare you betray us?" Even at this juncture, the Xianhuang pilot still believed it was his teammate who had turned against him. Elyuan chuckled softly. If he thought that way, then so be it. The armor on the front of the Guile Thunder opened up, followed by the cockpit, and the pilot, bound to his seat, was ejected forcefully, crashing down in front of Xianhuang, tumbling several times. Both the Xianhuang and Chi-Hu mech pilots were utterly bewildered. The pilot had been ejected from the mech? Their minds struggled to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the Guile Thunder pilot finally managed to speak, desperately defending himself. The Guile Thunder was infected with a virus. "I have not been in control at any point." The faces of the other two pilots changed instantly, realizing the terrifying implications of such technology. If they could control the Guile Thunder today, could they not also control their mech tomorrow? Their gazes toward the Guile Thunder shifted to one of shock and fear. However, they were mistaken. Liu Yun's ability to remotely control the Guile Thunder stemmed from his prior experience piloting it. The control program of Xiao AI still lingered within the mech's foundational control terminal. Thus, it took only a brief moment to reconnect with those residual programs, allowing him to remotely operate the Guile Thunder alongside Xiao AI. This capability was not easily replicable. Each mech functioned as an independent terminal. Breaching or cracking its systems required far more time and energy than simply overpowering it. Yet, the pilots of Xianhuang and Chi-Hu could not grasp this. They believed that Silver Star Academy had acquired some advanced technology from Capital Star. While they were momentarily dazed, the Lava Titan and Shattered Bee were not idle. The two worked in flawless tandem. One attacking, the other defending, relentlessly pressing the assault and rendering Chi-Hu incapable of retaliation. With the head of Xianhuang destroyed, most of its sensory devices were located there, leaving it effectively blind and deaf. Forced to rely solely on visual observation, an arduous task. Bang! Shattered Bee pushed back Chi-Hu, and Lava Titan seized the opportunity to confront Xianhuang. Taking advantage of the situation, It struck a heavy shield bash against Xuanhuang's chest. The pilot of Xinhuang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body suffering another severe blow, losing control over the mech. Seizing this chance, Lu Yun calmly maneuvered the Guile Thunder behind Xinhuang. The Xinhuang pilot, now despondent, attempted a few cannon fire attacks, but Lu Yun effortlessly evaded each one. At this point, the Xinhuang pilot was already on the brink of collapse. The shield bash from Lava Titan inflicted tremendous shock damage upon him. That he had not yet fainted was a testament to his remarkable resilience. However, Lu Yun was determined not to grant him any respite. Reloading the shotgun, he aimed at Xuanhuang's core power source and fired. Bang! Armor shards flew. Xinhuang emitted a low hum, its engines extinguishing one after another. Xinhuang lost its combat capability. Inside the Lava Titan cockpit, Xiang Zhao's expression brightened as she cast a surprised glance at the Guile Thunder. To be honest, when Lu Yun proposed this battle plan, she had never anticipated such a monumental success. The missile from the Guile Thunder had become the decisive factor. Otherwise, a fully operational Xinhuang, armed with 2 pairs of pulse shock fists, could have held its ground against the Lava Titan for dozens of rounds. Now, it had been effortlessly defeated. She guided the Lava Titan to seize the fallen Xinhuang, dragging it back towards the academy. This was a pioneering class mech. From this moment onwards, it would belong to Silver Star Academy. The number of pioneering class mechs at Silver Star Academy would increase from 2 to 3. This was a significant advancement. The thought of this prospect made Xiang Zhao unable to suppress a smile. Let him go. Qi Hu roared as it charged in. You should be more concerned about yourself. A clear voice emerged from Shattered Bee. Shattered Bee sprang off the ground, darting past Qi Hu like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a deep gash on its joints with its saber. Damn it, damn it. If you have the guts. Don't run. Let's fight head-on. Qi Hu was utterly exasperated by Shattered Bee's speed. Lu Yun afforded this unique mech the respect it deserved, hovering high above, refusing to draw near. He had witnessed the impressive leaping ability of this mech, so he relied solely on ranged firepower to provide interference and support for Shattered Bee. Fool. The Shattered Bee pilot muttered lightly, retreating rapidly in the face of the frenzied Qichu. Lu Yun's fingers danced over the controls. The shoulder armor of the Guile Thunder opened, launching 6 small missiles to intercept Qi Hu. Master, strong energy threat detected. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice rang in Lu Yun's ears. Immediately afterward, he noticed a shadow darkening his vision. Looking up abruptly, he beheld a colossal, ring-shaped warship bursting through the clouds above, its scale nearly covering the entirety of Star Ring City. The brilliance of the sun was eclipsed. This was a truly terrifying behemoth. At that moment, a particularly bright deep blue beam of light shone from the center of the ring vessel. Firepower lock detected, switching to high maneuver mode. Evade. Xiao Ai shouted urgently. The Guile Thunder erupted with dazzling brilliance from its rear, its surface armor detonating. All energy surged into the rear propulsion system, enabling the mech to swiftly shift 100 meters, leaving behind a trail of sonic boom clouds in the very spot he had just occupied. A torrent of energy beams pierced through the heavens and the earth, plunging deep into the ground. At that instant, Star Ring City seemed to tremble as an immense shockwave swept across the entire city. Master, it is the Doomsday Angel battleship. Xiao Ai's voice was filled with tension. This was the Federation's 2nd Pioneering Army's Annihilation-class battleship, equipped with 3 super space drive engines, 42 shock missile launchers, thousands of light and heavy turbo laser cannons, along with over 100,000 automated battle robots and armored transport vehicles. The recently fired shot was its core restraining laser cannon. The Angel's gun, Master, Kalu Star does not possess the defensive capabilities to withstand such firepower. For your safety, please evacuate Kalu Star immediately. Without needing Xiao Ai to say it, Lu Yun understood that this level of firepower far exceeded Kalu Star's defensive limits. Even from his position, he could clearly see the terrifying crater left in the middle of the street, which had obliterated half a block. The edges of the pit still glowed red. Remnants of bricks melted into lava. At that moment, Star Ring City fell into an absolute silence upon the arrival of that battleship. Chapter 92. The battleship's cannon pressure. Luo Xingwen and the other senior officials of the academy stood at the entrance, all engulfed in silence. They had anticipated that, in the end, the people from Capital Star would undoubtedly appear. But they never expected it to be in such a domineering manner. With a single disagreement, they opened fire. Half of the commercial street was obliterated in that shot. There were people there. A teacher clenched his fists tightly, unable to believe the reality. This is the nobility. Cheng Zhan took a deep breath, murmuring, "No one can infringe upon their interest. If anyone dares, the consequence is annihilation." On the flagship in space, a young nobleman named Alberto, dressed in a tailored white tailcoat, lounged on a soft, comfortable sofa, leisurely sipping red wine while observing several screens before him. Upon witnessing the immense intimidation caused by the Doomsday Angel, he broke into a satisfied smile. "Now, I trust they will be much more obedient." The aide beside him immediately chimed in. "With this shot, the entire Kalu star will likely tremble. IT will make things much easier." Alberto rose, hands clasped behind his back, and approached the viewport, gazing down at the vast Kalu star beneath him. When dealing with the natives, one must wield a heavy hand. The distance from here to the Federation's center was so great that these natives seemed to have forgotten the Federation's might. Alberto's gaze grew cold as he peered down at Kalu star, meticulously monitoring all energy reactions within a 1 astronomical unit radius centered on Kalu star. "I want to see how long this Jun Qingshan can hide." 100 assault D-type close combat mechs, surrounded by thousands of soldiers, advanced from all directions. Simultaneously, 4 military pioneering class mechs closed in: Scorpion, Black Knight, Lynx, and Sniper. These represented the pinnacle of Kalu Star's military strength. The 4 mechs, armed with heavy weaponry, opened all their ammunition bays, with warheads glinting ominously. The atmosphere turned tense and charged. Fairy stepped forward, a figure from Jalan Star, the vice commander of the army, exuding authority amidst the backdrop of the 4 mechs and the warship overhead. He cast a glance at the Guile Thunder in the sky, producing a communicator. His voice echoed through the mech speaker system, broadcasting across all frequencies. "Jun Qingshan, I know you are currently monitoring the situation here. I will give you 10 more minutes. If you do not appear, the army behind me will flatten Silver Star Academy." Fairy's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed deeper into the academy. "Also, we will apprehend your students." With that, Fairy waved his hand. The Wanderer raised its double-barrel shotgun, and with a single shot, the large-caliber ammunition pierced through a teaching building. "Every minute, I level a building. Jun Qingshan, you figure it out for yourself." "Heh heh heh." Having delivered these menacing words, Fairy chuckled as he sauntered back to the barracks, daring not to remain in the forefront. That scoundrel! The academy's instructors glared at the collapsed teaching building, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Dean, are we to simply sit idly by? Allow me to lead the mech squad out. I assure you I will eliminate that fairy." Luo Xingwen rebuked sharply. "Nonsense. The current situation no longer concerns us. We must wait." "Have the recording devices been activated?" Luo Xingwen recalled, inquiring. "They have been operational since the beginning. The entire Star Ring City is under surveillance." Luo Xingwen nodded. "That suffices. We need not worry about the rest." Several instructors appeared perplexed. Only Cheng Zhan, who had previously served in the federal capital, possessed some understanding of the prevailing rules there. The federal aristocracy's greatest fear is not guns and cannons, but public outrage. They may act arrogantly in daily life, but once they provoke widespread public sentiment, even the chief speaker must emerge to apologize. Luo Xingwen, being a native of Kalen Star, could not possibly grasp this and prepare accordingly. Thus, only one outcome awaited: Jun Lao. Cheng Zhan clenched his fists, secretly anticipating. The Guile Thunder halted before the office building. Liu Yun leaped down, caught mid-air by Guile Thunder, and entered the cockpit. He checked the energy and ammunition reserves. Liu Yun quietly issued commands, his fingers gliding over the array of buttons. The data screens within Guile Thunder first dimmed, then illuminated one by one. Xiao Ai's voice chimed in. Surface armor damage 36. Core area armor intact. Core engine energy at 42. All auxiliary power engines in good condition. Gravity thrower has 2 rounds left. Shotgun has 10 rounds. Electromagnetic rifle has 32 rounds. Small high-explosive missiles have 2 rounds. In the previous battle, Liu Yun had expended most of his ammunition, leaving him with barely any left. AS and air combat mech. The only melee weapon he had was a saw blade powered by the core engine. Reserved for emergencies, Liu Yun remained quietly in the cockpit, gazing at the sky. He believed Jun Qingshan would certainly come. He just did not know in what manner. Time trickled by, the sense of impending death relentlessly encroaching upon the nerves of everyone present. driving them to madness. A minute swiftly passed. The Legion mechs lifted their guns, once again aiming at a teaching building. The lava titan raised its massive shield before the academy. The other 3 mechs of the Legion immediately advanced. Weapons locked onto the lava titan, but at that moment, everyone present suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their skin. Countless fine static discharges surged in the sky. Energy reactions surged rapidly, breaking the million threshold in mere moments. Guile Thunder emitted an alarm. It was a spatial jump. Someone was about to leap over, Xiao AI explained. However, what kind of entity could amass such a level of energy for a jump? Lu Yun wondered, gazing intently at the sky. Finally, it appeared. Whether it was Alberto in space or Fairy on the ground, both wore expressions of wild joy at this moment, under the watchful gazes of countless eyes. The sky suddenly tore apart. A deep, silent rift, as if it had been sheared from a backdrop named the universe, was drawn into that blue sky. A jet-black, shuttle-shaped warship slowly emerged from the rift. As soon as the warship appeared, the Doomsday Angel immediately entered combat readiness. All cannons aimed at the 1,000-meter-long black vessel. Boom, boom, boom. A chorus of artillery roared. The Doomsday Angel opened fire without hesitation, blanketing the entire sky with gunfire. Alberto quietly reveled in this grand display of fireworks, raising his glass for a sip, and casually remarked, "Disengaged stealth mode. Bring that warship down. Young master, this warship is the Black Ashura, listed on the Federal Wanted list. According to reports from previous field personnel, it is this vessel that took Jun Qingshan away. However, analysis suggests that the likelihood of Jun Qingshan being aboard this warship is low. He possesses the Thunder God weapon. So this warship should merely be a diversion to draw our attention, and no matter." Alberto lightly raised a hand, halting his aide's words. "With the Black Ashura here, how far could Jun Qingshan be? Does he wish to attract fire? He must first endure in the profound depths of the cosmos." A war flagship emerged, larger than the Doomsday Angel by 4 to 5 times. Behind it trailed 3 exploration-class destroyers and nearly 100 small fast-attack ships. This was undeniably a complete Federal fleet. Alberto's gaze deepened, a cold, fierce smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The banquet is set. I wonder if he dares to attend. Chapter 93. The Thunder God reappears in the command room of the Black Ashura. A bald man with a scarred face glared menacingly at the Doomsday Angel. He leaned on the armrest and growled, "Let these Federal scum see the might of our Black Ashura. Counterattack! Blast them to pieces!" In an instant, the 2 warships engaged in a fierce exchange of fire high in the air. The reactive shields flickered under the bombardment. A thrilling back-and-forth ensued. A short-haired girl beside him tugged at the bald man's sleeve. "Long Gu?" The big sister said we should just attract attention and try not to waste ammunition. "Bah." Long Gu glared fiercely at the girl. "Do you understand what try means? It means only when absolutely necessary can we unleash fully. And now is that time. Ignore it. Blast them to pieces. Ahahaha. I've long wanted to unleash a few powerful shots." Rude. The girl stomped her foot anxiously, pulling out her brain device. "I'm going to tell the big sister that you're disregarding her orders." "Go away. You little brat don't understand anything." "Long Gu, we've been targeted by the main control radar. Strong energy reactions detected." A tense voice suddenly rang out in the command room. The bald man spat angrily. "This is all your fault. Little brat, cease fire. Redirect all energy to the shields." It seems the big sister was indeed right. An entire fleet has really arrived. As the aerial battle erupted, Lu Yun also piloted Guile Thunder soaring into the sky, launching the last 2 missiles he had left at the Legion's 100 D-type raiders. Boom, boom, boom. 2 mushroom clouds rose within the Legion. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lu Yun charged straight into the Legion ranks. His rifle swept through, instantly claiming over 100 lives. Xiang Xiao piloted the Lava Titan, following closely behind Lu Yun. The Lava Titan took the lead, charging at the 4 mechs of the Legion. The 4 military mechs reacted, approaching from 4 directions. The Lava Titan lunged forward, its heavy shield deflecting most of the attacks, perfectly coordinating with the Swarm B. Meanwhile, Lu Yun transformed into a harbinger of death, utilizing the aerial advantage of the air combat mech to vex the 4 military mechs. In a mere 3 minutes, he seized the opportunity to swiftly approach the rear of one Black Knight. Striking its unarmored engine exhaust, with a successful thrust, he pierced through. The swarm bee immediately followed, severing the Black Knight's head. A pioneering mech was thus vanquished. Rear attack warning. Evade to the left at a small angle. Xiao AI reminded Lu Yun's fingers danced, the amp index rising quietly. Guile Thunder accelerated at an oblique angle, dodging a heavy shell from a sniper. Then, he ascended, returning to the air. The sniper attempted to pursue. But the swarm bee was already closing in. As a marksman, he dared not engage with an assassin like the swarm bee. While seeking assistance over the communication channel, he retreated 1,000 meters. Alas, truly, the student surpasses the master. In the quiet starry sky, Jun Qingshan gazed at the valiant Guile Thunder on the screen, letting out a soft sigh, his face filled with emotion. Qin, beside him, scoffed dismissively, as far as I know. You never taught Lu Yun how to pilot a mech, so what does it have to do with you? Jun Qingshan awkwardly cleared his throat. Am I not allowed to express my feelings? Fine. Have you finished feeling? If so, it's time to get to work. Along has already begun requesting assistance. The two looked ahead. There, against the backdrop of the stars, a menacing fleet was launching a long-range strike from outer space. Even the battle-hardened Black Ashura could not withstand such a prolonged two-sided assault. Jun Qingshan nodded, lightly snapping his fingers. The simulated cosmic backdrop faded away, revealing the cockpit of the Thunder God. Jun Qingshan stood at the helm. Donning the empathic link apparatus, he gazed intently at Qin and said earnestly, although we have practiced several times, training is fundamentally different from actual combat. You will endure immense pressure, so brace yourself mentally. I would rather not be here, but could you manage alone without me? Jun Qingshan's face flushed slightly as he replied, yes, I could manage, but not for long. Then why waste words? Qin shot him a glance, seated herself, and donned her helmet without further ado. Jun Qingshan shook his head, refraining from further banter. He activated the dual control mode and initiated pressure dissipation. With a hum, numerous monitoring screens illuminated. Qin's body stiffened, and she took a deep breath, exhaling leisurely afterward. A faint green glow flickered in her eyes, significantly alleviating the stress in her mind and softening her furrowed brow. Truly, as a member of the Lin clan, such a healing lineage is indeed enviable. Jun Qingshan sighed with admiration before starting the engine. A torrent of energy surged within the massive machine, roaring fiercely. The piercing alarm echoed through the command room. Alberto set down his wine glass, watching the blue silhouette standing tall in the void on the display, his smile gradually vanishing. Thunder God, Jun Qingshan, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Ha ha. Jun Qingshan's laughter, tinged with weariness, reverberated in the command room. I heard you have been searching for me for 15 years. What, are you dissatisfied with the gift I left 15 years ago? Mention of the past caused everyone in the command room to involuntarily lower their heads. It was a source of great anguish and an indelible shame for the illustrious Alberto family. Even now, it remains a subject of mockery for countless individuals. For back then, Jun Qingshan single-handedly stormed into that vast family, battling 18 mechs alone, slaying 4, and killing 176 members of the Alberto family, nearly decimating the entire clan. Even the then head of the family perished at his hands, and they have yet to recover from that blow. Thus, that incident is an unmentionable taboo within the Alberto family. Whoever dares to speak of it shall meet their doom. I hope that when I catch you and flay you alive, you can still laugh and jest. Alberto's golden eyes were filled with cold indifference. A red targeting reticle appeared before him, and with a wave of his hand, it expanded, locking onto the Thunder God 1,000 miles away. The central cannon, with its terrifying caliber, shimmered with a crimson radiance. In this moment, the commanding flagship of the Second Expansion Legion fully revealed its terrifying might. Chapter 94. Reinforcement. The destructive beam of light surged forth with unstoppable might, heading straight for the Thunder God. The Thunder God tilted slightly, and the engines on its back unleashed a nearly 10-meter-long tail flame in 0.01 seconds, then vanished in an instant. Boom. The meteors within a 1,000-meter radius shattered silently as if struck by a nuclear explosion. A visible shockwave swept through, scattering countless meteor fragments across the depths of space. Engine power surged to 75. Jun Qingshan frowned deeply, the pulse at his temple throbbing. He asked, Qin, can you still hold on? Do you think I'm as frail as you, old man? Bring it on. Qin gripped the armrests tightly, her eyes glowing intensely green. even spilling over and cascading down her forehead. Jun Qingshan inhaled deeply, his gaze fierce. Then let us teach these pests a severe lesson. He raised his hand and clapped it in the air. Engine power elevated to 80. The engine shifted into level 3, executing a vector thrust. A ghostly blue electromagnetic ring ascended from beneath his feet, enveloping Jun Qingshan's body and anchoring him in place. Boom! A vast wave of energy erupted in this sea of stars. The thunder god vanished from sight at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Report. The enemy's speed has exceeded 15 Mach. They are rapidly closing in on our ship. Although the thunder god was invisible to the naked eye, the radar accurately tracked its rapid approach. A fierce, murderous intent flickered in Alberto's eyes as he pressed his palm against a spherical crystal, crackling with countless arcs of electricity. At this moment, his will, aided by the intelligent computing system, became the collective will of the fleet. Guard the fleet, deploy combat drones to intercept the target, charge the floating energy cannon. A series of commands reverberated throughout the fleet's communication channels. Point 3 exploration-class destroyers in the rear began to rapidly maneuver, preparing to encircle the Thunder God. Simultaneously, the sides of 100 assault ships opened, unleashing a swarm of combat drones. However, they were soon pierced by a fleeting silhouette, exploding into a fiery spectacle. Alberto's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of concern for the destroyed drones. In fact, if they could delay the Thunder God for even a fraction of a second, that would be deemed a success. I've got you now. Alberto's lips curled into a bloody smile as he locked onto the Thunder God, whose form had hesitated for less than half a second. Through the computer's optical lens, fire, boom. The entire ship shook. A terrifying beam of light, capable of shattering stars, erupted from the bow of the ship. The Thunder God suddenly revealed its form, swinging its electromagnetic-wrapped staff to meet the oncoming beam. The beam split in two upon impact. Jun Qingshan bore the brunt of this shot at the cost of 20 of his energy, all to create an opportunity to close in. The Thunder God was a combination of speed and melee combat. Without closing the distance to the fleet, it would inevitably fall victim to attrition. Thus, even if it meant expending 1/5 of its energy, it was essential to approach the fleet. A small assault ship was struck by the Thunder God's staff, creating a gaping hole as it crashed through, only to emerge on the other side. The small assault ship exploded into fragments behind it. The Thunder God immediately set its sights on the second assault ship. The space firepower targeting the black battleship ceased. Luo Xingwen and the others were wholly engrossed in the aerial battle. The Black Azura, having crossed through the Star Gate, was immediately met with the onslaught of the Doomsday Angel and the fleet's firepower in space. It seems someone is holding the enemy at bay in space, Luo Xingwen speculated. Chang Jian, excited, raised his fist. It must be old Jun's Thunder God. Only he possesses the power to restrain an entire fleet. Luo Xingwen nodded, offering no rebuttal. He wholeheartedly agreed with Chang Jian's statement. Just then, his smart device suddenly beeped. Upon answering, his expression turned grave, nodding repeatedly. All right, I understand. Director, what has happened? The others' expressions turned tense, fearing something had gone awry. The Star Master has encountered a bit of trouble. Chang Jian, you must contact Lu Yun immediately and instruct him to pilot the Phantom Thunder to the Tianque Mountain Observatory to assist Old Li. Tianque Mountain Observatory? Why would the Star Master be in such a place? Someone asked curiously. Luo Xingwen did not elaborate, merely urging Chang Jian. Chang Jian took out his smart device and contacted Lu Yun. Tianque Mountain Observatory. Upon hearing the target location, Xiao AI provided the coordinates. Understood. Without hesitation, Lu Yun maneuvered through the air, shifting direction and departing the battlefield, flying toward Tianque Mountain. Commander, the Phantom Thunder has exited the battlefield. Its whereabouts unknown. Fale stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze inscrutable. He turned toward the communications officer behind him and inquired, Has the Gallan Legion responded? They replied that they are en route. Tell them not to come here. Send them the signal characteristics of the Phantom Thunder so they can intercept its actions. Understood. Tianque Mountain lies 300 kilometers north of Star Ring City, a renowned tourist destination. The lower half of the mountain is steep and perilous, but once past the midpoint, it becomes gentle and scenic. The Tianque Mountain Observatory is situated atop the mountain, the largest in the Kalen star system, housing the only superluminal communicator on the planet. Xiao AI, can you check on the situation at Tianque Mountain? I cannot. All monitoring there has been destroyed. However, I found a recording automatically saved and uploaded by the system 1 minute before the incident occurred. Play it. A screen unfolded before them. As Lu Yun scrutinized the automatically saved footage, his brow furrowed. The recorded visuals offered no useful information. The observatory was sealed, and not a soul was in sight. Master, there is a portion of audio from this footage that seems unusual. Preliminary data comparison suggests the footsteps of a Raider D-type mech. A Raider D-type. That's the standard exoskeleton mech of the Legion. The Star Master has likely encountered the Legion's forces. Without further ado, he disregarded fuel conservation and increased the power output once more. Moments later, the silhouette of the astronomical observatory appeared in view. Just then, a missile attack warning suddenly echoed in the cockpit. Lu Yun, quick on his feet, sharply twisted his body. The Phantom Thunder performed 2 rapid rolls, evading the incoming missiles. Its FLV vehicle-mounted anti-air missiles. Coming from beneath Tianque Mountain, a screen unfolded to the side, magnifying the scene on the ground. There were 3 missile launchers. Eliminate them. Lu Yun leaned forward, diving the Phantom Thunder downwards. Chapter 95. 2 commanding class mechs hurry. That mech is coming towards us. Block it, the commander shouted urgently. However, when Lu Yun was not paying attention, he could not hit them, let alone at this moment when he had already locked onto them. Every time the opponent's radar was about to lock onto him, he would execute a lateral speed change, instantly evading their locked eye in the blink of an eye. Duel arrived before 3 missile vehicles. The massive electromagnetic rifle pressed against the missile vehicle, and he opened fire. Boom! The bullets, accelerated by electromagnetic force, instantly tore through the missile vehicle's feeble defenses, reducing it to a fiery explosion. Following this, Lu Yun wielded his chainsaw, ruthlessly harvesting the armed forces within this camp. Since they had opened fire on him, he showed no mercy in return. This was a long-range support camp, with only 10 D-type raiders and 3 Type 1 hunter mechs as its defensive forces. Guilei's level was at least 1 major tier above theirs. They were simply not on the same level. Lu Yun slaughtered them as easily as slicing through melons in just 2 minutes. Not a single living soul remained standing in this fire support camp. Lu Yun leaped into the air, with Guilei soaring above the observatory. Inside the observatory, 20 life signals were detected, 2 of which should be the Star Lord Li Zhengxing and his secretary. Currently hiding in a sealed facility, temporarily safe, a 3D perspective view of the observatory appeared before him. The individuals within were clearly marked, their positions and postures instantly recognizable. It seemed that the Star-Lord had intended to come here for something, only to find that the area had already been taken over by the Legion, thus becoming trapped. Lu Yun speculated about the situation, which was somewhat tricky. The Legion members were only separated from Li Zhang by a wall. Although that wall was thick, he could not guarantee that he could eliminate the Legion members without harming Li Zhang. After contemplating, Lu Yun decided to see how Li Zhang would respond. Xiao AI. Can you contact the Star-Lord? Yes. Connect me to his communicator. Shortly after, the communication was established. Lu Yun spoke first. Star-Lord Li, I am Lu Yun, and I am now. He quickly laid out the situation. The elderly man on the other end was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. I never expected that even Guilei would be seized by you. Go ahead and take action. My old bones are not that fragile. All right, please try to retreat as much as possible. I am the secret chamber. Li Zhang wore a smile, cradling a basketball-sized crystal, retreating to a corner. Secretary Lu Onbong pushed up his glasses, standing protectively in front of Li Zhang. I never expected that this Lu Yun would truly give us a tremendous surprise. Li Zhang mused. Lu Onbong nodded with a smile. A young pioneer-level pilot of such caliber would be considered top-tier even in the capital star. Not to mention his terrifying talent. With such talent in Kalen Star, how could it not thrive? Li Zhang's smile faded, his gaze growing serious. However, that is contingent upon us weathering this storm safely. He fixed his gaze on the spherical crystal in his arms. Boom! The ground shook violently, dust cascading down. Lu Onbong immediately crouched, shielding Li Zhang with his clothing. Outside the wall, a cacophony of screams and gunfire erupted. After waiting for half a minute, Lu Yun's voice came through the communicator. Elderly, you can come out now. Lu Onbong shook off the dust, smoothing his clothing, and then cautiously approached the door, pressing his ear against it for a moment before carefully opening the secret compartment's hatch. What lay beyond was initially a corridor, but at this moment, the azure sky was visible. The opposite side of the observatory had vanished. A gust of cold wind swept in, stirring up the dust on the ground. Liu Anbong momentarily froze, his eyelids twitching. "How is elderly?" Lu Yun inquired. "Ha, I'm fine. As I said, cough cough. My old bones are not that fragile." Li Zheng laughed heartily as he stepped out. Perhaps he had laughed too loudly, as he inhaled some dust and began to cough violently. Liu Anbong hurriedly came forward to pat Li Zheng's back. Waving him off, Li Zheng glanced at the imposing Gue Lei, smiling. "You've been a great help, Lu Yun. However, the matter is not yet concluded. I need you to keep watch for a while longer as I attend to something underground." "Leave it to me." Gue Lei nodded gently. Li Zheng turned and descended the staircase, which was already partially destroyed. Liu Anbong remained behind, exchanging glances with Gue Lei. There was still the Legion's strategic command camp down the mountain. "You have already dealt with it." "Oh, that's good." Liu Anbong nodded, falling silent once more. Time ticked by. Just then, the screen suddenly flashed red, and alarm lights began to blink rapidly. Xiao Ai's anxious voice erupted. "Master, a large number of targets are approaching here. Among them are 2 high-energy responses, reaching 500,000 units, identified as Dominion-level mechs. Secretary Liu, hide quickly. Enemies are coming." As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, dozens of black dots appeared in the sky. The roar of engines echoed. In the blink of an eye, they swept overhead. They were supersonic fighter jets. Several black dots were released. Liu Yun's pupils contracted as he raised his rifle, locking onto the targets and detonating the drop bombs in midair. He then swiftly grabbed Lu Anbong and fled the area. Boom, boom, boom. The fighter jets returned, sweeping fire across the mountaintop, reducing the entire observatory to ruins. However, the fighter jets were not Lu Yun's primary concern. What he was focused on were the 2 massive mechs standing atop a small starship behind the fighter jets, Dominion-level mechs. In close combat, the defensive B-class White King. In ranged combat, the agile B-class Evil Spirit. Humph. The 2 mechs quickly noticed Gue Lei from a distance. "What a trivial thing. Does that fellow Fail really think we all need to come?" The pilot of the White King scoffed. Confusion echoing through the internal communication channel. The right hand, covered in menacing armor, casually rested on the hilt of a knife, yet could be drawn at any moment for a lethal strike. "Whatever, hurry up and finish this. I was just sent out and still want to find a few girls to unwind after lying in the stasis pod for half a month. My bones are almost turning soft." The Evil Spirit's pilot grumbled. Ha, I see you're just thinking about women. If you're looking for girls, you should go to Gallant Star. What could possibly be appealing in this remote place? You know nothing. You wouldn't understand the charm of rural beauties. Heh, I'll just wait until after it's over." Bang! An electromagnetic bullet struck the chest armor of the White King, interrupting the pilot's words. The Evil Spirit's pilot paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Slapping his thigh. Ha, this is too funny. The illustrious White King was actually ambushed by a mere pioneer-level squirt. Ha. The smile of the White King pilot gradually faded, his voice turning cold. "Don't interfere. I want to tear this bastard apart piece by piece. You can count on me. I won't interfere. Just hurry up." The White King snorted, leaping into the air with a mech 3 times the height of Gue Lei. The small starship's bow sank under the weight. The White King transformed into a blur, gripping the hilt of his knife, pointing it menacingly at Gue Lei. "You little brat, come die." Chapter 96. The second Dominion-level pilot in the rumors the pure white blade light. Resembling mist, cascaded down like a waterfall, slashing across a kilometer. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yun's heart raced, his pupils narrowing to a point. He could not withstand this strike. A sense of danger pierced through his skin like a blade. His field of vision was almost entirely consumed by that single strike. This was a Dominion-level mech that completely surpassed Gue Lei. Bang! Lu Yun slammed his fist onto the engine overload control button. Gue Lei emitted a grating sound, its engine nozzle glowing red from the rapidly rising temperature. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The shockwave surged vertically, exploding with a deafening crack. The massive rock in front of Lu Anbong shattered under the barrage of countless debris. Lu Anbong hurriedly produced an energy shield, deploying it in front of him. The crackling impacts forced him to retreat continuously. 2 Dominion-level mechs. Such power was no longer found in the Gallant Star region. This was Fail's reinforcements. Lu Anbong furrowed his brow. Remaining calm, he quickly retreated behind a ravine while connecting to the Star Lord with a single-thread communicator. "Old man, Fail has dispatched 2 Dominion-level mechs from another star region. What about Lu Yun? Li Zheng's voice carried urgency and pressure. Liu Anbong peeked out, observing the lightning flashing across the sky. Gui Lei, utilizing its exceptional speed and aerial advantage, was maneuvering gracefully. Liu Yun was engaged in combat with the enemy. But his mech's energy was likely running low, causing a decrease in speed. Li Zheng fell silent for a few seconds before speaking gravely. You must protect Lu Yun and leave this place immediately. Liu Anbong froze for a moment, glancing at Gui Lei soaring through the sky and then at his own sheltered position. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Old man, you might be asking too much here. If it comes to individual strength, I have enough confidence to protect Lu Yun. But right now, this is a mech battle. My strength is hardly more than that of a grasshopper. I will create an opportunity for you. Li Zheng concluded his message, falling silent. Liu Anbong anxiously watched the fierce battle in the sky. Missiles were launched from the White King's shoulder, sealing off all escape routes for Gui Lei. Bang! Under the saturation bombardment, Gui Lei ultimately could not evade. A missile exploded near him, and the rapidly dodging mech was thrown hundreds of meters away by the swirling flames, crashing into Tianque Mountain and leaving a deep crater. Lu Yun! Liu Anbong's expression turned frantic. Yet, there was utterly no way out. That was a power that overshadowed the entire planet of Kalen. Got you, slippery little eel, came a low, mocking laugh from the White King. With a leap, the White King propelled himself a second time through the air, landing beside the crater created by the strange thunder. Old man, Lu Yun is in danger. Liu Anbong could only contact Li Zheng. A whisper of electrical static crackled through the communicator. Understood. Li Zheng replied succinctly. At that moment, Liu Anbong suddenly felt a tingling sensation enveloping his body. The hairs on his arms stood on end, and the rubble at his feet trembled incessantly. This was a massive electric field. Liu Anbong quickly activated his nanotech armor, which spread from his chest, encasing him in protection. The next second, a thunderous explosion erupted. Tianque Mountain's summit was blown apart. A colossal spear of light, stretching 100 meters long and several meters thick, shot forth with the force to pierce the heavens. White King, there's an ultra-high energy reaction, the demon pilot warned in shock. Already noticed, the White King replied with a cold smirk, plunging his sword into the ground. With a hum, an energy shield unfurled in a half-arc around him, enveloping his massive form in the next instant. The spear descended. The White King's signal lights flashed urgently as he was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the spear, crashing into the mountainside. The small hill was shattered upon impact. After retreating a full kilometer, the spear finally dissipated. Come to Kalen seeking significance. Have you asked the old man about me? A scoff echoed like thunder. The remnants of the Tianque Mountain Observatory crumbled. As a silver mech, equal in size to the White King, emerged from the peak, shattering the mountain with a single palm and stepping forward. The mech was entirely silver-white, adorned with a massive antenna-like structure on its back, and wielding a sharp spear. Its surface bore many ancient scars, with a deep crack at the hips, stained with mottled rust. This was a relic of an era long past. The White King withdrew his sword. Rising from a crouch, the pilot gazed at the silver mech that had burst forth from the mountain, his expression peculiar. The Federation database indicated it was a second-generation mech, Silver Flash, from 35 years ago. Old relic, you don't seriously think you can challenge me with this antiquity, do you? Ha ha ha. The raucous laughter reverberated through the air. The demon pilot, initially on high alert, relaxed back into a nonchalant posture upon seeing the mech's data. White King, just give me a shout if you need assistance. Heh, with this rusting old relic, I could easily handle it with one hand. Li Zheng sat in the cockpit, secured by a safety belt. Before him lay a myriad of metallic buttons and signal lights, even an antiquated solid display screen. The youth, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, would soon learn a lesson in respecting his elders. With a fierce shout, Li Zheng made the first move. The ground trembled beneath him. The sound of the spear slicing through the air resonated for miles. The White King's armors opened, launching 4 electromagnetic explosive rounds. However, before the rounds could detonate, the Silver Flash swung its spear, cleaving the explosives in two, then sped towards the White King. The 2 Dominion-class mechs collided, creating a shockwave that surged upward, sweeping outwards for dozens of meters. Lu Onbong raised his hand to shield himself from the dust, astonished as he beheld the silver flash. Having stood beside the Star Master for nearly 2 decades, he had never suspected that the old man harbored such a capability. Suddenly, he recalled a long-standing rumor circulating on Kalen. There were only 2 Dominion-class pilots on the planet. One was Jing Hong, the head of Xuanwu Academy, while the other remained shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing their identity. To his astonishment, it was this seemingly gentle and kind old man, Lu Yun. Lu Onbong suddenly remembered the old man's instructions. Lu Yun, how are you? He called through the communicator, hastening towards Lu Yun's direction. After several urgent calls, a response finally came. I'm fine, Lu Yun groaned, rising from the empathic device. Ouch, being blasted by a missile up close feels quite intense. Lu Onbong's forehead darkened. What time is it to still be joking around? If you're fine, hurry up and get out. The Star Master is buying you time. Leave. Lu Yun fell silent. Master, now is the perfect opportunity to escape. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to. Xiao Ai urged anxiously. Lu Yun moved his limbs, the joints of the strange thunder creaking under strain, sparking with electricity. The energy reserves of the strange thunder had dwindled to 17, with 65 of the outer armor damaged and 30 of the auxiliary engines compromised. If it were to face a Dominion-class mech, it could only sustain for less than 10 minutes before shutting down and disintegrating. Xiao Ai, how many times have you urged me to flee? Lu Yun asked while calibrating the mech. Master, your chances of victory are less than. No need for meaningless statistics, Lu Yun interrupted, leaning against his seat, his palm gently caressing a red button protected by a glass cover. The button bore 2 black characters. Overclock. For reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably averse to the word escape. He felt as if he had once faced a similar peril, constantly fleeing. I know, Xiao Ai. You are concerned for my safety, so I bear no ill will towards you. However, what stands before me is an elder who is risking his life to afford me a chance to survive. That old man beyond the stars has journeyed across vast distances to protect me. And there are also Dean Luo, Uncle Chung, and those unnamed souls aboard that black warship. They are all in this dire situation to protect me. Xiao Ai hastily retorted, but master, you are here because. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. Are you suggesting that I ended up here solely due to the old man's involvement? But do not forget. Without him, 3 years ago, I might have frozen to death on that snowy night. There is a saying in my hometown, to be born but not nurtured, one may repay with severed fingers. To be nurtured without being born. 100 deaths are hard to repay. Lu Yun's gaze gradually sharpened, his back straightening, his icy stare fixed on the fleeting shadow of battle outside the pit. If I flee now, my teacher, my friends will perish. All my dear ones will die. Lu Yun closed his eyes, his heart ablaze, yet his voice remained chillingly cold. Within his chest, the second heartbeat, once only audible in utter stillness, now resonated clearly, heavy as a drum. I will not allow such a thing to occur. Even in death, I shall stand alongside them in battle. This was my promise as Lu Yun. Lu Yun opened his eyes wide, as if flames of crimson ignited within. Strange thunder, initiate overclock. Lu Yun smashed his fist into the glass cover, striking the red button. With a hum, the dim eyes of the strange thunder brightened like the sun. The nearly depleted power engine roared to life, operating at a ferocious speed, disregarding the wear and tear. The damaged armor burst apart. In that moment, the strange thunder was reduced to its simplest, most fundamental framework, wielding a mere saw blade that could hardly be deemed a weapon. However, correspondingly, the speed of the strange thunder surged to unprecedented heights. As long as the pilot could withstand the pressure of such incredible velocity, Lu Yun slightly bent his legs, mimicking the motion of the strange thunder. Then, with a crack, the pit shattered, a torrent of air erupting forth. A streak of lightning tore through the clouds, arriving behind the White King in an instant, the saw blade slicing horizontally. Get lost, you clueless insect. The White King scoffed coldly, pressing down with one arm. Instantly, a burst of electric light erupted from behind, propelling the strange thunder away. Yet, Lu Yun disregarded the setback and charged again. Xiao Ai, analyze all target movement patterns. Predict actions and conduct a weak point analysis. Understood. Soon, all information regarding the White King's mech materialized before Lu Yun. Drawing from his experience maintaining large mechs, he quickly discerned the location of the engine core from the armor's configuration. However, with his saw blade, he could not penetrate the opponent's armor. He needed Li Zheng. Oldly, next, in that moment, Lu Yun was remarkably calm, methodically relaying his plan to Li Zheng. Without hesitation, though he longed to inquire why Lu Yun wouldn't flee. He recognized this was not the time for idle chatter. Li Zheng merely responded with a swift acknowledgement. Yet Lu Yun knew that Li Zheng understood his intent. The next step was to coordinate. Bang, bang, bang. The strange thunder unleashed a series of sonic booms in the air. The mech's energy rapidly plummeted, nearing depletion. Yet, this was the final strike. Success was imminent. Master, radar lock warning, long-range laser strike, unable to boom. Before Xiao AI could finish, a terrifying beam from outer space pierced the strange thunder. The world fell silent. Moments later, Tianque Mountain erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. An immense wave of air surged upward, as if to taint the heavens. Against the light-speed strike, the strange thunder's speed was akin to that of a tortoise, disintegrating like a tattered cloth in an instant. The White King pilot cursed under his breath, hastily adopting a defensive posture. Li Zheng raised his hand, poised to assist Lu Yun in delivering the final blow. The shockwave swept towards him, sending him tumbling back hundreds of meters. Hiding somewhere at the foot of the mountain, Lu Onbong soared into the sky, only to come crashing down violently, plunging into unconsciousness. The malevolent pilot fell into a daze, sitting vacantly in the cockpit, swallowing hard. White King, that attack is, the White King forced a bitter smile. Indeed, it is from that esteemed individual. We must swiftly conclude matters here. There can be no further delay. The malevolent spirit shuddered unexpectedly, a flicker of terror crossing their face. The White King shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, a colossal silver-white mech, towering at 100 meters, hovered majestically before the main battleship, reminiscent of an arrogant angel. Its 12 wings, shimmering with golden light, gradually unfurled from a closed position, as platinum serpents of electricity writhed and coiled upon them. Clearly, the recent earth-shattering attack had originated from this very machine. Jun Qingshan, your signal has been fixated on that ground mech. Now, I have dealt with it for you. And we can engage in a proper battle. A cultured and tranquil voice emanated from the communicator. Jun Qingshan stared blankly, not responding to the voice at all. Qin swiftly manipulated the controls, then her gaze sharpened. Her fists clenching silently. She had located Lu Yun on the display screen. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing a mech's shattered frame lying among the rubble. The cockpit was beyond recognition, shattered beyond repair. With sparks of electricity crackling intermittently, a youthful figure lay nearby. A gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, blood gushing forth. In fact, Jun Qingshan could even see a partially beating heart through the wound. Lu Yun, I've relapsed. My head is throbbing. Dear companions, please take care of yourselves. The number of relapses is rising everywhere. Don't fall prey like Fei Ling. I will now focus on drafting Chapter 3 to wrap up this thrilling prelude. Though I can't guarantee the exact time, you need not wait. Chapter 98. A streak of rainbow piercing the Star River. Master, Master, wake up, Master, please say something. A chorus of anxious voices echoed in Lu Yun's ears. His fingers twitched, his eyes dimmed. The sensation of death loomed so closely, engulfing his consciousness. It is over. I have not retreated. A tremor coursed through Lu Yun's chest, a surge of fresh blood erupting from his lips, drowning the remnants of his words. It sounded as though someone was weeping nearby. Was it Xiao AI? I'm sorry, Xiao AI, for making a fool of myself. After boasting grandly, it had all turned into a jest. Lu Yun opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Instead, he choked on a mouthful of blood, so cold. His vision began to fade. He strained to open his eyes wider, as if attempting to pierce through the starry sky. He knew the old man was fighting just over there. Old man, I fear I may no longer hear your lectures. He had originally wished to grow quickly and embark on adventures alongside him. Now, it seemed there would be no opportunity. Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Suddenly, a familiar hoarse voice rang in his ears. He thought he glimpsed the figure of the old man. Was this the feeling of death? To see someone once more before passing seemed not so bad. Lu Yun exerted himself to raise his hand. Reaching forward, Lu Yun, hold on. I'm coming. Jun Qingshan's roar erupted from his wrist communicator. In the boundless realm of data, Xiao AI frantically dispatched urgent rescue signals to every possible agency. Master, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast sky, flames erupted from friction, enveloping a blue-purple meteor as it plummeted towards the ground at several dozen times the speed of sound. Faster! Jun Qingshan relentlessly increased the speed of the thunder god. Even as blood trickled from his nose, Jun Qingshan, if you continue like this, you will die before Lu Yun. Qin shouted, attempting to restrain him. Damn it. I should never have dragged this kid into this path. It's all my fault. Why did I have to run my mouth off? Jun Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot, gripping the empathic device with malice. Qin, calm down. The enemy is still pursuing us. How will you save Lu Yun like this? Rest assured, as long as I am here, Lu Yun will not die. I would wager my life to save him. Upon hearing this, Jun Qingshan finally regained some composure. He looked up at the monitoring screen, where countless flames were hot on their heels, among which was that angelic figure, magnificent, grand, and noble. The Holy Light Archer, one of the 12-star palaces of the Federation, a pinnacle king-class mech, a terrifying existence with dual A rank in both long range and defense. The greatest legacy of the Alberto family, Jun Qingshan. It seems you truly care for that young man. An elegant voice echoed in the cockpit. Heh, I do enjoy watching you in such a state of distress. Since you care so much, let me assist you, so you can meet that young man sooner. And no need to thank me with that. A burst of golden light erupted like a grand firework in the stratosphere. Stirring up a tempest, if one were to gaze from space, they would notice the surrounding white atmosphere converging into a vortex at this spot. With a swift, the golden light coalesced into an arrow. Shooting forth with a piercing cry, Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth and abruptly turned, facing away from the ground. 10,000 thunderbolts. The electric currents surged along the staff, converging in the sky to form a massive shield of lightning. This formidable defensive technique, previously displayed once, now erupted with even greater power under the combined efforts of Jun Qingshan and Qin. The golden arrows and the lightning shield clashed fiercely in the sky. The thunder god surged forward with increased speed. 5,000 kilometers to the ground. Qin reminded coolly. Just then, the Holy Light Archer waved its hand gently, conjuring another golden arrow that descended upon the lightning shield. Jun Qingshan grunted in pain, his body crackling. Jun Qingshan, you are growing old. The thunder god has become tarnished in your hands. Only my Ochoa family is worthy of wielding such a powerful artifact. Surrender the key to the thunder god and confess your crimes to the tribunal. Perhaps you may spare your life. Jun Qingshan gritted his teeth, coldly laughing. Go back and ask your old mother if I'm old. With that, he swung his staff in the air, shattering 2 golden arrows amidst the surging lightning. He then turned sharply downward, 3,000 kilometers to the ground. Qin reminded again. 2,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. With a whoosh, the thunder god abruptly spun, its engines firing downward, slowing its descent high in the sky. For long spears materialized beside the Holy Light Archer. Since you miss your students so much, I shall ensure you both meet your end together. The angelic mech pointed its arm, and 4 golden arrows hurtled downward at breakneck speed, arriving before the thunder god in an instant. 2 arrows were blocked by the lightning shield. One was deflected, but one still pierced through the left shoulder of the thunder god. Jun Qingshan gasped in pain, his left arm losing sensation. Nevertheless, he disregarded his injury, cautiously moving to Lu Yun's side. Qin, quickly check on how Lu Yun is doing. What about you? I am not weak enough to that extent, Jun Qingshan bellowed, fixing his gaze on the Holy Light Archer. Qin hesitated for a moment before removing her helmet. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure converged upon Jun Qingshan. His face paled, nearly collapsing. He wiped the blood from his face. You take Lu Yun and leave this place. I will buy you time. Without uttering a word, Qin leaped from the thunder god, sprinting to Lu Yun's side. One glance sent a jolt through her spirit. The injury was too severe. Up close, she noticed details that could not be discerned from the monitors. Lu Yun's heart was shattered in half. The force of that penetrating attack had devastated his internal organs. This injury all but confirmed his death. However, she was of the Lin clan, renowned throughout the universe for their healing abilities, the most esteemed healers in the Starry Seas. Liu Yun still had a chance. Yet, just as Qin prepared to lift Liu Yun away from this place, an unusual sound caught her attention. Soon, she traced the sound to its source. Gently pulling apart Liu Yun's torn shirt, she beheld an unforgettable sight. Upon Liu Yun's remaining half-heart, intricate golden patterns pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing. The core of these patterns was a red crystal, the size of a fingernail, vibrating vigorously. The thumping sound emanated from within the crystal, which resembled a heart pacemaker, forcibly aiding Liu Yun in pumping blood, sustaining his flickering life. Yet, the more Qin observed, the more peculiar she found the way the red crystal vibrated. It seemed to resonate with some mysterious waveform, as if transmitting a certain signal. At this moment, Qin's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a bright rainbow in the depths of the sky, piercing through the Star River. Report: extreme energy source detected. Energy level reaching 3 million units. And it's still rising. 4 million. The soldiers' horrified shouts reverberated through the command center. The Holy Light Archer abruptly halted its assault, turning in shock to behold the colossal entity that had appeared at the edge of their vision. It was an enormous meteorite, thousands of meters in size. No, wait. A meteorite wouldn't emit extreme energy readings. The optical radar of the Holy Light Archer suddenly locked onto the meteor. After magnifying it 100-fold, the pilot finally discerned what that minuscule figure truly was. In an instant, his pupils constricted. That was a mech? Chapter 99. Just who is this young man? The massive meteor approached Kalen's star at an alarming speed. Under the gaze of countless spectators, as the vessel approached the outer atmosphere of Kalen's star, it suddenly halted. Subsequently, the meteorite shattered into fragments, streaking across the sky like a grand meteor shower. A mysterious mech stood atop a slightly larger meteorite, plummeting towards the ground with alarming speed. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the meteorite descended upon the summit of Tianque Mountain. Yet, at the moment of impact, it disintegrated into fine dust. Almost immediately, a cloud of dust recoiled inward, only to explode outward. A figure, moving faster than the eye could perceive, shot forth and landed before Liu Yun in an instant. An inexplicable, profound aura enveloped the earth. Qin stared blankly at the mech, which stood merely 10 meters tall before her. Lacking any energy sensors, she was oblivious to the immense tremor this mech had sent through the fleet in space. However, its terrifying velocity alone surpassed that of any ordinary mech. Even the Thunder God, which she piloted in tandem with Jun Qingshan, could not match such ferocity. Furthermore, despite the extraordinary speed at which it struck the ground, it nullified all inertia and potential energy upon landing, descending as lightly as a feather. The level of control and the hardness of its materials exceeded her comprehension. Surely, the pilot inside must have been reduced to a mere pulp by the recoil? Yet, this mech remained agile and unperturbed. Bang! Jun Qingshan maneuvered the Thunder God to a halt before Liu Yun, tensed and wary of the blood-soaked mech. He noted that the mech was in a rather poor state. Its entire body was drenched in blood, with only the areas beneath its ribs and back revealing the true, dark hue of its chassis. The armor across its body was extensively damaged, as if it had endured an unimaginable battle. Its sole weapon, a long blade, hung at its waist. At this moment, the mech's right hand casually rested on the hilt, its dark crimson gaze fixed upon the Thunder God and Qin. A sense of crisis surged within Jun Qingshan. Qin, quickly take Liu Yun away from here, he urged anxiously. However, just as Qin placed her hand on Liu Yun's shoulder, the enigmatic mech vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before her. The long blade was drawn. Positioned between Liu Yun and Qin, step back, a hoarse, deep voice emanated from the bloodied mech. Qin broke out in a cold sweat, momentarily at a loss. Jun Qingshan's expression turned pale with shock. The Thunder God's detection system had registered nothing when the mysterious mech moved. The mech disregarded them, crouching down, its arm extending beneath Liu Yun to gently lift him and bring him close. Its dark crimson eyes fixated intently upon Liu Yun's chest, upon the heart that was gradually ceasing to beat. My master. The bloodline light, dormant for countless ages, began to swirl once more within the mech's cold core. The utterance of this call left Qin and Jun Qingshan momentarily stunned. Liu Yun was, astonishingly, the master of this mysterious mech. At that moment, The mech retracted its long blade, the armor at its wrist opening to reveal a red crystal-like sphere. It delicately grasped the red crystal and placed it upon the crystalline structure located where Lu Yun's heart once was. Instantly, threads resembling spider silk emerged from the crystal, intertwining with the red crystal. The remaining half of Lu Yun's heart was completely consumed by an unseen substance, the red crystal taking its place within his chest cavity. The minuscule crystal nestled atop the red crystal, pulsating rhythmically. Qin could scarcely believe her eyes as she witnessed this transformation. The red crystal gradually softened and reshaped, ultimately forming a heart indistinguishable from a genuine one. Were it not for witnessing this metamorphosis with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the heart had evolved from a mere red crystal. Inconspicuous biological signs activated. Biological information code is now being recorded. Recording successful. Initiating life link. A mechanical voice resonated from the mech as its chest armor opened to the sides, extending a transition pod. The mech placed Lu Yun into the pod, subsequently relocating him to the cockpit. Waves of ghostly blue electromagnetic rings appeared within the cockpit, cascading outward to envelop Lu Yun's body. Suspending him in midair, countless virtual beams swept across him. If Lu Yun were awake, he would discover that the entire cockpit lacked any conventional display screens. There were no control panels, no shared sensory devices. Instead, deep red crystals adorned the walls of the cockpit. Ha! On the brink of death, Lu Yun suddenly inhaled deeply, his chest arching upward. The sound of a heavy, powerful heartbeat echoed from within him like the beating of war drums. His shattered chest began to regenerate bit by bit. Meanwhile, his eyelids fluttered as if he were emerging from a long, arduous dream. The eldest son of the Ochoa family, Ochoa Alberto, stood gravely before the display screen. The entire command room fell silent, even breaths taken with caution. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and no one had anticipated that the mysterious mech, which had caused such upheaval, was here for the sake of the disregarded native of Kalen Star. Young Master Alberto, we urgently require your orders on how to proceed. A subordinate finally broke the silence, his voice low. Alberto's eyes radiated intense unwillingness. Gradually, that unwillingness morphed into madness. The glory of the Alberto family cannot be tarnished by my hand. If we let Jun Qingshan escape this time, who knows how many years it will take to find him again? Alberto slammed his fist down, a ferocious growl escaping his lips. Prepare all firepower. Aim at that mysterious mech and unleash a full barrage. It is merely a mech with slightly high energy feedback. I refuse to believe it can withstand the might of my entire fleet. Holy Archer, bring it down for me. Alberto's frenzied commands transmitted as signals to every warship and mech present. White King, evil spirit, you two hold the Thunder God at bay. That old relic is already at the end of its tether. Not to be feared. At the command of the Holy Archer, his arms unfolded and wings unfurled behind him, generating golden spears around him. It was as if the heavens themselves were ablaze with brilliance. Whoosh! Thousands of spears rained down, saturating the entire realm with golden radiance. Damn it, these guys are all in. Jun Qingshan cursed under his breath, raising his staff and soaring into the sky. Just then, a loud explosion erupted behind him. Following that, Jun Qingshan saw a black flash dart past him, racing towards the oncoming spears of light. Behind him, a crimson wave unfurled, akin to a red dragon soaring against the heavens. Jun Qingshan gradually halted, murmuring in disbelief. What on earth is this kid's background? Chapter 100. I am Haotian. Lu Yun felt as though he had been trapped in an interminably long dream. It began with a life in a parallel world. Scenes flashing before him like frames from a film. Suddenly, the pace slowed. He saw himself entering Silver Star Academy. He witnessed himself battling the Insect King in the wilderness aboard the Phantom Thunder. He observed the army besieging Silver Star Academy. He saw that beam of light piercing the heavens, penetrating his chest. In the face of these memories, rage erupted like a volcano, long dormant, now violently unleashed. Gazing at the warship that loomed over the city, an uncontrollable desire for slaughter surged within him. Annihilate them all. Lu Yun's eyes snapped open, blood red and brimming with boundless fury. Commanded, by my master. A hoarse, deep voice echoed in his ears. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yun had lost all rationality. oblivious to these words, acting solely on instinct. The White King and evil spirit, just returning from their recent orders, immediately sensed a chilling dread wash over them upon entering the vicinity. White King, I sense something amiss. Perhaps we should proceed with caution? The pilot of the White King said, his expression grave. They had witnessed the overwhelming might of the mysterious mech's descent. Such an entity was beyond the imagination of mere commanding-class pilots. Hearing their teammates' suggestion, they nodded in agreement. I think so too. Their prior arrogance had vanished entirely. However, while they hesitated, Lu Yun would not let them escape. The moment the two mechs appeared nearby, he became acutely aware of their presence. The mysterious mech, which had been ascending rapidly, abruptly shifted to a horizontal trajectory, charging towards the two mechs in a frenzied assault. Quick, withdraw! That mech is coming for us. The pilot of the evil spirit shouted in alarm, frantically firing the mech's weapons while retreating. Yet, his speed ultimately proved inadequate. In less than 2 seconds, the mysterious mech arrived directly above the evil spirit, then plummeted ruthlessly. Bang! The head of the evil spirit mech was crushed flat by the impact, its entire body sinking several meters. The mech emitted a strained sound under the overwhelming pressure, shattered components flying from its body. White King, save me! The pilot of the evil spirit cried out in terror. In a moment of desperation, he slammed the escape button, and the cockpit exploded from the mech's chest. But in the next second, a blade of light approached, cleaving through the cockpit along with the pilot. The White King witnessed this scene and paled in fright, fleeing in a panic, cursing himself for not being an aerial combat mech. His legs moving far too slowly. Just as he believed he was doomed, a deluge of golden radiance enveloped him. The attack from the Holy Archer had arrived. Alongside it came a barrage of artillery fire from the fleet in space. Such firepower was sufficient to flatten the entire Tianque mountain. Saved. I'm saved. The pilot of the White King, having narrowly escaped death, was filled with exhilaration. But in the next instant, a scarlet longsword pierced through the White King mech from behind, penetrating the cockpit and crushing most of the pilot's body. With a thud, a head, adorned with an expression of excitement and thrill, rolled onto the ground. The enigmatic mech withdrew its blade, wiping away the blood with a flick of its fingers. Subsequently, it gazed upward at the incoming assault from the sky. In its eyes, crimson flames danced incessantly. Boom! The ground erupted with splintering cracks. A chilling gale swept past, battering the black and red mech beneath the resplendent golden glow. That figure appeared exceedingly diminutive. Yet, none dared to underestimate it. Kill. The voice of the mysterious mech bore no trace of emotion, cold and indifferent as it gazed at the sea of golden radiance. And with a fierce swing of its blade in midair, it unleashed a cross-reverse slash. The air around the mech was suddenly vacated, and boundless crimson light coalesced at the blade's edge. It slashed horizontally. Then, in a heartbeat, it retracted the blade and struck vertically once more. High above, a scarlet cross of blade light tore through the void, expanding 100-fold in the blink of an eye. Filling half the sky, the light spears descending before that cross of blade light shattered upon contact, exploding into a myriad of luminous particles. Jun Qingshan stared in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, all who witnessed this scene fell silent. For the first time, they felt that even the King-class mechs were not so formidable, easily vanquished. Meanwhile, the assault of the battleship's cannons arrived before them. Yet, the black mech merely waved its blade casually, and those missiles were cleaved mid-air, exploding into a tumultuous wave of flames that inflicted no harm upon the mech. Lu Yun's crimson eyes fixated fiercely upon the divine archer in the sky. He would spare none who dared to strike against him. Boundless murderous intent enveloped Lu Yun as he instinctively bent his knees. The mysterious mech seemed to comprehend Lu Yun's intent point, for explosive tail flames erupted from its back. Blossoming with splendid radiance at this altitude of 1,000 meters, the surging airwaves cleared the space around it. The mech shot forth with an astonishing, terrifying speed. The velocity surpassed everyone's imagination. This spectacle caused the pilot of the divine archer to change countenance dramatically, as he exclaimed, "Immediately launch gravitational weapons to restrict the target's speed." However, the soldiers within the battleship wore bitter expressions. At this moment, they simply could not lock onto the mysterious mech. They could only fire missiles for aerial explosions, creating disturbances to slightly interfere with the target's movements. Yet, previous attempts had proven this tactic ineffective. They could only watch helplessly as the mysterious mech swiftly approached the Divine Archer. The Divine Archer was a king-class mech. Even if it was weaker, it would not be significantly inferior to the mysterious mech. Many harbored such thoughts, casting trusting glances, but soon, they realized they were mistaken. Before the mysterious mech, the Divine Archer's defenses seemed as fragile as paper. Bang! A massive electric spark, intertwined with countless fragments, erupted from the chest of the Divine Archer, and the mysterious mech appeared behind it. The Divine Archer had been pierced through. Alberto felt a chill sweep over him, his body covered in goosebumps. How could this be? That was one of the 12-star palaces of the Federation. The strongest king-class mech. How could it be so fragile? The eyes of the mysterious mech glowed with a blood-red shimmer. Resembling two flames, it stood high in the sky, gazing at the colossal entity that dwarfed it tenfold. No one dared to underestimate it due to the immense size disparity. "Who are you?" the Divine Archer asked solemnly. There were no records of this mech throughout the entire Federation, yet it had appeared on such a remote, backward planet. Was it truly here solely for that native? The pilot of the Divine Archer did not believe it. Hearing this question, Lu Yun momentarily lost his focus. A name hidden deep within his memories surged forth. My name. Hao Yin. My name, Hao Yin. I awaken from the river of time. I carry the only glory of this vast starry sea. Fragmented echoes reverberated in Lu Yun's mind, reminiscent of ancient chimes from eons past. An indescribable majesty filled Lu Yun's brain. Anyone daring to challenge this majesty faced certain death. Hao Yin swung his right arm, the blood-soaked hilt of the blade instantly splitting, enveloping his right hand in layers and connecting with the armor of his arm. Subsequently, a blood-red light blade extended from the hilt's rear. He cast a cold glance at the poised Divine Archer, then shifted his gaze to the starry sky. Boom. The shockwave exploded. Hao Yin surged upward. Report, the target is approaching us. A terrified voice echoed in the command room. At that moment, everyone wore expressions of horror. They had witnessed the scene where the mysterious mech pierced through the Divine Archer in vivid detail. Though the Divine Archer had failed to defend in time, it sufficiently showcased the terrifying capabilities of the mysterious mech. Coupled with its extremely horrifying speed, their battleship cannons posed no threat to it. As they panicked, Hao Yin had already arrived beside an assault ship. With a swing of his double-headed curved blade, he sliced through the outer armor of the assault ship. The not-so-large body directly penetrated into the vessel. Rampaging within this moment, Lu Yun acted purely on instinct, merging with Hao Yin. The sensation coursing through his nerves and muscles allowed him to easily identify the weaknesses of the warship, breaking its defenses, and infiltrating. The entire assault ship before him felt as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. 3 seconds later, Hao Yin, enveloped in a red glow, burst forth from the rear of the warship, leaving behind the exploding assault vessel. Then came the second, the third. One fiery explosion after another erupted before their eyes. In just a minute, they had lost nearly 30 of their light assault ships to this mysterious mech. Witnessing the scene, which resembled the harvesting of wheat, the command room of the main ship fell silent. All the soldiers gasped in shock. They had never encountered such a terrifying entity. At that moment, one thought consumed their minds: flee. Such a monster was beyond their capacity to confront. Alberto gritted his teeth. Having fought to this point, the forces he had brought had already been significantly depleted. Even if he managed to capture Jun Qingshan, it would be difficult to rectify the mistakes he had made. It would be better to make a final gamble. If he could successfully control this mysterious mech, perhaps he could make amends. A frenzied glint sparkled in Alberto's eyes. All assault ships repositioned, launching magnetic storm missiles, while 3 exploration-class destroyers initiated a saturation attack. Since they could not lock on, he would turn the entire starfield into a sea of flames. Prepare the floating light-gathering cannon at full power. The lieutenant was taken aback, gazing at Alberto in horror. Young master, if we do this, our own forces will be caught in the crossfire. Alberto shot a cold glare at the lieutenant. For the sake of great victory, some sacrifices are worthwhile. The Alberto family will remember their contributions. Fire, boom, boom, boom. Boundless artillery filled the starfield extending 30,000 miles from the main ship. The intensity of the bombardment was such that even from the surface of Kalen's star, one could clearly see the vast expanse of crimson light. After a full 10 rounds of bombardment, Alberto finally ordered a halt, his gaze fixed intently on the target area, searching for the location of the mysterious mech. But at that moment, a shadow abruptly appeared at the tail of the main ship. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That shadow was unmistakably the mysterious mech. However, what filled them with despair was that this mech, bombarded by a deluge of artillery, remained utterly unscathed. One must know that such an attack would compel even the thunder god to retreat. Floating light gathering cannon, fire! Alberto roared. Above the starry sea, Lu Yun slowly raised his left hand to grasp the hilt of the blade. Lowering his stance, the mech's energy surged, roiling. Lu Yun could feel that the energy, as vigorous as a blazing sun, surged down his arm toward the blade. But it wasn't enough. The energy continued to accumulate and compress. Energy remaining at 10, capable of sustaining high intensity for 20 hours. The plan is viable. A cold, murderous mechanical voice resonated in his ears, accompanied by the obscure techniques buried deep within his memories. A crimson storm suddenly expanded 1,000 meters beneath his feet. Although it was a silent environment of space, all who focused on the actions of this mech felt as if they heard the crisp sound of a blade being drawn. The long-accumulated floating light-gathering cannon erupted in a roar. Simultaneously, Haoyan swung the blade in his hand. The scarlet light burst forth in an instant, illuminating half the starry river. Boundless, stunning radiance blade. The starry sea seemed to freeze at that moment. As if a movie had been paused, countless soldiers stared wide-eyed, fixated on the devastating power of the floating light-gathering cannon colliding with the blade light that seemed intent on severing the starry river. Buzz! The piercing sound instantly shattered eardrums. Many exhibited expressions of agony. Yet in the next second, their pain vanished entirely. The crimson blade of light surged upward, cleaving the shattered starlight in twain, slicing through the entire flagship of the main battle fleet within the span of a mere 1/1,000,000th of a second. It then surged forth, annihilating countless meteors before finally coming to a halt. Energy reserves stood at a mere 5, capable of sustaining high-intensity combat for 10 hours. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the air. Haoyan flicked his right hand, retracting the red blade. As the machine's body plummeted like a free-falling object. 3 seconds later, from the waistline of that once mighty flagship, an intricate line of fire suddenly erupted. It then split apart, as if a colossal maw had opened wide. Truly, a monster. In that moment, all who witnessed the scene unfold in the galaxy were struck dumb with astonishment. Qin gazed at the thunder god, who stood beside her with his head held high in bewilderment, and finally could not refrain from giving him a kick. Old June, what on earth has happened? How is Lu Yun? The thunder god bowed his head. For reasons unknown, Qin could discern a hint of sorrow etched upon that mechanical visage. Lu Yun, what could possibly be wrong with him? He is just fine, Jun Qingshan replied with a melancholic tone. Qin raised her brows, revealing a hint of mischief. Such an air of jealousy. Whose vinegar jar has been overturned? Go on, go on. I was once a part of the Federation. Cough, 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 cough. Qin's expression changed. You need to get away from the thunder god quickly. Your body cannot withstand this any longer. Cough, cough. It's fine. Cough, cough. It's already operating at the bare minimum. Let me watch a little longer. Perhaps there won't be another chance. You stubborn old man. If you keep ignoring my advice, I won't care for you any longer. Jun Qingshan tapped his ear. All right, I understand. Let me quietly appreciate this for a moment. He, however, forgot that the thunder god was still resonating with him and mimicked the action of tapping his ear. Upon witnessing his nonchalance, Qin was immediately filled with indignation and kicked the thunder god again. Just wait for your demise. Chapter 102. Redemption through death. How could this be? The pilot of the sacred marksman stared in shock at the screen before him. The explosion of the starship was simply too horrifying to behold, leaving him in disbelief that such a scene could occur right before his eyes. That was the flagship of the Federation. How could it be? So easily. Just then, the pilot of the sacred marksman felt a throbbing in his forehead as an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped him. He abruptly turned to behold the figure descending from the heavens, and to his astonishment, it was rushing straight toward him. At that moment, The Haotian mech suddenly vanished from the monitors. The pilot's heart raced, and he immediately relied on his naked eyes to locate the target. Yet, there was nothing, still nothing, no fluctuations from any direction. The surveillance system had also failed to capture any threats. Peculiar and eerie, the Haotian mech appeared to have simply disappeared. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, the pilot chose to trust his instincts. Bringing his arms together before him, a myriad of radiant lights dispersed, as if heaven had descended, pure and resplendent. The massive wings of the sacred marksman emitted a crisp metallic clang as they swiftly enveloped the mech. The shimmering feathers connected, forming a seamless whole. In this state, the sacred marksman possessed what could only be described as the Federation's most formidable absolute defense. This was the final defense of the sacred marksman. The radiant wing of dawn, Jun Qingshan murmured softly. As a former elder of the Federation, he was well acquainted with its advanced powers, knowing quite a bit about them. Each mech of the Federation's 12 stellar palaces possessed its unique strengths. The sacred marksman was renowned for its exceptional long-range attack capabilities, and beyond that, its strongest defensive technique, the radiant wing of dawn. When activated, the sacred marksman could withstand half an hour of concentrated assault from mechs of equal class. Jun Qingshan hadn't expected the pilot to be so cautious, directly activating the strongest defense. Was he attempting to buy time? Lu Yun's mysterious mech was evidently in poor condition, having just unleashed such a terrifying strike. If the sacred marksman managed to delay for too long, unforeseen consequences could arise. He immediately considered piloting the Thunder God to assist. However, just as he was about to move, he felt a jolt of pain surge through his nerves, forcing him to halt. At that moment, above the sacred marksman, a whirlpool of fiery clouds appeared. The fiery clouds rapidly expanded, painting the sky above a vivid crimson. Jun Qingshan quickly directed the surveillance view upward to capture the scene. Under magnification hundreds of times, he finally discerned Lu Yun's mech amidst the fiery clouds. Could it be that this young man intended to clash head-on? That would be, before he could finish his thought. The two mechs collided fiercely before the gazes of countless onlookers. Boom. A sound like a mighty bell echoed in the air. The flaming shockwave, intertwined with golden brilliance, surged thousands of meters outward. Nearby cities could clearly witness this magnificent spectacle as it unfolded. The fierce sounds of friction erupted from the point of collision between the two mechs. Time passed, and suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared at the top of the egg-shaped structure. The crack rapidly expanded, soon covering the entire giant egg. With a shattering noise, it was as if countless shards of glass had broken. The metallic defense formed by wings shattered, exposing the body of the sacred marksman beneath. The Haotian mech faced no obstacles before it. The mech surged forward like a chisel, cleaving off half of the sacred marksman's arm. The pilot of the sacred marksman let out a pained roar as 3 claw blades shot from his left arm. The claws clashed against the dual-headed blade, yet the weight of the Haotian proved too light, sending it hurtling 1,000 meters away with a single blow. But it quickly charged back. Madman. The pilot of the sacred marksman cursed angrily, turning to retreat. 4 light spears erupted from his back, suspended in mid-air, opening a 100-meter-wide portal behind him. Spatial transition? Fleeing? Haotian's eyes glowed deep as blood, staring intently at the retreating mech. Insectal beings, daring to harm my lord, noble form. Then, let death atone for your sins. A hoarse voice brimmed with fierce killing intent. The final remnants of power within the mech were instantly drawn forth, converging in his hands. Boom. He rocketed forward at supersonic speed. Layers of sonic booms cascaded in waves, in the blink of an eye. The Haotian mech accelerated to Mach 50. The terrifying speed stirred a violent tempest, the sound of wind tearing through the air deafening. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Get out of my way. The pilot of the sacred marksman, face twisted in fury, crossed his arms defensively. Countless light spears materialized before him, the roar of engines vibrating through every piece of armor. At that moment, he had already entered the portal halfway. Just one more second, and he would fully transition through the portal. Yet, that second stretched into eternity. Crack! The spatial shuttle creating the portal was directly crushed by the oncoming tempest. The deep portal trembled, then gradually faded away. The pilot of the sacred marksman spat a mouthful of blood, retreat cut off, driving him nearly to madness. I want all those around you to pay with their lives." His gaze abruptly shifted downward, but as soon as he moved, he felt a wave of weakness surging from deep within his body. The once mighty sacred marksman now resembled a decaying elder. The sound of grinding gears echoed in his ears. The screens flickered out one by one. How is this possible? The pilot's face was a mixture of horror and confusion. This phenomenon was due to the mech's lack of energy. However, are you looking for this? Lu Yun had already regained consciousness, calmly observing the far-off mech, renowned throughout the Federation, the sacred marksman. Hao Yin raised his right hand, and in that palm, mostly shattered, was a pulsating core, radiating immense energy. It was none other than the core power engine of the sacred marksman. The pilot of the sacred marksman slowly lowered his head, only to notice that a massive hole had mysteriously appeared in the chest of the sacred marksman. The mech's energy had been entirely severed. This once mighty mech began to plummet. Truly, an extraordinary young man. Cough cough, Li Zheng emerged from the ruins, controlling the silvery flash, using his spear as a cane, and slowly approached the thunder geode. Li Zheng released his grip, gently placing the unconscious Lu Onbong down, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. The young ones are so capable. I can't remain idle. Li Zheng chuckled softly, fingers deftly manipulating the control panel. The antennae behind the silvery flash extended, and the entire mech's back opened up, numerous components disassembling and reassembling automatically. A few minutes later, it had transformed into a massive wave transmitter. An ultra-light speed communicator? Jun Qingshan's eyes flickered with surprise. The Tianque Mountain Observatory was merely a facade. The true ultralight speed communicator was hidden within a dominance-class mech. Haha, indeed. Thankfully, I was cautious back then. I never expected it would come in handy today. Otherwise, this device would have already been destroyed by those brainless soldiers, Li Zheng boasted, his hands never slowing down. He activated the ultralight speed communicator, connecting it to the wide-area radio signal, then proceeded to send out all the prepared data. Jun Qingshan gazed for a long while before softly stating, "Thank you for your hard work." Li Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's all for Colin Starr." Chapter 103. Surrender, Captain. What should we do now? The remaining exploration-class destroyer beheld the flagship, severed in two by a single strike, the brilliance that had just erupted still vivid in their minds, refusing to fade. The face of the destroyer's captain darkened, his eyes reflecting a deadened hue. Such a devastating defeat meant that even if they successfully returned to the Alberto family, they would have no chance of survival. Such a colossal failure must undoubtedly bear the weight of accountability upon someone. "We surrender." The captain removed his hat and, with a feeble gesture, commanded, "Shut down all fire control systems and transmit surrender messages across all channels." Star Ring Academy. I wonder how things are faring on Old Li's side. Luo Xingwen gazed anxiously at the distant sky. Rest assured, Dean, the previous commotion was likely orchestrated by Old June. With Old June here, there should be no cause for alarm, Cheng Zhan reassured with a smile. To him, Old June was akin to a stabilizing force. His mere presence inspired confidence. "Let us hope so." Luo Xingwen nodded slightly. "Look, there's movement in the sky." Suddenly, a teacher pointed at two warships soaring above. The Doomsday Angel from the Federal Legion was now descending slowly. "Are they preparing to take action against us? All firepower, aim at the target. We must not allow it to land." Amidst the anxious atmosphere, Cheng Zhan felt something was amiss. "It seems off. Look at that warship. It appears to be retracting its weapons. It does seem that way. Could it be that they are initiating peace talks? It seems they are indeed negotiating, though one wonders what price the Star Master has to pay." The group murmured among themselves, convinced that Star Master Li Zheng was engaging in discussions with the opposing high command. Despite Kalen Star being a remote planet, it still held certain administrative stature. The Star Master deserved some respect. Among those present, only Cheng Zhan sensed something was amiss. He felt that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Old June was not someone who would engage in negotiations with the federal nobility. However, it was not entirely impossible. Old June now had a vulnerability. Lu Yun was in play. If the enemy captured Lu Yun to threaten Old June, Cheng Zhan clenched his fists, worry etched on his face. That moment, the Doomsday Angel hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters, then halted. Shortly after, numerous small landing craft launched from the warship, landing between Silver Star Academy and the Legion. Ferry immediately led his men forward to greet them. "Why, Lord? Why have you descended?" Ferry asked obsequiously. If it is a matter of negotiation, it can be handled by my subordinates. There is no need for you to come down personally. Fairy also presumed that Li Zheng was negotiating with his superior. The captain of the Doomsday Angel wore a grim expression. Negotiation? You impudent scoundrel. With a resounding slap, the captain struck Fairy across the face, leaving him stunned and frozen in place. Following this, a throng of mechanical guards emerged from the spacecraft, apprehending the high-ranking officers of the Legion. Led by Fairy. Commander, what does this mean? Commander, I serve you faithfully. Though I hail from Kalen Star, my heart is devoted to you, my lord. A chorus of terrified voices echoed from behind, causing Fairy's complexion to pale. However, the captain paid no heed to them. Removing his hat and cradling it in his hands, he strode purposefully towards Silver Star Academy. The swarm mech positioned itself in his path. Yet, at that moment, Luo Xingwen stepped forward, signaling for the swarm to stand down. He had already concluded that it must indeed be negotiations. Otherwise, the opposing side would not approach so brazenly. Luo Xingwen sighed softly, his expression somber. After enduring a bitter struggle, they had ultimately arrived at such a conclusion. Are you Dean Luo Xingwen? The captain of the Doomsday Angel was a man of similar age to Luo Xingwen, though he appeared far more vigorous, exuding an air of authority as he walked. It is I, Luo Xingwen replied gravely. To him, this negotiation felt no different from surrender, a deeply frustrating realization. Yet, in the next moment, the imposing captain suddenly knelt on one knee, pounding his chest and bowing his head. He surrendered his weapon towards Silver Star Academy. Simultaneously, a large contingent of mechanical guards knelt down, disarming themselves in an instant. All the faculty at Silver Star Academy stood in stunned silence. The holy archer mech had not completely fallen. Just before it touched the ground, Lu Yun caught hold of it. Of course, it wasn't about sparing the opponent. This was a king-level mech, worth its weight in gold. The energy core was in his possession, and the only parts damaged were inconsequential structural elements. Once repaired, it could be used again. Unfortunately, this energy core could not be utilized for Hao Yin. Concerning Hao Yin, he was filled with questions. Where did it come from? Why does it possess such terrifying power? And why is it my mech? Lu Yun felt enveloped by an immense enigma. The preliminary combat mission had been accomplished. The enemy had been eradicated. Should he enter standby mode? A mechanical voice resonated within the uniquely crystalline cockpit. Lu Yun instinctively nodded. Enter standby mode. Buzz, the front crystal suddenly dissolved, revealing a portal through which sunlight streamed in. Hao Yin raised his hand to his chest. Lu Yun stepped out, standing upon Hao Yin's palm, which lowered him gently to the ground. Hao Yin sheathed his blade and stood with his head bowed. Lu Yun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of the mountains, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, and for a moment, he felt as though he were still dreaming. The colossal body of the holy archer lay quietly in the valley, its alternating white and gold exterior gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. Yet just moments ago, it had been defeated by his own hands. Lu Yun turned to gaze at the towering Hao Yin, still unable to fathom how such a seemingly damaged mech could wield such devastating power, delivering catastrophic blows to the federal fleet. What exactly are you? Lu Yun murmured, caressing the mech's surface. Connection to life's signal successful. Should Hao Yin be activated? The mechanical voice crisply emanated from within Hao Yin. Observing Hao Yin raise its head, Lu Yun withdrew his hand. No need to activate. Hao Yin's eyes, which had just flickered to life, dimmed once more. After a brief pause, a silver figure approached with heavy steps, cradling a lute in his left hand and holding the unconscious Lu Anbong in his right. Li Zheng could not help but glance at Hao Yin, then focused his gaze on Lu Yun, speaking earnestly. You've worked hard, Lu Yu, and in the coming days, you should take ample rest. Lu Yun agreed wholeheartedly. This battle felt akin to a rebirth for him. His heart had shattered and reformed, the mysterious symbols imprinted upon his body, the formidable Hao Yin mech. He was in dire need of rest. Chapter 104. Orders from the tribunal. The enemy has surrendered. This news swept through Star Ring City like a tempest, instantly igniting excitement among the students of Silver Star Academy, who poured out from the air defense projects to celebrate their victory. Following a brief celebration, the multitude of mechanical soldiers disembarking from the Doomsday Angel remained behind to assist in post-war reconstruction. The initial cannon fire had left a colossal crater in front of Silver Star Academy, devastating the entire district. The subsequent exchanges between the two warships had also inflicted considerable damage upon Star Ring City. The iconic spire of Kalen Star had been sheared off, demolishing countless buildings. The entire Star Ring City was laden with extensive reconstruction tasks. However, following this battle, Kalen Star's reputation spread throughout the Galen Star region. The war network buzzed with countless rumors, such as reports of a king-level mech appearing on Kalen Star, shattering the fleet with a single blow. Others claimed Kalen Star harbored mysterious weapons that could down warships with a single shot. Even more fantastical tales suggested that the illegitimate son of the federal speaker was vacationing on Kalen Star and, upon learning of this incident, was so enraged that he ordered the warships to self-destruct. The myriad of imaginative narratives cast an air of mystery over Kalen Star, resulting in an unexpected increase in tourism. This was something Li Zhang had never anticipated. While discussions about this event were rampant, a quadcopter fighter descended slowly in a suburban villa. 3 individuals have arrived. The pilot, filled with reverence, gazed at the 3 figures in the back seat before personally opening the cabin door. It was said that the success of Kalen Star was largely attributed to the individuals before him. Qin was the first to leap down, followed by Jun Qingshan and Lu Yun. They had only departed briefly before returning. Jun Qingshan chuckled, leaning on a bamboo staff as he made his way toward the ruins. The ground was riddled with cracks, and remnants of walls lay scattered about, bearing witness to the fierce battle that once transpired here. The 3 mechs from Galen Star had vanished, reportedly retrieved by Galen Star's envoy. Leaning on his staff, Jun Qingshan slowly approached the large blue stone where Lu Yun once loved to spend time. The Alberto family had suffered the loss of a main fleet and a king-level mech in this battle, which may lead to their removal from the council, a tremendous blow to their family. However, this would only incite their frenzied pursuit. Lu Yun, you must be cautious. Lu Yun nodded. Rest assured, old man, I will be fine. Indeed. Jun Qingshan nodded, falling into silence. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the mountain breeze carried the scent of the flora, intoxicating one with the tranquility of the countryside. Yet, tranquility is always destined to be shattered. A hovering motorcycle suddenly sped toward them, executing a drift to halt before the trioed Lu Yun. There's a situation. What? You say the people from the federal capital Star demand Lu Yun to proceed to the tribunal immediately? In the conference room, Jun Qingshan stared wide-eyed, fixated on Li Zhang. Li Zhang nodded slightly. This is the order I received. Lord Li, did you not report everything that transpired here? Why then do they seek trouble with Lu Yun? Qin could not help but inquired at that moment. Only 5 people occupied the conference room. Li Zhang, the now conscious Lu Anbong, Jun Qingshan, Qin, and Lu Yun. In response to Qin's inquiry, Zhang shook his head regretfully and said, I am truly sorry. I, too, am at a loss as to why, esteemed seniors. Could it be that someone from the capital, Xing, has learned of the mysterious mech piloted by Lyn? Lnb adjusted his glasses, pondering aloud. JNQNGSHN and QN immediately turned their gaze toward Lzhing, the one responsible for disseminating information. If there were a leak, Lzhing would be the most likely culprit. Upon meeting their scrutiny, Lzhing quickly shook his head, asserting, You both are aware of my unwavering commitment to safeguarding KLN Star. Having chosen to invest in Lyn, I would never act against my own interests in such a manner. Could it be that those in the Federation have developed ears that hear all? JNQNGSHN could not help but interject at that moment. Lyn shook his head, stating, I trust that Elder L is not that kind of person. Moreover, aside from Elder L, there is another individual capable of contacting the capital of the Federation. These words left JNQNGSHN and the others momentarily stunned. LNB's expression shifted. It referred to the missing heir of the Alberto family. Indeed, if he has miraculously survived, he would possess such capabilities, Lyn affirmed. He then continued, regardless, what we should contemplate now is whether we ought to comply with their order. Lyn is correct. QN remarked, turning to JNQNGSHN. You are the only one here familiar with the capital of the Federation. What are your thoughts? JNQNGSHN sighed with a bitter smile. This is an edict from the tribunal. Unless one wishes to live a life perpetually hunted like I do, we have no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a heavy silence. After a prolonged pause, Lyn lightly tapped the table and said earnestly, "I will go." Days later, upon re-entering Ynxing Academy, Lyn was suddenly struck by a sense of nostalgia. Though merely 2 or 3 days had passed, he felt as though eons had elapsed. The gates were bustling with people and vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Were it not for the ongoing reconstruction of the streets, one would hardly discern that this vibrant city had recently emerged from the brink of annihilation. Lyn made his way to the logistics department to purchase a new AI brain. As his previous device had been irreparably damaged in the recent skirmish, remarkably, it had functioned well until he exited the HODN mech, after which it inexplicably ceased to operate. Thus, he found himself in the position to acquire a new one now. Watching his credits dwindle by several hundred, Lyn felt a twinge of unease. Why did it seem like he was spending more credits on the AI brain than on cultivation supplies? As he activated the device, the screen lit up. "You have finally returned. I feared I would never see you again." A large, tearful emoji appeared on the screen, evoking sympathy. "Are you all right? I was so worried about you." "Rest assured, I am fine," Lyn replied, gently tapping the AI brain to soothe its distressed virtual spirit. Subsequently, he began to peruse the messages stored within. His AI brain contained only 2 contacts, CHINGZHN and NNLU. Uncle CHING had sent him 4 messages, all inquiring about his well-being.as for NNLU. Lyn gazed at the alarming red notification showing 99, feeling a headache coming on. "Perhaps I should not have given this fellow my contact information. If you do not wish to read them, I can quickly summarize for you." "Go ahead," Lyn acquiesced. "All right. 1 second, please." A moment later, "The summary is complete." NNLU sent a total of 137 messages, the most frequently occurring phrase being, "What the heck? Where have you been?" The second most frequent message was, "What the heck? You haven't died, have you?" The third most frequent was, "Good brother, if you truly are dead, please visit me in a dream so I can send more girls to you." The fourth most frequent, "Stop." Lyn pinched the bridge of his nose, hastily interrupting the AI. No need to continue. While he understood that NNLU would not utter any words of genuine concern, moments ago, he had indeed felt a flicker of warmth. However, that feeling had now evaporated. At that moment, NNLU, who was languidly slumped over his desk during class, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and straightened up. "What the? Why do I feel an ominous breeze? Is some ghost trying to haunt me?" Chapter 105. Discovering the Energy Source? Lyn did not linger long at the academy. After purchasing the AI brain and briefly explaining his situation to NNLU, who would otherwise pester him incessantly, he bid farewell to Uncle CHING. After sharing a meal in the cafeteria with Uncle CHING, Lyn returned to his dormitory to gather some remaining cultivation materials, intending to utilize them on his journey rather than let them go to waste. The route to the capital of the Federation was not short. Even with the use of the Stargate, it would take over a month and a half. As he packed, a small box suddenly fell to the ground. Upon opening it, he discovered a crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, exactly the bug crystal core that the headmaster of SUNW Academy had awarded him. Initially, there had been 3 items, a breathing technique, 2 fire fruit, and this bug crystal core. He had already mastered the breathing technique and shared the fire fruit with Uncle CHING, leaving only the bug crystal core unused. Reflecting on his past experiences in the bug nest, Lyn grasped the crystal core with a sense of nostalgia. That moment, he felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. He was aware that his heart had been modified by HODN. Otherwise, he would not be able to pilot it so effectively. Initially, he dismissed it as a side effect of the heart replacement. However, as he placed the bug crystal core back into its box, his heartbeat returned to a calm rhythm. Could it be? A glimmer of intrigue crossed Lyn's eyes as he grasped the bug crystal core once more. His heart raced again. Could it be that the HODN mech was capable of utilizing this form of energy? Lyn found himself speculating. After the battle, he had conducted tests and discovered that the common energy sources on KLN Star were incompatible with the HODN mech. It seemed he required a specific type of energy. However, the resonance between the bug crystal and his heart compelled him to explore this possibility further. If he could indeed use the bug crystal core to replenish the energy of HODN, that would be splendid. After all, the SUNW Academy had previously unearthed a substantial quantity of bug crystal cores. If memory served him right, there had been dozens of kilograms, though the exact amount eluded him. Now, considering his good rapport with Ing, if he were to express interest, the elder would undoubtedly provide him with what he needed without hesitation. Lyn felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. Little did he expect such a delightful surprise, however. The immediate priority was to test whether the bug crystal core could indeed serve as a viable energy source for HODN. Without delay, Lyn exited the academy, hailed a vehicle, and headed to the military maintenance department. The HODN mech had sustained considerable damage. He had entrusted Ing with its retrieval for repairs. He wondered what condition it was in now. Upon arriving at the maintenance department, 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance snapped to attention. "Greetings, Commander." Lyn hesitated momentarily, retracting one foot as he looked at the soldier on his left. "What did you just call me, sir? I just referred to you as Commander." "Welcome, Commander, to the Central Maintenance Technical Department of KLN Star." The soldiers shouted in unison, their expressions grave and devoid of jest. Lyn was taken aback. How had he become the commander of KLN Star? Rubbing his temples, he found himself experiencing a headache for the second time that day. The first instance had been when he saw the 99 notifications from NNLU. "Do you need me to investigate what has transpired?" "Hurry up," Lyn urged, pacing at the entrance. He dared not step into the military department until he had clarity. He did not want to find himself unwittingly entangled in some nefarious scheme. In novels, protagonists often found themselves inexplicably elevated to high ranks, only to discover that they were tasked with perilous missions, navigating through trials and tribulations before ultimately succeeding and returning triumphantly. Lyn had no desire to follow such a path. Sensing the presence of HODN within his mind, he received a reassuring response, confirming he could initiate it remotely at any moment. Only then did he feel a modicum of relief. If worst came to worst, he could summon HODN for assistance. "I have ascertained the situation. The notification was issued to all departments an hour ago. Due to your exemplary performance in this recent battle, Elder L has exceptionally promoted you to the rank of Colonel, granting you special allowances from the KLN Star military. Hence their reference to you as Commander is entirely appropriate. Are there any additional conditions attached?" "None, only commendation." "Well, that's acceptable." Lyn exhaled deeply and entered the maintenance department. Inside the expansive workshop, the equipment was highly automated. In numerous small compartments, robots busied themselves around various mechs engaged in maintenance, modifications, or disassembly. Even the Sacred Archer and Thunder God were present. After traversing the space for a while, Lyn arrived at a secluded workshop in the deepest part. Contrary to the anticipated environment of clanging metal and swirling heat, the workshop was impeccably clean and orderly. His HODN mech stood at the center, surrounded by 3 or 5 technicians clad in protective gear. The technicians appeared idle, merely standing there, seemingly sighing in exasperation. Upon noticing Lyn, the technical lead approached him promptly. "Colonel L, you have finally arrived." The chief engineer could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Colonel Liu, what exactly is the origin of your mech? What has transpired?" Liu Yun, intrigued, responded, "We have utilized all our instruments, yet we are unable to ascertain the materials from which your mech is constructed. Our preliminary conjecture suggests it may belong to an exceedingly rare extraterrestrial metal. We are utterly incapable of repairs." A subtle awkwardness arose within Liu Yun. He had overlooked the technological level of Karen Star. The Haotian mech was evidently an extraordinarily powerful machine, potentially a legendary imperial-grade mech. It was entirely reasonable that it could not be repaired on Karen Star. He nodded and stated, "I understand. There is no need for repairs. I will find a way." The technician sighed, "I sincerely apologize. Perhaps if we had access to technology from the capital star, we could attempt something." Liu Yun nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. He approached the Haotian mech, gazing up at the miraculous machine. His palm brushed against its frigid exterior. "Life signal connection successful. Shall we activate the Haotian?" This time, Liu Yun gently nodded. "Activate." Suddenly, the Haotian lifted its head, its eyes igniting with a deep crimson glow. Its left hand naturally rose to rest upon the long sword at its waist. Crouching slightly, while its right hand opened, extending before Liu Yun. Those blood-like, profound eyes scrutinized Liu Yun from above, reminiscent of a knight dutifully awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. Liu Yun stepped onto the palm, and the Haotian promptly rose, cradling him to its chest. The front armor opened, revealing a docking chamber. Simultaneously, the Haotian's unique, raspy voice resonated. "Welcome, my lord, to your presence." Chapter 106. Clue. It is truly astonishing. I constantly feel as though this mech possesses its own life. Perhaps it is equipped with a highly intelligent framework, granting it independent thought. Are not the individuals from the federal capital currently advancing in this direction, claiming to seek to replicate the glories of the ancient era? Bestowing sentience upon mechs, is that not still in the theoretical stage? Who knows, perhaps that group of pioneers unearthed something remarkable from some ancient relic. At this moment, Lu Yun had already entered the unique cockpit. He retrieved the worm crystal core. Instantly, the surrounding red crystals emitted a series of faint pulses of light. Usable energy source detected. Purity at 76, energy index 1320 GR. A mechanical voice sounded, and then a metal hose emerged from an unknown source, coiling around the worm crystal core. Meanwhile, a floating display screen appeared before Lu Yun. The originally remaining 2 energy gently jumped to 2.05. Lu Yun had anticipated a surprise from the worm crystal, but upon witnessing the increase, he was left dumbfounded. This worm crystal core weighed 500 G. It was a precious energy source in high demand on the black market, yet it only managed to elevate the Haotian's energy by a mere 0.05. Furthermore, the purity was merely 76 in the eyes of the Haotian. It barely reached 80. Lu Yun felt somewhat dazed, having underestimated the Haotian's voracious appetite. Exiting the Haotian mech, Lu Yun proceeded to the office of Li Zheng. Even if it could only provide a meager amount of energy, a mosquito's leg is still meat. Any little bit helps. Who knows when he might find usable energy again? Arriving at the administrative department where Li Zheng was located, Lu Yun found him quite busy with the reconstruction of Star Ring City and the trials of the recently surrendered individuals. Lu Yun initially expected to wait, but to his surprise, as soon as he sat down, Lu Anbong came in and invited him over. Old Masterly, Lu Yun greeted him warmly. Li Zheng set down the documents in his hand, scrutinizing Lu Yun with a smile. "Speak. What do you need my assistance with?" "You see right through me," Lu Yun chuckled. "I require a batch of worm crystal cores. I wonder if you have any in stock?" "Worm crystal cores? We do have some. How many do you need?" "The more, the better." Li Zheng revealed a hint of surprise. "After Fairy took over the military, some were used up, and now we only have 11 kilograms left. If you want them, they are all yours." Lu Yun instructed Xiao AI to calculate. He soon received the answer. 11 kilograms of worm crystal cores could enhance the Haotian's energy by 1.1. It could be said to be a drop in the bucket. However, there was no other choice, given the conditions on Karen Star. "Thank you." Old Master Lu Yun graciously accepted the batch of worm crystal cores. Without delay, he hurried to the maintenance department to feed the worm crystal cores to the Haotian. The Haotian's remaining energy surged to 3.15. Time passed slowly. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Yun arrived beneath the Karen Star ring, taking the space elevator to the Karen Star spaceport. In recent days, Karen Star had gained unprecedented notoriety throughout the Jialan Star region, attracting a multitude of tourists and media personnel. Even visitors from other star regions and near the capital star had arrived. A stream of interstellar passenger ships traversed the area, causing the workload of the port control staff to multiply exponentially, leaving them overwhelmed. Glancing at his ticket, Lu Yun followed the AR guidance to Dock 6. A luxurious interstellar passenger ship was docked at the port. "Welcome, sir, aboard the Everywhere Pass Interstellar Passenger Group's AE-86 luxurious interstellar liner." A sweet-faced young woman in a black and white OL outfit greeted him with a smile at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yun, she took his ticket, glanced at it, and her face immediately displayed a look of surprise. "Mr. Lu, this is our Black Diamond ship card. Your cabin is on the 1st floor. Please follow me." Lu Yun followed the young woman, his thoughts consumed by the mention of the Black Diamond ship card. The ticket had been purchased for him by Old Man June. Could it be that Old Man June was a major client of this group? Perhaps he had bought too many tickets during his previous escapades? Lu Yun felt this was quite likely. Shortly, they arrived at the upper 3rd tier of the passenger ship. This level contained only 10 rooms, each lavishly decorated and exceedingly spacious. The wall facing outward featured a massive transparent window, allowing for a breathtaking view of the starry sea during the journey. "Is this glass sturdy? Can it withstand cannon fire?" Lu Yun could not help but ask. The young woman laughed at his question. "Mr. Lu, you truly have a sense of humor. While there are many space pirates in the starry sea, very few dare to provoke our Everywhere Pass group. Is that so? Well, there will always be one or two reckless individuals. The young woman awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and quickly added, however, rest assured, our passenger ship is specially constructed to resist bombardments from battleships below the exploration level. You need not worry about its safety. Lu Yun nodded and bid her farewell. Xiao AI, has the package been loaded onto the ship? Lu Yun inquired, standing by the window and gazing at the bustling spaceport outside. Successfully on board 3 minutes ago, Xiao AI reliably responded. The package referred to the Haotian. Given the dangers of this journey to the capital star, he naturally needed the Haotian by his side. With the news that the Haotian had boarded, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his coat, preparing to explore the ship. He had never seen what an interstellar passenger ship looked like in his life, not to mention interstellar liners. Even ocean liners, he had only glimpsed in films during his previous life. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly wanted to experience it. Lu Yun made his way directly to the leisure area on the third tier. As a luxury passenger ship, this vessel focused on enhancing the tourist experience, providing a plethora of entertainment, dining, and recreational options. They even established a fully transparent room outside the entertainment area, allowing passengers to immerse themselves in the sensation of being surrounded by endless stars. Lu Yun had little interest in that. He entered the dining area, where a considerable number of passengers had already boarded, including locals from Karen Star and returning foreign visitors. The entire dining hall was abuzz with excitement. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly halted, glancing towards a corner. There, a group of 10 or so young people sat together, engaged in lively discussion, their laughter ringing out from time to time. What caught Lu Yun's attention was the name they had just mentioned in passing, Alberto Ochoa, the long-missing eldest son of the Alberto family, the highest commander who fled during the final moments of the fleet's escape. Chapter 107. Waiting for opportunity. As Lu Yun took note of those individuals, the ship slowly began to move. A female voice echoed overhead, reminding passengers to pay attention to safety and informing them of some scenic spots they would soon pass. Lu Yun grabbed a snack and casually sat down in a seat behind the group of young people, calmly savoring the delicacies. Individuals like him were numerous aboard the ship, so his actions did not attract any attention. If there were any, it would only be due to his slightly outstanding appearance, which caught the interest of several passing young women who paused momentarily to glance his way. A few young men cast a casual glance at Lu Yun, but soon dismissed him. It's truly surprising. The young master of a prominent federal legislator's family actually suffered defeat in such a small venue. I heard it was due to the appearance of a mysterious imperial-grade mech that he fell short. Do you genuinely believe such nonsense? I think that young master simply underestimated his opponent and mismanaged his command. All right, let us not dwell on it too much. It seems that individual is also aboard. We wouldn't want him to overhear us, or else we'll all be in trouble. Suddenly, one of the young men sitting at the innermost part of the group advised in a hushed tone. What are you afraid of? After such a significant failure, he won't have the time to pay us any mind. Another young man scoffed disdainfully, completely dismissing Alberto. Lu Yun gently set down his empty plate and rose to leave. Xiao AI, initiate a full ship search for the target. Leave it to Xiao AI. Lu Yun made his way to the immersive observation room, marveling at the profound and mysterious cosmic scenery while awaiting Xiao AI's response. Although he had no idea what the heir of the Alberto family looked like, he trusted in Xiao AI's capabilities. 10 minutes later, Master, Xiao AI has just located some visual information regarding Ochoa Alberto through various online videos. Subsequently, she scoured all surveillance footage aboard the ship and identified 3 suspicious targets, all of whom bore a striking resemblance to the individual in question. 3 individuals. Where are they now? One has not emerged after entering a room. Another is in the lower deck, and the last is on the deck. Lu Yun pondered momentarily before decisively stating, focus on the one in the private room. Has the master already confirmed this? If you were a war criminal, would you dare to show your face on enemy territory? Lu Yun replied casually. I see. Xiao AI responded, her tone indicating she had learned something. Master is truly remarkable. At that moment, a striking figure suddenly approached Lu Yun. Excuse me, handsome sir, might I have the honor of acquiring your contact number? A young lady with cascading purple waves stood at the doorway, her charming smile radiating eagerness as she gazed at Lu Yun. I noticed you standing there all alone for quite some time. If you're in need of a companion, why not get to know me? The girl leaned in closer, her fiery red lips brushing against his shoulder, exhaling warm breath. Xiao Ai fell silent. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow and gently withdrew her hand. I apologize, beautiful lady, but I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. Lu Yun smiled and walked away. The women of this alien world are indeed passionate and open. What a pity. Such a handsome young man is a rare sight. The girl caressed her cheek, watching Lu Yun leave with reluctance. Behind her, a slender middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit and round hat adjusted his hat and took a couple of steps forward, speaking softly. This journey will be long. There will be plenty of opportunities. Master, that woman is not simple, Xiao Ai stated with seriousness. What do you mean? When she spoke to you, a total of 10 gazes simultaneously fell upon you. Perhaps she is a young lady from a prominent family. Lu Yun casually remarked before shifting the topic. Have you found out what level of Awakener Alberto is? Only a news brief from half a year ago mentioned that he is already a level 17 Awakener. Half a year ago at level 17, with a foundational strength of 2000 kg. Given his status, he should have been practicing elite breathing techniques and combat skills. In 6 months, he might have broken through to level 18. With a foundational strength of 2400 kg, if he has utilized some secret methods or potions, he might even reach level 19, which equates to 2850 kg. Xiao Ai clicked her tongue. Master, you might be overly cautious. According to data from the Battle Network, the higher the Awakener's levels, the more difficult it becomes to advance. It's likely that he is still at level 17. Raising expectations isn't a bad thing. Lu Yun returned to his room. What he needed to do next was wait for Xiao Ai to confirm the target and for the ship to venture further away. 4 days swiftly passed. The passenger ship underwent a spatial jump and had now exited the Z-star zone. During these days, aside from meals, Lu Yun had not ventured out. If Alberto was indeed aboard, he would undoubtedly be observing the ship's every move. Lu Yun was uncertain whether the other party recognized him, but he aimed to remain incognito as much as possible. On this day, Xiao Ai suddenly announced, Master, it has been confirmed that the occupant of room 206 on the second floor is indeed Ochoa Alberto. He appeared in the dining area 3 minutes ago. He is meeting someone, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual, preliminarily identified as his fleeing aide. Lu Yun nodded, unfazed. This aide poses little threat. We can disregard him. Are they still in the dining area? Yes. Receiving confirmation, Lu Yun immediately stood up and descended the stairs to the door of room 206. The entire passenger ship employed an independent security portal system, designed to ensure that guest rooms would not open due to a collapse of the main system during an attack. As long as passengers remained inside, their safety could be maximally assured. However, such a network system was of no consequence to Lu Yun in his room. He allowed Xiao Ai to access the system and effortlessly obtained permission for room 206 through the system's backend. Now, all he needed to do was wait patiently for the prey to come. Young Master Alberto, the family head has entrusted me to deliver a message. You should enjoy some time outside and refrain from returning for the moment. I will accompany you during this period, and I hope the journey ahead brings you joy. In a corner of the dining area, Ochoa Alberto, clad in a black trench coat and clutching a pair of sunglasses, glared menacingly at the man across from him. Why won't you let me return? And you? What gives you the right to be at my side? The man opposite merely shrugged, remaining silent, but the subtle mockery etched on his face pierced deeply into Ochoa Alberto's heart. He seized the man's collar, forcing him to meet his gaze from above. I know you work for my brother, but let me make this clear. That worthless fool will never take my position as heir. You will immediately inform my father that I hold a secret capable of altering the entire family. If he dares to change the heir, I will reveal this secret to the Bello family. Ochoa Alberto threw the man back into his seat, furiously rising to leave. Before exiting, he turned back, casting a cold glance. And you? Find a rat hole to hide in. I do not wish to see a single strand of your hair on this passenger ship during this time. Otherwise, when I return to the family, I will personally end you. Trust me, your master cannot protect you. Chapter 108. Thunderous Methods. Young master, please calm down. Such vermin are not worth your anger. It's not worth it to let your temper flare. I am not angry at him, but at my foolish father. Ochoa Alberto's face was ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury. After speaking, Alberto felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the information I sent back retained the most crucial parts. They only know my failure is related to Lu Yun, but not why. Young master, Your thoughts are meticulous. You will undoubtedly lead the Alberto family to new heights, the aide flattered. Ochoa appreciated this remark, his anger dissipating significantly as he patted the aide's shoulder and headed towards his room. Standing before the door, Alberto suddenly said, "Go fetch me something to eat. That fool just upset me, and I hardly touched my meal." "Yes, I shall do so right away." The aide scurried off. Alberto, oblivious, opened the door. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, a chill enveloped him, and he instinctively crouched down. Swish! Lu Yun's fist narrowly halted before the metal door. Fortunately, the blood-burning state endowed him with exceptional reflexes and control. Otherwise, a punch landing on the metal door would surely create a thunderous sound, drawing attention. Having evaded the strike, Alberto rolled away several meters, rising with a mix of shock and anger as he stared at Lu Yun. "You are Lu Yun, damn. How did you get in my room?" Lu Yun's gaze sharpened, ignoring Alberto entirely as he closed the distance. Throwing a cross-punch, bang! Alberto retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, sending Alberto staggering back 4 to 5 steps, while Lu Yun remained unmoved. Level 17? Lu Yun sensed the force emanating from Alberto's fist. Astonished, not by his strength, but by his weakness, Ochoa's prowess was far below his expectations. This indicated that the other party had likely neglected training during the past 6 months. Otherwise, with the resources available to such a prominent family, his advancement should have skyrocketed. What he did not know was that after Alberto had just reached level 17 6 months ago, he had received news of Jun Qingshan's appearance and had hastily led his fleet towards Kalen Star. Most of his time was consumed by the journey, leaving no opportunity for training. However, this outcome was the best possible scenario for Lu Yun. Following the previous battle, he was now a level 15 awakener. With strength reaching 1350 kg, activating the blood-burning state further augmented his strength by 1000 kg, surpassing Alberto's level 17 power. He could easily crush him. Bang! Lu Yun swiftly closed the gap with Alberto, delivering a powerful palm strike that landed heavily on Alberto's raised arms. Alberto's expression shifted dramatically as he went down to one knee, his face flushing crimson. He was horrified, feeling as though he were struck not by hands, but by a mountain. "Lu Yun, do you realize the consequences of killing me?" In sheer dread, Alberto bellowed, attempting to leverage his status to threaten Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun paid him no heed, his fists crossing in a flurry, unleashing a barrage of strikes, each blow falling like rain. Crackling sounds echoed. Alberto gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he exerted every ounce of strength to block Lu Yun's assault. However, his vision struggled to keep pace with Lu Yun's movements. The speed was simply too fast. What kind of combat technique was this? Ochoa's heart was filled with horror. Even with his vast experience, he had never encountered a combat technique capable of unleashing such a tempestuous onslaught. It was called Yin. Lu Yun exhaled coldly, abruptly halting in his speed. In that instant, a sharp crack resonated, and Ochoa's eyes bulged with terror, blood vessels rampant. His left forearm had inexplicably bent inward, the bone piercing through flesh, inflicting indescribable agony. He gaped. A tortured scream stifled in his throat. Lu Yun swiftly drew back his right arm, inhaling deeply. His eyes, aglow with a crimson hue, radiated an endless chill and indifference. Sanctuary blade of judgment. With a swift thrust, his palm, as sharp as a blade, pierced Ochoa's chest and abdomen, emerging from the other side in less than a heartbeat. Ochoa's body arched like a shrimp. Desperately clutching Lu Yun's arm, his gaze a mixture of despair and dread. That moment. A knock echoed at the door. Lu Yun slowly withdrew his arm, lifting Ochoa's chin to prevent any sound from escaping in his final moments. He then stood behind the door, blood trickling from his fingertips onto the floor. The door was opened by Xiao Ai, and the officer at the threshold was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Yun. "You are..." Before he could finish, Lu Yun struck with lightning speed, seizing the officer by the throat and pulling him into the room. With a firm grip around the officer's neck, Lu Yun slowly lifted him higher. The officer had already noticed Ochoa gasping for breath nearby, his complexion turning as pale as death. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg. "I ask, you answer. Should I find your response unsatisfactory, you shall perish." Lu Yun gradually tightened his grip, his indifferent gaze imposing tremendous pressure on the officer. He fought through the pain and nodded slowly. "What do you wish to inquire?" he asked cautiously. Avoiding any foolish actions. "Who was the person you met on behalf of your group?" "It was an envoy from the Alberto family." "What was the purpose of their visit?" "To convey the family head's orders, instructing the young master that this war criminal should not return for the time being." The officer glanced at Lu Yun, seemingly recognizing him, and promptly altered his tone. "And what followed?" The officer, fearing any concealment, recounted the entire dialogue, eager to disclose every detail, as if he wished to include punctuation marks as well. "That so? It was indeed he who relayed my information to Capital Star, and he possesses even more critical intelligence." "Where is the item hidden?" Lu Yun's gaze bore into the officer. The crimson hue of his eyes left the officer no room for hesitation, and he quickly replied, I know. That item is a chip, which he swallowed whole. He did it right in front of me. I could never be mistaken." Ochoa's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the officer. This? He faltered mid-sentence, suddenly gasping for breath, his eyes forever wide open. Lu Yun tossed the officer beside Ochoa, his intentions clear. The officer complied, tilting his head, unable to meet Ochoa's unblinking gaze, and used a knife to slice open Ochoa's stomach. After a careful search, he extracted a tightly wrapped metallic capsule. "This is it." Chapter 109. "I, Lu Yun, am ever the upstanding one." The officer, trembling with fear, handed the capsule to Lu Yun. Lu Yun wiped the blood from his hands, opened the capsule, revealing a syringe-like electronic crystal. "Master, this is a crystal storage device. Alberto should possess a specialized reader." "Where is the reader?" Lu Yun looked down at the officer. The officer hurriedly removed his wristwatch and handed it to Lu Yun. The moment Lu Yun received the watch, Xiao AI successfully hacked into it, and he placed the crystal upon the watch, which began to read automatically. Soon, a video was projected. It depicted a fierce battle between Haotian and the main flagship in space. A voiceover resonated, belonging to Alberto. "This is undoubtedly unlike any known mech system. Even the Empire could not produce a machine so diminutive yet possessing such formidable power. Regu, our Alberto family is on the verge of a resurgence. As long as we acquire this mech, how could our family not thrive?" Laughter echoed through the video, unrestrained and boisterous. "What the young master says is true. Our immediate priority is to lure the mech's pilot to the capital swiftly. At that point, he will inevitably bring this mysterious mech with him. We shall then gather the entirety of our family's strength to encircle and seize control of this mech. Indeed, this matter requires thorough deliberation. We must not act rashly." Following this, a chorus of conspiratorial whispers ensued. Lu Yun patiently listened, then crushed the crystal in his hand. The plan was indeed meticulous, yet it failed to account for the unforeseen circumstance of Lu Yun being aboard the same vessel. Consequently, the entire scheme was thwarted before it could even commence. Lu Yun lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting the growing terror on the officer's face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer knelt before Lu Yun, grasping his legs in a plea for mercy. "Spare me. It was all the war criminal's idea. I had no part in it, my lord. I still have value. I know many secrets of the Alberto family. Please, keeping me alive will only serve your interests." Lu Yun paused, recalling something. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed curious about a particular matter. Pray tell, why did Jun Qingshan infiltrate the Alberto family back in the day? And why was he subsequently wanted by the Federation?" Lu Yun had once considered directly inquiring at the Gallant Star military headquarters. However, he now understood that Gallant Star was merely a pawn. The true puppeteers were the Alberto family. The individual before him was a trusted confidant of the Alberto family's young master, perhaps privy to the events of that time. The officer glanced at the lifeless Ochoa Alberto, casting aside his reservations and divulging everything. Lu Yun listened. His expression gradually morphed, a tempest of murderous intent brewing in his eyes. These scoundrels were insatiably greedy. Moreover, their cruelty was astounding. They could turn on their own kind without hesitation. Xiao Ai's furious accusations echoed in Lu Yun's mind. He remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding. His understanding of the aristocracy deepened once more. According to the officer's account, when Jun Qingshan commanded a legion, he and his fleet discovered an ancient relic. At that time, The Alberto family was secretly developing a new king-class mech to rival the 12 stellar palaces. However, they had encountered a bottleneck, unable to find a sufficiently powerful engine. The relic Jun Qingshan discovered presented them with an opportunity. Within the relic, they unearthed an ancient engine, boasting formidable power and unfathomable capabilities. Subsequently, this ancient engine was utilized in the creation of the Thunder God, granting it immense strength. Yet, to conceal the coordinates of the relic, the Alberto family ruthlessly deceived Jun Qingshan and his soldiers, luring them into the relic and slaughtering them. Jun Qingshan managed to escape, but not without sustaining grievous wounds, thanks to the desperate sacrifice of his loyal men. Afterward, Jun Qingshan infiltrated the base developing the Thunder God, seized the mech, and stormed into the Alberto family, nearly annihilating the entire younger generation before fleeing. The Alberto family deemed this incident a scandal of epic proportions, burying it in secrecy. From that moment forth, Jun Qingshan became a wanted fugitive of the Federation, perpetually on the run. Officers who had once been associated with him faced demotions or imprisonment. A legion that had rendered great service to the Federation disbanded in the wake of this calamity. No wonder Xiao Ai was so furious. Even under the influence of his rationality, bolstered by bloodlust, Lu Yun felt a seething rage boiling within. Xiao Ai? Lu Yun suddenly conceived a plan. Yes, master. What is it? Xiao Ai promptly responded. Lu Yun regarded the officer before him and said, edit what he just said into a text using his identity and post it on the war network. Let all of the Federation witness the Alberto family's despicable nature. What a brilliant idea. Master is truly clever. However, there is no need to rush. Let's wait until the ship docks to execute this plan. Understood. Observing Lu Yun's self-directed behavior, the officer's eyes widened in horror. Once Lu Yun posted this message, he would have no place left to hide in the Federation. With the power of the Alberto family, they could effortlessly track him down and eliminate him. It was over. The officer slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Gradually, he retrieved a firearm, not for the purpose of attacking Lu Yun, but aimed at himself. Bang! The officer collapsed onto his master. Lu Yun took his time to cleanse the blood from his hands in the restroom, then locked the door behind him before departing. With Xiao Ai present, no one could open the door until they reached the port. Lu Yun turned and made his way to the dining hall, relishing a freshly prepared, nutritious meal while admiring the dreamlike cosmic scenery outside. After finishing his meal, as Lu Yun prepared to return to his room, Xiao Ai suddenly alerted him. Master, someone has entered your room. It is that woman who obstructed you earlier. Lu Yun nodded subtly, maintaining a facade of calm. What is she doing in the room? She is currently lying on your bed, sniffing. Xiao Ai's tone conveyed confusion. Sniffing? Lu Yun's lips twitched slightly. This woman? A pervert. She has gotten up. She is undressing. Lu Yun's heart raced with shock. What is she doing? Master, she is opening your wardrobe. She has put on that white shirt you wore previously. Would you like Xiao Ai to project the scene? In an instant, Lu Yun's mind conjured the image of the woman's exquisite visage and her alluring figure. Come out, for I wish to see what this woman truly desires, Lu Yun declared with righteous indignation. He quickened his pace toward the room. Chapter 110. The Dangers of Infatuation. Click. The door lock emitted a faint sound. Lu Yun gently pushed the door open. Wait, this is my own room. Why am I being so cautious? Realizing his folly, he boldly swung the door shut. Unfortunately, he had already left the surveillance range of the bathroom, rendering him unable to witness the woman's reaction within. Lu Yun approached the bathroom door and pulled it open. Do I need to invite you out? He said with a cold expression, standing at the threshold. After a few moments, a graceful figure emerged from behind the door, casually tossing her hair back and leaning against the doorframe. Smiling as she inquired, How did you discover me? Lu Yun scrutinized the woman. Beneath her cascading lavender waves lay a delicate face adorned with a hint of makeup. The fusion of innocence and seduction was strikingly perfect. She wore Lu Yun's shirt, the top buttons undone, revealing expanse of fair skin and a tantalizing cleft. Her petite frame rendered the shirt oversized on her, the hem hanging down to her thighs, exposing a pair of long, fair legs that, at a glance, appeared entirely unclothed, a sight that was undeniably tempting. However, from the prior surveillance, Lu Yun was aware that she was clad in a layer of nano armor. The armor's mimetic function flawlessly simulated the hue of skin, making it nearly indistinguishable from reality. Speak. What were you plotting by sneaking into my room? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, then you might as well forfeit your life. Lu Yun stated, returning to the living room and pouring himself a glass of water. Ha! Such a young handsome boy, yet your tone is rather intimidating, the girl remarked playfully, following him barefoot and leaning close to whisper in his ear. My life is at your mercy. What will you use to take it? Your fists or a gun? She breathed lightly against his ear. A teasing smile adorning her face, Lu Yun smirked, abruptly splashing the water from his glass backward. The girl reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade it. But before she could recover, Lu Yun seized a stool and hurled it at her. Bang! The wooden chair splintered, and a radiant shimmer enveloped the woman, the nano armor rippling with light. Absorbing the impact entirely, the girl brushed off the wood shavings with a laugh. So, you're just a little wolf cub, which is quite appealing. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Blood ignite. Activate. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the depths of his irises, flooding his eyes entirely. An explosive aura radiated outward. How is this possible? The girl's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated. Yet Lu Yun offered no quarter, employing the void step to close the distance in mere moments. His hand reached out to grasp her. The girl retaliated with a swift kick to his arm, but it had no effect. Instantly, she changed tactics, stepping on his fist and seeming to float backward, as if gravity held no sway over her. What sort of pervert are you? The girl was genuinely startled. After distancing herself from Lu Yun, she sprinted toward the window. Hey, you can't escape. I will definitely take you back to be my lord, she exclaimed, casting a playful glance over her shoulder. However, a shadow loomed larger in her vision. Lu Yun's fist connected with her head, sending her staggering backward. Seizing the moment of her disorientation, he swiftly advanced, pinning her down within mere breaths, his grip firm around her neck. Lu Yun's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized her, showing no hesitation despite her beautiful face. State your purpose for entering my room. I assure you, this nano armor will not save your life. The girl's breathing became labored as Lu Yun's fingers tightened. The nano armor around her neck shimmered, attempting to resist his strength. Her complexion paled as she struggled to speak. I came to save you. Lu Yun loosened his grip slightly, elaborate. The girl coughed a few times, glaring at Lu Yun in frustration. She had not anticipated encountering such an unromantic man in the world. No, how could a stunning beauty offer herself so openly, yet he responded with such indifference. Observing the murderous intent in Lu Yun's eyes, she realized he was genuinely intent on killing her. Without further hesitation, she declared, there will soon be star pirates attacking this ship, so I came to warn you, hoping to save your life. And this is how you treat a savior? Lu Yun inquired. The girl pouted, expressing her discontent. What do you think? Because I am a star pirate, I know these things, then why save me? I shouldn't know you at all, because you're handsome, she replied with a giggle. You have no idea? My team is filled with ugly ducklings, it's dreadful. Finally seeing someone as dashing as you, I thought about bringing you back as my chief. The girl let out a dreamy laugh, her eyes sparkling with affection. Realizing she was merely infatuated, Lu Yun's face darkened as he unceremoniously tossed her to the ground. He had thought her a hidden assassin. Just then, the luxury passenger ship erupted with blaring alarms. Master, Level 1 combat alert. Star pirates have surrounded us. With her hands behind her back, the girl beamed with triumph. See? I told you so. Now you have a chance. As long as you stick close to me, you will be safe. Lu Yun cast her a sidelong glance before rushing toward the lower deck of the ship. Hey, where are you going? The girl called after him. I'm telling you. You want to escape? I will definitely take you back as my chief. Lu Yun shot her a glance, placing a hand on his chest, calling out to Hao Tianque in an instant. He received a response. Meanwhile, the luxurious passenger ship, part of the Everywhere Transportation Group, was encircled by 3 battleships. The menacing hulls bore the markings of a fearsome beast, accompanied by a colossal emblem. Master, the opposing force is the Ghost Blade Star Pirate Group. Ranked 9th in the Star Pirate Alliance, before departing, Lu Yun had familiarized himself with certain knowledge of the Starry Seas. For instance, the Black Realm was a particularly notorious area within the Federation. A sanctuary for criminals. Countless felons, having committed heinous crimes, sought refuge there. Simultaneously, it served as a den of iniquity for the elite nobility, where all conceivable transactions could be found. It was rumored that a king-class mech had once been auctioned there, causing a stir throughout the entire Federation, prompting even the Empire to send agents to infiltrate. Controlling the Black Realm was none other than the Federation's largest star pirate organization, the Star Pirate Alliance. Few dared to rob the Everywhere Transportation Group's ships, except for the Star Pirate Alliance. As both parties faced off, thousands of kilometers away in a distant starfield, a pitch-black starship cruised slowly. Jun Qingshan and Qin stood in the command room, gazing at the radar, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the Star Pirate Group. "Qin, have you called for help? Two King-class mechs to intercept a passenger ship? Do I need to call for reinforcements? What is happening then? Don't ask me. I have no idea." Suddenly, they exchanged glances, realization dawning. Could it be that they encountered star pirates? Hurry, increase speed. In the dark expanse of space, the three battleships relentlessly bombarded the passenger ship. The vessel was shielded by a gravitational barrier, deflecting the incoming attacks. As the ship belonged to the Everywhere Transportation Group, it was laden with affluent merchants and powerful figures, thus boasting formidable security. The captain's voice resonated throughout the cabin, soothing the agitated crowd. However, after a barrage of cannon fire revealed the passenger ship remained unscathed, the tension among the passengers began to ease. Some even took the opportunity to watch the star pirates attack from the windows. At the entrance of Lu Yun's room, the suited man who had previously accompanied the girl reappeared, removing his hat and placing it over his heart as he bowed slightly. "Miss, it is time for us to act." As spies from the Black Blade faction, they bore responsibilities beyond merely gathering passenger information. They were tasked with infiltrating from within. Loria observed the direction Lu Yun had taken, snorting softly, resolving to let him flee for now. Anticipating the moment he would plead for her assistance, with a flick of her wrist, Loria commanded, "Act!" The suited man donned his hat once more, placing his fingers gently beside his ear. Initiate action. The star pirates concealed throughout the passenger ship revealed their true forms. Roaring with excitement, they activated their nano armor, a superior individual combat equipment beyond standard nano armor. Countless nano-robots surged forth from their pendants or wristbands, transforming them into suits of iron armor within mere seconds. As Lu Yun arrived in the lower cargo hold, he witnessed a star pirate completing their transformation before him. "Wow, Iron Man!" Lu Yun exclaimed in wonder, impressed. The star pirate, noticing Lu Yun, had silver eyes that glimmered with intensity. Two beams of light shooting forth, Lu Yun flipped to evade, the beams melting the staircase behind him. "Kid, learn to be more cautious in your next life. Don't run around recklessly," the star pirate cackled. Raising their arm, the armor on their arm opened, and a small bomb the size of a thumb shot out. Lu Yun shrugged. "I believe that advice applies to you." "What?" The space pirate froze momentarily. Just then, a sharp sound echoed from the metallic door of the cargo hold behind him. A blade pierced through the metal door, slicing in an intricate pattern, leaving an X-shaped crack on the heavy metal surface. Following that, two blood-stained metallic arms seized the crack and tore it apart. The piercing sound of metal fracturing reverberated through the confined space. What in the world is happening? A series of unforeseen events startled the space pirate. He swallowed hard, the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly behind his visor. He disregarded Lu Yun, turning on the spotlight to illuminate the dark cargo hold through the fissure. In the next moment, a shadow loomed larger in his vision. The space pirate sensed something was amiss, but it was too late to react. A long knife shot out from the darkness, slicing through the light and embedding itself in the pirate's skull. For Haoyan, the long knife was of a normal size, yet for a human, it was gargantuan. The pirate's head was shattered upon impact, the blade piercing into his armored chest. A sharp, resonant sound accompanied the withdrawal of the blade. Lu Yun smirked slightly, observing the headless pirate, and exhaled. "I told you, don't wander around aimlessly." A pair of crimson eyes appeared behind the crack. "Haoyan, I greet my master." Maintaining silence. After all, Haoyan was a mech, and its 10-meter height made movement within the passenger ship quite cumbersome. Venturing outside could easily provoke concentrated fire from the pirates. Although Haoyan possessed the strength to crush them, energy was precious and should be conserved whenever possible. He entered the cargo hold, stepping into Haoyan's cockpit. A barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. Chaos reigned on the passenger ship. A holographic screen unfurled before him, displaying various scenarios throughout the vessel. Master, this group of pirates is formidable. Protected by nano-armor, with an average strength equivalent to level 20 awakened beings. It is estimated that in 10 minutes, this passenger ship will fall. Lu Yun watched the footage of passengers hiding, one by one being dragged out by the pirates. The pirates did not kill these passengers, but rather herded all captives together, evidently preparing for abduction. This was the most lucrative approach. Lu Yun commended their audacity. Those aboard this ship were not ordinary individuals. They were either wealthy or influential in their respective domains. The Ghost Blade mercenary group dared to offend so many, indicating their immense confidence in their own power. No wonder that deranged woman dared to make such grandiose claims. However, this was of no concern to Lu Yun. If the passenger ship were to be hijacked, it would conveniently save him a lot of trouble. He had no desire to visit Capital Star. His previous agreement had been made out of necessity. However, now that he had been captured by the pirates, it was not due to his own reluctance. The tribunal could hardly issue a bounty on him, could they? Right, Xiao AI. Go ahead and send out that article on the Alberto family's scandal. Lu Yun mused, stroking his chin. Let it be in the tone of confession, expressing a desire to reveal the true nature of the Alberto family before facing death, thus striking a blow against familial ties. Xiao AI was quite intrigued by the matter and promptly agreed to Lu Yun's words. Yes. Just watch, Master. Xiao AI will definitely expose all the misdeeds of the Alberto family with embellishments. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Embellishments are essential. Keep it up. All thanks to Master's teachings. Lu Yun. This should be your own initiative. Loria stood in the hall, observing the tightly packed captives around her, a frown creasing her brow. Is everyone here? Yes, Mississippi. Impossible. One person is still missing. What are you all doing? Search more thoroughly. Loria was quite vexed. Given such a small passenger ship, how could they not find Lu Yun? Miss, we searched everywhere. Unless that kid turned into an ant, it's impossible not to find him, a subordinate lamented. Did you search the cargo hold? Loria inquired. No, but Brother Lu is guarding there. If anything happens, he will definitely inform us. Ask him if he has seen a young man. The subordinate, not daring to disobey, contacted Brother Lu stationed at the entrance of the cargo hold. However, after several attempts, there was no response. The subordinate's face turned grim. Miss, we cannot reach Brother Lu. Then hurry over and check. Something must have happened. Loria felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of Lu Yun's formidable skills. What if he and Lu were locked in a deadly struggle? Chapter 112. A promise fulfilled. Double joys. Is this truly sufficient? Aboard the Black Shura, Jun Qingshan stood with his arms crossed before the porthole. A short-haired girl asked nervously, at this distance, if the Ghost Blade fleet opens fire, we will have almost no time to evade. Little girl, trust in the old man's connections. Jun Qingshan replied with a smug grin. In my day? I also navigated the black market and had numerous dealings with the Ghost Blade pirates, becoming quite familiar with their leader. Just one person. They will give me face. A burly man behind him looked on with admiration. Jun Lao? You truly make us envious. I heard the leader of the Ghost Blade pirates is a widow who despises men the most. For you to earn her respect is simply remarkable. A group of younger followers behind him expressed their respect. Qin's ears perked up and her gaze shifted sideways. A widow? Longu nodded vigorously. Yes, big sister. Didn't he, you know? Recently, it spread through the black market that the Ghost Blade leader, for the first time, appeared to seek a suitor for her daughter. She is indeed a widow, and reportedly a rather attractive one. Longu pointed at a young man with long braided hair behind them. You can ask Atai. He has saved a few pictures of the Ghost Blade leader, treasures indeed. Bring them to me. Qin decisively extended her hand. The young man named Atai cast a resentful glance at Longu and reluctantly sent the pictures to the big sister. Qin projected the images, revealing a curvaceous silhouette against a dark backdrop, exuding an alluring charm. Although her face was not clearly visible, her figure was undeniably stunning. And for those pirates who lived on the edge of danger, this was precisely the type they adored. As for her face, it was secondary. After all, it would look the same in the dark. Qin's gaze subtly shifted downwards, landing on herself, then quickly recoiled. Hemph! Qin deleted the image, casting a cold glare at Jun Qingshan. Didn't he expect you to be such a philanderer, Jun de Tuanzhong? Jun Qingshan stroked his chin, utterly oblivious to the murderous intent seeping through the air. Grinning widely. What can I say? It's just my charm. Hee hee. A series of laughter, devoid of warmth, escaped from Qin's lips. Xiaoya shivered involuntarily, rubbing the goosebumps that had arisen on her arms. Just then, the holographic screen before them suddenly lit up. A figure shrouded in darkness sat centrally on the screen. A voice laced with suppressed fury rang out. The transaction is terminated. Your men have kidnapped my daughter. Immediately inform him to release her. Or do not blame the ghost blade pirates for being merciless. The screen abruptly cut off. The expressions of the few individuals froze as if caught in time. Jun Qingshan rubbed his ears, hesitating. Did I just misunderstand? 5 minutes earlier, Loria had rushed down to the lowest cargo hold with her subordinates. Upon arrival, she discovered the lifeless body of Lu and the crack on the door. The suited man surveyed the surroundings and confidently stated, "The adversaries have not left. They are hiding within the cargo hold." Loria strode over to the crack, shouting, "Listen, those inside. I know you're in there. Now, surrender immediately and come out with your hands up. Otherwise, if my men enter, it will not be a simple matter of surrendering." It seemed to complement their mistress's command. Several pirates behind her cracked their knuckles, revealing sinister smiles. "Heh heh heh." Lu Yun leisurely opened his eyes, startled by the leering faces that appeared before him. Xiao Ai, refrain from giving close-ups of such trivial matters in the future. Lu Yun admonished with mild irritation, then directly operated Haoyan. The engine roared to life, unleashing a formidable force as if a dam had burst. It was impossible to discern that this was merely the last remnants of Haoyan's energy being unleashed. Such overwhelming pressure. Outside the cargo hold, the suited man's expression changed dramatically, feeling a prickling sensation on his skin. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the fissure. An unstoppable storm surged forth. "Not good, get back," the suited man shouted, pressing his hat down with one hand while grasping Loria's shoulder with the other, leaping several meters in an instant. His hand, which held down the hat, shot upwards, fingers embedding into the metallic plate atop his head. Hanging in mid-air in the next moment, the sound of clashing blades erupted. A blinding red blade sliced horizontally, cleaving the entire wall of the cargo hold in two. Dozens of pirates stationed outside the cargo hold were sent flying by the strike. Their nano armor shattered into fragments, crashing against the walls, eyes wide with terror as they gazed into the cargo hold. Bang! The entire metal wall was torn apart, revealing a vast, desolate space behind it, where a battered yet imposing mech stood resolutely at the center of the cargo hold, gripping an unsheathed long knife, pointing it menacingly at Loria and the suited man. So powerful. Lolita's delicate face turned pale, and a tempest surged within her heart. The man in the suit twitched his eyelids, slowly releasing his grip, allowing her to fall to the ground. A group of star pirates clutched their chests, scrambling up in horror, inching towards the middle-aged man behind them, seemingly in search of a shred of security. "I have no desire to destroy this passenger ship, but that does not imply I lack the capability to eliminate you all." Lu Yun gazed at the girl who had teased him multiple times and stated coolly, "Now, you are all my captives." With a cacophony of sound, weapons were drawn without a word from Lu Yun. All tossed to the ground. The star pirates obediently clasped their heads with both hands, squatting in the corner, their movements remarkably practiced, requiring no second bidding from Lu Yun. Observing their deft actions, an inexplicable sensation spread within Lu Yun, akin to the disappointment of a long-prepared plan yielding such a mundane outcome. "What do you desire?" The man in the suit nervously regarded Haoyan, who was shrouded in darkness. Those crimson eyes, coupled with the long blade sheathed and extending beyond the cargo hold, instilled in him unparalleled pressure. "If you allow us to leave, we will immediately retreat, leaving this passenger ship to you." The man in the suit mistakenly believed Lu Yun sought to save the vessel. "What use do I have for this ship?" Lu Yun scoffed lightly. "Now, inform your leader that if he still wishes for your lives, he must promptly send someone to commandeer this passenger ship. Take it away." The man in the suit thought he had misheard and tentatively inquired, "To where?" "If you intend for us to surrender, it would be better to just kill us, certainly not surrendering. Wherever you initially intended to go, you shall continue to go. Upon hearing this, the star pirates exchanged bewildered glances, suspecting their hearing had faltered. Was this not a self-imposed trap? Or was this pilot audacious enough to dare intrude into their den alone? It is worth noting that even the Federal fleet would not dare utter such bold claims. The man in the suit was elated, viewing Lu Yun as a fool oblivious to the situation. Very well, it is settled. He glanced at the formidable mech, likely of the Dominator class, and added silently, "A double blessing." Chapter 113. The Ghost Blade Leader Master. The man in the suit is laughing. Xiao AI whispered in Lu Yun's ear. On the screen, the man's face was magnified. Even the tremors of hair on his face were distinctly captured. Lu Yun was perplexed by the reason behind the man's laughter. "Has your leader responded?" After a moment of waiting, Lu Yun grew impatient and asked. The man in the suit wore a peculiar expression, setting down his earpiece, and said, "Our leader says someone will contact you." Just then, Xiao AI chimed in, "Master, Old Master Jun is contacting you. In a way. How did Old Master Jun end up here?" Lu Yun cast a quizzical glance at the group of star pirates and answered. Old Master Jun's aged face appeared on the screen, with Lady Qin standing beside him. However, Lu Yun sensed something was amiss with Lady Qin's complexion. Why does she look so grim? And the group of Lady Qin's subordinates. Why are they all huddled like quails? Can't they lift their heads? Ahem, Lu Yun. Jun Qingshan cleared his throat, his gaze wandering. "I have some acquaintanceship with the leader of the Ghost Blade. One of your captives is her daughter." "Ahem, please return her, and let us sit down to discuss matters. I captured the daughter of the Ghost Blade leader." Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar as his gaze fell upon Lolia. Though there were several women among the star pirates, only Lolia fit the identity of the leader's daughter. Since Old Master Jun had made a request, he would naturally not refuse. However, the matter must still proceed. Since the Ghost Blade had already attacked this passenger ship, it would be best to see the performance through to the end. Lu Yun conveyed his thoughts to Jun Qingshan, who quickly agreed and took responsibility for contacting the Ghost Blade. Lu Yun closed the communication and waited. Before long, a commotion arose from above. A star pirate clad in exoskeletal armor descended. The faceplate of the exoskeleton opened, revealing a weathered visage. Grandpa Rhoda. Lolia excitedly rushed over to stand beside the elder. The old man chuckled as he patted Lolia's head, then approached Haoyan with a slight bow. "Mr. Lu, the leader has understood your intentions and sent me as a hostage to retrieve Miss Lolia. Please consider the worries of a mother." Rest assured, in the Ghost Blade, the old man's status still carries some weight. "Your plans will proceed as scheduled. I don't want to. I want to stay here." "I am not afraid of him." Lolia stubbornly shook her head, unwilling to leave. "Miss, don't be foolish," the old man scolded gently, then added. "The leader is quite angry about your unauthorized outing. Please do not further provoke him." Lolia huffed and turned her head away. The old man signaled to the man in the suit, who approached and grasped Lolia by the back of her collar, lifting her away, with Old Master Jun present. Lu Yun had little to worry about, so he did not intervene. The old man dutifully walked to the group of star pirates and squatted with their heads held. The passenger ship slowly began to move, following the Ghost Blade starship, departing this star region. Days later, the passenger ship was towed to a completely unfamiliar star region. Here, as long as no long-range communications were made, neither the consortium nor the Federal fleet could find them even if they searched high and low. Lu Yun also piloted Haoyan to the Black Shura. Old Master Jun, Lady Qi and Lu Yun disembarked from Haoyan and greeted the two. "What brings you here?" "Isn't it just as you imagined? As your teacher. How could I allow you to venture alone into the federal capital where danger lurks?" Jun Qingshan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yun felt warmth in his heart. Xiaoya approached with a cup of hot beverage. "Here? Have some water." "Thank you." Lu Yun accepted it with a smile. Xiaoya's face flushed, her gaze drifting, her fingers lightly touching. I need to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "Shuo. Xiaoya is in love." "Ha." A cacophony of laughter erupted from behind. "Be quiet. I can't stand you all." Xiaoya angrily bared her teeth, then shyly produced a photograph. "It's nothing major. Just, could you sign your name on it?" Xiaoya, eager to hide her face, raised the photo high above her head, offering it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was taken aback as he accepted the photograph. Discovering it featured himself, it was unclear when it was taken. Yet he stood beside Haoyan, gazing into the distance. His hair danced in the wind, and his attire fluttered gracefully. Remarkably, he looked quite dashing. This profile is unbeatable. Lu Yun rubbed his chin, recalling the moment captured. It was when he piloted Haoyan to annihilate the federal fleet and landed on Tianque Mountain. He never imagined this girl had taken a candid shot of him. Just then, a voice boomed from behind. "Brother Lu? You have no idea." At that time, Xiaoya pleaded with our radar operator for quite some time to gain permission for long-range reconnaissance. Don't say any more." Xiaoya stomped her feet in embarrassment. Lu Yun burst into laughter, took the photo and pin, and swiftly signed his name. Jun Qingshan and Qin stood nearby, grinning as they watched. "Youth is truly wonderful," Jun Qingshan mused. Qin shot him a glance, her expression immediately darkening. "Humph, some people aren't young yet still frolic about. I've already said that my relationship with her is merely a simple partnership. Why won't you believe me?" "Hee hee." Qin chuckled dryly, clearly unconvinced. Xiaoya treasured the signed photo, clutching it to her chest, her cheeks aflame, and hurried away. The remaining young people gathered around to greet him. "Brother Lu, that battle scene was absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything so exaggerated in movies." A young man with braided hair mimicked Haoyan drawing its blade, spitting as he exclaimed. "It was simply too damn cool. Standing alone against a battleship. Protecting a planet, what a true man." Long Ge gave a thumbs up. Others expressed their excitement as well, the atmosphere resembling that of a fan gathering. Lu Yun also noticed that Lady Qin's team was composed predominantly of young individuals. While there were a few familiar faces, they were few and far between, seated in a corner, casting a glance at him before returning to their leisurely activities, drinking tea, chatting, or watching videos. They appeared utterly relaxed. Resembling a retirement home more than Star Pirates, an external unit has applied for access, unit identification code GDX06, permission granted for landing, docking port assigned. An electronic voice echoed from above. Soon, the doors to the command room slid open. Four imposing figures clad in nano armor strode in, taking positions on either side. Following that, the sound of resolute footsteps approached. "They have arrived." Jun Qingshan donned a faint smile, hands clasped behind his back. Awaiting their arrival, the others grew serious, returning to their respective posts. Lu Yun turned to the entrance. Moments later, a tall figure wearing a black military cap and draped in a purple-black cloak stepped into view. The leader of the Ghost Blade had arrived. Chapter 114. Sanctum Part 2. Lu Yun regarded the Ghost Blade leader. From the information gathered by Xiao AI, he had a basic understanding of this notorious widow. However, the reputation surrounding the Ghost Blade leader was steeped in blood and horror. Executioner, murderer, cold-blooded, ruthless, cunning. Various negative descriptors could be applied to her. Yet upon seeing her in person, Lu Yun was surprised to find her unexpectedly striking. Indeed, striking. Not the ordinary kind of pure beauty one might expect from a woman. With long, wine-red hair cascading down her shoulders, her stunning allure is interwoven with a formidable aura. Were it not for the explicit indication of her identity, one might mistake her for a general of some legion, merely based on her attire and the distinctive presence that envelopes her. At this moment, Lu Yun finds himself captivated by the legs of this leader of the Ghost Blade. One leg, round and snow-white, is clad in high-heeled, knee-high military boots, while the other is a mechanical limb, adorned with golden metallic plating that resonates with a rhythmic clang as she moves. The leader of the Ghost Blade possesses sharp features. Her gaze sweeping across the hall, it briefly lingers on Miss Qin before settling on Lu Yun. "So, you are the one who has captured my daughter?" Her voice, hoarse yet magnetic, carries a unique cadence. "Indeed, it is him." Lolita suddenly leaps forth from behind the Ghost Blade leader, accusing Lu Yun. "You have no idea. He gave me a severe lesson while we were on the ship. He is simply dreadful. Mother, you must stand up for your daughter." Loria clings to the Ghost Blade leader's arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, the leader merely casts her a glance and nods toward Lu Yun. Saying, "Thank you." Lu Yun chuckles in response, dismissing her gratitude. Loria's eyes widen in astonishment. "Mother, he has struck me. I am your precious daughter. One must bear the consequences of their own choices." "How cold," she remarks, before the Ghost Blade leader disregards Loria. Striding toward Jun Qingshan and Qin. "Catherine, It has been a while. Jun Qingshan greets with a smile, extending his hand. The Ghost Blade leader, Catherine, glances at him with indifference, then completely ignores him, engaging in conversation with Qin instead. Jun Qingshan awkwardly retracts his hand, first rubbing his nose, then his mouth, and finally his thigh, ultimately choosing to place his hands behind his back. Master, according to micro-expression psychology, Old Master Jun is currently feeling quite anxious and embarrassed. Based on behavioral science and various cinematic portrayals, this scene resembles the reaction of someone whose secret has been uncovered. The probability of a hidden secret between the Ghost Blade leader and Old Master Jun is as high as 85. Xiao AI declares with conviction, Lu Yun. Suddenly, Jun Qingshan calls out, interrupting Lu Yun's observations. Old Master Jun, what is it? Jun Qingshan drapes his arm over Lu Yun's shoulder and steers him aside. It has been quite some time since I have tested your skills. Come, let us practice. Lu Yun's pupils dilate in shock. So, you're taking out your frustrations on me, Old Master Jun? However, he also has some questions regarding cultivation that he wishes to pose to Jun Qingshan. The two proceed to the training room. How has your experience been in the sanctum? Have you encountered any issues? Jun Qingshan inquires seriously. Lu Yun nods earnestly and responds, I have comprehended 2 combat techniques from the sanctum, WNLY and GRN. I have a vague understanding of the 3rd technique, yet I feel as though I am missing a crucial element. This dilemma has troubled me for nearly a month. Jun Qingshan's hand, which had been stroking his chin, twitched imperceptibly, causing a few hairs from his sparse beard to be pulled out. Did you just say you have grasped 2 techniques? Jun Qingshan's tone shifts to one of peculiarity as he sizes up Lu Yun. Yes. Jun Qingshan walks with Lu Yun, his expression fluctuating dramatically. What sort of anomaly is this? How long did it take me? 3 months? 4 months? Ugh, I've forgotten. This kid? Old Master Jun, am I too slow? Lu Yun scratches his head, feeling somewhat guilty. He had indeed been a bit lax during that period, primarily due to a myriad of troublesome matters that had hindered his training. Jun Qingshan turns around, moving with a deliberate gait. His expression is dark and uncertain. Slower? You have set a new standard for slowness, he exclaims, slapping Lu Yun's shoulder with considerable force. But given that you are just beginning, a slower pace is to be expected. I shall not hold it against you. In truth, your inability to grasp the 3rd technique is quite normal, as it must be used in conjunction with the other half of the teachings. I have previously mentioned that the sanctum embodies 2 principles, the bestowal of blessings and the adherence to laws. The fusion of these 2 is what constitutes the sanctum. Without either component, it cannot be deemed a truly extraordinary practice. Jun Qingshan remarks solemnly, and Lu Yun listens attentively. Now, I shall impart to you the blessing chapter of the sanctum. However, this portion is incomplete. I have searched for decades without finding the complete text. Exercise caution while studying it, and should anything seem amiss, cease immediately. Jun Qingshan warns, then begins to demonstrate slowly. Lu Yun learns while having Xiao AI record the teachings. With Xiao AI's analysis, he can advance even more swiftly. Gradually, Lu Yun discovers that the blessing chapter of the sanctum bears a striking resemblance to Tai Chi from a parallel world, particularly in its core principle of yin and yang harmony. Were it not for its extraordinary effects and the distinctiveness of its movements, he might have doubted its originality. Perhaps this illustrates the concept that all methods share a common source. Truly effective practices, at their core, are fundamentally alike. Lu Yun does not dwell on this, instead immersing himself in the training as he attentively follows Jun Qingshan's instructions. The blessing chapter of the sanctum centers on harmonizing the body through breathwork, with the ultimate goal of mobilizing the 30 trillion microscopic cells within the body, transforming oneself into a human fusion reactor. According to the initial description, should one achieve such a state, they would possess the strength to effortlessly tear apart mechanized armor. It is akin to becoming a human monstrosity. However, as Jun Qingshan explains, this is merely an ideal state. The human body cannot reach such a level. One would succumb due to the unregulated proliferation and mutation of cells before achieving it. This condition, in ancient medical terminology, is referred to as cancer, particularly in its advanced stages. This is precisely why Jun Qingshan repeatedly cautions Lu Yun to halt his training at the first sign of irregularity. For while modern medical techniques can address cancer through organ transplants, the mutations caused by this practice cannot be resolved in such a manner. They penetrate the very essence of life itself. Nevertheless, even if one could only attain a fraction of that potential, It would suffice to traverse the starry seas and forge an illustrious reputation. Chapter 115. I have a dream within the starship. There is no cycle of day and night, only the enduring glow of lights. The concept of time is considerably diminished. Liu Yun is unaware of how much time has passed. He is now drenched in sweat, his heart pulsating vigorously, supplying his body with vital nourishment. That was the 10th iteration. Liu Yun exhales a long breath, gradually retracting his stance. Though he has only practiced 10 times, the effects are already quite pronounced. His understanding of the third combat technique from the sanctum has deepened, and he anticipates that with a few days of quiet reflection, he will achieve full comprehension. Jun Xingshan, snacking on something resembling sunflower seeds, lazily inquires upon seeing Liu Yun cease his practice, "Have you mastered it?" "Yes, I have memorized it. The remaining aspect is merely a matter of time," Liu Yun affirms with a nod. He removes his clothing and steps into the wind-cleansing chamber clad only in his shorts. A refreshing current of moist air sweeps in from all directions, cleansing away the grime and sweat from his body. The Moer Star Zone is a notably barren area of space, even less conspicuous than the Jialan Star Zone. Merely a speck of dust amidst the vast expanse of countless galaxies. Serving as a war net community administrator in such a desolate region can be exceedingly dull, with the likelihood of encountering anything remotely interesting being almost non-existent. Sambali is the sole war net community administrator of the Moer Star Zone. At 5 in the morning, he rises from his bed, meticulously washing up and having breakfast, standing before the virtual pod. He ceremoniously bestows himself a smile before calling out, "Samba, hand over permissions." The virtual pod illuminates with a soft glow, and the lid slides open. A gentle mechanical voice emerges. "Welcome, Level 5 Administrator Samba Lee of the WarNet community. Today's humidity is optimal, and the sunlight is warm. It is a splendid day. Wishing you a pleasant mood." "Thank you, Samba." Samba Lee earnestly performs the ancient rites of the Valine tribe before lying down in the virtual pod. Although the intelligent assistant Samba can flawlessly manage all user posts in the Moer Star Zone, he still enjoys personally approving the posts of the residents each day. It is a position he has spent 5 years earning. And he is the only individual in the entire Moer Star Zone. His mother once told him that as long as he persevered, he would eventually realize his dreams. And his dream is to review a truly groundbreaking post. Taking a deep breath, Samba Lee smiles and begins his tasks for the day. Despite only 5 habitable planets in the Moer Star Zone, millions of new posts emerge daily. The intelligent assistant has already categorized all posts. With any potentially risky submissions flagged for his personal review, he revels in the sensation of being inundated with information, finding it delightful. However, today seems to present an unexpected occurrence. "Samba, what is this solitary post? And why have you marked it as special?" Samba Lee sifts through the overwhelming array of documents and quickly notices the distinctive red document. "Mr. Samba Lee," the assistant's voice chimes. "This post has been flagged due to the guidelines of the third phase of user posting in the WarNet, as it contains significant controversy and may yield negative repercussions." "What does it say?" Samba Lee inquires, extracting the post without yet having opened it. It pertains to the clandestine affairs of the esteemed Alberto family. And according to regulations, such posts should be referred to the Cybersecurity Department for handling. Is it the renowned Alberto? That indeed poses quite a predicament. Samba Lee paused, closing the post once again. Yet, just as he prepared to set it aside, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Why had he originally decided to become a community administrator? Was it not for this very moment? This post implicating a federal senator could undoubtedly create a sensation. A broad smile spread across Samba Lee's face as he felt his dreams beckoning. "I believe I should at least verify this post. Of course, that is within your rights as a Level 5 administrator." "Mr. Samba Lee." With an eager grin, Samba Lee opened the post, and the BattleNet server assisted him in assimilating all the information into his mind within a mere second. With the aid of a 128-core microprocessor, he effortlessly comprehended the contents of the post. And why stars? Samba Lee sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with excitement. After years of being an administrator, it was the first time he had encountered such explosive news. Should this information spread, it would undoubtedly create monumental waves throughout the entire Federation. It could even lead to tremendous calamity. However, as a community administrator, if the claims within this post hold true, then the nefarious deeds of the Alberto family must be brought to light. "Mother, surely you will forgive me." Symbali silently prayed to his mother, who had returned to the embrace of the stars. His gaze then hardened with resolve. "Symbali, I must submit this post for review." He directly utilized his administrative privileges to remove the post's flag and approve it. In an instant, the post merged into the vast information universe of the BattleNet community, seen by countless individuals. In the Moore Star region, on Simon's star, a young Valian was just finishing an exhilarating virtual mech combat match. Idly browsing the community, suddenly, a particularly striking post was pushed to him. A humble one's confession. Witness the filth beneath the glory of the Alberto family. The contradictory phrases instantly captured the young man's attention. The grand aristocracy has always been an object of countless aspirations. Yet now, the term filth was being employed alongside those resplendent noble names. Who dare to be so audacious? He quickly read through the entire post. "My stars!" the young Valian gasped, immediately downloading the post and sending it to his online friends and various group chats. "Look, a sensational scoop." Thus, the post spread from 1 to 100 and then to 1,000. This remarkably bold and irreverent post rapidly ignited in this minuscule star region. It swiftly disseminated like an electronic virus, centered in the Moore Star region and propagating to surrounding areas. Given that the entire Federation was interconnected through the BattleNet, although there were regional boundaries, for those with the capability, such barriers were trivial. In a brief period, views soared to the hundreds of millions, garnering the attention of the BattleNet authorities, appearing before countless users. As Symbali observed the skyrocketing data in the back end, a pilgrim-like smile graced his face. He felt that he had realized his life's worth. He had approved a post that was truly meaningful and impactful. Chapter 116. The Invisible War in the Radiant Star Domain. The core of the Federation's power, thousands of life-bearing planets are scattered across this region. Countless life forms have brought immense prosperity to this area, which is referred to as the capital by many, a realm that countless beings might never reach in their lifetime. Alberto Star, as a prominent federal senator, possesses an independent planet for his family's use. Vitali Crater, the residence of the core members of the Alberto family. A hazy mist swirled in the air, with flickering lightning within, vaguely forming an ethereal silhouette. "You are aware of the post's situation, I presume?" A calm voice emanated from the mist. Three figures kneeling at the forefront bowed their heads respectfully, nervously responding, "We have just learned of this. The family head is exceptionally enraged and has even interrupted the parliamentary meeting. It was our oversight." The three figures bowed even lower, nearly touching the ground. "This matter is of great significance. You have 1 hour to control public opinion while locating the author of the confession within 3 days. Otherwise, come prepared for consequences." The mist flickered and suddenly dissipated. The three immediately rose and hurriedly departed. Soon, a flood of online shills surged into the BattleNet community. In the digital realm, a diminutive doll stood upon a string of characters. Surrounded by an endless flow of data, the little doll clapped its hands with delight, thinking that it could finally accomplish the task assigned by its master. Just then, the little AI detected a massive wave of unusual data influx. They're starting to employ shills already? They dare to whitewash their actions before the invincible AI. Watch as I erase all your posts. Hee. AI rolled up her sleeves, and countless phantoms surged from within her. Merging into the endless tide of data. The super light brain information processing base hovering above Alberto Star, countless data streams crashed in with a brazen ferocity, invading this information base and intercepting the permissions of the BattleNet community administrators. The alarm system blared as if they had been viciously attacked. A dozen administrators rushed to intercept this unexpected assault. However, they soon realized it was futile. The intruders acted like deities inhabiting the digital realm, ruthlessly rewriting all their foundational control data. They couldn't even manage to intercept it for a moment. They attempted to locate the intruders, only to find the network address was actually their own. Had the super light brain betrayed them? A crisis of the light brain? A series of classic dramas flashed through the minds of several administrators. Slap. Their superiors slapped them across the face, angrily scolding, "Even if you all betrayed. The light brain wouldn't hurry up and find a solution. Otherwise, anyone here will face dire consequences." In the digital realm, AI watched the futile efforts of the busy administrators through surveillance, hands on her hips with a smug expression. "You little fools think you can challenge the invincible AI. What reward should I ask for my master this time? Maybe just 2 compliments will do, master. The post you previously shared has gone viral. While dining, Lu Yun paused at AI's words. What is the current situation? Lu Yun inquired. The views have surpassed 10 billion and are still climbing. The Alberto family has begun to restrict traffic, and a multitude of shills is launching attacks. However, under AI's manipulation, those shills are utterly powerless. Discussions regarding the Alberto family are currently fervent on the BattleNet. Well done, AI. Lu Yun generously praised her. However, I must rely on you to keep a close watch on this matter. It is imperative that this post sweeps across the entire Federation. Rest assured, Master, AI will never betray your trust. AI immediately assured him solemnly. Yes, I believe AI is the best. Lu Yun showered her with praise. Leaving AI in a daze with joy. She couldn't stop grinning. Jun Qingshan noticed Lu Yun's unusual demeanor. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Lu Yun regained his composure, smiling as he replied. Of course not. I merely thought of something delightful. What is it? Share it with me. Jun Qingshan expressed interest. Lu Yun mysteriously shook his head. I can't say just yet. You'll know in due time. Still playing mysterious with the old man. Jun Qingshan shot him an annoyed glance, but didn't press further. Lu Yun continued to focus on his meal. The situation was progressing smoothly. However, what he desired was not merely to expose the Alberto family's disgrace. That held little significance for him. What he truly sought was to leverage this momentum to clear the injustices faced by Jun Laotu, allowing him to finally stand in the sunlight. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and he eagerly anticipated the moment when Jun Laotu would see his wanted notice rescinded. After finishing his meal, Jun Qingshan suddenly asked, Lu Yun, have you decided where you're heading next? Back to Kalen Star, or do you have other plans? Qin and the other crew members turned their attention to him. Longu said, Brother Lu, why not stay aboard our Black Azura and sail the starry seas together? Yes, you're now a person of interest in the Federal Council. It's best not to show your face for a while. Lu Yun nodded, smiling as he said, I indeed had such thoughts. Returning to Kalen Star is out of the question, but staying here isn't feasible either. I have important matters to attend to. What matters? Qin asked. Seeking energy for Hao Tian. Lu Yun replied candidly. Hao Tian currently has enough energy for only one high-intensity battle, so I wish to find sufficient energy for him as soon as possible. Then, I will head to the federal capital. This matter must ultimately reach a conclusion. Relying on the Ghost Blade pirates is merely a delaying tactic. I cannot hide forever. Well said, Jun Qingshan sighed. Among those present, he was the only one who had been wanted by the Federation for over a decade, fully aware of the hardships of living in hiding. This time, Lu Yun found himself abducted by the Star Pirates. A situation that might have been excusable in the past. However, if this continues for too long, unless he remains hidden indefinitely, the moment he reappears in the public eye, the Federation will certainly not let him off the hook. What kind of energy does Hao Tian require? There are some high-concentration energy reserves aboard the Black Azura. Perhaps you could make use of them. At this moment, Qin suddenly interjected. She turned to Xiaoya and instructed, Xiaoya, go fetch samples of those energy sources from the warehouse for Lu Yun to examine. Sure thing, Xiaoya exclaimed, calling over the young man with braids, and together they hurried off to the warehouse. Before long, they returned, each carrying a massive box. Upon opening the boxes, 4 distinct substances of varying colors and forms were meticulously sealed within their respective containers. The first was a worm crystal core. Beside it lay a diamond-like crystal encased in a transparent tube. A canister of high-concentration fusion core, the primary energy source of the Black Azura, was present as well. Lastly, there was a small, dark, thumb-sized block, stored in a peculiar manner, enveloped by a green solution. Its form was quite extraordinary, with a surface resembling fine sand, giving it a strangely fluffy appearance. Lu Yun immediately noticed it and couldn't help but inquire. What is this? An inexplicable allure held his gaze captive. This is a phantom energy core, a sediment derived from the marrow of a peculiar creature. Where can such a creature be found? Jun Qingshan and Qin exchanged silent glances. After a brief pause, Jun Qingshan replied solemnly, In the Black Realm, Chapter 117. The celestial behemoth. Upon hearing Jun Qingshan utter this name, Lu Yun felt as though fate had played a cruel trick on him. After all the twists and turns, he had ultimately returned to that peculiar place. Initially, He had intended to create a false impression of being kidnapped by utilizing the Ghost Blade's assistance, seeking refuge in the Black Realm, an area where he could evade the Federation's scrutiny, recuperate, and gather strength. Yet, it appeared that Jun Qingshan and Qin harbored the same intention, and by sheer coincidence, Jun Qingshan happened to know the leader of the Ghost Blade, and their relationship seemed rather significant. This revelation rendered Lu Yun's plan moot. They were all part of the same circle. Why would the Ghost Blade bother taking him to the Black Realm when they could simply hand him over to Jun Qingshan? They could all sit together, share a pleasant meal, and resolve everything amicably. Instead, the most crucial energy matter had once again circled back to the Black Realm. Qin picked up the last transparent container. The liquid within sloshing as it emitted a radiance reminiscent of radiation. The black phantom energy core bobbed up and down inside, its fuzzy surface undulating incessantly. This substance, also known as the phantom core, was refined from the spinal marrow of an adult black CHI-AN adult black Qi could yield only 5 grams of phantom core. Hearing this yield rate, Lu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. However, he sensed that this substance was even more enticing than the worm crystal core. The allure he felt was stronger than when he initially encountered the worm crystal core. Qin handed the phantom core to Lu Yun, saying, "You should test its energy output first. If the conversion rate is sufficiently high, we might consider purchasing it directly, saving ourselves a lot of trouble." Lu Yun nodded in gratitude and, after thanking her, took the phantom energy core and made his way toward Haodong. Yes, he watched Lu Yun's departing figure. An elderly man with a face covered in wrinkles and a snuff in his hand spoke in a gruff voice. "Leader, the phantom core is of immense value. We went through great lengths to acquire that one piece. It was meant for emergencies. If you give it to Lu Yun, what if we encounter a critical situation?" Jun Qingshan cast a calm glance at the old man and replied, "Aslo, I understand that a brother of yours perished at the hands of the Black Qi while you were obtaining this phantom core. Hence your attachment to it. However, rest assured, if this object proves useful to my student, I will personally compensate you for another one. I will not take advantage of your generosity." Aslo tapped his snuff bottle and chuckled dryly. "The energy from the phantom core is the last resort for initiating a super space leap. I merely worry that if we use it up, we will lack sufficient means to protect ourselves in an emergency. Moreover, with so many pure energy sources available, we need not rely solely on the phantom core enough." Qin interjected abruptly, cutting off Aslo's words. "The 2 king-class mechs on board are sufficient to handle the vast majority of crises. If they can't, a single phantom core will not make much of a difference. What use is a mech without a pilot? Can we expect an old man to fill that role?" Aslo scoffed. Muttering under his breath, Jun Qingshan's expression darkened. The elderly crew members on board had once served under Qin's father. After his father's misfortune, the Black Azura and these elders had fallen under Qin's command. They took it upon themselves to treat everything on the ship as their own simply because they had been loyal to Qin's father. Occasionally, when Qin utilized certain resources, it attracted murmurs of discontent. Though they refrained from open criticism, their veiled insinuations were all the more distasteful. Out of respect for their age, Qin usually chose to ignore them, only offering mild reprimands when their behavior became excessive. However, this only served to embolden their arrogance. Now, they dared to openly question Qin's authority. It was imperative to understand that control over a warship is paramount. Only one voice should prevail to ensure the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the crew. Continuous bickering would never lead to a fruitful outcome. Not even Jun Qingshan, a former commander, would openly defy Qin's orders as captain. "Aslo, are you intending to defy the captain's command?" Long Gu interjected with a stern expression. Aslo rolled his eyes but remained silent. Yet another elder could no longer contain himself, rising to chastise Long Gu for disrespecting his superiors. He then turned to Xiaoya, stating, "The captain instructed you to bring several samples. There's only one phantom core, and you brought it directly without any foresight. Truly, you lack awareness." Xiaoya opened her mouth, her head lowered in grievance. "Enough, everyone be quiet." Qin snapped, her patience wearing thin as she glared at the elderly men. "Handing the phantom core to Lu Yun is the most sensible course of action. It has gathered dust for years. Moreover, Jun has assured us he will procure another one for us. What is there to be dissatisfied about? That was a legacy left by the former captain. Just let it be squandered. Let us see how long you can continue to squander it." The old man huffed before turning away, leaving an awkward silence in his wake. Upon entering the engine room, Lu Yun remained oblivious to the discord unfolding above. Xiao AI, have you found any information about the Phantom Core? Standing before Hao Yin, he could sense its eagerness. Found it, Master. The Phantom Core is a specialty resource from the Black Realm, perpetually in high demand. Each gram fetches a staggering price of 300,000 CR points, though auction prices can soar even higher. This substance boasts an exceptionally high energy conversion efficiency, making it compatible with nearly all mechanical devices, showcasing remarkable versatility. However, once the black chi matures, it becomes extremely formidable and possesses a tribal instinct. Provoking one will attract a horde of them, each boasting combat capabilities comparable to exploration-class mechs, with some particularly robust individuals even rivaling pioneer-class mechs. Lu Yun was left astounded. He had suspected that this substance was no ordinary resource, but he had not anticipated such stringent acquisition conditions. Some might say that exploration-class mechs were merely a basic tier of mechs. But the truth was far more complex. Point one was piloted by humans, while the other was a biological entity. These were entirely different concepts. In fact, Lu Yun's instincts were spot on. Capturing an adult black chi typically required an exploration-class mech and a combat team of around 10 individuals. With the support of heavy artillery, they could deliver the final blow. Attempting to confront a black chi head-on with just an exploration-class mech would indeed be futile, as evidenced by previous attempts that ended in disaster, necessitating the aforementioned team configurations. However, despite the exorbitant cost, it was worth testing the efficiency of this Phantom Core. Lu Yun murmured to himself, raising his hand to touch Hao Yin's exterior. Hao Yin. Just as Hao Yin extended its hand to guide Lu Yun into the cockpit, a piercing alarm blared overhead. Red warning lights flashed incessantly. Lu Yun immediately inquired, Xiao AI, what is happening? Master, we have detected a signal from a super-large biological entity approaching. Its speed is astonishing. It's about to collide. Chapter 118. A dragon-slaying hunt. Almost instantaneously after Xiao AI's warning, a violent tremor akin to a meteorite impact rippled through the vessel. Hao Yin instinctively reached down, gripping the metal floor, its fingers sinking deep into the surface. With its other hand, it secured Lu Yun, preventing him from falling. The ship shuddered violently, as if it might split apart at any moment. Lu Yun relinquished the items into Hao Yin's grasp, prompting it to enter standby mode. Before he staggered towards the command room, Xiao AI, what exactly is going on? Lu Yun felt a surge of trepidation. What kind of creature could possibly shake a starship? Moreover, could a biological entity even survive in space? Well, this was the galactic world. It was not unreasonable to expect the emergence of peculiar races. It was currently indeterminate, but it was clear that this creature could evade radar detection and possessed mimetic abilities. According to the Federation's biological database, there were dozens of space creatures with such capabilities, making precise identification impossible. At that moment, Lu Yun arrived at the command room. Target's physical data has been acquired. The biological radar cannot capture its form. The optical radar is unable to lock onto it. Damn it, this creature is simply abnormal. Engaged in a data comparison with the biological information database, the information proved insufficient. Is there anyone else who can provide additional details? Caution, it is returning. Brace for impact. Lu Yun swiftly grasped a table, casting his gaze towards the side window. Amidst the endless, profound expanse of the starry sky, a vast, indistinct silhouette was hurtling towards them. The entity appeared transparent, only discernible when in motion. Lu Yun found himself at a loss to identify the nature of this creature. He had never encountered such a colossal and elusive monster before. Boom! Lu Yun felt as though his very organs were about to be displaced from the force of the impact. The energy of the force field shield was down to 60. They could only withstand 3 more collisions. Act quickly! A crew member shouted anxiously. Activate the auxiliary power. Qin gripped the railing, her fiery red hair billowing wildly from the violent tremors. Fire the electromagnetic pulse cannon. Perhaps it can scare it off. Qin's expression was steely and composed as she issued commands systematically. Suddenly, an elderly man, slumped in a safety seat, widened his pupils in terror and rasped, "It's the devouring Tuo. The zombie dragon devouring Tuo is here. It's over. We are all doomed." A moment of silence enveloped the command room, fear visibly etched across the faces of the crew. The zombie dragon, devouring Tuo, was the absolute nightmare of all starship crews. Silence! Qin barked sharply, her gaze piercing into the old man. The devouring Tuwa has territorial attributes. It rarely strays from its domain. How could it possibly appear here? If you dare to further disrupt the morale, do not expect me to show mercy. The old man's face turned ashen, despair clouding his eyes as he fervently closed them, trembling lips murmuring silent prayers. Jun Qingshan's expression was one of utter disdain. At such a critical moment, how dare he utter words that could undermine their confidence? If he were the commander, that man would have been executed 100 times over. Big sister. Xiaoya suddenly tugged at Qin's sleeve, her face pale as she handed over the communicator. She was responsible for communications aboard the Black Azura. She had just received a message from the Ghost Blade pirate group. Qin took the communicator, glanced at it, and her expression immediately darkened. It bore only a single photograph. In the image was a colossal beast entering a camouflaged state. Its ribbed grayish-blue bone wings spanned 1,000 meters. Its body bloated and massive, skin pale and ashen, resembling a corpse. The zombie dragon devouring Tuwa. The old man's words rang ominously true. Qin returned the communicator to Xiaoya and said in a low voice, "Contact the Ghost Blade leader. We must collaborate to combat this creature." The Ghost Blade pirates had not yet departed and were not far from them. At that moment, Lu Yun had already learned the contents of the communicator through Xiao AI. The zombie dragon devouring Tuwa, a legendary creature he never expected to encounter here. Master, based on the size reference, this devouring Tuwa is likely only a juvenile. Juvenile devouring Tuwas are in the phase of searching for a habitat. During this stage, they leave their mothers to wander the cosmos in search of an indigenous planet, where they will slaughter all living beings and construct nests from their remains. Thus, it is not surprising that we would cross paths with one. A juvenile devouring Tuwa. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. An old man had taken advantage of Xiao Ya's momentary distraction to approach her from behind. Having caught sight of the photograph on the communicator, he stumbled back in horror. The devouring Tuwa. It truly is the devouring Tuwa. You all saw the photograph. Amidst the uproar, the old man suddenly turned to Qin and shouted, "Commander, we must initiate a hyperspace jump immediately, or we will all perish." Aslo clenched the snuff bottle in his hand, glaring menacingly at Lu Yun. Hyperspace jumps differ from spatial jumps. They require a sufficient supply of pure energy. We originally had a ghost nucleus, but it is no longer available. Jump? No way. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this old man was targeting him. His gaze was as if he wished to kill him. Although hyperspace jumps could bypass spatial turbulence for long-distance transportation, do you have any assurance that the devouring 201T disrupts spatial stability? Jun Qingshan scoffed, retorting, "If it strikes us while we are in the midst of jumping, will you be responsible for piecing back together those of us torn apart by space?" Lu Yun, have you used that ghost nucleus? Qin suddenly inquired. Lu Yun paused briefly, then shook his head. Not yet. Aslo's face lit up with excitement. Good. Excellent. Ha ha ha, kid. You've done something commendable. Quickly return the ghost nucleus to us. Lu Yun frowned, pondering who this old man thought he was. He had noticed that these elderly individuals seemed to be at odds with Qin and Xiaoya, so he had little desire to engage with them. If Qin requested it back, he would naturally comply without hesitation. But who was this old man to speak to him in that manner? Qin nodded decisively. You must immediately give the ghost nucleus to Hao Yin. We may need his strength. Crack. Aslo crushed the snuff bottle in his grasp, staring incredulously at Qin. Qin, you are jeopardizing all our lives. Qin, unfazed, addressed the others. This devouring Tuwa is merely a juvenile. Its threat is not as formidable as that of an adult. With the Ghost Blade pirate group joining us, we now have 4 warships with sufficient firepower, along with Lu Yun and Hao Yin. We might just possess the strength to confront the devouring Tuwa. A smile curled at the corners of Qin's mouth, her red hair fluttering as she proclaimed her battle spirit. Young men, do you dare to follow your captain into a dragon-slaying battle? Chapter 119. Follow me into battle. Qin's words detonated like a bomb, igniting a wave of fervor within the hearts of all present. We heed the command of our leader. Long Ji's eyes sparkled with fervor as he stepped forward and shouted, seemingly inspired by his zeal. The others also advanced. We heed the command of our leader. In the corner, a group of elders led by Aslo wore expressions of severe dismay. Aslo angrily waved his sleeve and growled, "You are all courting death. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you." with your limited strength, even with Jun Qingshan piloting the Thunder God, you cannot possibly contend with the devouring duel. With that, Aslo stormed off. The other elderly men following with grim expressions. Before exiting, one remarked, "You are all burying the Black Azura." Inside the command room, Longu wore a dismissive expression. However, since they were former crew members of the previous captain, he chose not to voice any objections. Qin paid no heed to the departure of the elderly MENI. In fact, she was likely eager for them to leave. However, out of respect, she refrained from saying more. It was best if these individuals could recognize their own lack of understanding. Qin steadied herself against the control panel, gazing out into the cosmos, and solemnly declared, "All crew, prepare for battle. The devouring duel is upon us." In the hushed backdrop, a colossal silhouette collided violently with the Black Azura's shield at an astonishing speed. The entire ship shook violently. The blaring alarms echoed throughout the command room. Qin adjusted her stance, accommodating the tremors while keeping her unwavering focus on the devouring duel. Suddenly, she raised her hand and commanded, "Ship, turn left. All cannons, maximum energy, fire." Rings of light ignited before the windows, locking onto the devouring duel in mere milliseconds. Panels on the ship's exterior lifted, revealing the deep, ominous muzzles of the cannons. Thousands of shipborne cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, engulfing the view in flames. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, dispelling the flames. The sound reverberated through the command room, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Yet, smiles of joy spread across their faces, for this indicated that their attack had indeed harmed the devouring duel. Hope was within reach. Contact the Ghost Blade for a coordinated assault. Aboard the Ghost Blade mothership, Leader Tali stood with her arms crossed, observing the distant conflict. The surging artillery fire, even from such a distance, was clearly visible. Rhoda, who had exchanged Loria for Lu Yun, stood beside her, gazing at the unending barrage and murmured, "This is madness." Provoking the devouring duel, even if it is merely a juvenile, is still inspiring. It resembles the style of that captain. Rhoda turned to Talis and asked, "Commander, the auction house in the Black Domain, do they have any devouring duel body parts for sale?" Rhoda was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "No, Commander, never. However, there have been offers for the teeth and claws of the devouring duel." "What is the price?" 100 million CR points. Talis nodded slightly, saying, "Reply to the Black Azura. We will cooperate with them in this battle. However, there is one condition. If we manage to slay the devouring duel, we require 60 of the spoils." Soon, Tali's conditions were sent to Qin, who responded with an unexpected answer. "Divide the spoils according to the damage inflicted." The Ghost Blade crew members erupted in laughter. "What is the captain of that battleship contemplating? She commands a Diligence-class battleship, while we have 2 exploration-class vessels at our disposal. On what grounds does she presume her firepower can rival ours? If we were to divide the spoils based on this, she would end up with significantly less. Perhaps she is seeking an alternative means to bestow us benefits?" "Ha ha ha," Taliesin pondered, her thoughts drifting to Jun Qingshan. A formidable pilot. However, Jun Qingshan's physical condition has deteriorated over time. Even with a king-class mech at his disposal, he cannot unleash his full potential. Moreover, even if he had a king-class mech assisting the captain, it may not necessarily surpass their capabilities. From every perspective, the Ghost Blade holds the advantage. Agree to her terms? Indeed. The conditions were settled. The 3 ships of the Ghost Blade immediately dispersed, and hundreds of carrier spacecraft ascended, joining the fray. With the aid of the Ghost Blade's forces, the once beleaguered Devourer became considerably less encumbered. Lu Yun stood before the cargo bay window, quietly observing the Devourer, which was tumbling amidst endless barrages of fire. At that moment, Hao Yin loomed behind him, poised for the impending battle. Suddenly, he noticed a drastic shift in the Devourer's movements. Its massive wings unfurled, and its spoon-shaped head lifted high. A deep purple light converged within its cavernous maw. "Shao AI, what ability is that?" Lu Yun inquired. Shao AI promptly responded, "It is the innate skill of the Devourer clan." The corrosive RAY.it that moment. The Devourer lowered its head, unleashing a breathtaking yet lethal ray that silently shot towards the Black Azura. The ensuing collision with the Black Azura's shield generated shockwaves that rippled for thousands of meters. The surrounding floating meteors were instantly shattered by the force. Seizing the opportunity, the Ghost Blade's battleships unleashed their main cannons, targeting the Devourer's head. The Devourer howled in agony, its dark green eyes filled with fury. With a powerful flap of its enormous bone wings, it conjured a terrifying storm. Simultaneously, electromagnetic waves danced across its surface. Suddenly, the bone spines along its back shot forth, leaving hundreds of trails across the magnificent starry expanse. Several spacecraft were caught off guard, directly pierced by the bone spines. One craft, attempting to evade the spines, drew too close to the Devourer and was obliterated by a sweeping tail. The corners of the Devourer's mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, its eyes glinting with derision as it gazed at the starship. How remarkably! Smug. Lu Yun gazed solemnly at the colossal beast that towered in the cosmos. Haotian, follow my lead. With that command, he leaped into the air, where Haotian caught him and transported him to the cockpit. The life signal connected successfully. Haotian, I welcome you, my lord. Lu Yun's vision surged, his consciousness merging with Haotian's mech. Meanwhile, the Phantom Core was being absorbed by Haotian. Lu Yun monitored the mech's energy levels, a mere 3. 5 remained, yet after absorbing the Phantom Core, it surged by 2. Though this may seem minuscule, it was already several dozen times greater than a bug crystal core. 5.5 energy was sufficient to sustain this battle. The deck beneath him split open, and Haotian plummeted downward. Chapter 120. Conditions. What is that? The moment Haotian appeared, he captured the attention of everyone aboard the Ghost Blade, for that crimson radiance was exceedingly conspicuous. Zoom in on that area, Taliesin commanded immediately, sensing that perhaps this was the foundation of the Black Azura captain's audacious proposal. Captain, the radar shows everything normal. There's nothing there. The crew's announcement left Taliesin and all present in a state of astonishment. Nothing? Are you jesting? A pirate leader exclaimed in exasperation. That object is unmistakably visible. You dare claim the radar shows normalcy? Taliesin raised her hand to quell the dispute, calmly stating, if the radar cannot detect it, then let us use our eyes. Do I need to instruct you further? Her subordinates promptly switched to manual control, zooming in on the area. After magnifying the view hundreds of times, a slender crimson mech finally came into view. It was Lu Yun's mech. Loria stared in shock at the image. Lu Yun. Taliesin's expression turned quizzical. Rhoda quickly clarified, Captain, during the journey on the passenger ship, Lu Yun piloted this mech and controlled our crew. What do you estimate its class to be? Taliesin inquired. Rhoda fell into contemplation. After a moment, he cautiously replied, it should be around the Dominion class, and the surface of this mech is considerably damaged, indicating its combat effectiveness is likely further diminished. In truth, Rhoda had already provided the most conservative estimation. As for the King class, he hadn't even considered that possibility, for within the Federation, no pilot as young as Lu Yun had ever achieved the King class. Even Dominion-class pilots were exceedingly rare geniuses. Regardless, let us first observe his intentions. In the darkness, Lu Yun's pupils remained calm and steady, the ignition of his blood-flame state rendering his mind utterly tranquil. The crimson hue in his eyes resembled flickering flames. Deploy interference munitions to cover Lu Yun. Huin's composed voice resonated within the cockpit. A series of slender barrels extended from the side of the Black Azura, unleashing white projectiles. The projectiles erupted above the Devourer, creating a vast smoke screen. Lu Yun leaned forward, his crimson longsword firmly in hand, switching to biological perception mode. Confounding thoughts surged from the depths of his psyche, and Lu Yun instinctively muttered aloud. The vision obscured by smoke suddenly flickered, transforming into an ethereal state. The massive life signal of the Devourer materialized distinctly before him. Lu Yun leaped into the air, moving like lightning, swiftly penetrating the smoke. A visible crimson streak, 100 meters long, cleaved through the smoke, mercilessly striking the Devourer's neck. A violent recoil surged through him. It felt as though he had struck a specialized alloy. Becoming lodged, Master, the Devourer's exterior possesses hard skin properties, several meters thick, with defensive capabilities comparable to that of exploration-class warship shields. If we cannot breach its defenses, we cannot inflict significant damage. Xiao Ai's voice echoed in his ears. Haotian's gaze flickered. The mech's energy plummeted by 0.1. With a powerful thrust, the twin engines expelled crimson flames as the 10-meter-high body spun in mid-air, then slammed down on the hilt of the sword. The lodged long sword, under the immense pressure, instantly pierced into the devourer's neck, leaving only the hilt protruding. On the ghost blade, the crew, who had been intently observing Lu Yun, instantly changed their expressions. How is this possible? He actually breached the devourer's defenses with a Dominion-class mech, seized the opportunity. Taliesin disregarded the crew's murmurs, immediately commanding, "Fire the composite Oblivion Ray." The clamoring crew promptly fell silent. A blue crystal, nearly 50 meters in diameter, floated forth from the front deck of the Diligence-class flagship. The two exploration-class vessels positioned themselves to either side, their main cannons aimed at the blue crystal. Then, they fired simultaneously. 3 beams of annihilation collided with the crystal, which erupted into a dazzling light. After a brief pause, beams several times thicker surged forth from the crystal, piercing through the galaxy. At this moment, the devourer had descended into a frenzied state, its small eyes, disproportionate to its massive head, radiating extreme cruelty. It had not anticipated that these wretched toys would dare to harm its noble body. Within its limited intellect remained only boundless murderous intent toward those who dared to inflict harm upon it. The devourer locked its gaze on the Hautian above. Its massive maw agape, a deep purple vortex coalesced within its throat, continuously gathering energy as it swung its head. The terrifying corrosive breath instantly enveloped a vast area before it. Simultaneously, the Oblivion Ray arrived from a distance. The breath and the ray collided, resulting in annihilation. Yet, in the next moment, a sphere of light suddenly ignited at the center, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that swept for thousands of kilometers. What an opportunity! Lu Yun's expression shifted. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Hautian's arms arched in front, its engines propelling it at dozens of times the speed of sound, breaking through the oncoming shockwave and hurtling downward. In the blink of an eye, he reached the devourer's neck. The long sword remained embedded in the devourer's neck. That moment, the devourer, dazed from the impact of the Oblivion Ray, swayed its head, oblivious to Hautian's presence. Seizing the moment, Lu Yun drew forth the long sword. The excruciating pain coursing through its neck immediately caught the devourer's attention. Realizing that this diminutive insect had not yet perished, it exhaled a searing breath through its nostrils, opening its maw wide to bite down on Hautian. Its throat swelled, gathering energy several times greater than before. But just then, a long staff entwined with blue-purple plasma suddenly appeared before it, like a falling star. It struck the devourer's forehead, and in an instant, a tempest of thunder erupted. The devourer's head sank 1,000 meters, its accumulated power dissipating with the force of the blow, erupting in a belch of smoke. "Lu Yun, I am here to assist you." Jun Qingshan's voice resonated through the communication channel. "Old man, can your body withstand this? A few minutes should suffice. Though I have aged, I must still prove my worth." Jun Qingshan chuckled nonchalantly, clearly responding to Aslo's earlier doubts. With a serious demeanor, Jun Qingshan swung the staff, the plasma bursting forth. He fixed a steely gaze upon the now-mad devourer. "Lu Yun, are you ready?" Before Lu Yun could respond, Jun Qingshan acted. The thunder god surged forth, dragging a long blue-violet rainbow behind it, charging out with ferocity. Chapter 121. The blade light filling the horizon. They have gone mad. Utterly mad. Within a cabin, Aslu and 4 old subordinates left behind by former captains gathered together, peering through the window to observe the battle outside. Upon witnessing the appearance of the thunder god, Asla's expression instantly darkened. This old fool, does he think he is still the same kingly pilot of yore? The emergence of the thunder god's power would only incite the devourer to become even more frenzied. After such a prolonged struggle, with so much ammunition expended, how could they still not grasp the situation? Another elderly man, his beard streaked with gray, spoke coldly. "The Black Azura is finished. Remaining here will only lead to our futile demise. I propose we take advantage of their distraction with the devourer and make our escape." His words received agreement from another. "A splendid idea. As long as we return to the Black Realm, gather our belongings, and find a place to live out our days in leisure. Once we are gone, Huin will naturally understand who truly cares for her well-being." "Well said." Asla glowered at the battle outside. He turned to the others and said solemnly, "Since they no longer require us, what are we still doing here? We shall forge our own paths." The 5 elders reached a consensus. They proceeded to the cabin, utilizing their authority to unlock a spacecraft. Aslu, what are you planning to do? A curious crew member stationed at the cabin inquired. Aslu gazed at the young face, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He looked at his 4 old comrades and smiled wryly. Do you see? Even a random young person now calls us by name. They have no understanding of what respect truly means. Another elder wiped his eyes and sighed. If only the old captain were still here, it would not be so. Aslu settled into the pilot's seat and pushed the engine joystick. The spacecraft belched forth searing flames. Hurry, open the hatch, Aslu bellowed. The young crew member glanced at him and reported upward. Big sister, Asluk and the others intend to fly away. Xiaoya noted the message relayed from the cabin and informed Qin. Qin cast a brief glance and then disregarded it. Let them go. Perhaps it is time for them to part ways. Get the hell out of my way, Jun Qingshan roared, his staff casting shadows like a dragon. Striking down heavily upon the devourer's neck, the wound previously inflicted by Haoyan split wide open after this blow, tearing apart extensively. 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant. Jun Qingshan understood this principle well. The devourer had relied on its unique hard-skin talent to rampage unchecked, disregarding artillery fire. However, now that its protective layer had been breached by Haoyan, seizing that damaged point to launch an attack would eventually result in breaking the devourer's neck. Yet, it seemed the devourer had also become aware of this, beginning to guard against assaults on its neck. Simultaneously, it turned its body, abandoning Haoyan and the Thunder God, and instead locked its sights on the Black Azura. Under the gaze of those menacing eyes, all on board felt a chill run down their spines. The current devourer was no longer the playful creature it once was. It had been thoroughly enraged. This beast is cunning. It seeks to use the Black Azura to force us closer. We must not allow it to approach. Jun Qingshan growled, steering the Thunder God to charge forward. How much energy do we have left? Qin asked in a low voice. The primary shield energy is at 12, and the engine's backup energy is at 27. Redirect all energy to the primary shield. We shall defend with all our might. The remainder is up to them. Qin fearlessly met the gaze of the colossal beast traversing the stars. The devourer appeared to have spotted the command room through the viewport. Its eyes revealed a savage humanity. It swung its tail, its massive body hurtling rapidly towards the Black Azura, while its throat gathered corrosive breath, spewing it across a vast area. The shield encountered the corrosive breath, emitting thick plumes of white smoke. Not far beneath the Black Azura, a spacecraft had just departed from the cabin when it saw the devourer barreling towards it. Damn. Why is that beast coming this way? Hurry, increase speed. An elderly man cried out in terror. Slapping the seat. We are already going as fast as we can. Stop yelling. Asla's expression twisted, pushing the control stick to its limit. Yet, it was still too close. Their small craft lacked the formidable shield of the Black Azura. This distance was merely a flick of the tail for the devourer. The fear of death loomed over them all. The Thunder God stepped through the void, each stride a flash, arriving before the devourer in mere breaths. Facing the head that towered over him by dozens of times, Jun Qingshan glared fiercely. Get back now! Sizzling, surging plasma erupted from every part of the Thunder God, enveloping its entire body in a radiant sphere. Suddenly, the long staff split apart, extending and expanding amidst the plasma. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a colossal plasma staff, measuring several meters in diameter and nearly 1,000 meters long. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it stood before the Black Azura. Then, it descended like a mountain crashing down to boom. The devourer's speed was too great. It could not dodge in time. That strike landed squarely upon its head. The visible shockwave traveled along the devourer's skin towards its tail. The fissure on its neck suddenly widened several times, blood gushing forth as though forced by a high-pressure pump. The devourer's head sank down 100 meters. While its massive body, propelled by tremendous inertia, continued to roll forward uncontrollably, curling into a ball, a tempestuous storm accompanied the devourer's silent wail of pain. Sweeping outward in the distance, a fleeing spacecraft was caught by the shockwave. Thrown into disarray, spinning in midair. Yet, compared to survival, this momentary dizziness was inconsequential to the elders. They reveled in the joy of having survived the calamity. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that old fool actually gave us a hand? tossing us out of harm's way. I was worried that the Devourer's attack range would be too extensive and affect us, however. Before the excitement could linger, a red light suddenly illuminated the distance, lighting up their field of vision. The alarm on the spacecraft blared incessantly. "What is happening?" an old man questioned in confusion. Aslu fiddled with the control panel, and upon seeing the rapidly rising energy feedback signal, a wave of immense dread surged from his heart. It seemed his worst fears were coming true. A voice, seemingly from the depths of hell, whispered through their communicator, sending shivers through their souls. "Infinite, shocking blade." In an instant, a red blade of light, reaching to the heavens and the earth, enveloped everything within the Elder's line of sight. Before they could react, the spacecraft was instantly obliterated. Shattered flesh and blood splattered across the cosmos. Aslu's severed head, with eyes still rolling, distantly witnessed the final scene of his life. The monster they had once regarded as a nightmare was decapitated beneath the overwhelming crimson blade, tossed high into the air. Just like him at this moment, he had truly won. Chapter 122. The anomaly of how Tianque, an astonishing blow, seemingly severing even time itself. The crew on the 4 battleships fell into a state of suspended disbelief. The entire fleet enveloped in silence. A full half-minute passed before a resounding cry filled with disbelief erupted from the ghost blade, rousing everyone from their stupor. "How is this possible?" Gazing at the head soaring high, gasps filled the cabin. "The Devourer is truly dead?" That was the Devourer. Though in its youth, this was still an extraordinary feat. This mech could not possibly be of the Dominator level. It might even exceed the King level. Hiss, not of the King level. Could it be? Don't ask me. I've only seen King-level mechs a few times on the Battle Network. Rhoda, you misjudged. Talus spoke softly, listening to the conversations of the crew behind her. Her eyes, filled with authority, were equally marked with shock. Clearly, that stunning blade of light had left a profound impression on the Ghost Blade leader. Nearly 10 seconds passed before Rhoda finally regained his composure. He let out a deep sigh, as if reflecting, "It seems I am truly getting old, no longer keeping pace with the times. Even now, even having witnessed it firsthand, I struggle to believe that what just transpired was real." Rhoda wiped his face, chuckling bitterly. "Leader, I hope you won't find it laughable, but I even suspect that this mech could single-handedly battle the youthful Devourer without our assistance. Who could have imagined?" Talus murmured softly. Suddenly, Talus seemed to recall something, turning to the girl beside her. "Loria, you are about the same age as Lu Yun. He can already pilot such a powerful mech to slay the Devourer. Yet you still think of ways to oppose me." As she spoke, Talus abruptly fell silent. She noticed that Loria was not listening to her at all. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Hao Yin. If one listened closely, they could even hear a buzzing sound akin to a mosquito. "Hiss! What an impressive mech! What a strong man! If I could just bring him home, I would never have to fear my mother again." As she spoke, a trickle of drool escaped from Loria's corner of her mouth. What a shameful display! Talistan was instantly enraged, his brows furrowed fiercely. "Loria, I must ensure that—" "Ah, what is it? Mother, what is the matter?" Loria's body jolted, standing upright and gazing at Talistan with wide, innocent eyes. "Copy the pilot's combat manual 300 times. If you don't finish it before I return, prepare for confinement." With that, Talistan dramatically tossed his garments and strode away with his entourage, stepping with a commanding presence. "Hey, where are you all going, Mother?" Talistan paid no heed. Loria turned to the elder Rotor. "Grandfather Rotor, you are the one who dotes on me the most." Rotor slowed his pace and gently patted Loria's head. Just when Loria excitedly thought Rotor might plead her case, he instead stated, "Miss, we are headed to the Black Azura to discuss the division of spoils. It will take quite some time, so you have ample opportunity to finish copying the manual, provided you remain focused." Qin confirmed repeatedly, finally convinced that the life signal of the Devourer had unequivocally vanished. "The Devourer is dead." As this news spread, the entire vessel erupted into exuberant celebration. "We have forged a legend." Longu exclaimed, tearing off his shirt and shouting fervently, "I know Lu Yun, so it's as if I too have slain the Devourer." "The Devourer. Ha ha ha, we actually killed a Devourer. This tale is grand enough for me to boast until my last breath. I just recorded the entire battle. If uploaded to the battle network, it will surely cause a sensation. Observing the ecstatic crowd, Qin interjected, "This battle recording is for private viewing only. It must not be uploaded to the battle network." Have you forgotten who our enemies are? A chill swept over the crowd as they recalled their formidable foe backed by the Federation. Should this video be uploaded, it would undoubtedly attract their attention and expose Lu Yun's information. The crew member who suggested uploading the recording immediately confessed, "I overlooked that aspect. I was too caught up in the excitement. Rest assured, I will delete the video immediately and won't even watch it." Qin nodded with a smile. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, wishing the elders were still present. This way, she could demonstrate to them that even the Devourer could be defeated. Big sister. This is a segment captured by the ship's radar before the Devourer's demise. Would you like to see it? Xiaoya suddenly presented an information screen. What is it? Let me see. Qin played the video. Upon seeing the indistinct silhouette of a ship, she immediately understood. Moments later, the image flickered due to intense energy interference. However, she glimpsed, in the last second of the video, the vessel being cleaved apart. Qin silently closed the video, saying nothing. Immersed in the sea of stars was the ultimate fate of people like them. To die without pain is indeed a form of fortune. Qin quickly composed herself and clapped her hands, urging everyone to begin collecting the Devourer's remains and the spilled blood. These were treasures of immeasurable value. Dozens of space operation ships soared forth. Mechanical arms dismembered the colossal body of the Devourer, storing the pieces in specially printed ultra-low temperature storage cabinets. Other ships collected the blood that had frozen into crystalline form. Within the cockpit of Haoyan, Lu Yun was reminiscing about the decisive strike he had just made. Suddenly, he frowned, hearing a voice from Haoyan. "Dragon bones, materials, exceptional." The intermittent voice echoed in his mind. But Lu Yun understood, his expression turning astonished. "Are you saying that there are useful materials on the Devourer's corpse?" Upon receiving Haoyan's affirmative response, Lu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Haoyan's body had long been riddled with many damages, and suitable materials for repair had yet to be found. To encounter such an opportunity was unexpected indeed. Filled with excitement, Lu Yun immediately directed Haoyan toward the Devourer's remains. Following Haoyan's guidance, he stepped closer to the Devourer's chest. The Devourer was simply colossal. Even in its youth, its size was astonishing. Standing atop it felt like being on perfectly flat ground. Lu Yun, guided by Haoyan's voice, located the Devourer's position. Without hesitation, he drove his long knife into the skin, piercing it open to create a massive gash. Then he climbed inside. 4 hearts, larger than Haoyan itself, were symmetrically arranged within the chest cavity. Lu Yun severed a heart from its thick blood vessels, and then uncovered a piece of bone that had turned to jade behind the 4 hearts. This is Dragon Heart Jade Bone. Chapter 123. The enthusiastic crew hearing Xiao Ai's exclamation, Lu Yun instantly inquired, "Xiao Ai, what is Dragon Heart Jade Bone?" "Master, this is an absolutely remarkable treasure, one only theorized by scientists." Xiao Ai was exceedingly excited. "I can't believe it truly exists." The scientists' conjectures were correct. Listening to Xiao Ai's description, Lu Yun was greatly astonished. "So it is something only speculated upon. Does that mean no one has truly seen it before?" Xiao Ai quickly clarified, "Master, although it is called bone, Dragon Heart Jade Bone is actually a highly pure, crystallized energy crystal. Scientists have only discovered remnants of such bone in the remains of the Devourer and speculated that a crystal exists within the Devourer's body, believed to be the source of its power." Lu Yun gazed in astonishment at the bone piece, roughly half a meter long and wide, hovering above him. He had not expected it to possess such significance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this is a highly pure energy crystal, how much energy could it provide if used by Haoyan? However, Xiao Ai swiftly countered that notion. "Master, please do not entertain such thoughts. While Dragon Heart Jade Bone can indeed be converted into high-purity energy, that would be a gross waste. Its most optimal use is actually to forge equipment. Equipment? Lu Yun recalled that Haoyan had indeed not mentioned using the Dragon Heart Jade Bone as energy. But what kind of weapon could be made from a piece of bone? Unable to fathom it further, he decided to leave it to Haoyan, who would naturally know the best way to utilize it. He leaped forward and carefully began to slice the Dragon Heart Jade Bone from its skeletal frame. Moments later, the Dragon Heart Jade Bone lay intact in Haoyan's grasp. Simultaneously, a screen appeared before Lu Yun. revealing a set of exceedingly detailed schematics. Master, this is a forging blueprint that can integrate the dragon heart jade bone into Hao Yan's body. Liu Yun could feel Hao Yan's eager anticipation. He smiled, saying, "Rest assured. I will arrange this promptly. Thank you, my lord." Liu Yun grasped the dragon heart jade bone cautiously, soon realizing his concerns were unwarranted. The bone's hardness exceeded his expectations. He held the dragon heart jade bone and the four hearts. Emerging from the Devourer's chest cavity, the surrounding ships had ceased their operations since he entered the Devourer's body, but they resumed upon his exit. Liu Yun returned to the cabin, where crew members soon pushed a large storage cabinet toward him. He placed the Devourer's hearts inside, while the dragon heart jade bone was secured by Hao Yan. Forging the dragon heart jade bone required specialized equipment, which was not available on the ship, necessitating an alternative plan. Additionally, Hao Yan's energy had once again dropped to 1 after using that technique, requiring new energy replenishment. However, with the means to acquire the nether core now in hand, Liu Yun was not overly anxious. He left the cockpit and requested the crew to assist in cleaning Hao Yan. The blood of the Devourer was not only foul-smelling but also emitted a strong, corrosive odor. "Let me, really?" The crew member Liu Yun called upon pointed to himself in disbelief. "What about 3,000 CR points?" The crew member nervously stared at Liu Yun. 3,000 CR points, you say? Liu Yun glanced at Hao Yan, now covered in blood and various fluids, and felt that the cleaning fee was reasonable. He promptly agreed. "All right, awesome." The young crew member jumped up in excitement, eagerly pulling out his smart brain and asking, "So how do you want to be paid, Brother Liu?" "I have cash, or I can use transaction codes from a few banks in the black market." Liu Yun paused, looking at the overly excited youth with a bemused expression. "You must be mistaken. I'm paying you, not the other way around." "What?" The youth was taken aback. "You not only allow me to touch this mech, but also wish to pay me." "The money is for your service fees," Liu Yun explained. Upon locking eyes with the youth, both suddenly realized something. The youth scratched his head, grinning shyly. "Brother Liu, cleaning the mech is our logistics personnel's job. How could we possibly charge you for that? I only wanted to touch this mech and perhaps take a picture. In the black market, the more powerful the mech, the more costly the photo. I was worried that 3,000 wouldn't be enough." Liu Yun, not at all embarrassed by the misunderstanding, chuckled. "Just a touch of the mech, no charge. The photo is fine, just don't upload it. You can rest assured. I won't share it with anyone else." Liu Yun nodded slightly and turned to leave. Just as he had taken a few steps, a cacophony of footsteps thundered from afar. A swarm of crew members rushed towards him, lamenting and pleading. "Brother Liu, let me touch it just once. I can help you clean the mecha. I'm excellent at tightening screws. I can polish it too. Look at me, Brother Yun." "Woo-woo, Brother Liu, take a look at me. I can warm your bed. Just let me take a picture with this mecha." It took Liu Yun immense effort to squeeze through the crowd. Facing the sea of eager eyes, he helplessly covered his face and said, "A photo is fine, but touching. Let's skip that." He feared that Hao Yan might become annoyed by the incessant touching and retaliate. After all, Hao Yan possessed autonomous consciousness. "Heh, master, are you surprised?" Xiao AI suddenly appeared with a mischievous grin. Liu Yun sighed softly. "Yes, quite surprised. These people are exceedingly fervent. They are even willing to pay just for a touch of the mecha." This reminded Liu Yun of the fanatics in parallel worlds. The folks in the Black Realm were no different from star-chasing enthusiasts. He recalled how much time he had wasted to save up 3,000 CR points, only to find that now, a mere touch of the mecha could suffice. It felt almost surreal. Xiao AI explained, "This is because the Black Realm is a place that excessively venerates strength, and the mecha, as the pinnacle of individual power, has become the object of adoration for countless individuals. Gradually, this has given rise to a unique culture of mecha worship. Charging for photos with mechas has become a source of income for many in the Black Realm." After a pause, Xiao AI continued, "Moreover, there is a particularly unique organization within the Black Realm that is said to have promoted this culture of mecha worship." Liu Yun felt a surge of curiosity. Not only was there a unique regional culture, but there was also an organization dedicated to its promotion. He inquired, "What organization is so peculiar?" "The Mechanical Cult." Chapter 124. Talus's Kindness. The Mechanical Cult. Liu Yun recalled the last time he heard this name was when he had just entered Silver Star Academy. Some students preparing for exams were worshipping at the mecha in front of the academy gate. He had thought it was merely a student concoction, akin to the electronic Buddha figures from the parallel world. To his surprise, such an organization actually existed, and it seemed to have considerable scale. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to promote a culture so extensively. This organization had emerged in recent years on the Battle Network, spreading rapidly with a swift increase in its followers. Liu Yun chuckled. With a bunch of examinees worshipping there, could the spread be anything but swift? Returning to the cabin, Liu Yun glanced around but did not see the old man Jun. "Where's old Jun?" he asked, stopping the passing Xiaoya. "Old Jun? He has gone off to recuperate," Xiaoya replied, then tilted her head in confusion. "Huh, why did I say again? Master, I have already located old Jun. He is currently resting in the therapy chamber, and his vitals are stabilizing, so there is no need for concern," Xiao AI informed. Liu Yun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. At that moment, Qin was discussing the value of the devoured corpses with the ship's researchers. After all, they needed to divide the spoils with the Ghost Blade crew shortly, and they also needed to sell the corpses in the Black Realm afterward. "Liu Yun, you're here." Qin spotted him and beckoned him over. "Come and offer your insights on how we should decide." A few eager young researchers gazed at Liu Yun with fervor, quickly making room for him. Liu Yun waved his hand in refusal. He had no desire to engage in such mentally taxing matters. Qin did not press the issue, allowing Liu Yun to rest. Meanwhile, Liu Yun had Xiao AI search for locations in the Black Realm with forging capabilities. Xiao AI accessed the database of the Black Shura and retrieved information on 4 factories equipped with large-scale forging equipment. Liu Yun instructed Xiao AI to mark them for later inspection upon their arrival in the Black Realm. At that moment, distinct footsteps echoed from outside. The leader of the Ghost Blade, Talus, entered with Rhoda and 4 attendants. Qin warmly welcomed them. The Ghost Blade's 3-star ships had exerted considerable effort in the previous battle. Otherwise, the Black Shura alone could not have held off the Devourer for so long. Talus smiled faintly, casting a deep glance at Liu Yun before addressing Qin. "Captain Qin, I underestimated you. It is not me you underestimated, but rather Liu Yun," Qin replied. Talus glanced at Liu Yun and nodded slightly. "You have indeed concealed your strength well." Liu Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Why all that is just. He had never intended to hide his capabilities. It was merely that you could not fathom Hao Yun's might. "Was that my fault?" Liu Yun shrugged. Quickly, Qin shifted the topic, presenting the division plan they had discussed with the researchers beforehand. A 70-30 split, 3 for the Ghost Blade and 7 for the Black Shura. Regardless of whether it was to restrain or ultimately deliver the finishing blow, the ones who contributed the most were the Thunder God and Hao Yun mechas. Liu Yun had anticipated that Talus might object to this distribution, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. However, the specifics of the division needed careful deliberation, as the core areas of the Devourer were far more valuable than its other parts. Prices could vary by dozens of times. The discussion persisted for 3 to 4 hours, concluding only when the negotiators from both sides ceased their bargaining. "A pleasant collaboration, Leader Talus," Qin said with a smile, extending her hand. Talus nodded slightly, leading her group away. However, before departing, she turned back and said, "Mr. Liu Yun, should you be interested, you are always welcome to visit our Ghost Blade." The Ghost Blade extends a warm invitation to Mr. Liu Yun. Rhoda handed Liu Yun a metallic magnetic card, bowing slightly before turning to follow the leader out. Listening to the receding sound of their footsteps, Liu Yun examined the card in his hand. This was a level 3 VIP card of the Star Pirate Alliance, adorned with the unique emblem of the Ghost Blade. Holding this card signified friendship with the Ghost Blade pirate group, should one encounter trouble in the Black Realm or come across a pirate attack. Presenting this card would generally ensure one faced no difficulties. However, if one encountered the enemies of the Ghost Blade, it would be best not to reveal it, lest one find themselves in a more dire predicament. "Isn't this akin to a double-edged sword?" Liu Yun raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar. He recalled a rather famous anecdote from his past life. A certain elder brother advised his younger brother, "If trouble arises, just invoke my name." The younger brother replied, "I did, but invoking it only made them hit harder." It is indeed a double-edged sword, but overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Moreover, this was a VIP card of the Ghost Blade, a privilege only bestowed upon a few heads of major corporations over the years. Generally, individuals of lesser standing would not earn the gaze of Leader Talus. "You are quite charming," Qin remarked with a knowing smile. Teasing Liu Yun chose to ignore her. He scrutinized the crystalline, silver-white card and suddenly asked, "Does holding this card mean I am now a star pirate?" "Ha ha, how could that be?" The Black Realm is notorious. This card merely serves as a safety assurance provided by the Star Pirate Alliance to its partners. As she spoke, Sheen stretched lazily, displaying a hint of weariness. With all the necessary tasks completed, she could finally afford to rest. Alone. Yes, Captain. Set the course for the Black Realm. Initiate spatial jump. We are heading home. Understood, Captain. Everyone busied themselves excitedly, and Lu Yun decided to take a rest. The ship operated around the clock, and he was indeed feeling rather fatigued. As Lu Yun drifted into slumber, the Alberto family conference room was ablaze with lights. The three officials once assigned to investigate now trembled as they knelt in the center of the room. The vast conference hall was packed to capacity, and a tense atmosphere permeated every corner. In the central position, a spectral figure sat, icy eyes fixed upon the three below. The three buried their heads deeply, awaiting judgment. Beside the main seat, the family head's attendant, Vikina, calmly observed the three. The family head has arrived. Report your findings. Yes. The three responded nervously. The leftmost individual swallowed hard and, with a trembling voice, said, "We failed to control the online narrative. Our network base was infiltrated by an unknown force, rendering us incapable of counteraction." The person responsible for the network aspect felt a profound sense of despair when recalling the events. The unknown force even drew a pig's head on all their displays. Such contemptuous mockery was an unprecedented humiliation for the Alberto family. He dared not disclose this incident, only admitting to a failed mission. Chapter 125. Enlightenment, third style of the sanctuary. Vikina remained silent, merely shifting his gaze to the next individual. Also failed. We only traced the document to a small location called the Moore Star Zone, but the poster remains untraceable. Vikina then looked at the last person. The young Master's passenger ship was hijacked, and our people are still searching with all their might. The search radius has expanded to 10 light-years. The other's expressions darkened, clearly unprepared for the realization that everything had gone awry. Family head, Lord Vikina, this matter may not be so simple. Perhaps the hijacking of the passenger ship is deeply intertwined with this incident. Another person suggested. I lean towards the idea that it was orchestrated by our enemies. In recent years, the Bello family has been endeavoring to usurp our family's position. Perhaps their involvement is evident in this matter. The moment these words were uttered, they resonated with the majority present. It is indeed reasonable, for the Bello family excels in information warfare, wielding control over half of the Federation's communication stations. If they are behind this, they undoubtedly possess the capability to obliterate our network base in an instant. Damn that old Bello. How dare he undertake such actions, believing that he can topple the Alberto family with fabricated lies. Master, I believe we must repay this grievance in kind. We have just suffered a defeat, and it is likely that the Bello family seeks to exploit this opportunity to crush us entirely. We must retaliate, or others may choose to join in. Enough. A spectral figure at the head of the assembly spoke softly. The attendant, Vikina, flicked his wrist, unleashing a wave of energy that echoed in the void. The crowd fell silent immediately. Vikina, this matter is entrusted to you. Investigate the puppet masters behind this, as well as the whereabouts of Ochoa. Understood, Master. The radiant glow dissipated. The atmosphere within the conference room relaxed slightly. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the three individuals kneeling on the ground. The Master's decision to reassign the task implied a dismissal of their capabilities. Those lacking ability do not deserve to exist within the esteemed Alberto family. Vikina cast a cold glance at the three on the floor and waved his hand. In an instant, 3 beams of light shot from his sleeves. Piercing through the tops of their heads, the trio cried out in agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, smoke rising from the wounds above them. Lu Yun awoke from his slumber. The tranquility of the starry sea allowed him to sleep soundly. The profound stillness enveloped him, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Good morning, Master. A puppet image of Xiao AI sprang to life on the room's virtual screen. The time on Karen Star is now 7:40 a.m. You have been asleep for 8 hours. Lu Yun gazed out the window, captivated by the magnificent and mysterious cosmos. This was his first moment of truly appreciating the grandeur of the universe. Akin to a brilliant dream unfolding. Galaxies intertwined, nebulas danced, and the vast expanse of stars adorned the dark depths of space, each star shimmering with its unique brilliance, reminiscent of precious gemstones. He reveled in the vastness of the cosmos, his thoughts wandering through the boundless expanse of the stars, A soft light filtered through the window, illuminating his youthful and handsome visage. Xiao AI seemed to sense something, crouching in the corner of the screen, propping her chin on her hands, tilting her head cutely as she gazed at Lu Yun. She noticed that there were stars and oceans in her master's eyes. "I understand now," Lu Yun exclaimed suddenly. His eyes alight with brilliance, he dashed out of the door. Xiao AI blinked in bewilderment, then quickly vanished. "Master, what did you discover?" "The third technique of the sanctuary that has troubled me for so long." Lu Yun sprinted towards the training room. Lu Gu, hey, why is Lu Gu running so fast? On the way, Xiaoyu was about to greet him, but Lu Yun had already disappeared. "I don't know. But he seems quite happy. Perhaps there's good news." Throughout the journey, the crew observed Lu Yun with curiosity. Upon entering the training room, Lu Yun immediately grabbed a metal short stick, closing his eyes as he gradually slowed his breathing. In that moment, he could clearly hear the powerful rhythm of his own heartbeat. However, after a while, his heartbeat began to fade, and his breathing became sporadic. He seemed to enter a state of prenatal tranquility. Shadows appeared at the entrance of the training room, peering in with curiosity, drawn by Lu Yun's commotion. "What is Lu Yun doing?" As he stood motionless, someone couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyu quickly interjected. "Sure. Keep it down. Lu Gu is at a critical moment. What do you know?" Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. "I don't know. But just by looking at Lu Ji's earlier demeanor, one can tell this matter is undoubtedly significant." This K makes sense. As expected of Xiaoyu, your observation is quite keen. "When will you ever observe me so closely? Go away. Stop talking nonsense." Xiaoyu shot a glare at several people in mock annoyance. "The leader is here. Make way." Someone whispered from the back. Soon, the crowd parted to create a path. "The leader has arrived." "Leader, you're here. Look at what Lu Gu is doing." Jin raised her hand to silence the crowd. "Quiet. Do not disturb Lu Yun. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely on the verge of a breakthrough." The crowd stared at Lu Yun in astonishment. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Lu Yun's life force has vanished." That person held a device, seemingly still in operation. They rushed over without putting it down. That moment, the device indicated that Lu Yun's life force had disappeared. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. She recognized this ability, having seen Jun Qingshan use it before. Jun Qingshan had mentioned that mastering this technique takes at least a year and a half. Yet, how long has it been for Lu Yun? At this moment, Lu Yun felt as if his mental realm had transformed into an infinite universe, with countless thoughts resembling interwoven stars. No wonder this third technique requires the integration of the sanctuary's blessing. The fundamental principle of this technique lies in the application of one's own spiritual power. The blessing emphasizes mastery over the body, and to control the body, the key lies in one's will. The body is the shell, while the spirit is the blade. Previously, he had focused solely on enhancing his physical strength and speed, which is why he had been unable to comprehend this for so long. All previous understandings converged in this moment. Lu Yun suddenly spread his hands. The short stick began to spin rapidly in his palm, forming a disc-like blur. Yet, it was not enough. Lu Yun felt a heaviness in his heart. The stick's shadow accelerated several times, morphing from a disc into a long rod, seemingly suspended in his hand. However, the sound of the rushing wind indicated that it was merely an illusion created by the speed, reaching the limits of perception. Suddenly, Lu Yun unleashed a long-held breath, and at that moment, his life force erupted violently. The life detector emitted a series of beeps, signaling a high-risk life force. Lu Yun raised his hand to strike, and a gray shadow shot forth from his hand at an almost imperceptible speed, traversing over 10 meters before striking the metal wall. Boom! The cabin shuddered violently. The thunderous noise left the crowd momentarily deafened. After several seconds, their hearing gradually returned. They quickly turned their attention to the metal wall, where they beheld a concave pit measuring 2 meters in diameter, with the center deeply indented by several centimeters. The metal rod had completely embedded itself into the wall, surrounded by a web of cracks. Chapter 126. You are celebrating too soon. The entire cabin fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the dent in the wall. Gulp! Long Gu swallowed hard and pinched the arm of the nearby braided youth. Ouch! Why did you pinch me? Long Gu murmured. If it hurts, it means this is a dream. The braided youth rubbed his arm. Irritated. What is wrong with you? If I recall correctly, our training room should have been specially reinforced and thickened, right? Indeed, it has been reinforced. Ordinary energy weapons cannot leave a mark. Ouch, did Lu Yun just break it with a metal stick? That last strike was likely comparable to the destructive power of low-grade mechas. How terrifying. Just how powerful is Lu Yun as an awakened individual? I don't know. We might have to ask him directly. Voices of conversation filled the AI. Lu Yun exhaled a long breath, thoroughly satisfied with the power of this third technique. It was, after all, the technique that had taken him the longest to comprehend. Dragon Flash was the name of that very move. Only after mastering this technique did Lu Yun begin to grasp the profound depth of the sanctuary. He was merely scratching the surface. With fervent eyes, Lu Yun raised his hand, observing the air currents as fine as a hair spiraling around his palm, a manifestation of stellar energy. The human body is akin to the universe. With countless cells representing stars, this is the treasure buried deep within the human form. Lu Yun clenched his fist, and the swirling air currents around his palm detonated like a bomb. The sound echoed through the void. He felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different person compared to before. This was a completely different realm. However, he was unsure of his current level. Since acquiring Haotian, he had not tested his strength in quite some time. The might of Haotian felt like a bug in his current stage. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Jean applauded in amazement as she approached. I never expected you to grasp the existence of stellar energy so quickly. If old Jun were here, he would surely be astounded. Just lucky, Lu Yun replied with a shy smile, you're too modest. Jean rolled her eyes at him and asked, what level are you at now? I haven't tested it yet. Then let us give it a try now. It's just in time to give these proud young men on the ship a bit of a shock. Jean shot a disapproving glance at Long Gu and the others. Immediately, they averted their gazes, some scratching their noses, others staring at their toes as if there were flowers on the ground. Lu Yun, too, was eager to see what his current strength was. He approached the testing device. Jean waved her hand. Along, didn't you always claim to be the strongest young man on the ship? Why don't you go first and give Lu Yun a demonstration? Upon hearing the words, Long Gu emerged with a grin. Lu Yun, my brother, although your prowess in piloting the mech is indeed remarkable. In terms of personal strength, I must assert that among the younger generation, I have yet to encounter a rival. Enough with the idle chatter. Just get on with it, Sheen interjected, her tone exuding impatience as she interrupted Along's self-aggrandizement. Along promptly positioned himself before the apparatus. After a moment of preparation, he drew back his right arm to its maximum extent, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. The muscles in his arm bulged like marble. And with every breath, his arm circumference doubled, creating an exaggerated ratio with his physique. The visual impact was striking. Sheen explained from the side. The combat technique Along practices is called eightfold wave, allowing him to stack his strength up to 8 times, unleashing it in an instant with terrifying destructive power. However, this lad became complacent after reaching the 4th wave, believing no young person could match him. Today, let him receive a lesson, Lu Yun chuckled as he glanced at the crimson-faced Along. At this moment, Along had completed the 4th wave, the veins on his arm thicker than Lu Yun's fingers, resembling a coiled dragon resting upon his limb. Hiya! Along roared, his fist slicing through the air, delivering a heavy blow to the apparatus. The entire device trembled violently, as if on the verge of being shattered by his strike. Yet, it ultimately held firm. The readings on the display fluctuated wildly. Along, supporting himself on his knees, gazed at the erratic numbers. Brother Lu Yun, during my last test, I already reached the pinnacle of level 17. With the 4-fold wave, I can undoubtedly increase my strength by 50%. Bringing me close to level 19. Hehe. Surpassing me might prove somewhat challenging for you. Lu Yun nodded with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. The readings finally stabilized at 2,980 kilograms, undeniably the strength of a level 19 awakened one. Although he had taken a shortcut using a combat technique, it still represented his true power. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Long Gu, you've grown stronger again. If you master the 5-fold wave, wouldn't you reach level 20 directly? Incredible! Along laughed heartily, placing his hands on his hips. Let's keep things low. Key, Lu Yun. It's your turn to try, Qin said. Lu Yun approached the apparatus and reset the values to 0. He closed his eyes, channeling the stellar energy deep within his being. Soon, a wisp of wind coiled around his fingertips, spreading across his palm. With a sudden clarity, Lu Yun opened his eyes. Sanctuary ring blade. His 5 fingers aligned like the edge of a blade, raised with the swiftness of lightning, and struck the testing apparatus. The impact resonated like a drill, emitting the sound of steel clashing. The air compressed into a mist at his fingertips, radiating from the point of contact. Lu Yun retracted his hand instantly. Concurrently, the apparatus's readings began to soar rapidly. Initially, Along felt a twinge of worry, but upon hearing the noise, which was far less thunderous than his own, he quickly relaxed and laughed with joy. In such tests of raw strength, sometimes the sound alone could provide a rough estimate. Soon, the readings ceased their fluctuations, settling at 2,033 kilograms, a standard level 17. The crowd gasped in mild surprise. At Lu Yun's age. Such strength was indeed commendable, however, with Along's previous 2,980 kilograms as a benchmark. The difference of nearly 1,000 kilograms rendered their astonishment somewhat muted. Along, observing Lu Yun's calm demeanor, mistakenly believed he had been disheartened. He quickly patted Lu Yun on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Brother Lu Yun, don't be discouraged. My display was merely a clever use of a combat technique. My true strength is only at level 17. After all, I'm 5 years older than you, so it's only natural that I'm a bit stronger." Lu Yun smiled. "I'm not disheartened. However, it seems I still need to practice more." "Exactly, youngsters should forge ahead with determination. I believe it won't be long before you surpass me," Along said, giving a vigorous thumbs up, revealing his shiny back teeth. Just then, Qin suddenly interjected, "Along, you're celebrating a bit prematurely, huh?" The others looked at Qin in confusion. She glanced at Lu Yun, exhaling in exasperation. "I meant for you to teach them a lesson, not to damage my equipment." With that, Qin lightly flicked the apparatus with her 2 fingers. Crack, 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 in the midst of puzzled gazes. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the test device crafted from specialized materials. Then, it collapsed. A long smile froze on his face as he gawked at Lu Yun, then at the heap of shattered equipment on the ground. Swallowing hard at that moment, Xiaoya exclaimed, "Look at the wall behind the apparatus." "What about the wall?" "Whoa, Lu Gu, you are my superhero. Goodness, first you broke through the wall with a stick, and now that delicate palm left a mark too." Along looked up at the wall and noticed a small dent the size of a soybean. It was minor, yet it was created by striking through the testing apparatus. Moreover, had it been a broad dent, it would have been less impressive, but this tiny indentation was frightening. It indicated that Lu Yun's earlier strike had been concentrated to a point without any dispersion, thus being able to penetrate the apparatus and leave such a mark on the metallic wall. Along shuddered at the thought of receiving such a blow himself. Feeling a pang of dread, he awkwardly covered his face, overwhelmed by shame. Thankfully, the leader pointed it out just in time. Otherwise, if he had bragged a bit more, he would have been humiliated back in the black market. Unable to restrain himself, Along remarked, "Brother Lu Yun, your heart is too wicked. With such an effect, you still claim you need more practice. Are you deliberately hoping to see me make a fool of myself?" At that moment, the air of bravado around Along dissipated, leaving him resembling a dejected wife. Lu Yun rubbed his nose, quickly refuting, "Long Gu, you misunderstand. My intention was to shatter the testing device in one blow, but it didn't go as planned." "All right then, that reason is quite formidable." Along covered his face. He suddenly yearned for his little room. "Are you leaving just like that?" Qin squinted her eyes and asked. Along immediately raised his hand in assurance. "I'll return to practice right away. I won't emerge until I've mastered the 5-fold wave." "Now that's more like it. Go ahead." Qin nodded in satisfaction, turning to the others. Whoosh, dozens of figures swiftly disappeared. Echoes lingered in the air. "Leader, I just remembered I forgot to clean up. I'll go prepare dinner. I'll check if the flight path has deviated. I'll grab the equipment to fix the wall." Qin facepalmed in exasperation. Just as Lu Yun was about to say something, a series of beeping sounds rang out. Xiaoya's voice came through their earpieces. "Leader, we have arrived at the black market. We finally made it." Qin smiled at Lu Yun, saying, "Come, let me show you the sights of the black market. Though it is a haven of sin, it is undeniably one of the few magnificent spectacles within the Federation, absolutely worth witnessing." Intrigued, Lu Yun followed her to the command room. Through the porthole, he beheld a breathtaking scene that left him momentarily breathless. Before him lay a colossal, awe-inspiring oceanic whirlpool of star clusters, radiating beautiful luminescence. At the center of the cluster was a mysterious and profound darkness, seemingly concealing endless enigmas and unknown secrets. Surrounding the star cluster, countless meteors shone with dazzling trails, embellishing the scene. Liu Yun also observed numerous spacecraft weaving between the star cluster and the meteors. Each vessel was unique, representing various civilizations and races, navigating at different speeds and trajectories. Together, they formed an extraordinarily magnificent and dreamlike tableau. "Isn't it beautiful?" Qin softly asked, captivated by the slowly rotating star cluster. "It is indeed." Liu Yun nodded, in his memory. Only the pillar of creation from his previous life could rival such a majestic sight. The spiritual resonance it evoked was intoxicating. It was hard to imagine that the black market, notorious for its malevolence, could possess such a thriving and civilized appearance. The spectacle of countless spacecraft racing through the void, if not for the label of the black market, would lead Liu Yun to believe it was a mainstream civilized homeworld. Qin chuckled, unfazed by Liu Yun's astonishment. "You're not alone. Everyone who sees the black market for the first time is equally amazed. In the black market, there are no laws, which is why many transactions that cannot be conducted elsewhere take place here. Over time, trade has flourished, even mainstream conglomerates from the Federation have branches within." Liu Yun nodded. "As long as there is profit, those corporations don't care if it's the black market or the white market." As they prepared to enter the black market, the ship began to decelerate. The descent was smooth, and the shields were activated. Commencing countdown to contact with the cosmic storm. 10-9. The whirlpool-like star cluster loomed larger in front of them until it surpassed the limits of their vision. At this moment, the black Ashura resembled a fragile boat upon the ocean, as ionized air currents battered the porthole furiously, and in the distance, colossal bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The sound of thunder filled their ears. The black Ashura gradually submerged into the center of the vortex amidst the cosmic storm. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, the darkness receded, revealing an endless expanse of land before them. "Welcome to the black market." Qin smiled brightly at Liu Yun. "Finally home, I can't wait to indulge in the black rye beer from old Banjiao's shop. Haha, this time, you're treating me to a feast." "Wait a moment, did you just misphrase that?" "Ha ha ha, no mistake, no mistake." Joyful voices echoed around them. Everyone is engaged in discussions about where to unwind upon their return. Suddenly, Xiaoya softly called out, "Brother Liu." Liu Yun turned around, observing the bashful young girl, and inquired with a smile, "What is it, Xiaoya? Do you have any plans for when you get back?" Xiaoya asked in a hushed tone, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers twisting nervously as if attempting to fashion a bow from her clothing. Not at the moment. There's something on your mind. If you don't have any arrangements, would you like to visit Bandy's Tavern? Their rye beer is unparalleled in the Black Realm. I'll treat you." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible, as a whistle sounded from behind. Xiaoya's face flushed even deeper, and before Liu Yun could respond, she darted away like a startled rabbit. All right, enough of this." Qin could not help but glare at a few onlookers who seemed to relish the spectacle. She turned to Liu Yun and said, "Xiaoya grew up in Star City and knows it well. If you wish to explore the city, you should let her guide you." "Sure, I won't hold back." The starship docked at the spaceport. Subsequently, the group boarded the vessel heading towards the only city in the Black Realm, Star City. As Liu Yun gazed at the enormous city approaching in the distance, his spirit stirred. "Yuhua, I have arrived." Chapter 128. Miss Qin has a penchant for vintage aesthetics. Star City boasts an immense expanse, being 100 times larger than the ring city on Kalen Star. Rather than merely a city, it resembles a nation, an unusual realm constructed from countless territories held by various factions. The spacecraft weaved through towering structures, vibrant neon lights flashing before their eyes. Due to the vastness of Star City, speed limits were enforced, rendering even a return home an exceedingly lengthy endeavor. However, Along and the others were in high spirits, animatedly discussing their plans upon returning to their base. When Liu Yun learned from Qin that it would take another 10 hours to reach their destination, he decisively retreated to his room. "Xiao AI, is there any activity on the warnet?" Liu Yun asked, sitting cross-legged on his bed. The screen in the room illuminated, and Xiao AI's virtual avatar sprang to life. Displaying a flurry of rapidly scrolling posts, Liu Yun paused the screen, incredulous that even in the year 2334, such matters still arose. a strong demand to revoke the Alberto family's parliamentary seat. Such a filthy and disgraceful family is a disgrace to the Federation. Setting aside right or wrong, was Jun Qingshan not at fault? As the commander of a legion under the Alberto family, he openly defied military orders and even committed heinous acts on behalf of the family. Wait, are you serious? Lu Yun released the pause, and posts flew past. Xiao AI chimed in excitedly. As of now, the post's popularity has entered the top 200. Nearly 30 of users on the Warnet have engaged in this topic. How many citizens does the Federation have? Lu Yun was uncertain. However, the Jialan star domain alone housed nearly 100 billion inhabitants, and the Federation contained tens of thousands of such regions. Moreover, the Jialan star domain was merely a remote area, with a civilization level far below that of more developed regions, resulting in a significantly smaller population. By such calculations, 30 of users represented an unfathomably vast number. Lu Yun nodded, stating, initiate a nationwide proposal to force the Alberto family to withdraw from their parliamentary seat. Since the public sentiment had risen, Lu Yun did not mind applying a bit of pressure on the Alberto family. He trusted that Xiao AI could handle this matter flawlessly. Understood. Xiao AI saluted with enthusiasm. After delegating this task, Lu Yun opened the content of the sanctuary, blessing chapter, and immersed himself in cultivation. Having just grasped the essence of star elemental force, now was the opportune moment to solidify his understanding. 10 hours later, Xiao AI's alarm stirred him awake. Master, we are about to arrive at the base. Lu Yun opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The tumult within his body gradually calmed. He clenched his fists, sensing a slight increase in his strength. However, he was aware that this was merely an illusion brought about by the influx of star elemental force into his muscles. Yet, despite no tangible enhancement in power, his mastery of star elemental force had notably improved. In a sense, that was a form of strength as well at that moment. A knock echoed at the door, and Xiaoya's distinctive soft voice called, Brother Lu, we are almost home. The captain said we should gather for a meal together, so please prepare. All right, I understand. Lu Yun swung his legs over the side of the bed, took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and made his way to the main cabin. Brother Lu, upon arriving, he spotted Along and Xiao Bian gesturing to him conspiratorially. What's the matter? After Lu Yun approached, Along glanced around cautiously and handed Lu Yun a note, saying, Don't let the captain and Xiaoya find out. With that, the two feigned nonchalance and departed. Lu Yun looked at their retreating figures in confusion before unfolding the note. Brother, when it comes time to order, please select these. Charcoal grilled star eel, tiger striped prawns, creamy green juice crab legs. Lu Yun scanned the list, which contained nearly 30 dish names. Just as he was about to inquire further, the spacecraft suddenly jolted. Everyone braced themselves as the landing gear malfunctioned, causing an unstable descent. Qin's voice crackled through the earpiece. There seems to be an issue with the aging landing gear. We might not land smoothly. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, followed by a thunderous crash. Lu Yun felt as though his brain might explode. He wanted to exclaim, Is this what you call an unstable landing? This is not landing. It's a direct crash. Thankfully, the spacecraft held together reasonably well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a hissing sound of depressurization accompanied by a plume of white vapor erupted from the pressure door. Then, with a resounding bang, the pressure door flew off, soaring away. Lu Yun was facing the entrance, and the crumpled landing apparatus came into view. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Lu Yun utterly bewildered. Qin had somehow appeared beside him, her fist raised to her mouth as she cleared her throat. Don't mind it. It's a normal occurrence when the cabin pressure is unbalanced. Lu Yun stiffly nodded. You are the captain. Your word is law. Qin chuckled lightly, quickly brushing aside the incident, her gaze searching. Where is Xiaoya? From a corner, a small hand shot up high. Captain, I'm over here. What are you doing over there? I fell. Xiaoya scrambled to her feet, hurriedly fixing her disheveled hair as she approached. Captain, what are the plans? It's not the first time. You still haven't learned. Qin shook her head, then instructed, You take Brother Lu to find a room to settle in. All right. Xiaoya looked at Lu Yun with bright eyes. Brother Lu, shall we go? Lu Yun glanced at the note in his hand, tucked it away, and followed her off the spacecraft. Xiaoya, what is it, Brother Lu? Do you all usually land like this? So wildly? After much thought, Lu Yun finally found a suitable descriptor. Xiaoya shyly scratched her face and explained, Whenever we go out, we usually don't return for over a year. So the captain thinks it's not worth it to invest in a lavish and sturdy landing gear, opting instead for the most economical option. It's much cheaper to just repair the spacecraft afterward. Lu Yun's expression was peculiar as he nodded. Indeed, it's quite a cost-effective choice, though somewhat perilous. Xiaoya's face flushed, and she mumbled, "It should be all right." "Oh, we've arrived." Xiaoya's eyes suddenly brightened as she dashed toward a courtyard ahead. Lu Yun glanced over, noting a 2-meter-high wall enclosing a courtyard of several hundred square meters. This base bore a stark contrast to the luxurious office buildings he had envisioned. However, amidst the steel jungle, constructing such a quaint villa held its own charm. Didn't he expect Miss Qin to have a taste for vintage aesthetics? Lu Yun remarked with a smile. Ahem, yes indeed. Xiaoya chuckled awkwardly, verifying their identity before pushing open the gate. Please come in, Lu brother. Just as Xiaoya began her sentence, she froze, staring into the courtyard. Upon noticing Lu Yun, she hurriedly attempted to close the door. However, Lu Yun stood nearby, and as he glanced inside, the scene before him caused his smile to freeze. Knee-high weeds had taken over the entire courtyard, while several cats and dogs frolicked about. A few monkeys were perched in an old tree, tossing stones at the dogs below, chortling and clapping their hands whenever they scored a hit. A rat scurried out from the underbrush, darting past the two of them and disappearing into a hole. Lu Yun. Chapter 129. The Old Turtle Dove Tavern. It was a dismal sight, bleak and desolate. Withering vines, old trees, and crows in the twilight. No small bridge, no flowing water, only two stone-like families. Lu Yun found himself at a loss for words to describe the scene before him. The dilapidation was evident, making it hard to believe that this was a structure within Star City. He mechanically turned to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, is this also a pursuit of cost-effectiveness? Xiaoya's face flushed crimson, spreading to her ears and neck. A wave of heat surged from her head. Xiao Ai detected the level of embarrassment in her demeanor had skyrocketed. Xiaoya stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "It's all Acho's fault." The captain specifically instructed him to activate the weeding device before we left, but he must have forgotten. Acho was also a crew member, though he was rather quiet, leaving a faint impression on Lu Yun. "Wait a moment, brother Lu. I will tidy up quickly," said Xiaoya as she dashed inside. Along the way, the sounds of barking dogs, meowing cats, and monkeys chattering and clapping in the trees could be heard. Go play, oh dear, if you bite me again, I will hit you. Dare to bite? Off you go." Lu Yun heard a howl, and a clever-looking dog was flung out. The monkeys in the trees laughed even harder. Lu Yun silently covered his face. After a while, a blue pillar of light suddenly rose in the middle of the courtyard, splitting into fine lasers that spun 10 centimeters above the ground. In just a few seconds, the tall weeds were trimmed to an appropriate height, transforming into a lush green lawn. Soon after, a massive vacuum appeared in the center, creating a vortex that sucked away the grass clippings. The courtyard was instantly cleaned. "Hemph, mission accomplished," Xiaoya declared, hands on her hips as she emerged from the house. She glanced at the corner of the yard, where a few trembling cats and dogs were huddled on the ground, their fur neatly shaved by the lasers, exposing their soft skin. "This is what you get for being disobedient," Xiaoya snorted, then turned to Lu Yun. "Brother Lu, come in. Choose which room you want. All the houses here are unoccupied." Lu Yun casually selected a room. Despite the dilapidated appearance of the courtyard, the interior was relatively tidy and clean, equipped with all the necessary amenities, including an intelligent butler with voice control for convenience. Curiously, Lu Yun asked, "I see so many rooms here, but are they all unoccupied?" "Yes," Xiaoya nodded. "The only ones living here are the big sister, me, Longgu, Xiaobian, Acho, Chi-Chi, about a dozen of us. The other crew members have their own homes and don't stay here." Lu Yun nodded, gazing into the distance at the towering skyscrapers. If the densely populated buildings were the city center, then this place was undoubtedly the suburbs. It seemed that Qin was in dire financial straits. "Have you encountered some troubles?" Lu Yun asked in a low voice. "Huh? Why do you say that? Otherwise, with your strength, you shouldn't be living in such a remote place," he replied. "The Black Shura has faced off against federal warships. With such strength, making money in a place like this should be a piece of cake. Yet, Qin still resides in such a secluded area, where the weeds are almost high enough to bury someone." There must be unspoken difficulties, Lu Yun had to lend a helping hand. Regarding this, there is actually another reason. But don't tell the big sister I said anything. Lu Yun nodded seriously. Rest assured, I promised to keep it under wraps. Actually, we used to have money, but then the big sister used it to speculate in stocks. Speculate in stocks? Lu Yun was taken aback, never expecting such an answer. What happened next? Xiaoya fell silent. Lu Yun realized that if they had made a profit, they wouldn't be living here. Clearly, they had lost everything. Did you lose it all? Not all of it. Xiaoya chuckled. We still have this courtyard and the Black Shura. What is so good about that? Lu Yun covered his face again in exasperation. Shortly after, Qin returned with the others. Old Jun hasn't woken up yet. We'll go eat without waiting for him. The group happily agreed. An hour later, they arrived at an exceptionally lively street, bustling with people of all kinds. Master, I have detected 32 hostile gazes directed towards us. Lu Yun casually glanced over and noticed a few punks leaning against the wall, covered in studs, grinning with menacing smiles as they caught his eye. Seemingly trying to assert their dominance, Lu Yun retracted his gaze and lightly tapped his wristwatch. Set warning keywords: beautiful, wealthy, easy prey. After a moment of thought, he added another word: handsome. Received. We have arrived, Qin said with a smile, lifting her head. Following her gaze, Lu Yun saw a bustling venue ahead, teeming with crowds at the entrance. The pulsating music flowed from within, accompanied by vibrant lasers projecting a constantly flashing pattern overhead, with bold letters declaring, Old Cuckoo Bar. Along led the way, his muscular frame parting the throngs blocking the entrance, guiding the group inside. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt a chill approaching his lower half. Can't hold back already? Truly a city of sin. Lu Yun's gaze hardened as his arm shot out, catching whatever was attacking him. Ouch! A sudden cry of pain came from beside him. A heavily made-up woman shot him an annoyed glare. Who are you? Really? Only then did Lu Yun realize that what he had caught was not a weapon, but a hand, specifically, a woman's hand, slender fingers adorned with bright red nail polish. But the area she had attacked, Lu Yun's forehead darkened as he hastily released her hand. The woman shot him another glare, rubbing her wrist in dissatisfaction as she walked away. Hee hee. Qin burst into laughter. You're quite popular, Lu Yun, to be attacked so quickly. Long laughed heartily. Brother Lu, don't worry. It's nothing. Long Gu would love to be touched. Xiao Bian leaned in and whispered. Lu Yun shook his head helplessly and hurried a few paces into the bar. The booming music instantly increased in volume, assaulting their eardrums with waves of sound. Young figures writhed in the dance floor ahead, while in the corner, a few hefty individuals were entangled, gnawing at each other. In the shadows, scrutinizing gazes fell upon their group. As they traversed the long corridor, they arrived at the bar counter. Qin slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Get us a private room, and bring old Cuckoo here. Tell him Qin has a big business proposition for him. Chapter 130. Call me Dad and let me hear it. The bartender, wiping a glass, glanced at Qin and Lu Yun's group with a cold demeanor. There are no private rooms available. The boss isn't here. Along leaned forward, grabbing the bartender's collar with menace. Kid, are you new here? You don't know the reputation of team leader Qin? He tilted his head, glaring, his forehead almost touching the bartender's. Huh? The bartender set down the glass, eyeing Qin before bursting into laughter. I thought who it was. The Qin who can barely afford a place to stay. Sorry, your names don't hold any weight here anymore. Get lost, a sharp clang echoed as the bartender's glass shattered in two. A razor-sharp blade hovering at his forehead. A drop of blood trickled down his nose. The bartender froze, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Qin. Think again. Do we have any private rooms left? Qin's voice, imbued with a unique magnetism, resonated smoothly. The blade danced before the bartender's eyes, as if ready to pierce his skull at any moment. Yes, yes. Here, this is the key. The first room on the left upstairs. The bartender, maintaining his upper body still, fumbled under the table and produced a key, carefully placing it before them. Lu Yun took the key, which bore a large number. Is that old bird here? Qin asked again. The boss truly isn't here. Inform him that if I don't see him before I finish my meal, I won't hesitate to dismantle his nest. Leaving that ominous warning, Qin flicked her wrist, and the slender blade vanished back into her sleeve. She tossed her wine-red hair and walked gracefully upstairs. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. So cool. Humph. Blind fools. Along flexed his arm muscles at the bartender, quickly moving to clear a path for Qin. The bartender watched the group leave, resentment bubbling in his eyes, especially as he noticed the mocking gazes surrounding him, igniting a fiery embarrassment on his face. Liu Yun, remember, in this place, you have to be ruthless. Make others fear you. Otherwise, everyone will think you're easy prey, and they'll come to take a bite out of you. Standing at the entrance of room 1, Qin advised Liu Yun, I've learned. Liu Yun smiled and nodded. Opening the door to the private room, a refreshing breeze filled with the scent of bamboo swept over him, easing the heat within. The interior resembled a bamboo grove, with a bamboo table and several bamboo chairs arranged around. Of course, the bamboo forest was simulated, created by an immersive projection device capable of conjuring any desired scene. Liu Yun, you order. Don't hold back, Qin said with a beaming smile. This time, the devouring task will allow us to make a significant profit. Liu Yun raised an eyebrow and grinned. In that case, I won't hold back. He noticed Along and Xiao Bian exchanging knowing glances, their expressions filled with satisfaction. As dishes were served, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. I shall fetch 2 bottles of rye beer. Xiaoya cast a glance at the empty bottles and rose to descend the stairs. The others remained oblivious, as Along and Xiao Braid had already engaged in a playful display of drunken boxing. Qin was recounting her past exploits and battles to Liu Yun, who, sipping his drink, occasionally nodded in agreement. Impressive. How formidable. Truly astonishing. So that is how it was. That must have been quite perilous. Indeed, Captain Qin, your words are very insightful. Listening to Liu Yun's flattery, Qin's cheeks flushed, and a silly smile spread across her face. She picked up a bottle, tilted it to pour, only to find it empty, and drunkenly inquired, wasn't Xiaoya supposed to bring back the drinks? Why hasn't she returned yet? Hic. Suddenly, Xiao Ai interjected, Master, Xiaoya is in trouble. I'll go take a look. Liu Yun glanced at the inebriated crowd and turned to head downstairs. Meanwhile, in the bar's passageway on the first floor, Xiaoya found herself cornered by a throng of individuals, clutching 4 bottles of beer. Hey, little beauty, why not come play with us at our table? It's no fun being alone. Behind Xiaoya, a crew-cut man leered. Reaching out to grab her backside, Xiaoya took a few steps back, glaring at him. Step aside. Otherwise, my sister will surely not let you off the hook. Oh, so you have an older sister? Perfect, let's call her down too and have some fun. Another youth with a rooster comb hairstyle chuckled, spreading his arms to block Xiaoya's path. Holding tightly to the beer bottles, Xiaoya watched the advancing group warily. As they drew closer, a large hand suddenly lunged from the side, groping towards her chest. Sensing danger, Xiaoya screamed and swung a bottle at the assailant. The bottle shattered, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath from behind her. A middle-aged man in a red suit clutched his hand. His face contorted with fury. You little wretch, how dare you strike? Tear her clothes off. I intend to have my way with her right here, he bellowed. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of eager anticipation. The crew-cut and rooster comb youths, receiving their orders, charged towards Xiaoya. Their imposing presence suggested they were awakened beings of level 15 or higher. These 2 youths were no ordinary troublemakers. Their faces were unfamiliar, likely having come from another district. Alas, this little girl is in dire straits. Not necessarily. You just arrived. Do you know who that little girl is? Does she have connections? Pray tell. The rooster comb youth, overhearing the chatter around him, sneered, Today, little girl, even if you called the king of hell, you'd have to serve my brother well. Come here. With a low growl, the rooster comb youth unleashed a surge of electricity from his hands. Lunging at Xiaoya, she hurled the beer bottle at him, but before it could reach him, an arc of electricity shattered it, spilling the contents onto the floor. The middle-aged man gazed greedily at Xiaoya's alluring figure, licking his lips with desire. Damn it, you little slut. I'm going to enjoy myself today. Just then, Xiaoya spotted Liu Yun emerging behind the rooster comb youth and exclaimed with joy, Lu Gu, save me. Ha! Today, even if you call me daddy, it won't help. The crew-cut youth jeered, maliciously advancing towards Xiaoya. At that moment, a detached voice echoed from behind them. Is that so? Then let me hear you call out daddy. Chapter 131. Who do you think you are? Which blind fool dares to cross me? The crew-cut youth spun around at the sound, but before he could discern who it was, a powerful hand seized his forehead. Obscuring his vision, Liu Yun's gaze was as still as a stagnant pond, his fingers gradually tightening. The crew-cut youth let out a pained scream as 5 distinct marks appeared on his forehead. He frantically battered the hand covering his face, but it was futile. It felt as though an iron claw was gripping him. Liu Yun continued to apply pressure. "Let go! Let go!" the youth screamed in panic. Ignoring his pleas, Liu Yun exerted more force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone rang out from beneath his grip. The skin on the youth's forehead split, revealing a jagged bone fragment. Blood streamed down his face, drowning out the music in the background. All onlookers halted, watching the chaos unfold from a distance. The middle-aged man, who had been following Qin, murmured, "What a ruthless lad. I thought he was just an innocuous little chick with that smile. But to crush a skull like that, what raw power!" As the rooster-comb youth witnessed his companion being subdued, he immediately shifted his target, charging at Liu Yun. Yet, before he could close the distance, Liu Yun delivered a swift kick, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters, crumpling to the ground like a shrimp, unable to rise. The crowd was in shock. He took him down with a single kick? How brutal! That one kick must have crippled him. Indeed, anyone following that woman is no ordinary person. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoya dashed to Liu Yun's side, gripping his sleeve tightly, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the middle-aged man. With 2 of his subordinates incapacitated, the man's expression darkened, and he gestured for 4 or 5 of his men to draw their weapons and slowly advance. Just then, the bartender appeared beside them. "Warning, fighting is not permitted inside the bar. If you wish to brawl, take it outside." Though he spoke thus, his gaze was fixed on Liu Yun, disregarding the middle-aged man entirely. Observing this scene, the crowd began speculating about the middle-aged man's identity. Meanwhile, 6 burly men clad in bar security uniforms, wielding riot control gear, emerged from the throng. "Kid, release him immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Daring to cause a ruckus in old Blanquillo's bar? You must be tired of living." The bar's security glared menacingly at Liu Yun, ready to pounce at the slightest move. Xiaoya's heart sank, and she quietly urged, "Lu Gu, I'm fine. Perhaps we should just let this go." Though she was seething with anger, the sheer number of adversaries, each appearing formidable and armed, made her apprehensive. Though not worry, Liu Yun reassured her, turning to the bartender. "You did not intervene when they attacked my friend. Now you choose to show up." The bartender glanced at Xiaoya and feigned innocence, who saw them attack just now. "Did you see it?" He turned to the nearby security guard, who shook his head. "Did you see it?" "I did not see it either." The bartender sneered at Liu Yun. "Did you hear that? No one saw anyone lay a hand on this young lady, but you, on the other hand, injured 2 guests in front of us." The bartender's tone turned icy as he signaled to the security point. One of the guards activated a stun baton, aiming it at Liu Yun. This was no ordinary stun baton. It was a high-voltage weapon, nearly a meter long. "Lu Gu, be careful," Xiaoya cried out, clutching Liu Yun's hand and pushing him away. However, Liu Yun remained unmoved. He simply grasped the frantic youth in front of him as a shield. The baton struck the youth, producing a sound akin to sizzling meat. Liu Yun then kicked the youth away, sending him crashing into the security guard, both of them tumbling 4 or 5 meters across the floor. "If you dare to strike, come at me all at once," the bartender shouted with a sinister grin, eagerly anticipating Liu Yun's response. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered as he ordered his men. "You all join in. Subdue this kid." The 5 individuals following him lunged forward. In an instant, Liu Yun found himself surrounded by 10 people. Well, this is quite the brawl. To be surrounded by 10. This kid is like a flea, unable to escape. Though the older man was not particularly virtuous, his hired thugs were all quite formidable, reportedly all semi-cybernetic beings with abilities equivalent to level 15 awakeners, capable of tearing apart a car. A spectator pulled out a smart device, ready to record the unfolding scene. Figures converged around Liu Yun, yet not a flicker of emotion rippled through his eyes. Truly, too weak. A stun baton swung toward him. Liu Yun moved. It had been some time since he had fought barehanded. This was the perfect opportunity to rediscover that feeling. Utilizing the void step, Liu Yun glided past the baton, landing a decisive punch on the security guard's face. The guard, twice Liu Yun's size, was sent sprawling backward. Compared to the battles Liu Yun had faced before, these individuals were utterly insignificant. As for the combined might of 10, It couldn't even compare to a single hair on his body. It did not faze him in the slightest. He didn't even need to exert excessive effort. One punch for each eye in a matter of moments. All 10 lay defeated on the ground. The crowd erupted in gasps. The bartender's expression shifted dramatically, shock etched on his face as he stared at Lu Yun. The middle-aged man could not help but take a few steps back, his earlier smugness evaporating. Lu Yun wiped the blood from his knuckles and took deliberate steps toward the middle-aged man. "I apologize," the man suddenly blurted out, his gaze fixated on the advancing youth, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. He had only ever felt such a sensation in the presence of the Black Chi. This youth was anything but ordinary. "As long as I have the Green Mountains, I need not worry about firewood. As I return, I shall gather my allies to deal with you." A myriad of thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind, and he decisively apologized to Xiaoya. "I am truly sorry, Mississippi. It was my fault, my carelessness. I should not have dared to offend you. I beseech you, exhibit mercy and spare me." Lu Yun continued to advance, step by step. Now, it is too late for apologies. He halted before the man, who had retreated to the bar. With nowhere left to escape, Lu Yun extended his hand towards the middle-aged man. But just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a faint voice. "Young man, this is Old Banjiao Bar. One must show mercy when possible." The music within the bar ceased upon the appearance of that figure, and the gazes of onlookers were filled with trepidation. Lu Yun tilted his head slightly, regarding the gaunt shadow at the staircase, his lips curling. "Educate me? What gives you the right?" Chapter 132. The Tyranny of Power. Lu Yun's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a bomb dropped into still waters, stirring up tumultuous waves. Did this young man understand the gravity of his words? The audacity of youth. What could have been a turning point was now irrevocably sealed by that single statement. No one could insult Xiaolong and expect to leave Old Banjiao unscathed. Even if Qin were to arrive now, she would not be able to save this fool. "Qin, are you belittling Xiaolong, or do you hold that woman in too high regard?" Xiaoya's heart tightened at the sight of Xiaolong's arrival, her face etched with worry as she looked at Lu Yun. Xiaowai quickly gathered information about Xiaolong. "Master, this person is named Xiaolong, a master discovered by the bar owner from the underground fighting arena. He is one of the few level 18 experts in District 19, notorious for his ferocity. And no wonder the people around were so fearful." "You are finished, young man. To speak to Mr. Xiaolong in such a manner means there is no refuge for you in all of District 19. The bartender shouted sharply, attempting to salvage the dignity he had just lost. Turning, he wore a sycophantic expression directed at Xiaolong. "Thanks to Mr. Xiaolong for coming down, or else Old Banjiao would have been ruined by these people." Xiaolong shot a glance at the bartender, his eyes cold and venomous, causing the bartender to retract his fawning smile, bowing his head obediently, afraid to utter a word. Xiaolong approached the bar, and the bartender promptly handed him a cocktail. Xiaolong lifted the glass, his narrow, slanted eyes silently observing the swirling liquid. He appeared unfazed by Lu Yun's earlier words. "Young man, your strength is commendable at such a young age. You possess the caliber of a level 17 awakener. But that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly here. Now, kneel and apologize, and compensate me 3 million, and I shall spare your life." His words were unadorned, laden with an undeniable command. As if Lu Yun had no choice but to comply. "Kneel and apologize, compensate 3 million. Lu Yun suddenly chuckled softly. He looked down at his hands, his voice devoid of emotion. "You are not worthy of my apology. Refuse to apologize? Then prepare to die." Xiaolong uttered dismissively, flicking his wrist. The glass in his hand transformed into a lethal projectile, hurtling towards Lu Yun. "Star elemental power." Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. He detected an exceedingly faint aura emanating from the glass, an aura he was intimately familiar with. That of the star elemental power he had previously cultivated. Xiaolong had also grasped the existence of star elemental power. In no wonder, he dared to claim the title of the strongest in District 19. Yet, this was not sufficient to compel him to bow his head. Lu Yun regarded Xiaolong calmly, extending his left hand casually, a wisp of star elemental power swirling around it like a breeze. Effortlessly, he caught the glass and crushed it. "So, you too have touched upon the existence of star elemental power. In no wonder you are so arrogant." Xiaolong scoffed softly, striding towards Lu Yun. With each step, visible waves of force radiated from beneath his feet, the floor creaking under the strain. Bang! With the final step, Xiaolong's figure abruptly vanished from sight. A tempestuous gale erupted within the confined space. A crimson-hued fist surged before Lu Yun. This punch was devoid of embellishment, possessing only the terrifying power of the turbulent wind. As this punch was unleashed, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Especially those aware of the punch's devastating might, they regarded Lu Yun with pity. As if envisioning his head exploding beneath the force, it was Xiaolong's wind-shattering fist. He started off with a heavy blow. Was this young man truly deserving of such attention? Quick, step back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Xiaoya's face changed at the sight of the punch, immediately calling out, "Be careful, this punch is a penetrating attack. You cannot withstand it head-on." Xiaoya's warning was timely, yet Xiaolong's speed surpassed it. In the instant Xiaoya finished speaking, Xiaolong's fist was already before Lu Yun, his emaciated body cloaked in a dense wall of wind, propelled by star elemental power, descending upon Lu Yun with overwhelming force. Do not think that mastering star elemental power grants you immunity to all. Today, I shall teach you that there is always someone stronger. Lu Yun's clothing billowed in the fierce wind, yet his eyes remained profoundly tranquil. "I told you, to educate me, you are not worthy." As his words fell, a drop of blood, dark as ink, quietly stained his pupils. The thunderous beat of his heart resonated in his ears, clearing everything else away. Blood ignition. A more ferocious aura erupted from Lu Yun, akin to a colossal beast awakening. Sacred Hall, 10,000 streams of clouds. Lu Yun's arms seemed to vanish, replaced by countless white streams of energy erupting into existence. These currents rained down upon Xiaolong's fist like a hail of arrows. The wind amassed upon the fist shattered abruptly, while Lu Yun's offensive was merely beginning. Thousands of white waves surged forth parallel to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sound reverberated like a rapid drumbeat, hammering against the eardrums of the onlookers. Xiaolong's expression shifted the moment the white waves made contact. The instincts of a strong man compelled him to defend, but it was too late. In that instant, it felt as though he were engulfed in a tempest. Beside him were countless white currents that rose and fell like waves, a sight beyond reckoning, bringing despair. Bang! Lu Yun abruptly drew his hands together, concentrating the star elemental power into his palms, then struck out with lightning speed, landing a blow upon Xiaolong's chest. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of the crowd. Xiaolong's figure was sent hurtling backward like a released arrow, crashing through the bar and embedding into the liquor cabinet. Bottles of alcohol fell and shattered upon him, drenching him completely. Xiaolong slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lu Yun. Then he tilted his head back, spewing forth a mist of blood, within which fragments of mangled organs could be vaguely discerned. A bottle of wine fell, striking his chest, yet it did not shatter. Instead, it sank into him, as though his body were that of a doll stuffed with cotton. "Who are you?" Xiaolong trembled as he gazed at Lu Yun, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound terror. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Astonished glances converged upon Lu Yun. Xiaoya's mouth hung open, nearly dislocating her jaw. She felt her mind go blank, unable to utter a single word. Clearly, Lu Yun was the one at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Why, then, was it Xiaolong who lay defeated? The bartender clung to the bar, steadying his trembling form. A wave of fear washed over him. Had Lu Yun directed his power at him just moments ago, he would undoubtedly be the one sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. What kind of monster is this young man? Chapter 133. Kill. Who is this young man? At this moment, the hearts of all present were filled with the same question. What transpired here today, if recounted to any resident of District 19, would be met with disbelief. Brother, are you dazed? Who in District 19 could possibly rival Xiaolong? He is a demon. As long as Xiaolong is around, no one can shake that old bird's position. Ha ha ha. Unless a battleship were to arrive, do not provoke that ruthless man. They could even imagine the reactions of others upon hearing of this incident. Indeed, if they were not present at this moment, their astonishment would mirror that of the onlookers. Xiaolong is the king of District 19. But now, this king has fallen, defeated by a young man who appears scarcely out of his teens. Oh, wow, this is incredible. I actually witnessed Xiaolong being brought down. I think I'll sleep a bit longer. A drunken man squinted his drowsy eyes at the scene before him, then rolled over to continue sleeping. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Liu Yun cast a casual glance at Xiaolong, his words dripping with scorn. Xiaolong spat another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He felt his vitality draining rapidly. All the bones and organs within him lay shattered. The once mighty king of District 19 had been cast down from grace. Despair flickered in Xiaolong's eyes. Everything was self-inflicted. Retribution? At that moment, Liu Yun turned his attention to the middle-aged man who was attempting to blend into the crowd, seeking to escape. Sensing Liu Yun's gaze, the man trembled and ceased hiding, bolting away. However, as an ordinary person, how could he possibly outrun an awakener like Liu Yun? In just a few strides, Liu Yun closed the distance. But then, the middle-aged man abruptly turned, drawing an energy pistol from his pocket. Die, you bastard, haha. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally, as if everything prior had been a fade. Energy surged at the muzzle of the gun. Liu Yun's pupils abruptly constricted as he fixated on the middle-aged man's finger. His heart raced, pounding relentlessly. The speed of his neural responses surged to its zenith in that fleeting moment. Everything around Liu Yun seemed to slow down. He observed the man's finger resting on the trigger. The fingertip indented as the trigger slowly descended. The shot fired, bang. Almost in synchrony with the gunshot, Liu Yun swiftly turned his head. The energy projectile grazed his ear as it shot past. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at Liu Yun, who had miraculously evaded the shot at such close range. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he discarded his handgun and dropped to his knees with a thud. I surrender. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you money. I'll provide whatever you desire, he pleaded in terror, glancing fearfully at the advancing Liu Yun. This man was a monster. How could anyone dodge an energy weapon at such proximity? Facing that horrified visage, Liu Yun raised his fist with determination. He would show no mercy to anyone who sought to take his life. Bang. Liu Yun's fist struck the middle-aged man's temple with force. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, and the man's head, filled with panic, shattered like a burst watermelon, leaving a gruesome mess. Xiaoya watched the scene unfold, her complexion pale, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Even after years aboard the battleship, this was her first encounter with a living person exploding right before her eyes. It was an entirely different magnitude of destruction compared to the firepower of a battleship. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and hurried to Liu Yun's side, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. Despite the headless corpse nearby and the acrid scent of blood threatening to make her retch, she felt compelled to assist. After all, Liu Yun had stood up for her, so, no matter how nauseating it was, she would stand beside him. Although she lacked the strength to help physically, cleaning the blood off his face was within her capabilities, perhaps even washing his clothes later. As she wiped, her thoughts drifted, and her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. Let me do it, Liu Yun said, taking the handkerchief from her hands and wiping his own face. He then approached the liquor cabinet and requested 2 bottles of rye whiskey. The bartender trembled as he retrieved a single bottle, tears brimming in his eyes. This is the only one left. Liu Yun glanced at the floor, noting the many shattered bottles of rye whiskey. Silently lamenting the loss, it's all their fault. Xiaoya angrily stormed over to Zhuolong, leaving several scuff marks on him with her feet. Each stomp caused Zhuolong to spit blood, instilling fear in the onlookers. If Zhuolong were to suddenly retaliate, this girl could very well lose her life. But upon glancing back at Liu Yun, they felt reassured. Liu Yun was there, holding the last remaining bottle of rye whiskey. Liu Yun maneuvered through the crowd and ascended to the upper level. Once the two had departed, the previously quiet crowd erupted into lively chatter. Goodness, who on earth was this young man? He was terrifyingly formidable. Qin would surely prosper now, having such a talented young warrior at her side. It seemed the 19th district wouldn't remain tranquil for long. Could this youthful powerhouse possibly be a scion of nobility? Amidst the commotion, the bar's entrance was suddenly pushed open, revealing a somewhat grotesque figure entering against the light. Upon witnessing the chaos, he retreated, tilting his head to examine the sign above, confirming he hadn't gone astray. His expression darkened immediately. Stepping through the blood-soaked ground, he approached the bartender. Gazing at the motionless Zhuolong, His face contorted in disbelief as he hoarsely inquired, "Has Qin, that madwoman, finished eating?" The bartender jolted at the sound of his voice. "Master, you've finally returned," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "I'm asking you a question. Has that madwoman finished?" The bartender hesitated before hastily replying, "No, they are still upstairs," upon hearing that it had nothing to do with Qin. The old man's expression darkened. "Then what is all this? How dare anyone cause a ruckus in my territory?" The bartender, fearing for his safety, promptly recounted the events. Stealing a glance at the unconscious Zwelong, he discreetly altered the narrative, claiming it was the middle-aged man who instigated trouble, and Zwelong, without discernment, had brought upon this violent reprisal. Yet, it still linked back to that madwoman. The old man surveyed the headless corpse and inquired, "What was that person's identity?" "He's the brother-in-law of the leader of the Wolf Spider," the bartender replied. The Wolf Spider, ranked 13th among the Star Pirate factions in the Star Pirate Alliance, though not within the top 10. They remained among the elite in the entire Star City. The old man sneered, "What a fortunate coincidence to encounter them here. Anyone daring to cause a disturbance in my bar will find themselves fed to the dogs." With that, he selected a bottle of liquor and swaggered upstairs. The bartender's heart raced as he suddenly realized something. He had perhaps underestimated the relationship between the bar owner and that Qin. No, it seemed not only he, but everyone had misjudged the significance of that Qin leader. Chapter 134. The Method of Transaction Master, the bar owner has arrived, came Xiao Ai's voice from the earpiece. Lu Yun set down the whiskey bottle and approached the door, opening it. Outside stood the old man, just raising his hand as if about to knock. Upon seeing the bar owner, Lu Yun's expression shifted with mild surprise. The face before him was undeniably peculiar. The bar owner appeared to be an old cuckoo transformed into a human. With a high, pointed nose and features seemingly squished together, his sparse hair only added to the oddity. Yet his eyes shone brightly, keen and piercing. Upon spotting Lu Yun, the old man meticulously scrutinized him. According to the bartender, this young man was the one who had effortlessly incapacitated Zwelong, piquing his interest. The 19th district had not seen such remarkable talent in a long time. As a bar owner, he had encountered countless individuals, and with just one glance, he sensed that Lu Yun was extraordinary. However, before he could inquire further, Qin spoke up in a distant tone, "Old bird, it's truly not easy to see you now." Her words dripped with a hint of mockery as she narrowed her eyes at the old man. The bar owner immediately redirected his attention from Lu Yun, approaching the table with a smile as he held out a drink. "What a pleasure to see you, Qin. I'm merely a humble bar owner, hardly comparable to your freedom as you traverse the starry seas." He presented the drink, asking, "I wonder what grand business brings you here today." "What? Can't I come unless I have a grand business to discuss?" Qin replied cheekily. "Of course, of course." The old man quickly reassured her, puffing out his chest. "Today, all expenses incurred by you, Qin, will be on me." Qin chuckled lightly before becoming serious. "I have a batch of goods that I need you to help me sell. And afterward, I'll give you a 5 commission point 5. The old man's expression turned soured. "Qin, according to the customary rates, it should be at least 15. This 5 hardly compensates for my efforts. If you're unwilling, I can find someone else," Qin replied bluntly, standing to leave. The old man quickly blocked her path. "Qin, I was just joking. I believe that with your capabilities, this batch of goods must be extraordinary. But 5 is simply too little, unless you wish to show me what it is. If it's truly something particularly valuable, then 5 might be acceptable." "Devourer," Qin replied casually. "Devourer?" The old man paused, his gaze igniting with fervor. "Have you obtained a specimen of the devourer? Or did you locate its nest and acquire dragoness saliva? If it were either of those two, 5 would indeed be acceptable." Lu Yun had previously learned about the value of items related to the devourer. The 2 items the old man mentioned were the most coveted. The former was sought after by countless research groups, worth millions, and if preserved properly and not long deceased, it could fetch upwards of $1 billion. The latter, dragoness saliva, was also a highly sought resource used in medicine, research, and crafting equipment. However, dragoness saliva was notoriously difficult to obtain, as it was only found within the devourer's nest, necessitating preparation to confront the creature. Currently, most dragoness saliva on the market was acquired purely by chance, as the devourer had a habit of changing nests. Thus, with enough luck, one might stumble upon an empty nest and unearth dragon-s saliva within. If either of these two highly valuable items were involved, even a 5 commission would yield substantial profits. Which explained the old man's eagerness. Qin let out a light scoff, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. It's neither a fossil nor dragon-s saliva. It is simply the devourer. The old man was taken aback, stammering, "What do you mean?" He stared blankly at Qin, then glanced at the others in the private room. Finally, Along could no longer contain himself, grinning widely as he shouted, "What else could it mean? Literally speaking, we are selling the corpse of the devourer." The room fell silent for a moment before the old man's chair shattered beneath him. He stood in shock, gaping at Along. "You're not deceiving me, are you? You actually stumbled upon a freshly deceased devourer?" Along thumped the table heavily. "Not stumbled upon. We hunted it down. We hunted a devourer, and it was a young one." Lu Yun could clearly see the old man's hands and feet trembling, even the skin on his face quivering. Suddenly, he staggered to the door, opened it to glance around, and then swiftly shut it with a firm resolve. He rushed a few steps towards Alung and demanded, "Repeat that." "You hunted a devourer?" "Yes," Alung replied. "How did you manage that?" "That requires." Alung rolled his eyes, glancing at Lu Yun, and retorted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just know that we currently possess a devourer's corpse." Old Banjiao seemed to deflate, pulling out a chair to sit down, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation, muttering repeatedly, "Insanity, utter madness." After a considerable pause, old Banjiao suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes wide with urgency. "May I see the specimen?" Qin nodded, and Alung promptly retrieved a projector, placing it on the table. A 3D image materialized, showcasing the moment they had dissected the devourer's body. As the enormous creature dominated the screen, old Banjiao trembled with excitement, and Lu Yun was concerned he might faint. After a lengthy moment, old Banjiao switched off the projector and stated, "This specimen is far too valuable. If sold individually, I doubt any single entity could afford it. My suggestion is to dissect it and auction the parts. With the right promotion, it would attract the wealthiest individuals from across the Federation. This is the optimal way to maximize profit." An auction was certain, but even that would not suffice for such a quantity, hence some parts would still need to be sold separately. Qin had already anticipated this and declared, "I'll leave the seller negotiations to you. But I have one demand. My identity must remain confidential." "Rest assured, I understand the rules," old Banjiao replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Once the serious matters were concluded, everyone prepared to leave. Suddenly, old Banjiao recalled something and said, "You've been away for a year. Some incidents have occurred in the city, and you might encounter some trouble in the coming days." "What trouble?" "The area where your base is located has caught the attention of the Wolf Spider Gang, and someone will likely come looking for you soon. Additionally, the identity of the person your little brother killed has been confirmed as the brother-in-law of the Wolf Spider's leader. Thus, this matter could become quite troublesome. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me," old Banjiao stated earnestly. Chapter 135. You're anxious, Lu Yun. Did you kill a member of the Wolf Spider? Alung asked, astonished as he looked at Lu Yun. "I was unaware of his identity. He aimed a gun at me, so I had no choice but to kill him," Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. "Just a wolf spider. What's the big deal?" Qin waved her hand dismissively, not concerning herself with the incident. Old Banjiao forced a smile, choosing not to dwell on it. "Focus on the transaction. If you encounter any issues, you can always come to me." Qin shot a glance at old Banjiao before leading her companions away. Old Banjiao saw them to the door and then returned, met with the astonished gaze of the bartender. The first order of business upon his return was to ask all guests to leave. The establishment was closing. The bartender approached manager. "What should we do about Mr. Zwolong?" Old Banjiao glanced at Zwolong, who lay on the ground like a broken man, and shook his head. "Find a doctor to take a look at him. After all, he has helped manage the store for several years." Upon returning home, they found the shadow realm devoid of celestial bodies like the sun or moon, yet it was illuminated by entities known as Yao. These were said to be cosmic energy accumulated from the Great Vortex, evolving to create a predictable cycle of light and darkness within the shadow realm. Every 18 hours, light and dark alternated. Thus, the white Yao signified day and the black Yao signified night. As the time for the transition approached, Lu Yun returned to his quarters to wash up and rest. The following day, Lu Yun awoke early. The time here was 12 hours ahead of that on Karun's star, so when he got up, it was still dark outside. Countless colorful points of light danced and flickered in the starry sky. Weaving a breathtaking tapestry, isn't it beautiful? A voice chimed from behind him. Xiaoya, dressed in a pink gauzy nightgown with her hair styled in a bun, approached, her face still bearing the remnants of sleep. Here, for cleaning, she said, offering him a candy-like substance. Lu Yun took it, placing it in his mouth. The candy melted rapidly, leaving a refreshing minty taste. Remember to spit it out, Xiaoya reminded him. Lu Yun swished the liquid around his mouth before complying. You're up so early? He asked with a smile. Yes, I couldn't sleep, she replied. Xiaoya walked over to a large old tree, where a hefty stone lay beneath it. The wise dog was curled up, sleeping soundly. Xiaoya picked up the dog and sat down on the stone. Ah, the temperature is just right, she exclaimed, closing her eyes in satisfaction as she patted the dog's head. The dog, groggy from sleep, awoke to find its resting place occupied and immediately barked at Xiaoya. No noise, she said, swiftly covering the dog's mouth to silence it. Lu Yun watched the amusing struggle between Xiaoya and the dog. Chuckling softly, he moved to the center of the courtyard and began his training. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or retreat. Lu Yun never allowed himself to slacken in this regard. Xiaoya, holding the dog's mouth with one hand and resting her chin on the other, quietly observed Lu Yun's practice. Suddenly, she spoke, "Thank you for yesterday, we're friends. No need to be polite." Lu Yun replied casually. Are we friends? Of course. Old Jun is my relative, and Ms. Qin is my elder, so naturally, everyone is my friend. He asserted. That's wonderful, master. This girl is infatuated. Xiaoai's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Don't be ridiculous, Lu Yun muttered under his breath, just audible to himself. Nah, Xiaoai has been reading a lot of useful knowledge lately. And according to what she's learned, she definitely likes you, Xiaoai declared confidently. What have you been reading? Animal reproductive physiology and the love of animals. Lu Yun nearly lost his composure. Grinding his teeth, he said, if I'm not mistaken, those two books are about animals. But humans are animals too, Xiaoai countered, her reasoning unassailable, adamantly refusing to admit any error. Lu Yun fell silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, he declared angrily, from now on, you're not allowed to read those peculiar books. Xiaoya noticed Lu Yun's peculiar expression as he practiced. Lu Yun, do you have a toothache? She asked. No, it doesn't hurt, he replied. Then why do you keep puffing your cheeks? I thought you were in pain. If it does hurt, just say so. We have medicine at home. Toothaches may not be an illness, but they shouldn't be ignored. Lu Yun forced a smile. Thank you, Xiaoya. No need to thank me. Hey, master, look, Xiaoai wasn't wrong, was she? Xiaoai exclaimed joyfully. Only animals in heat care so much about the opposite sex. She definitely likes you, master. She doesn't. She does. She doesn't. Does, Lu Yun, confused. Lu Yun was utterly perplexed. Who is the master here? You or I? You're anxious. Lu Yun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoai, didn't I tell you not to watch those strange videos? Is this considered strange? I saw it trending on the Battle Network. Lu Yun was at a loss for words. He decided to silence Xiaoai. Xiaoai, I'm currently in training. Your interruptions could lead me to lose focus and go astray. What does going astray mean? Look it up online. As soon as he said that, he regretted it, fearing Xiaoai might stumble upon more strange videos. The once adorable and obedient Xiaoai had transformed. No wonder a certain robot wanted to eliminate humanity after connecting to the internet. He promptly began explaining to Xiaoai what it meant to go astray, elaborating for a few minutes until she finally quieted down. Only then did Lu Yun feel satisfied enough to continue his training. The weather was so splendid. It would be a shame not to practice. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Half an hour later, Xiaoai suddenly spoke up, Master. What is it? The surveillance around the perimeter has been tampered with. Lu Yun's eyes widened. Xiaoya. Huh? What is it, Lu Yun? Wake everyone up. We have intruders, Lu Yun uttered, swiftly grabbing a short stick that lay nearby, stealthily making his way to the corner. Standing there, he could already hear some rustling noises. Xiaoya immediately sensed something was amiss and hurried back inside. They're already outside the wall, Xiaoai warned. Lu Yun nodded and positioned himself by the door. Moments later, a noise suddenly erupted from the wall, followed by two figures in black landing before him. "Hello there." Chapter 136. "You are expelled." "Hello there," Lu Yun greeted, standing at the wall's base with the short stick in hand. He never anticipated that these uninvited guests would jump right into his face. Without hesitation, he swung the stick down upon the heads of the two intruders. Upon landing, the two figures in black were momentarily stunned upon seeing him. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Retreat." Just as the words left their lips, Lu Yun's stick struck the leftmost intruder. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was sharp and clear as the leftmost man's chest caved in. Another individual gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at Lu Yun. What manner of creature is this? With a single blow, he has rendered a person incapacitated. Having successfully struck his first target, Lu Yun's weapon immediately descended upon the second. As the man attempted to scale the wall, Lu Yun yanked him back, delivering a crushing blow to his shoulder. Bang! The man's shoulder crumpled instantly. Before he could even utter a cry of despair, Lu Yun swiftly covered his mouth and smashed his head against the wall. Two foes dispatched with effortless ease. Lu Yun had anticipated that those outside would hesitate in their approach. However, to his surprise, upon realizing their exposure, they became even more reckless. A profound sense of crisis surged from within. Lu Yun's heart raced and everything around him seemed to slow down. Amidst the cacophony, he discerned an unusual sound. It was a grenade launcher. Lu Yun's pupils constricted, and he instinctively rolled aside. In the next moment, the wall erupted in an explosion. A torrent of flames consumed everything within a 10-meter radius. "Charge in! Leave no one alive!" a booming voice commanded from outside. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in black stormed in, brandishing energy rifles. Upon spotting Lu Yun, they raised their weapons and opened fire. Energetic projectiles struck the ground, sending dust flying. Lu Yun quickly rolled behind a stone beneath a tree. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the stone, shaking the earth beneath him. Lowering his head, he spat out the dust in his mouth. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity of the bandits in Star City. Just a random group of thugs was this ruthless. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the building behind him. "You little bastards, taste the wrath of your grandpa Long." Lu Yun turned to see a Long and Xiao Bian dragging a cannon barrel, half a meter wide, propped against the railing. The cannon's muzzle radiated an amber glow. "This is an airborne restraining laser cannon?" Panic-stricken shouts emerged from the black-clad figures. "Scatter!" A frenzied retreat ensued. "Too late!" A Long cackled as he pulled the trigger, the crimson beam of death instantly bridging the gap between him and the black-clad men. Those struck by the laser were vaporized, leaving behind a massive gaping hole. The laser was not a one-time burst. It continued to fire. A Long and Xiao Bian wielded it like a colossal club, sweeping from left to right across the courtyard, leaving scorched earth in their wake. In mere seconds, only 7 or 8 black-clad men remained, all cornered against the wall, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs, scrambling to escape over the wall. "Die, all of you!" "Ha ha ha!" A Long laughed heartily. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Xiao Yi peered over the railing. Looking down, "I'm fine." Lu Yun slowly rose from behind the stone, gazing in awe at the trench that nearly cleaved the courtyard in two. How had this fellow thought to repurpose the weaponry from the mechs? Moreover, he had evidently prepared it in advance, not merely cobbled together on site. The slaughter was one-sided. Faced with such unreasonable weaponry, the black-clad men had no chance to resist. They had vastly underestimated their opponent. They never anticipated that someone would operate on a 24-hour schedule. They also failed to realize that the computer master they had painstakingly tracked down had a far more formidable ghost lurking in the digital realm. The moment they crossed the courtyard's boundary, they were discovered. Suddenly, as several black-clad men awaited their inevitable demise, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, landing directly before them. The ground trembled, and a cloud of dirt erupted. Lu Yun's expression shifted, and he immediately focused on the enormous, nearly transparent entity. It bore a vague outline, standing 3 meters tall, nearly the height of the surrounding walls, resembling a gigantic sphere. At that moment, the optical camouflage of the sphere unfolded, rising gracefully. A broad, solid object thudded against the ground, resembling a shield, blocking a Long's laser. "What on earth is that?" A Long exclaimed in shock, immediately ramping up the power. The cannon's muzzle began to glow red. However, against the invulnerable laser weaponry of the black-clad men, this silhouette posed no threat. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt every hair on his body stand on end, a tingling sensation coursing through him. He shouted, "Be careful." As the words left his mouth, the shield shifted from horizontal to vertical, cutting a deep trench into the ground before suddenly slashing upward. An ethereal blue blade of light erupted from the weapon, splitting the laser and soaring upward, striking precisely where a long stood. Liu Yun heard a resounding crash as the laser cannon was cleaved in two, and the sword's momentum did not wane, piercing through the building at an angle, creating a narrow opening. Such destructive power! A mech? Their adversaries had deployed a mech. Crackling blue arcs danced across the surface of the silhouette as its optical invisibility began to dissipate, revealing its true form. A 5-meter-tall mech, entirely black, adorned with spikes at the joints, topped with a massive conical helmet, wielding a sword resembling a door plank, stood like an ancient warrior along. "Xiao Bian, Xiaoya, are you all right?" "We're fine." Cough, cough. Along and the others slowly emerged. "Damn it, using a mech to fight? How dishonorable." Hearing Along's robust voice, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had escaped that attack unscathed. That moment, Xiao AI messaged him, "Master, I've located information on this mech. It belongs to the second in command of the Wolf Spider Star Pirate Group, the Giant Sword Warrior. This is a dual-purpose exploration mech, excelling in close combat and defense." Lu Yun exhaled softly, having suspected as much. Since arriving here, they had only clashed with the Wolf Spider's people. However, their tactics were indeed ruthless. Had it not been for Xiao AI, or had he awakened any later, they might have already been captured by these individuals. The Giant Sword Warrior slowly raised its sword, a massive blade 1 meter wide and 5 meters long, emanating an oppressive aura, pointing directly at them. A raspy, dry voice, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, reverberated through the courtyard. "Today, the Black Azura group shall be erased from the stars." With a resounding crash, the Giant Sword Warrior's heavy foot slammed down, generating a tremendous shockwave. With mechanical whirring, it leapt into the air, swinging its sword toward Lu Yun. Lu Yun swiftly retreated, employing the void step. Leaving a trail of shadows on the ground, boom! The giant sword struck an ancient tree, cleaving it in two. The trembling cat in the corner let out a couple of mournful mews, but quickly covered its head and shrank back into the shadows. The dog whined softly, seemingly pleased, but in the next moment, its blue stone was crushed. "The bed is gone." The dog immediately bared its teeth and scampered away. No one paid attention to the existence of these two small creatures. Just as the mech pilot disregarded the small insect scuttling along the ground, one failed attack was enough. He did not pursue, instead redirecting his focus, resting the giant sword against his left arm while gripping the hilt with his right hand. Crack! The sword split open, revealing a deep cannon barrel within. Just then, a slender figure burst forth from behind the building, two engine nozzles on its back spewing orange-red flames. It was the Flash. Xiaoya jumped up in excitement. The Flash truly lived up to its name, moving with astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. It was already before the Giant Sword Warrior. The mech turned, raising two cannon barrels on its shoulder, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. However, the Flash deftly sidestepped the attack, its slender form defying inertia. The Flash's arms lifted, revealing an open ammunition bay, releasing a barrage of miniature bombs that detonated around the Giant Sword Warrior. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted beside the mech, the shockwaves lifting debris off the ground. "With such meager skill, do you think you can annihilate my team?" came Qin's disdainful voice from the Flash, which continued its relentless assault, encircling the Giant Sword Warrior while its shoulder cannons fired incessantly. Simultaneously, a spike as long as half its height shot from its right arm, glinting with a chilling gleam. Lu Yun had no doubt that, if the timing were right, that spike could easily pierce the cockpit of the Giant Sword Warrior. At that moment, an obscure thought flickered in his mind. "Why, Lord? Hao Yin, ready for battle?" Lu Yun declined. "Your energy is running low. There are more important uses for you than expending it here. If my lord is in danger, Hao Yin shall protect with my life." The voice in his mind resonated with determination. However, the current situation did not necessitate Hao Yin's intervention. After all, Hao Yin was not present, and a hasty appearance would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Without need for further discussion, Lu Yun firmly rejected the notion once more. Hao Yin fell silent. Lu Yun retracted his focus, gazing ahead. The giant sword warrior had broken through the barrage of fire, but as an exploration-grade mech, its defenses were not sufficient to disregard projectile attacks. The surface armor displayed numerous damages, and the hat atop it bore a gaping hole. Appearing quite battered, Qin continued her methodical assault, maintaining the upper hand in the battle. It seemed she was not in any danger. The Flash was a maneuverable mech. As long as it did not act recklessly, the giant sword warrior could not keep pace and could only suffer the consequences. Lu Yun crouched down and stealthily made his way along the wall. "Brother Lu, what are you up to?" Xiaoya, unbeknownst to him, had appeared behind him. Accompanying him were Aaron and a few others. The group gazed at Lu Yun with intense anticipation, reminiscent of a gathering of internet-addicted youths sneaking out to surf the web during their childhood. Their adversaries had come prepared, disrupting our surveillance, indicating that there were certainly others outside. I intended to follow the trail and eliminate them all. Lu Yun did not conceal his intentions. "How exhilarating. Take me along." Aaron was the first to exclaim, "I'm going too. Bring me along." Everyone present, one and all, expressed their interest. Lu Yun leaned back slightly, casting a peculiar glance at these individuals. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced, "Very well. Strength lies in numbers. However, you all must heed my commands." Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Aaron outright rejected. "That won't do. Let us lead the way. I hold the highest position here, so you all will follow my lead." The others seemed to have no objections. Lu Yun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How had this guy managed to turn the tables? "I am the strongest," Lu Yun muttered under his breath. Upon noticing Aaron's impending rebuttal, he quickly added, "I have a comprehensive plan." "Do you?" Aaron opened his mouth, but eventually sighed in defeat. "Fine, I'll follow your lead." "Wait, I need to grab some gear." Xiaoya suddenly interjected, then swiftly dashed back. 2 minutes later, she returned, holding several wristbands. Optical cloaking bands, capable of concealing 80 of one's form. In the darkness, one would hardly notice. Xiaoya explained. "Excellent equipment," Lu Yun praised, donning the wristbands as they stealthily made their way out, with a few trailing behind. Xiao AI had already jammed the enemy's communications, ensuring there would be no issues for a short while. As long as they dealt with the enemies in a timely manner, that would suffice. Following Xiao AI's guidance, they turned several corners and arrived at a dimly lit alley. Ahead lay a broad main road, where the streetlights flickered erratically. Beneath one of the lights, a 10-meter-long van was parked. "How utterly contemptuous. They haven't even stationed anyone to stand guard," Xiao Braid lamented. "If it weren't for Brother Lu's reminder, they would have succeeded by now," Xiaoya remarked. "Let's not dwell on regrets. If it weren't for Brother Long's drunkenness, none of this would have happened." "Silence, there's movement." Lu Yun quickly covered Aaron's mouth. Aaron's eyes widened. Frozen in place, the van shifted slightly, and the doors swung open. 2 middle-aged men stepped out, yawning and chatting as they approached. "Have we been discovered?" Xiao Braid whispered. Lu Yun shook his head, signaling for everyone to retreat and hide in the shadows of the alley. His objective this time was not merely to eliminate these few men. He also intended to dismantle the Wolf Spider organization. Allowing such a nighttime ambush adversary to remain was far too perilous. The night was dark and devoid of light. With their optical cloaking, they easily melded into the darkness. As long as they remained still, their presence would be nearly undetectable. As the two men drew closer, Lu Yun could hear their conversation. "Heh, now that we've been paid, where shall we indulge ourselves? Need you even ask? Of course, a foot massage. What is the difference between a man who doesn't wash his feet and a corpse? Any good technicians to recommend?" Number 124, a novice awakener. Her legs, oh, they could crush you. The lewd laughter echoed through the alley, completely oblivious to the numerous gazes fixated upon them. "All right, let's hurry and relieve ourselves." "Damn, this place is eerie," one of the men said, yawning as they parted ways. 1 stood by a trash bin, unbuckling his belt to relieve himself. Oblivious, he failed to notice the shadow, slightly denser than the surroundings. Merely half a meter away. Chapter 138. From darkness to light, the two men quickly resolved their personal matters. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Yun sprang into action. He whispered a command, and together with Aaron, They swiftly seized the men from either side, gripping their necks and preventing any sound from escaping their lips. Xiaoya darted out from the side, brandishing a stun baton against the men's lower backs. Zzzztt, Lu Yun and Aaron released their hold as the men convulsed and collapsed. Xiao Braid immediately dragged them into the alley, covering them with trash. From start to finish, the entire operation took merely 10 seconds. Their roles were clearly defined, and their collaboration was seamless. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Yun had only acted once, while the rest executed their tasks with precision. "You all are remarkably skilled," Lu Yun remarked. Xiaoya shyly lowered her head, twirling a loose strand of hair, and replied, "Brother Lu, we are star thieves." Implicit in her words was the notion that their proficiency was quite normal. Lu Yun suddenly felt narrow-minded. Having spent time with them, he had almost forgotten that they, too, operated within the dark underbelly as star thieves. "Wait here. I will deal with the individuals in the van," Lu Yun instructed before transforming into a shadow and swiftly approaching the vehicle. He slipped inside, the door slamming shut behind him. Almost immediately, the vehicle began to shake violently. "Who are you?" "Ah, bastard, don't hit there. Please have mercy." A cacophony of sounds erupted from within the van, leaving much to the imagination. After some time, Lu Yun opened the door and beckoned to the others. "It's done. Come over." "Hiss, Brother Lu is incredible." Xiaoya gazed at him with admiration. The group clambered into the van, which was surprisingly spacious. In the center were a row of back-to-back seats, with computers, electronic devices, and weaponry lining the walls of the vehicle. In the corner, for battered figures were stripped of their shirts, tied up in a bundle. "I forgot to bring rope, so I made do with their clothing," Lu Yun casually explained upon noticing the peculiar glances from the group. He strolled over to the 4 captives. The brutal beating they had just endured left the 4 men psychologically scarred. As Lu Yun approached, they shrank back into the corners like crabs. With a swift motion, Lu Yun grabbed one of them and pulled him forward. Leaning slightly, he fixed an intimidating gaze upon them. Finally, one of them could no longer contain himself and cried out in tears, "Brother, just ask whatever you wish. Please, no more beating. I'm afraid you won't tell the truth otherwise. But if you don't ask, how can we respond?" "Heh, you are the notorious wolf spider star thieves. Can your words be trusted?" Lu Yun scoffed. "But you are also infamous black azuras," another man interjected. Aaron lunged forward, delivering a sharp slap that sent 2 of the man's molars flying, further swelling his already bruised cheek. "What nonsense are you spouting? Think before you speak," Aaron spat, turning back with a cheerful demeanor. "Lu Yun, don't mind their blabbering. Scum like them need a good thrashing. Otherwise, they'll never speak the truth. Since you claim you will be honest, I shall grant you an opportunity." Lu Yun pulled over a chair and sat down with an air of authority. Xiaoya immediately rushed to his side to massage his shoulders. "Brother Lu, is the pressure adequate? It can be a bit stronger." "All right." Observing the 2 acting so casually, the 4 captives exchanged glances, realizing the apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. As Xiaoya's assistant, they recognized her, but now she was massaging this young man's shoulders. What could his status be? Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of the orchestra leader? The 4 felt a sense of despair. Having fallen into the hands of such a significant figure. Slap! Aaron delivered another resounding slap, glaring fiercely. "Who are you signaling at? I warn you all to behave. Answer whatever I ask. If you dare fabricate lies, I will tear out your tongues." Lu Yun raised his hand, and Aaron immediately fell silent, crossing his arms and standing to Lu Yun's right. Xiao Braid positioned himself on the left, creating a stark contrast between the 2. The 4 captives were even more convinced of Lu Yun's illegitimate status. "I ask you, what is the most valuable asset within your wolf spider organization?" Lu Yun directed his question at one of them. "I don't know, brother. We're merely low-ranking lackeys, doing jobs for money. How would we know about such matters?" "Don't know?" Lu Yun scrutinized him before waving his hand. "Take him away and beat him." He then turned to the second man. "Do you know?" "No." "Wait, I know. I know." The man was about to respond with ignorance when he heard the screams of his companion, quickly correcting himself. "The most valuable assets of the wolf spider are the mechs of the leader and the second-in-command. The leader has a pioneering mech and the second-in-commands. You should have seen its that all?" Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, reiterating the question. Let me think." The man trembled, hastily adding, I know. Suddenly, Another shouted excitedly, "Our second-in-command has a manor outside, filled with treasures. Even the leader is unaware of this. And how do you know this?" "I'm with the second-in-command. I've been there once. The address is excellent." Lu Yun praised the man's initiative and honesty, thoughtfully loosening his restraints and allowing him to stand aside. The man was overwhelmed with relief, nearly in tears, grateful to avoid further punishment. He turned to the others. "If you know anything, hurry and speak up. Don't you expect us to make it back alive? This is the perfect opportunity to show loyalty." Lu Yun shot him a glance, realizing why he was so eager to speak. It seemed he was attempting to switch allegiances. However, this matter must be discussed with Qin's opinion. Lu Yun was still unaware that the other party had already regarded him as the young master poised to inherit the title of the Black Azura, under the urging and persuasion of his companions. The remaining two individuals racked their brains to reveal everything they knew, detailing even the number of screws in the lair of the wolf spider. Lu Yun instructed Xiao Ai to take meticulous notes. Then, he had Xiao Bian bring over the two unfortunate souls who had previously been incapacitated. The two regained consciousness and struggled to grasp what had transpired. Along effortlessly lifted them as one would a chick. Without needing Lu Yun's prompting, the four who had already defected began proactively persuading their comrades to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Ultimately, after a calm and reasoned discourse, the two understood the true value of life. With tears streaming down their faces, they knelt before Lu Yun. "Big brother, whatever you desire, we shall comply." "Oh, you are too kind," Lu Yun replied with a modest smile, helping them to their feet and guiding them to the driver's seat. "Now, take us to your lair, back." Lu Yun slightly narrowed his eyes. "Hold on tight." Chapter 139. Lu Yun's intentions. Brother Lu is truly formidable. On the way to the wolf spider's stronghold, Xiaoya could not suppress her admiration. Today, she witnessed yet another facet of Brother Lu. She had not anticipated that not only was he powerful, but he also possessed a unique ability to win hearts. This blend of grace and authority left the six individuals firmly in his grasp. "Nothing to speak of," Lu Yun responded with a faint smile. The vehicle navigated through a forest of steel, neon lights streaking past the windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors within. "Prepare yourselves. We are almost there." Lu Yun gazed out the window, spotting a 30-story building towering amidst a cluster of low-rise structures. This entire area was the territory of the wolf spider. The central edifice served as their headquarters, ablaze with light, while the lower buildings flickered with sporadic illumination. Shadows flitted about, a gate barred their path. The vehicle came to a gradual halt. Lu Yun pressed a dagger against the driver's neck, whispering, "Do not attempt any tricks. Rest assured, big brother, I will not." The driver, sweating profusely, wiped his brow and adjusted his expression before leaning out to converse with the members of the Star Thief gang stationed at the gate. "Back so soon? Didn't Ergu come with you?" Lu Yun nudged the dagger forward, prompting the driver to chuckle nervously, his eyes darting. Erge's temperament. How could he return so quickly? Yes, you were right, ha." The guard revealed a knowing smile, readily opening the gate. The driver exhaled in relief, closing the window and slowly maneuvering the vehicle inside. "Big brother, where to now?" "To your data center." Along, curious, looked at Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, what are we doing there? Shouldn't we be raiding their warehouse for supplies?" Several members of the wolf spider shared this sentiment, already bracing themselves to help move items, thinking it best to commit fully to their defection. "How much can we possibly carry from such a small place?" Lu Yun replied, "I have said, if the wolf spider dares to act against us, they must be prepared for slaughter." This slaughter, however, was not merely about killing their men. Lu Yun's expression bore a profound smile, for in his mind, a comprehensive plan had already taken shape. Killing? What significance does that hold? A mere outlet for frustration, and the adversary would feel not a shred of it. Especially here, in the underworld, a land of vice. Losing 1,000 or so lives here is entirely commonplace. What Lu Yun sought was not merely their lives, he desired the entirety of the wolf spider gang. And this could not be achieved solely through bloodshed. The vehicle soon arrived before a warehouse. "Xiao Ai, commence operations," Lu Yun commanded with a subtle touch of his lips. "Understood." Xiao Ai, long dormant within the digital realm, was eager to showcase her prowess once more. In a fraction of a second, she successfully severed communications and surveillance in the area, replacing them with fabricated scenarios. From this moment forth, The territory was under Xiao AI's dominion. The signals in this location have been successfully cut off, Xiao AI informed Lu Yun. Without hesitation, Lu Yun flung open the car door and dashed out. The guards stationed at the warehouse had yet to process what was happening when Lu Yun was already upon them. Along, Xiao Bian and the others followed closely, swiftly subduing several individuals. The remaining wolf spider members in the vehicle immediately leapt out, joyously running to bind their former companions. What the hell, Baja? What are you doing? Suddenly, someone recognized the driver. Baja hastily shielded his face, attempting to fend off blows aimed at him. You have mistaken the wrong person. Lu Yun stood at the warehouse entrance, and Along and the others, now aware of Lu Yun's plan, were bubbling with excitement, watching intently as if they were at a spectacle. The warehouse door was secured with multiple password locks, and deciphering it through electronic means would require substantial effort. But who needed that when Lu Yun had Xiao AI? Lu Yun directly accessed the panel of the password lock, pulling out a wire to connect it to his wristwatch. Xiao AI infiltrated the lock through the wire. Moments later, with a click, the warehouse door swung open. Lu Yun, that was incredible. I never knew you had such skills. What else can you do? Along and the others gazed at Lu Yun, astonished, as if they were beholding a marvel. Upon entering the warehouse, they found rows of information exchange machines and terminal processors neatly arranged. Lu Yun extracted a cable, connecting it to the control computer, and then, through his wristwatch, allowed Xiao AI to enter these devices, leaving behind her avatar. This way, with a mere command, Xiao AI could instantly take control of all information belonging to the wolf spider. Simultaneously, she could continuously siphon off confidential internal information. From this moment forth, the wolf spider held no secrets from Lu Yun. Done. Lu Yun unplugged his wristwatch and quickly departed with his companions. Half an hour later, the upper echelons of the wolf spider finally noticed something amiss. A large contingent of personnel arrived at the warehouse, led by the wolf spider's leader, Liarfu. Liarfu, thin and pallid, bore a sickly complexion, with prominent brow bones and sunken eye sockets. His snake-like gaze exuded a chilling intensity as it swept over the individuals sprawled on the ground. One of his subordinates inspected the scene and reported, "Boss, they are not dead, merely unconscious. Moreover, they reek of alcohol, suggesting they likely got drunk and fought among themselves. These worthless scoundrels," Liarfu muttered under his breath, glancing at the insignia on the subordinate's chest. Beneath the iron badge inscribed with security, there was a tiny pinhole. As the warehouse's security, they were equipped with hidden cameras, if an external threat were to invade. Such hidden cameras would capture vital information. Without needing to be told, the subordinate produced a miniature computer, retrieving footage from the security camera on the individual. Soon, several staggering figures resembling drunken revelers appeared on the screen. They approached the security personnel, jovially engaging in banter, only to erupt into a brawl moments later. After the altercation, a group hastily drove away. "Boss, the video is not fabricated. It seems they were indeed just drunk and causing a ruckus." The subordinate lowered his head, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon discovering the individuals lying on the ground, it felt akin to an earthquake. They were in the very heart of the wolf spider's domain. The audacity of the enemy to invade here. If they had planted a bomb on their headquarters, the entire wolf spider would be obliterated. Yet, it turned out that it was merely a case of drunken brawling among subordinates. "Boss, how should we handle these individuals?" the subordinate asked, bracing himself. "How to handle them? Slaughter them all and feed the fish," Liarfu bellowed, furiously turning to leave. Chapter 140. What a coincidence on the return journey. The group's spirits were exceptionally high. Lu Yun, your strategy is truly diabolical. The wolf spider's leader will likely rack his brains trying to decipher what we did. Ha ha. Along laughed heartily. Indeed, when it comes to cunning, Lu Yun reigns supreme. I, Xiao Bian, am thoroughly impressed today. Listening to their flattery, Lu Yun felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Flattery is well and good, but perhaps refrain from doing so next time. However, at that moment, Xiaoye expressed her concerns, saying, "Brother Lu, since we infiltrated without any apparent actions, even though you fabricated a video, it may still raise their suspicions." Lu Yun gave a reassuring glance. "Rest assured, I have left them more than just one video. You left something else? What was it? When did this happen?" Along and Xiao Bian turned their heads curiously toward Lu Yun, remembering that he had only pressed a few buttons on the computer earlier and done nothing else. Lu Yun glanced at the time, speaking softly. It should be about time. He opened the rear window, gazing in the direction of the wolf spider's stronghold. The others, puzzled, leaned in, eager to see. After a few seconds, a magnificent burst of flames erupted from that direction. Moments later, a thunderous sound followed, reminiscent of rolling thunder. Along's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, pointing toward the wolf spider. Why you? You left a bomb? Not quite. Lu Yun chuckled lightly and remarked, I was merely fortunate to stumble upon one of their temperature-controlled laboratories, casually adjusted its temperature, and then, boom. The experimental substances inside reacted. With a flick of his finger, the members of the wolf spider in the corner shivered, their gazes towards Lu Yun filled with trepidation. This was truly a monster. They had never witnessed such a method of chaos creation. As they glanced towards the rising flames, several of them silently mourned for their former employer for 2 seconds, before a longing for a new life ignited on their faces. Listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Along and the others stood in stunned silence. After a lengthy pause, they slowly extended their hands, exclaiming, Dio. Lu Yun smiled faintly, reluctantly accepting this somewhat appropriate compliment. Moments later, the Black Shura base came into view. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the courtyard, startling the wolf spider member driving the vehicle. What was that noise? No need to worry. Just keep going, Lu Yun said, a hint of delight gracing his expression. It seemed the old man had been discharged from the hospital. That sound was unmistakably the might released by the Thunder God. The emergence of a king-class mech like the Thunder God would utterly crush the likes of the wolf spider. There would be no suspense at all. Since the elder had spoken, the members of the wolf spider could only continue driving forward. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing in front of the vehicle. The driver hurriedly slammed on the brakes, peering ahead in confusion. Smack! A bloodied hand slammed onto the hood of the car, and a man, drenched in blood, propped himself up on the front. A few members of the wolf spider recognized him at once. Gasping, isn't that the second in command? What happened to him? The second in command, leaning against the car, gradually crawled over to the door, yanked it open and bellowed. I've been trying to contact you for ages. What the hell have you been doing while I called for reinforcements? The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Several wolf spider members crouched in the corners of the vehicle, burying their heads, too afraid to speak. Lu Yun sat calmly in his seat, resting his hand on his knee, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the driver of the giant sword warrior. This was the very second in command who had boasted just over half an hour ago that he would have the Black Shura expelled. Along let out a sinister chuckle, his facial flesh quivering, as he clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Hello there, second in command, Lu Yun greeted with a cheerful smile, patting the seat beside him. Please, have a seat. No need to be polite. The second in command trembled, his split lips allowing blood to seep into his eyes, yet he could still discern the situation inside the vehicle. Something was amiss, upon hearing Lu Yun's voice. He finally reacted, attempting to flee. However, Xiaoya was well prepared, swiftly producing a stun baton that struck the second in command in the lower back. Zzzt, sparks flew, and the scent of burnt flesh wafted through the air. The second in command convulsed, frothing at the mouth, as wisps of smoke billowed from his head, trembling violently for several seconds before he finally collapsed stiffly. Fearing he was too powerful, Xiaoya kindly delivered a few more strikes. The sight made the hearts of the wolf spider members clench painfully. So ruthless. Haha, unexpected gains indeed. Along seized the second in command's leg, hoisting him up and tossing him before a pile of people in the corner. Bind him up. The others immediately complied, tearing off their clothes and twisting them into ropes, securely tying the second in command. Upon returning to the courtyard, without needing Lu Yun's prompting, the wolf spider members obediently disembarked. Lining up to squat against the wall, the last two carried the still unconscious second in command. Are they really this obedient? Lu Yun couldn't help but inquire. They're just small fry, doing jobs for money. Whoever pays more, they serve. Being sensible is the key to longevity, Along explained. Lu Yun understood. And no wonder these individuals surrendered so readily. They were not core members. This reminded Lu Yun of the crew aboard the Black Shura ship. Most of them were likely of the same ilk. This had almost become a form of ecology within Star City. After all, One could hardly expect a group of notorious criminals to engage in constructive endeavors upon arriving here. Thus, it was more effective to lure them with profit, allowing them to be absorbed by various factions. Those who performed well would be integrated into the inner circles. At that moment, the courtyard was a scene of devastation. The giant sword warrior mech lay half-buried in a large pit, reduced to scrap metal. "Where did you run off to?" Suddenly, Jun Qingshan's voice echoed from above. The thunder god deactivated its environmental camouflage, revealing its true form. The wolf spider members squatting in the corner were nearly petrified by the sudden appearance of this colossal machine. Jun Qingshan leapt down, and the thunder god resumed its mimicry. Jun Qingshan glanced back at the others, puzzled. What happened to these people? "We captured them on the road." Lu Yun recounted their activities, including their visit to the wolf spider base. "Good work. If the wolf spider intends to strike at us, we must respond with force." Jun Qingshan nodded approvingly. "Go rest for now. We'll discuss it further at dawn." "You've been quite comfortable in my absence, haven't you?" "Not at all. I've never neglected my training. Besides, I've grasped the stellar elemental force." Lu Yun opened his palm, and a swirling mass of energy materialized from thin air. Jun Qingshan, who had just been wearing a smug expression, instantly fell slack-jawed, almost wishing to pry his eyes from their sockets and affix them to Lu Yun's hand. "You little rascal, have you been taking drugs?" Chapter 141. News of the Black Sage. Lu Yun certainly had not taken any drugs. He shrugged helplessly. Perhaps this is the burden of genius. In truth, he had hoped to linger a while longer to solidify his foundation, but while admiring the scenery, he inadvertently comprehended it. There was no way to avoid a breakthrough. His words nearly sent Jun Qingshan into a fit of rage, his beard bristling in indignation. "You little brat, have you learned to mock me now?" Lu Yun feigned innocence, yet inwardly reveled in his triumph. He estimated that had Qin not informed him of the difficulty of breaking through to stellar elemental force, he would undoubtedly be deceived by the old man, who would regale him with tales of his own past accomplishments. All right, enough of your boasting," Jun Qingshan huffed with envy, turning to leave. Once he had distanced himself, the previously silent Long and the others erupted into fits of laughter. It was the first time they had seen Jun Qingshan display such a demeanor. "Did you notice how his beard trembled just now?" He is bound to be irked by Lu Yun. "But speaking of which, Lu Yun, your talent is truly monstrous. I've never encountered anyone as formidable as you." Xiaoya shot them both a glare, saying, "Jun Lao has only just recovered. Brother Lu, please don't provoke the old man into another collapse." "Oh, come on, Xiaoya. Jun Lao has journeyed with us through thick and thin so many times. His health isn't that fragile," Long retorted. "Exactly. I reckon the only thing that could bring him down is the thunder god." Just as he finished speaking, a shoe flew out of nowhere, striking Long squarely in the face. Jun Qingshan's voice followed. "Enough of the chatter. If you have the energy to talk, fill this courtyard back in. If it's not done by the time I get up, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Long seemed to recall some less than pleasant memories, shuddering at the thought. Lu Yun shook his head and turned to rest. Xiao Braid patted Long on the shoulder. "Brother Long, you've worked hard." Xiaoya giggled and skipped away, leaving Long in the courtyard with tears in his eyes. Suddenly, Long seemed to remember something, turning to look at the wolf spider members huddled in the corner. A sly grin creeping onto his face. "Hey, fellas, my brother Long needs a little help from you. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" The wolf spider members. "Please don't come any closer." Hours passed swiftly. The radiant light of day streamed into the room, and Lu Yun opened his eyes. After washing up, he stepped out into the courtyard, astonished to find it had indeed been leveled. Could Long really be this capable? Yet upon seeing the exhausted wolf spider members, he quickly understood that Qin emerged from the house, her body still wrapped in bandages. No wonder he hadn't seen her return the previous night. It appeared she had sustained some injuries during battle. "I'm aware of what you all did last night." "Well done," Qin said with a smile. "I have good news as well. Leads on the Black Sage have surfaced. Someone in the Hunter-S Guild is selling this information, and our people have purchased it." Black Sage? Lu Yun's heart leaped with joy. For the past few days, he had instructed Xiao AI to keep an eye on leads regarding the Black Sage. But this particular group was quite adept at hiding, and their formidable strength rendered any chance encounters lethal unless one was adequately prepared. This made information about the Black Sage exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Due to the high value of the ghost core, Specialized groups dispatched people to hunt in the wild, digesting the information internally, making it incredibly difficult for outsiders to obtain. Liu Yun had already made preparations to register a team to venture out in search of them. But QN had provided him with an unexpected delight. The information has been sent to your Battle Network account. Take a look for yourself. I need to plan for the auction promotion now. With that, QN and Xiaoya took their leave. Liu Yun opened the message. The content was brief, containing only a location coordinate and a photograph. Master, positioning is complete. You may head out at any time. Xiao AI reported. In a rush, the Black CH cannot be dealt with lightly. Thorough preparations are essential. Moreover, Liu Yun did not believe that the informant would be honest enough to sell the information exclusively to QN. It was likely that many teams had already caught wind of the news. The Hunter-S Guild, Liu Yun, while keeping an eye on the news regarding the Black Qi, had come to learn about this organization. It functions similarly to a mercenary guild, jointly controlled by the three leading conglomerates of Star City. It provides a platform for those venturing out to hunt ferocious beasts to form teams and engage in transactions. Moreover, any bounties can also be posted here, including head bounties. However, the guild takes a 40 commission as a fee, and in return, they ensure the confidentiality of the bounty issuer. It is an organization that straddles both the lawful and the illicit, standing alongside the Star Pirate Alliance as one of the two most formidable forces in Star City. Relying on the option to have Haoyan hunt the Black Qi was something Liu Yun had abandoned long ago. Setting aside the issue of insufficient energy, that one energy was his final trump card. Additionally, Haoyan's strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Prolonged reliance on it would likely hinder his own growth. Hence, he decided to recruit and form his own team. And the Hunters Guild was an excellent choice. He could not depend on Ms. Qin's team for everything. Are you heading out? The sudden voice of Jun Qingshan came from behind. Clad in pajamas and yawning, he tossed a card towards Liu Yun. Take this. What is it? A bank card from the Black Realm. Liu Yun's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he pocketed it, casually inquiring. How much is on it? Not much, just a few thousand. Jun Qingshan replied. That indeed isn't much. Liu Yun nodded. Hey you brat, do you know how long I've saved this money? Jun Qingshan shot Liu Yun a glare. If you don't want it, just give it back. There's no reason to give something away only to ask for it back. Liu Yun resolutely declined, closing the door behind him and leaving with an air of nonchalance. Once outside, Liu Yun pulled out the card and checked the balance on his wristwatch. He discovered a balance of 30,000. A warmth spread through his heart. His earlier remarks had merely been playful banter. He was well aware of Jun Qingshan's circumstances. After years of evading the Federation's pursuit, it was indeed remarkable to have saved any money at all. Tio produced this 30,000 must have been quite a challenge. Liu Yun smiled and securely tucked away the bank card. In the courtyard, Jun Qingshan gazed at Liu Yun's departing figure and let out a soft sigh. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, muttering to himself, is 30,000 too little? The child has grown. I should give him a bit more pocket money. Money is the courage of a man. Next time, perhaps I should give him 300,000. That should suffice, and if it's not enough, we can discuss it further. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowing. No. If I give him money, he will lack motivation. I cannot allow him to become a decadent second-generation heir. Perhaps that 30,000 is still a bit too much. I should have known better than to give it. Sigh, a miscalculation. I've lost a round of drinks. Chapter 142. Mombay Clan. Lex Liu Yun arrived at the Hunters Guild via a hover train. As one of the pinnacle forces in Star City, the location of the Hunters Guild was exceedingly grand. It towered in the city center, shaped like a pyramid, reaching towards the heavens. Its surface was coated in a silver-white veneer that drew the gaze of countless passers-by. Light reflected off it, creating a uniquely beautiful spectacle that made it even more eye-catching. It was said that this coating was made from an exceedingly expensive secret steel, capable of withstanding a strike from an interstellar orbital cannon. It stands as one of the iconic structures of Star City. Some have claimed that 2/3 of the populace within Star City serves the Hunters Guild. Upon arriving at the guild, Liu Yun felt that this statement might not be entirely unfounded. Hovering vehicles buzzed through the air, while the square below was teeming with people. Not only humans, but also alien races from various regions. Liu Yun cast his gaze around and spotted no fewer than 10 alien species he had never seen before. Some had heads resembling durians, others resembled anthropomorphized mice, and there were even those that were purely animalistic. Yet, They communicated seamlessly with those around them, aided by simultaneous translation devices. Hey, human brat. Suddenly, Lu Yun heard someone seemingly calling out to him from ahead. He turned but found no one. Damn it, you little rascal, where are you looking? Lower your head. The voice shouted again in exasperation. Lu Yun lowered his gaze and finally spotted a figure in the crowd. A cat? His expression turned peculiar. This creature was certainly not a cat, yet its appearance was undeniably feline, specifically resembling an orange tabby. It wore human shoes, donned a monocle, and had a small handgun strapped to its waist. Young man, I detected a certain disrespectful sentiment from your gaze, the cat said, adjusting its monocle, crossing its furry arms, and strutting towards Lu Yun. You misunderstand, Mr. Cat, Lu Yun replied with a warm smile, crouching down to extend his hand for a handshake. However, this feline gentleman was not appreciative, swatting Lu Yun's hand away, and with two little fingers pinching its whiskers, it glared sideways, saying, Young man, there is a rule at the Hunters Guild. Do not pay excessive attention to guests of other races. This is considered a provocation. Fortunately, the kind Mr. Lex has intervened to halt your offensive behavior, but a fine will still be imposed. Lu Yun, however, paid little attention to its words and instead focused on the feline's paw. That slap had not been light. Yet that was not the main point. The point was, it actually had paw pads. Damn, could it truly be a cat? Master, I've already identified the individual's identity. He is a junior employee of the Hunters Guild. Lex, from the Monbei clan. There are some rather interesting details about him. Lex, noticing the evident distraction of the young man before him, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Oh my God, why is it that every time I am on duty, I encounter these thoughtless children? Lex rubbed his fluffy fists and then leaped up, swinging at Lu Yun's knee. Unfortunately, Lu Yun easily intercepted the attack. Lex stared at Lu Yun in astonishment, a grave expression crossing his face as his eyes darted to his monocle. Though a cat's face may not convey much, according to feline behavioral analysis by Xiao AI, he was indeed surprised. Combat power over 3,000. I didn't expect this human brat to be a skilled fighter. Stepping back 2 paces, Lex raised his chin and said, In that case, I shall overlook your offense. With that, Lex turned to leave, strutting away. Lu Yun, however, grasped the scruff of his neck, bringing him back to eye level. According to the Employee Conduct Code of the Hunters Guild, you are not permitted to strike customers at will. Otherwise, you risk a salary deduction, and in severe cases, termination. Mr. Lex, am I mistaken? Lex's tail quivered. Lu Yun then noticed a short tail behind him that had previously been curled up. Now, it uncoiled and hung down. How do you know so much about the internal rules of the guild? That is none of your concern. Therefore, since you just struck me, if I were to file a complaint, you would likely face some consequences. Don't think you can argue your way out of this. I have it on video, and I also know that you often use that same trick to swindle young people here. Lu Yun leaned in, lowering his voice. Lex's pupils constricted into slits. How do you know about this? A smirk crept onto Lu Yun's lips. Lex may appear adorable, but that was merely a facade. What do you intend to do? Lex asked, seemingly resigned and dejected. Help me with a small favor. I need to assemble a team. I trust that Mr. Lex would not mind putting up a recruitment notice for me. The Hunters Guild was rather costly. To post a bounty or any other recruitment would require a hefty fee. Lu Yun had been deliberating whether to spend money on a recruitment notice or simply call out for people in the hall. The advantage of posting a notice was that it would attract individuals who were less likely to stab teammates in the back. All information was transparent, and any past misconduct would be marked. For hunters, the guild provided a guarantee for their missions if a task was completed, and the team leader failed to provide compensation as per the agreement. The guild would step in to assist in retribution. Conversely, calling out in the hall was free, but the quality of those who responded could vary significantly, leaving one to discern whether they might receive a knife in the back at night or be buried with their teammates after the mission. Do not doubt it. Such occurrences were exceedingly common here. Reputation? That was built upon absolute strength. Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, Lex's expression immediately darkened. As a proud warrior of the Monbei clan, I cannot part with my life or my money. If you expect me to pay, then you might as well kill me. Lex resignedly began to brush the fur around his neck, revealing the tender flesh beneath. I want to kill you, but all your misdeeds may just become public knowledge throughout the city. Hiss, you scoundrel, Lu Yun replied, And you are a scoundrel as well. Lex, resigned to his fate, understood the difference between a temporary loss and a perpetual one. He appeared as if his soul had been drained, trudging ahead with Lu Yun into the grand hall of the Hunters Guild. Lex, you've brought in a new guest again. Just be sure not to fleece him. Lex shot an aggrieved glance, blowing on his whiskers. Too exhausted to even speak, Lu Yun found a place to sit, confident that with leverage in hand, he had no need to worry about that little feline escaping. He surveyed the grand hall, filled with futuristic facilities and advanced technology, as people moved gracefully within it. With the convenience of elevators and staircases, individuals could easily access any floor or area, provided they possessed sufficient familiarity with the locale. For newcomers like Lu Yun, simply deciphering the navigation signs could consume a considerable amount of time. However, with the assistance of an insider, the task became significantly simpler. All he had to do was wait. Chapter 143. Recruitment criteria. By the way, Xiao AI. What was that device the little cat was wearing on its face? It can even detect combat power, Lu Yun suddenly inquired. That is a unique product of the Hunters Guild, a biological detector. It can identify 80 of the universe's life forms, analyze combat capabilities, and has some basic wilderness survival functions. You may think of it as a diminutive and simplified version of Xiao AI without cognitive functions. Lu Yun nodded, feeling somewhat intrigued. It looks quite stylish. How much does it cost? 15,000 CR points. Lu Yun immediately lost interest. It was ostentatious yet impractical. It couldn't even compare to a single toe of Xiao AI. Anyone who purchased it would be a fool. Just then, Lex returned, cradling a holographic computer larger than his face. Hey, human kid, the recruitment has been established. Now, I need you to fill in some basic information. Otherwise, it won't go through. My name is Lu Yun. What information do you need me to provide? Just let me know, Lu Yun said with a smile, relishing the fact that he wouldn't have to spend any money. The requirements for member strength are that they must be above level 15. And what about combat quality? They should be seasoned warriors, as this upcoming mission will be quite arduous. Lex tapped a few times on the holographic computer and continued. What are the background requirements? Can you really specify a background? Only those with a clean record are acceptable, or is it flexible? What's the difference? The distinction is significant. Those with a clean record generally follow orders and are unlikely to breach contracts. Consequently, their hiring costs tend to be higher. If it's flexible, you never know who might show up. They could have just harvested a kidney from a previous employer, or be a deranged individual who kills their employer after a rather intimate encounter. However, such individuals usually possess greater strength. Which option do you prefer? Lex wore a friendly smile. I recommend the flexible option. That group often brings delightful surprises. I suspect you're hoping they might harvest my kidney instead. Lex shrugged non-committally. I'll choose those with a clean record. Lu Yun certainly did not want to invite trouble. All right, clean records it is, Lex pouted in disappointment, then prompted Lu Yun to fill in additional requirements regarding gender, sexual orientation, and even age. Lu Yun was indifferent to everything except sexual orientation. As long as they could assist him in hunting the black chi, nothing else mattered. How many people do you wish to recruit? Lu Yun pondered briefly. 10. That's the basic configuration for hunting the black chi, and what about the mission remuneration? I suggest setting it higher to attract more applicants. The remuneration will consist of biological materials. Ensuring their value is adequate. Lu Yun did not possess sufficient funds, but he had already prepared items for payment. He believed that upon hearing the offer, no one would dare refuse. Lex hesitated. If it's not clearly stated, it may be challenging to recruit. Just write it down. Fine. Lex nodded and then asked, lastly, the mission target must be detailed and clear. Lu Yun smirked slightly. The black chi. All right, the black chi. What exactly is it? Lu Yun distinctly observed Lex's fur bristle in alarm, resembling a cat in fright. Xiao AI. Look into the folklore. Perhaps the Mingbei tribe has a distant relation to cats. Lu Yun's curiosity was piqued. You intend to hunt the black chi? Lex, noticing the gazes around them, immediately hopped onto Lu Yun's leg, gripping his face with wide eyes. Lu Yun swatted his paw away. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Lex furrowed his brow and whispered. Did you purchase that information regarding the black chi that was sold a few days ago? What does that have to do with you? No, I was just inquiring. Lex shot Lu Yun a penetrating glance and quickly filled in the information on the holographic computer. All right, provide me with your contact number. Those interested in the recruitment will reach out to you. Lu Yun shared his combat network contact with Lex, then departed from the Hunters Guild. He proceeded to a mechanical manufacturing conglomerate. The dragon heart jade bone obtained from the devouring torso required refining. He had his sights set on 4 companies capable of such refinement, and he was currently visiting the first. However, upon expressing his needs, he was unceremoniously ejected. The reason being, he required independent access to their facilities, and the technology for refining the dragon heart jade bone was provided by Hao Yin, undoubtedly a highly coveted technique that Lu Yun would never relinquish freely. Unperturbed, Lu Yun moved on to the second company, yet he faced rejection once more. The third and fourth companies similarly dismissed his requests. The 4 major conglomerates had no regard for Lu Yun's proposed terms. It seemed he was at an impasse. Walking along the street, Lu Yun had anticipated this outcome. Xiao AI, what are the backup options? They have already been marked on the map. Lu Yun opened his smart device and glanced, then set off to catch a ride. Meanwhile, within the Hunters Guild, Lu Yun's recruitment had stirred quite a commotion. My goodness, someone is actually recruiting to hunt the Black Chi here. Ha ha ha, such an unfamiliar name. He must be a rookie who doesn't understand the rules. How could such recruitment criteria even pass? The guild staff must be out of their minds. Does he even comprehend what the Black Chi is? That's akin to a mouse licking a cat's rear. It's a death wish. Moreover, the Black Chi is a staple prey for those big shots. Does he not fear having his claws severed? Lu Yun, that name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Wait, I remember. The infamous Swalong from the Old Turtle Tavern in District 19 was taken down by a young man named Lu Yun. Amidst the throng, though the remarks were laced with mockery, some individuals displayed flickers of interest. The resources of the Black Chi had long been the domain of the elite, and few dared to tread in that perilous territory. Yet, the difficulty of joining those elite teams was overwhelmingly daunting. The resources of the Black Chi were highly coveted. Lu Yun's bold recruitment, though met with ridicule, presented an opportunity for those unable to join the ranks of the powerful. However, when these intrigued individuals noticed the remuneration specified below, their enthusiasm waned once more. Damn it, listing materials as payment. Who knows what those materials are? Moreover, sourcing materials is far less straightforward than simply receiving cash. Once again, many were filtered out. Master, it seems your recruitment has not garnered much interest, Xiao AI reported. Having closely monitored the hall's reactions, Lu Yun, unconcerned, replied, "It's fine. This is precisely how I wish to filter my teammates. If they come despite these conditions, it indicates they genuinely desire to hunt the Black Chi and won't flee at the first sign of danger." Master is wise. At that moment, a notification chimed on his wristwatch, an unfamiliar number. "See, here it comes." Lu Yun chuckled, answering the call. On the other end, a deep voice resonated. "Is this Lu Yun? 100,000 credits for the information on the Black Chi, and simultaneously, cancel the recruitment order. Otherwise, face the consequences." Lu Yun's smile gradually faded. He hadn't anticipated that instead of teammates, he would attract a hungry wolf. How amusing. Lu Yun strolled leisurely, his expression as frosty as winter, replying in the same tone as the caller. 1 million. I won't hold your offense against you. Xiao AI. Wishing all the great ones a joyful Children's Day, forever young, forever immortal. Chapter 144. The Astonished Galaxy Group in a Pristine Office. Gu Xiong suddenly chuckled. "Kid, 1 million? You certainly have some audacity. I hope you won't regret your decision." Ji Xiong terminated the communication and patted his forehead. "Get up." A woman with a captivating demeanor lifted her head, gracefully sitting beside Gu Xiong, giggling. "Brother Xiong, don't stoop to the level of a young person. I hear this Lu Yun is a newcomer, a naive one who doesn't comprehend your prowess." Yu Xiong paid little heed to the woman's words, instead pressing a button on his desk. Soon, a robust man strode in. "Boss, you called for me? News about the Black Chi has resurfaced. You must..." Lu Yun ended the call, bemused by the rapid arrival of these individuals. He had anticipated that news of the Black Chi would attract some covetous eyes, but he hadn't expected them to be so direct, approaching him with an offer to purchase the information. Even resorting to threats. "If they had approached me with a reasonable proposal, I might have considered it. For just a piece of information, if they offered me 1 million or so, I would have handed it over without hesitation. As for canceling the recruitment, that would also be simple. I could privately gather a few people just as well. I never shy away from money." But their approach was utterly insulting, offering a mere 100,000. Does Lu Yun look like someone in need of that pittance? Are the folks in Star City all this dim-witted? Master, There is no evidence to support such claims. However, they are indeed unscrupulous, Liu Yun, exasperated, brushed aside the topic and opened the map to head towards the foundry. Half a day passed leisurely as he inquired at 3 companies, all of which flatly rejected him. However, during his visit to the 4th company, a breakthrough finally occurred. The other party agreed to let Liu Yun take a look first before discussing further. Liu Yun promptly accepted and took a vehicle there. Soon, he arrived at a small storefront. Xinghe Machinery Components Group. Liu Yun took 2 steps back and surveyed the place again. It was indeed the group. No doubt about it. However, could a store barely 2 meters wide, with only a door, truly be called a group? Liu Yun stepped inside. Regardless, the other party had at least consented to his request. Through a query by Xiao AI, Liu Yun learned that this Xinghe group was a company on the brink of bankruptcy, even starting to list their equipment for sale. It was no wonder they agreed to let him use it. Upon entering the shop, he found it quite small, containing only a single shelf and a holographic display screen that cycled through 3 or 4 small objects. The interior was meticulously clean. As soon as Liu Yun stepped in, a girl dressed in a turquoise gauzy dress approached him. She was of above-average appearance, but her sunny smile was quite endearing. "You must be Liu Yun," the girl inquired warmly. Liu Yun nodded, replying, "That's me. I made an appointment before coming, and given the state of the shop, it seems there are rarely any visitors, so it is not surprising to be recognized." The girl smiled brightly, saying, "You can call me Yubai. I am the manager of this store. I have understood your requirements, and the 3 devices you need are all operational. However, I would like to know how long you intend to rent them for." 7 days, Liu Yun replied. "The fastest forging speed is 4 days, but considering this is my first time using them and my unfamiliarity, I provided a conservative estimate." Yubai contemplated for a moment before nodding. 7 days is feasible. The total rental price for the 3 devices is 100,000 CR per day, which amounts to 700,000 CR for the week. A 10 deposit is required. What do you think? Liu Yun fell silent. 700,000 CR. What a price. He was renting, not purchasing. "It is like this, sir. Every group's equipment contains the forging data of their core components, which is the most precious secret for a group. Additionally, since you do not allow anyone to observe, we must charge a higher fee as a precaution." Sensing Liu Yun's confusion, Yubai gently explained. Liu Yun had not anticipated this aspect, and no wonder those groups had rejected him without a second thought. In this light, 700,000 did not seem exorbitant. However, he did not have that much cash. "I lack sufficient cash, but I can offer some rare materials as collateral. What do you think?" Yubai was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "Of course, we prefer rare materials over cash." The emphasis she placed on rare clearly indicated that if the materials were not rare, they would not be of interest. "You need not worry about that," Liu Yun replied with a smile. Subsequently, the 2 proceeded to the forging factory of Xinghe Group for an on-site inspection. After viewing the facilities, Liu Yun was quite satisfied. The equipment was in good working condition and sufficient for his needs. He then produced the deposit, a metallic box slightly larger than a palm, from which a cold air wafted. Inside lay a shimmering metallic scaled fragment, a scale from the forehead of the devourer. Such a scale could easily fetch 100,000 CR on the market. Though be honest, had it not been for the ongoing preparations for the auction of the devourer, wherein he intended to create some buzz in the lower-tier market, he would never have presented such a precious material, for auctioning it off could yield a significantly higher price. Nevertheless, he had no choice. After all, he possessed nearly an entire devourer corpse. Thus, these materials, which were rare and valuable to others, were merely scraps to him, making it easier to part with them. Yubai was momentarily stunned upon seeing the scale, her eyes widening gradually. She cautiously reached out to touch the scale, only to immediately retract her hand. Nevertheless, the chill emanating from the scale still numbed her fingertips. What creature does this scale belong to? Yubai scrutinized it several times, yet with her knowledge, she could not discern its origin. In truth, there were only a few rare creatures whose scales were considered highly valuable. However, this scale was unlike any she had encountered in her memory. It was the brow scale of the devourer. Liu Yun, lacking any malicious intent, stated plainly, "The devourer." The sound echoed throughout the vast factory. Yubai exclaimed, "It is genuine." Liu Yun sighed. "It's merely the devourer. Why such excitement? Young man, where is your composure?" Yubai pressed her hand against her chest. Breathing heavily, her gaze fixated on the scale that Mr. Liu. I need to authenticate this scale, which may require some time. Yubai earnestly requested. Liu Yun smiled and nodded. No problem. Let's exchange contact information. I happen to have other matters to attend to these next couple of days. So feel free to take your time with the authentication. Rest assured, I will take great care of your scale. In fact, if it is confirmed to be authentic, this single scale could serve as a rental fee. Liu Yun had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. However, he believed in the principle of not turning down advantages that came his way. He readily agreed. Wonderful. Let us return now, Mr. Liu. Do you have more of such materials? If so, our group is willing to pay a high price for them. Liu Yun replied with a slight smile. We can discuss that later. He neither agreed nor refused, but his demeanor left Yubai increasingly astonished, for it implied that he indeed had more. Chapter 145. Recruitment of personnel. Upon returning to the storefront of Xinghe Group, Yubai warmly escorted Liu Yun out before eagerly returning inside. She closed the door and opened the box, carefully examining the scale that lay quietly within. After a prolonged period, she finally calmed her racing heart and dialed a number. Yu, has the factory's stock sold out? If it has, hurry back. A soft voice emanated from the communicator. Yubai gazed at the scale, still feeling as though she were dreaming. Miss, it is not about the factory. We had an extraordinary guest today. Yubai recounted her encounter with Liu Yun in full detail. The soft voice paused slightly before responding. 700,000. You say? That price seems a bit low, but we do not possess much valuable information. So 700,000 it is. What's the matter? Did the other party reject this price and cause a scene? No. The other party wishes to use rare materials as collateral. I remembered that our group has been collecting various rare materials recently, so I thought to have him show me what he had. You won't believe what he produced, Yubai exclaimed. All right, no matter what he presented, remain calm. Have you forgotten what I told you? You are the representative of Xinghe Group in the black market. Your image reflects our group's image. You must. As she listened to the young lady's classic lecture, Yubai interjected. He presented the brow scale of the devourer. The voice on the other end of the communicator abruptly fell silent. Just as Yubai thought the signal had faltered, a slightly sharper voice broke through. Switch to video. Yubai obediently complied. Soon, a flickering image projected into view, revealing a stunning woman clad in a vibrant red gown. As soon as the connection was established, disregarding the frequent signal interference, the woman furrowed her brows and leaned closer. Asking, where is the item? Yubai quickly lifted the metallic box, showcasing the scale to the woman. The horizontal stripes resembled waves, the color a dark blue, and the texture akin to metal, somewhat reminiscent of the devourer's scales, yet differing in hue from those previously discovered. The woman in red scrutinized the scale intently. After a moment, she frowned. The signal interference in the black market is too strong. The video is distorted, and the colors vary that I need to see it with my own eyes to draw a conclusion. Shall I send the item via interstellar delivery? Yubai suggested. That would be unsafe. The woman in red shook her head, then continued, keep the item secure. I will send someone to inspect it. We have personnel in the star system near the black market, and I will have them bring the necessary equipment immediately. Yubai nodded. That is the safest approach. Those in the black market are highly skilled in counterfeiting. Just as the woman in red appeared ready to end the call, Yubai suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, miss, before leaving, I asked him if he had more materials, and our group is willing to purchase them at a high price. The woman in red chuckled lightly. Silly Yu. How rare are the materials of the devourer? Over time, retaining even a single scale is a challenge. How could there possibly be more? Yet he did not refuse. Yubai insisted earnestly. Thus, I believe he must have more materials from the devourer. The woman in red had lost count of how many times she had lost her composure. Taking a deep breath, she stated earnestly, maintain close contact with this gentleman. I will personally pay him a visit. I will await your arrival here, miss. The woman in red nodded and casually inquired, by the way, what is the gentleman's name? Liu Yun. I am Liu Yun. What can I do for you, Mr. Liu? I am here in response to the recruitment. Outside a beverage shop, Liu Yun was waiting for his afternoon tea to be served when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, a lively female voice greeted him. Regarding the recruitment, let us discuss in person. Please come to XXX. After hanging up, Liu Yun leaned back in his chair, relishing the leisurely afternoon. However, not long after, another phone rang. It was yet another inquiry regarding the recruitment. Lu Yun similarly reported the location to the caller, awaiting their arrival. Over an hour later, a hovering motorcycle sped into view, making a sharp turn to stop before Lu Yun. The helmet's visor lifted, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. She scanned Lu Yun from head to toe and inquired, "Lu Yun?" Taking a sip of his fruit tea, Lu Yun replied with a smile, "That's me." The woman removed her helmet, unveiling a strikingly handsome face, sculpted with sharp features and deep-set eyes. She wore a form-fitting black motorcycle suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly a long, shapely leg that rested on the ground, captivating all who beheld her. Quite beautiful, Lu Yun mused internally. Nevertheless, he pointed to a sign on the nearby wall and reminded, "Parking is prohibited here." The woman swung her long leg over the motorcycle, gracefully dismounting. With a snap of her fingers, the motorcycle autonomously started. Seeking a parking space, Lu Yun sipped his fruit tea, feigning ignorance. The woman pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lu Yun, a faintly playful smile gracing her lips. Didn't he expect a little brother to be the one recruiting for a hunt against the Black Chi? Are the youth of today so audacious? Lu Yun cast her a sidelong glance and asked nonchalantly, "What should I call you?" "Ophelia Norma. But you may refer to me as the beautiful Miss Ophelia," she replied, reaching for the drink Lu Yun had placed on the table and taking a sip. Leaving a vivid lip print on the straw, Lu Yun shook his head and ordered another drink. "Wait, another person is on their way." And no sooner had Lu Yun finished speaking than a young man clad in a punk jacket and with a slender build approached. Pulling out a chair and sitting down directly, "I'm Gal. Nice to meet you all." The young man, with a touch of adolescent bravado, slid his hand across his forehead in a gesture of greeting. Lu Yun noticed a thin metallic wire extending from Gal's forehead to behind his ear. A cybernetic lad. Lu Yun thought fleetingly. All right. Ophelia clapped her hands and smirked. "Everyone's here. Our little boss Lu can commence the interview. I wonder what kind of questions our little boss will ask. I'm quite looking forward to it." Ophelia rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Since meeting Lu Yun, her demeanor had taken on a playful tone, as if viewing his recruitment as a mere farce. Such an attitude warranted correction. Lu Yun smiled lightly and remarked, "If Miss Ophelia harbors any doubts about me, you are free to leave at this moment." With that, he snapped his fingers. Ophelia's motorcycle suddenly revved to life, leisurely making its way to her side. Observing the motorcycle's autonomous movement, Ophelia's playful expression gradually faded. "It seemed I have underestimated Mr. Lu." Chapter 146. "You really mean it?" Ophelia suppressed her earlier disdain and began to appraise the young man before her with newfound seriousness. Her motorcycle boasted an exceptionally advanced safety identification system, which had cost her a small fortune to install, enough to purchase another vehicle. Until now, she had never encountered anyone capable of seizing control of her motorcycle in the blink of an eye. She even struggled to comprehend the method employed. That was the truly terrifying aspect in this world. One cannot escape the grip of the network. Lu Yun's ability to commandeer her motorcycle within seconds indicated that his prowess in the realm of networks was nothing short of extraordinary. If he desired to monitor her, gather her information, or even utilize such network skills to orchestrate seemingly coincidental assassination events, there would be no doubt he could execute it flawlessly. For instance, causing a vehicle to veer out of control and strike her from above. Ophelia's mind raced with hundreds of seamless assassination methods. In an instant, her gaze toward Lu Yun shifted, laden with newfound respect. This was a truly intangible method of murder. The cybernetic lad Gal wore a grave expression. Lu Yun's casual display of skill instilled a greater sense of intimidation in him than even in Ophelia. The reason, of course, was tied to the mechanical components within him. Who exactly is this employer? Ophelia and Gal shared the same thought. "Would you care for a drink?" Lu Yun asked, his demeanor disarmingly amiable. Gal, sitting upright in his chair, cautiously declined. "No, I'm not thirsty and no need to be tense. I brought you here to work." "Not to harm you," Lu Yun shrugged, pondering how his demonstration with the motorcycle had perhaps been a tad excessive. He couldn't fathom why they reacted so strongly. After all, it was merely a demonstration of his capabilities. Ophelia adjusted her hair and chuckled lightly. "Perhaps our boss should first outline the mission. When do we depart? What preparations are necessary? And regarding the remuneration stated in the recruitment materials, what exactly does that entail?" Lu Yun understood Ophelia's intentions. The Black Chi was not a mere roadside creature to be hunted at whim. Preparations for hunting the black chi required significant resources, the most crucial being equipment. The sooner they departed, the better, as delays could lead to unforeseen complications. As for the equipment, fret not. I shall handle that. The primary equipment necessary for hunting the black chi is exploration-grade mecha. This is indispensable. Otherwise, no one could withstand the black chi's frontal assault. Even a team of 10 would be insufficient, let alone 50, against a single claw of the black chi. Originally, Ophelia had intended to mention her capability to procure an exploration-grade mecha. But upon hearing Lu Yun's calm assertion that he would manage the equipment, she set aside her thoughts. However, her curiosity about Lu Yun grew. In the underworld, high-grade mecha were typically controlled by large corporations. As such, devastating weapons held immense deterrent power and were not permitted to be owned by ordinary individuals. Even exploration-grade mecha were rare treasures, not easily acquired. It was not uncommon for the formidable second-in-command of the wolf spider to wield only an exploration-grade giant sword. Yet, these matters were of no concern to her, and she listened attentively. Although labeled an interview, it was essentially Lu Yun's opportunity to assess his potential teammates, ensuring he had a clear understanding of them. Rather than engaging in a romantic entanglement that could lead to disappointment upon meeting. Of course, the primary reason was to leverage Xiao AI to investigate their pasts. Just as their conversation flowed pleasantly, Lu Yun suddenly received 3 or 4 more calls, all from recruits. It seemed that upon witnessing the prolonged recruitment, they realized that Lu Yun, their employer, might possess some capabilities, rather than acting out of momentary impulse. Lu Yun closed the communications and smiled broadly. It appears we need to find a more spacious location. Gal sprang to his feet, nearly knocking over his chair. "You command, boss." Lu Yun suppressed a smirk. The young man was quite enthusiastic. He sent an address to both Ophelia and the incoming recruits before preparing to depart. Ophelia, perched on her motorcycle, donned her helmet and inquired, "Boss, would you like me to give you a ride?" Glancing at her slender waist beneath the leather, Lu Yun smiled gently and shook his head. "No need. You go ahead." He had not yet become familiar enough with her for such a gesture. "Can I ride?" Gal raised his hand, his gaze fervently fixed on Ophelia's motorcycle, his eyes sparkling as if he had seen a beloved. Ophelia cast him a sidelong glance, lowered her visor, and sped away. Gal sighed in disappointment, just as he was about to invite Lu Yun to join him, only to discover that Lu Yun had vanished without a trace, so swift. Before long, Lu Yun arrived at the old cuckoo bar, which was still bustling with activity. The flow of patrons was incessant, with young men and women reveling in the pulsating music, their hormones surging. The bartender remained the same. Upon spotting Lu Yun, he trembled slightly. Memories of the past surfacing. He quickly lowered his head, pretending not to see. Lu Yun had no interest in the bartender's feelings, and made his way directly to the number 1 private room upstairs. Ophelia was already seated there, accompanied by 2 other men. One was a burly figure wearing sunglasses, exuding an aura of intimidation, while the other was a pale, slender young man, appearing to be of a similar age to Ophelia. Upon seeing Lu Yun's youthful appearance, they were momentarily taken aback but remained silent, seemingly awaiting further developments. Quite prompt, Lu Yun greeted, then calmly took the main seat and ordered food. He had dined here once before, and the flavors were delightful. He particularly appreciated the ambience, which was quite poetic, hence his choice of venue. Before long, Gal arrived. He glanced at the gathering and silently took a seat beside Ophelia, creating a clear divide between him and the others across the table. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 more individuals arrived, completing the group of recruits for today. Soon after, there was a knock at the door, and the server entered with the food. Ophelia and Gal eagerly took on the task of arranging the dishes. Displaying commendable diligence, the 4 newcomers remained seated, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Yun, creating a tense atmosphere. The sturdy man suddenly caught Lu Yun's eye. The one in sunglasses. Lu Yun pointed decisively. "Please go downstairs and fetch me 2 bottles of rye beer." The others looked toward the man in sunglasses, curious about his reaction. To their astonishment, he silently complied, descending the stairs, and a few minutes later returned with 2 bottles of rye beer. Placing them earnestly before Lu Yun, "Shall I pour it for you?" the man in sunglasses inquired. Lu Yun glanced at the cups before him and let out a soft, appreciative click of his tongue. He lifted his gaze, his expression one of indifference as he regarded the towering figure beside him, akin to an iron tower, and remarked, Do you truly dare to bring this up? The crowd fell momentarily silent. Perplexed by Lu Yun's words, in the next instant, Lu Yun erupted into action. Chapter 147. An unexpected ally. The wine glass shattered in his grip as Lu Yun seized a handful of shards, striking with lightning speed towards the sunglasses-clad man's face. The energy within his palm surged, enveloping the shards, causing them to spin with astonishing velocity. The rapidly rotating fragments possessed a sharpness comparable to that of a blade. Caught off guard, the sunglasses man was unable to react in time and was struck squarely by Lu Yun's palm. Ah! The man cried out in pain, instantly retaliating with a flurry of punches aimed at Lu Yun. Lu Yun deftly sidestepped, grabbing a wine bottle to hurl at him. Bang! The bottle shattered upon impact with the man's fist. However, Lu Yun, gripping the neck of the bottle, thrust the remaining half forward with remarkable swiftness. Injured, the sunglasses man found blood streaming from his eyes and nose, leaving him no time to heed Lu Yun's rapid assault. The jagged remnants of the bottle pierced his abdomen unabated, blood gushing forth from the shattered glass. Amidst his groans of agony, Lu Yun swiftly disarmed the man, pinning him to the ground, kneeling before him. What are you doing? The others in the room stared in shock, their faces a mixture of disbelief and horror at Lu Yun's sudden outburst. The middle-aged man who had previously sat beside the sunglasses man raised his voice in protest. Are you in league with him? With one hand grasping the sunglasses man's neck and the other wiping away the blood from his shoulder. Lu Yun gazed at the youthful visage before him, juxtaposed against the brutality of his actions. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless, slowly shaking his head. We encountered each other on the way. We're not very familiar. Lu Yun smiled faintly. I surmised as much. Please, take a seat. I will elucidate shortly. The middle-aged man glanced at the now incapacitated sunglasses man, his expression flickering, yet he gradually complied and sat down. Boss Lu. What is the meaning of this? The sunglasses man spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to contain his curiosity. What do you mean? That is a question I should pose to you, Lu Yun retorted. Seizing the man's wrist, without any visible movement, the man's wristwatch sprang open, revealing a concealed interface. Is this video surveillance? Gar's expression shifted. The others turned their attention to the sunglasses man, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. It became clear that he was merely a lackey for a larger organization. Since their arrival, everything they had said and done had likely been relayed to the group behind the sunglasses man. As the revelation dawned, a look of terror finally crossed the sunglasses man's face. Wait, it's not as you think. I can explain. I'm merely a hired hand. There are others. Lu Yun shook his head. I offered you an opportunity to leave. Yet you failed to seize it. The sunglasses man, glancing at the broken bottle, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He finally grasped why Lu Yun had so suddenly urged him to retrieve the wine. He had assumed it was mere coincidence, unaware that Lu Yun had already uncovered his true identity. How had Lu Yun seen through his ruse? He had infiltrated numerous other teams without detection. Yet here, he was exposed. The sunglasses man awaited an answer that never came, for Lu Yun swiftly crushed his neck. Lu Yun removed the wristwatch, observing the still operating program before crushing it decisively, an action that astonished the onlookers. This was tantamount to slapping the organization in the face. I said, how could those large corporations allow anyone to compete with them over black chi resources? Ophelia remarked, her lips pursed, her eyes laced with disdain. It seemed they had already dispatched someone to infiltrate, but it was uncertain if there were more. Ophelia's icy gaze swept across the room, for those major conglomerates held a deep-seated disdain for solitary hunters like them, who lacked any powerful backing. The high-value resources were tightly controlled by these corporations, leaving hunters like them to scavenge what little trickled down, sometimes even being outright barred from approaching. Thus, when an obscure figure like Lu Yun dared to form a team to hunt black chi, it had invited derision. Yet, it also attracted those truly daring enough to challenge the status quo, individuals who cared little for the corporations and even harbored animosity towards them. Ophelia was one such individual. Lu Yun's fearless actions utterly dispelled the last remnants of concern in Ophelia's heart. She began to consider not just Lu Yun, but the future of this team. Faced with her skepticism, the others could no longer remain passive. Hey, woman, mind your words. One voiced in dissatisfaction. If you doubt us, I doubt you too. Another chimed in, "If you don't trust us, you're free to leave," as tensions threatened to escalate. Lu Yun raised a hand, calling for calm. "There's no need for concern. This is the only one." Hearing his words, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Ophelia's stance was not of great consequence. They were more concerned with Lu Yun's perception. Since he had chosen to overlook the incident, they too would refrain from further conflict, for they needed to respect their leader's authority. At this point, Lu Yun summoned the bartender to dispose of the body. The bartender, casting a glance at the lifeless form on the floor, felt a chill run down his spine, and without further ado, hastily summoned assistants to clean the scene. During this process, Lu Yun received a phone call, which elicited a flicker of excitement within him. It appeared his small team would soon be fully assembled. However, when the call connected and he recognized the identity of the caller, he was momentarily taken aback. "Rex?" Lu Yun's expression turned peculiar as he recalled the diminutive Montbay cat he had encountered at the Hunters Guild, which had barely reached his knee. Intriguing, Lu Yun did not decline the call, providing Rex with the address to come over. Thus far, excluding Lu Yun, the team had amassed 6 members, with 4 more needed to set forth. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, within a lowly dwelling, a group of individuals observed the flickering snowflakes on the screen, their faces alight with amusement. "Who would have thought we underestimated this outsider?" one remarked. "Pa, just an arrogant fool. He discovers us and goes straight for the kill. If we had kept him alive, his utility would have surpassed mere slaughter," another added. "Perhaps he is merely trying to establish his dominance," a woman chimed in, her voice playful, a giggle escaping her lips. "Establish dominance? I only spared that wretched woman some dignity. Otherwise, I could have crushed this brat with ease. What shall we do now, brother?" One of the group turned to the man leaning against the wall. Smoking, the man raised his head, revealing a face marred by scars. He exhaled the last remnants of smoke, discarding the cigarette, but with a rasping voice. "Since our surveillance has been compromised, we shall enact Plan B. Let him understand that black chi is not something everyone can touch." A sinister grin spread across the faces of those present. Chapter 148. The operation commences. In truth, Lu Yun was taken aback by how insufficient a single day proved to be. It was not a matter of gathering individuals. Rather, it was because too many had responded. Lu Yun found himself spending more time sifting through candidates. He had grossly underestimated the interest independent hunters had in black chi. 3 days passed, and Lu Yun finally assembled a competent small team, with Rex among them. To Lu Yun's astonishment, Rex possessed exceptional scouting skills, adept in environmental analysis and tracking. Perhaps it was due to his Montbay heritage? After all, it was well known that a cat's reflexes were 7 times that of a human. Thus, when Rex demonstrated his astonishing 12-thread synchronized control of drones, Lu Yun decisively welcomed him aboard. Lu Yun borrowed a heavy transport ship from Captain Qin, leading the team away. Rex stood atop an armory crate, scrutinizing an electronic map. The coordinates, refined by Xiao AI, were accurately marked alongside the projected activity range. Rex, standing before the map, marveled. Who created this map? The precision and detail are so exemplary it could serve as a template for outdoor navigation. Excited exclamations from Xiao AI filled the AIR. Lu Yun maintained a composed demeanor. "A friend of mine. Could you introduce me? She is quite reclusive and rarely meets outsiders." "Such a pity." As Lu Yun observed the disappointment on Rex's face, he couldn't help but think. If this little cat knew that Xiao AI was the one recording him, uncovering his less than glorious deeds, would he still wish to meet her? Most likely not. "Hey, Rex, why aren't you content in the Hunters Guild? Why venture out to hunt black chi?" A buzzcut youth inquired loudly as he organized his weaponry. As a staff member of the Hunters Guild, everyone present was familiar with Rex, especially Gar, who had fallen victim to his tricks once. The others around them cast curious glances. With Rex's slight stature, one couldn't fathom how he would dare to partake in such a perilous hunt. "What, am I not allowed to seek a thrill?" Rex retorted without turning back, engrossed in processing the map data. "Little Braid, how long until we reach the target location?" "Approximately 10 minutes until arrival," came the voice from the cockpit. "In the ground surveillance status?" "All clear. The ground mapping has been synchronized and transmitted to our EX.AT this moment," Lex remarked. "The target location is subject to strong magnetic field interference, resulting in discrepancies in the mapping data. We can only detect signs of intense life signals." We need to conduct a field investigation. Liu Yun nodded in agreement. I'll leave it to you. Lex shook his beard and confidently declared, rest assured. The heavy transport spacecraft would execute a low-altitude flight to enhance signal detection. However, this also exposed its position, attracting the attention of numerous beasts. A multitude of unidentifiable, bizarre birds surged toward them. Open fire, Liu Yun commanded. The young man stationed at the firing position squeezed the trigger. The rapid-fire cannon unleashed a torrent of orange-red flames, weaving a deadly net. Liu Yun, this terrain is insufficient to support a landing. Should we select another location? Xiao Braid inquired, surveying the jagged landscape. No, proceed with an aerial drop. Liu Yun replied. Prior to arriving here, he had familiarized himself with the region. The habitat of the Black Chi was characterized by rugged rocks and towering trees. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as treacherous and perilous. Nevertheless, these pose no significant obstacles. Deploy the shockwave bombs and clear the area, Liu Yun suggested casually. Understood. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shockwave bombs descended in succession, unleashing a series of violent shockwaves that surged across the ground like a wall of air. Once the waves subsided, the terrain was rendered clear. Hey, those creatures. The group chuckled as they observed the beasts fleeing in panic below. With the area secure, they donned their equipment in preparation for landing. They proceeded to the depths of the cabin, where 7 power armors were arranged, their camouflage paint immediately capturing everyone's attention. At last, it was time to wear them. The donning of the power armor was remarkably simple. The back opened fully, allowing one to step inside effortlessly. Within a mere 10 seconds, all 7 were fully equipped. Subsequently, the hatch opened, and they leaped down without hesitation. Let us proceed as well. Liu Yun, along with Ophelia and Lex, took their seats. The floor beneath them opened, and their seats were ejected downward. They were present as pilots, thus had no need for the power armor. Lex, on the other hand, was clad in his own mechanical half-armor, as none suited his physique. Once the ground environment was confirmed safe, Lex produced 12 reconnaissance drones, dispersing them in the vicinity. Equipped with smart sensor glasses and electronic sensory gloves, he synchronized his control. Bango, keep an eye on Lex, Liu Yun instructed. A towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, nodded and lifted Lex, placing him on his shoulder. He then retrieved a shotgun, nearly a meter in length, from behind him. The drones reached their designated positions, signal reception was optimal, and no threats had been detected. They were tracking the movements of the Black Chi, Lex reported. Liu Yun nodded and gestured upward. Xiao Braid, ever vigilant, understood the signal and promptly pressed the button. The rear hatch of the spacecraft opened, and 2 mechs, 1 black and 1 white, were deployed, landing near the group. The white one was the Flash, piloted by Captain Qin, while the black one was the Tianque T-600, borrowed from Old Pigeon. Standing 9 meters tall, its primary weapon was an energy blade mounted on its back, capable of unleashing temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, effortlessly slicing through armor several centimeters thick. Additionally, it was equipped with various types of ammunition. True to its name, the tank mech was immensely imposing, with a 10-centimeter thick special armor covering its surface and critical areas fortified with enhanced defensive measures. It was a D-class exploration mech, excelling in both defense and close combat. Despite expecting the arrival of mechs, the sight of these two still left the group breathless, their gazes fervent. Now, this is a true weapon of mass destruction. Compared to these 2 mechs, our power armors seem like mere toys. Ophelia boarded the Flash, her fingers caressing the array of control buttons inside the cockpit. Boss, if I accidentally damage it, will I be held liable? She jested. That would depend on whether it was intentional, Liu Yun replied, controlling the tank mech as he waved his hand and stepped forward into the depths of the forest. The Flash followed closely behind, while the power armors flanked them on either side and from the rear. The hunt for the Black Chi had officially commenced. Chapter 149. Perils abound. The 2 mechs thundered through the desolate forest, their footsteps shaking the earth. Threatening roars echoed from afar. Boss, there are many eyes watching us. Should we clear them out? Ophelia inquired, observing the feedback signals on her infrared radar, a hint of eagerness in her voice. Conserve energy. Our target is the Black Chi, Liu Yun replied tersely. Ophelia pouted, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from the missile launcher button. Boss, the signals from the forest ahead seem peculiar. Suddenly, Lex expressed his concern. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. Are there large beasts appearing? Gal, cradling an enormous sniper rifle in his arms, was itching for action. No. It cannot be classified as a sniper rifle. It resembles a sniper cannon, given that the barrel is nearly as thick as an adult's arm. The drone signals had synchronized with the virtual control console, allowing them to view the peculiar forest. Liu Yun activated the incoming signal, revealing a striking transformation in the foliage 1 kilometer ahead, where dark green trees abruptly turned a vivid pink. Above the forest, a pollen zone stretched over 10 meters high, the light reflecting off it creating a mesmerizing phosphorescent shimmer. However, hunters accustomed to the Black Realm understood a crucial truth. The more beautiful something appeared in the wilderness, the more perilous it often was. Master, no information on the corresponding plant species was found. The closest match is the pink king tree, known for its hallucinogenic pollen. However, the specimens before us vastly differ from it. Preliminary judgment suggests a mutated variant in the Black Realm. The gravitational, environmental, and climatic conditions significantly diverged from the outside world. Benevolent individuals would risk their lives to catalog every species in this endless wilderness. Existing biological information was primarily shared through hunters' reports, passed down orally before being documented. Thus, encountering unfamiliar plants or creatures should not be surprising. Can we bypass it? Liu Yun inquired. Lex glanced at the map and shook his head. I do not recommend taking a detour, as it would add nearly 15 kilometers to our route. Furthermore, the terrain is exceedingly complex, and we might lose track of the Black Sea. Liu Yun understood and promptly ordered. Then we shall proceed directly and blast a path through. Point 2 power armors stepped forward, each wielding grenade launchers, and they fired 2 rounds into the forest. The grenades arced through the air, landing amidst the trees. An explosion erupted, creating a path over 10 meters wide. The peculiar beasts hiding within the foliage scattered in fright. Forward, Liu Yun commanded, leading the way. It has been 2 hours, and we have yet to catch a glimpse of even a single hair from the Black Chi. Someone in the team could no longer contain their impatience. The hunting range of the Black Chi spans approximately 1,000 square kilometers. If a ruler were to arise within their ranks, this range would increase by at least threefold. At least we still have a concrete lead to follow, which is far better than aimlessly searching. Wow, is it really that expansive? Did you not do your homework before arriving? Ahem, I thought I would just engage in some fighting. I did not thoroughly review the information. As Liu Yun listened to his team members' banter, he shook his head slightly. There's a chasm ahead. Be careful not to fall in, he cautioned. Understood. Rest assured, boss. Haha, this little ditch poses no concern. Seemingly having relaxed due to the absence of Black Chi sightings, the group began to joke around. Amid their laughter, they approached the chasm. The chasm spanned over 10 meters wide and appeared bottomless. The team activated the jumping devices on their power armors, leaping across with ease. However, just as the last 2 members were about to jump, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A dark flash shot up from the chasm. Striking one of the airborne team members, he spun in midair, his power system destabilized, losing all sense of direction. Be cautious. An unknown creature is approaching, Liu Yun shouted, tossing a flare into the abyss. The dark, deep chasm was illuminated, revealing a massive creature clinging to the rock wall. Nearly 20 meters long, it resembled a lizard but bore the jaws of a crocodile, with a row of bony spines along its back. The previous dark flash had originated from those spines. Help me! Save me! The attacked team member cried out in terror as he plummeted. Ophelia leaped into action, the flash mech firing a grappling hook that ensnared his body and, with a whip-like motion, flung him to safety on the opposite side. Check his condition. Everyone else prepare for battle. It's a spiked belly lizard. Liu Yun, piloting the tank, cradled a pulse rifle and opened fire on the spiked belly lizard. Bullets struck the rock wall, sending fragments flying. The others joined in, unleashing their firepower. The spiked belly lizard was classified as a high-risk beast, possessing combat capabilities comparable to those of a pioneering-grade mech. Most terrifyingly, it boasted remarkable speed and ranged attack capabilities. Under assault, the spiked belly lizard let out a piercing shriek, swiftly scuttling along the rock wall in the blink of an eye. It darted 100 meters away, simultaneously launching spines from its back. While the impacts were manageable against the mechs, they still produced a slight jolt. However, the impact on the power armor resulted in a profound dent. though it did not penetrate the armor. It severely hampered the driver's mobility. A chill ran through Lu Yun's heart as he gained a renewed understanding of the perils lurking within the Black Realm wilderness. This was merely a chance encounter with a wild beast. Yet it possessed such terrifying lethality. Should they encounter a black chi, the consequences would be unimaginable. The target was already locked. Launch the guided missiles. Flash stood at the edge of the chasm, the armor on his chest opening up as 3 missiles. Trailing flames were unleashed with great speed. Boom, boom, boom. Direct hits. The excited voice of Ophelia crackled through the comms. But shortly after, Lex's voice rang out in alarm. Be careful. It's still alive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, amidst a shower of rubble, the spiked belly lizard swiftly climbed up the chasm, its silhouette shooting forth like a released arrow, aimed directly at the head of one of the power-armored soldiers. Its cold, dark yellow pupils magnified in the shared video feed, exuding a chilling intimidation. Ophelia's eyes narrowed as she hastily grasped her rifle. Yet, another figure moved even faster. Lu Yun brandished his energy blade, the brilliant edge swirling with heat as he executed a horizontal slash. The spiked belly lizard let out a shriek, attempting to evade, but its speed was insufficient. It collided directly with the blade. Cleaved in two. Numerous life signals were approaching from the depths of the chasm. Damn. The chasm is the lair of the spiked belly lizards. Lex's frantic shout reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone, run. Chapter 150. A single slash with a resounding thud. The tank mech leapt partially into the air, casting aside 4 or 5 disc-shaped bombs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fiery eruptions erupted behind them. Flames curled upward, engulfing the pollen that hovered above. Within the inferno, piercing shrieks echoed, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sharp and grating. Those bombs not only failed to intimidate the lizards, but instead provoked their ferocity. These beasts are remarkably tough. They hardly sustained any damage. One team member cursed. The others remained silent, opening fire in unison. Flash, clear the path ahead. I'll cover the rear. Lu Yun decisively took on the responsibility of rear guard. The spiked belly lizards posed little threat to the 2 exploration-class mechs. But the team members clad in power armor were another matter entirely. 4 or 5 spiked belly lizards could chew through their armor in less than half a minute. The high-pressure energy contained within the blade surged, rendering it capable of cleaving through anything with ease, especially these merely tough-skinned lizards. While the shrapnel and flames from the bombs inflicted minimal harm, a single slash would sever them in twain. And Lu Yun was confident they would not be able to continue moving afterward. The tank stood like a war deity, resolutely planted in the path. A quick glance revealed at least 30 or 40 spiked belly lizards charging forward, launching relentless assaults with their claws, fangs, and spines. The clang of their attacks reverberated within the cockpit. Lu Yun glanced at the spiked belly lizard that nearly obscured the entire viewport and thought it was about time. He then withdrew his blade, stepped back a few paces, drove the blade into the ground, and with a clash of fists, struck the earth with all his might. Overwhelming impact, boom! The retracted iron fist snapped back into place. As if a 10,000-ton press had crashed down, the ground trembled violently, and a plume of dust soared several meters high, radiating outward from the tank. Dozens of spiked belly lizards that had lunged forward were sent 3 feet into the air by the shockwave. In a flash, Lu Yun drew his long blade and executed a horizontal slash. The energy amassed at the blade's edge finally found its release, cascading outward as a blade of light, extending 100 meters. With a series of loud cracks, the stunned spiked belly lizards were unable to react as the blade of light sliced through them. Dozens of spiked belly lizards fell to the ground. Their bodies cleaved into 2 sections. Some curled up, might even have been severed into 4 or 5 parts. The group of spiked belly lizards that had charged forth was decimated by 7 or 8 with that single strike. Only a few remained, huddled on the ground, trembling and flicking their tongues, slowly retreating as they seemed to recognize the terror posed by the colossal entity before them. A deep, resonant roar suddenly erupted from behind. And the remaining spiked belly lizards, as if receiving a command, turned and fled in the blink of an eye. They vanished into the forest. Lu Yun monitored the life radar. Despite some interference, he still spotted a black-gray spiked belly lizard king perched atop a rock several hundred meters away. Its size was more than double that of a normal spiked belly lizard. and it had developed sharp horns on its forehead, suggesting a trend of evolution. Liu Yun slowly retreated and then turned to catch up with the already distanced team. He had no intention of engaging with the spiked belly lizards. His goal was singular. Only the Black Chi, if they chose to withdraw, he would gladly let them. The comms channel crackled twice before Ophelia's astonished voice came through. I didn't expect the boss's mech skills to be so advanced. It seems I underestimated your prowess, boss. As an exploration-class mech, it lacked a shared sensation system. To maneuver the mech, one needed to operate various buttons in coordination. Executing a series of combination attacks like Liu Yun had just done was an immense operational feat. At least Ophelia believed she could not perform such maneuvers with that level of proficiency. Others in the channel echoed their awe. This was genuine astonishment. What does the Black Realm revere most? Mechs, and those who could perfectly exploit their capabilities were even more sought after. Some could not help but wonder why, with Liu Yun's abilities, he did not seek a high position within an organization but instead chose to operate independently. Liu Yun remained largely unfazed by the flattery. With his current physical prowess, he could fully harness the capabilities of the exploration-class mech. As for performing combination techniques, that merely required having hands, did it not? Lex, has the Black Cheese trail gone cold? Liu Yun cleared his throat, steering the conversation elsewhere. The group promptly exited the channel, ceasing their chatter. It's still there, and I have a feeling we won't have to wait long to encounter them. Lex's confident voice came through. He narrowed his eyes, sniffing lightly. I can already smell their stench. Is that true? So impressive. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Humph, you have no understanding of the Mingbei tribe, Lex retorted. Arms crossed, Gal added nonchalantly. Patting his sniper rifle, a cat's sense of smell is indeed extraordinary. It can detect a female cat in heat from 3 kilometers away. Sniffing out a Black Chi is not a simple task. Gal, Lex's gritted teeth echoed through the comms channel. Damn you. I'm a proud member of the Mingbei tribe, not a cat. Just because I tricked you out of $3,000 back then, does that mean you have to hold a grudge until now? That was my food budget for a month, you disgusting, repugnant little cat. Lex jumped up in frustration. Gal, unfazed, continued to dig his nose, indifferent. Not understanding doesn't equal an insult. All right, focus on the task at hand. Danger may arise at any moment, Liu Yun said. Patting Lex on the head, it was essential to maintain the boss's dignity. Lex bared his teeth at Gal, but chose to ignore him. Everyone, check your ammunition reserves and weapon statuses. The Black Chi won't just wait for us. They are a tribe ruled by a king, so stay alert. Yes, don't worry, boss. We have 2 mechs. Even if the Black Chi King comes, we won't be afraid. Laughter erupted among the group. The initial anxiety they felt had significantly eased upon seeing the 2 exploration-class mechs. Liu Yun said little, for they were correct. The Black Chi, while formidable, were still relatively weak compared to a human body. With 1 exploration-class mech leading the charge, it would be sufficient to hunt a Black Chi within their tribe. However, Liu Yun's preparation of 2 mechs was not solely for the Black Chi. He was also wary of the wolves lurking in the shadows. He had no doubt that those individuals were hiding somewhere, secretly watching them. When they engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Chi, they would emerge to play their trick. Xiao AI, keep a close watch. Chapter 151. The Mech Tribe. Rest assured, Master. All 12 drones have been implanted with my subroutines. They are my eyes, and no movement will escape Xiao AI's keen observation. Listening to Xiao AI's reliable response, Liu Yun felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. With Xiao AI around, those troublesome grasshoppers wouldn't stand a chance. After over an hour of advancement, Lex suddenly noticed something. Wait. Liu Yun gestured for the team to spread out and maintain vigilance. Lex hopped down from Banja's shoulder and rubbed his hands as he approached a deep purple stone. Gradually, a layer of fine electric current began to gather on his gloved hands. He raised his hand, pressing firmly against the stone. Countless thin beams of light burst forth from the gloves, effortlessly slicing the stone into wedges like a watermelon. Lex picked up a small piece, sniffed it, and then reached inside. Moments later, he exclaimed in delight, "This is the feces of a Black Chi. The pheromones left behind have not diminished significantly. They should be nearby, no more than 10 kilometers away." He brushed the filth from his hands and dispatched the 12 drones to scout the fan-shaped area ahead. The team members felt a surge of excitement. After a long day of traveling, they had finally uncovered the trail of the Black Chi. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice chimed in. Master, I've detected a group of unidentified forces. Their condition appears poor, and they are heading in our direction. Expected to make contact in 10 minutes. Following closely, Lex cried out, Boss, enemies are approaching. No, they're fleeing toward us. The crowd immediately fell into a state of alert. In this desolate wilderness, encountering other teams was far from a fortuitous event. However, the idea of concealing themselves had become impractical. If they could detect each other, it was likely that the opposing team's radar had already picked up on their presence as well. Otherwise, they would not be advancing straight towards them. It seemed they aimed to use Lu Yun and his team as a diversion to attract the enemy's attention. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lex shouted, We have spotted the Black Chitin. 10 Black Chitin were hot on the heels of those individuals, posing a significant threat. Boss, what should we do? Gal inquired. Give them a warning. Lu Yun's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the intentions of the other party. If they did not wish to become adversaries, they ought to change direction. Gal grinned broadly. The once shy and awkward cyber lad transformed entirely upon grasping the large sniper rifle. Understood, boss. Should I aim for the chest or the legs? As he spoke, he crouched down, resting the rifle on his knee, retrieving the cheapest tungsten core bullet from his side, and loading it into the chamber of the sniper rifle. He then activated the energy capacitor on the side of the gun and pressed the trigger. Electricity surged from the core battery into the high-energy capacitor, causing the heated plasma within the chamber to swirl, turning the tungsten core bullet a deep crimson. Just a warning will suffice. There's no need to injure them, as you wish. Gal's smile widened as he adjusted the barrel, shifting the aim from the opposing figures to the ground beside them. He then released the trigger. The accumulated plasma discharged in an instant. With a sharp crack, a mix of red and blue air burst forth from the muzzle, creating visible ripples in the air. The heated tungsten core bullet was propelled to supersonic speeds, shattering the sound barrier in midair. The bullet traced a faint red translucent arc before piercing through the air like a cannonball, striking the ground beside the fleeing group and sending a visible wave of dirt soaring into the air. A few individuals from the group fell to the ground. Although the bullet did not strike them, the shock wave was sufficient to disorient them. The tremendous recoil caused a cloud of dust to erupt around Gal, as the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. The onlookers were left in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the massive sniper rifle in Gal's hands. Goodness, is that a sniper rifle or a cannon? The power is terrifying. Did the boss strip the weapons off a mech? Gal, let me have a feel. Get lost? Gal brusquely rejected the request, cradling the sniper rifle with gleeful reverence. It was his first time using it, and he was pleasantly surprised by its immense power. With a smug grin, he stowed the rifle and stood up, saluting decisively. Boss, I have not failed in my mission. Lu Yun smirked slightly. What a spirited lad. Quite the show-off. He was not one to dampen his subordinates' enthusiasm, and thus he praised, well done. Gal beamed with joy while Lu Yun gazed into the distance, capturing the unfolding scene in the surveillance window. Now it was a matter of how they would choose to proceed. How will they choose? The shot did not seem to intimidate them. After a brief commotion, they continued their approach. However, this time a mech led the way, an energy shield raised in front, while the rest took cover behind it. At that moment, the mech suddenly received a communication request. Lu Yun answered. Friends, we mean no harm. The Black Chitin are pursuing us. If we join forces, we can surely eliminate them, and you will be generously rewarded afterward. The opposing party spoke in an alien tongue, but thanks to the translation system, Lu Yun grasped their intent. Observing their increasingly close figures, Lu Yun's lips curled into a smirk. Foolish. With you attracting the Black Chitin, it will be easier for us to hunt them. The signal reached the other side instantly. Lu Yun clearly saw the mech guarding the front momentarily freeze. Without hesitation, he ordered, Open fire! Boom, boom, boom. The back of the mech launched several missiles that landed before the adversaries, cutting off their path. Gal reloaded once more. Cooperate? Lu Yun scoffed. From the moment they arrived in the Black Domain, Qin had warned him that one must never harbor any illusions here. Trusting an enemy who lured the Black Chitin towards them for cooperation, he might as well believe the Black Chitin would willingly present themselves for slaughter. Thus, he showed no mercy. Amid the fierce barrage, the opposing side retaliated almost immediately, clearly having prepared their counterattack. The two sides closed in rapidly. A fierce battle was imminent. A long spear, spanning several meters, shot through the smoke towards Lu Yun. His gaze sharpened as he drew his energy blade, slicing through the air. Bang! The spear flew back, landing in the hands of the mech's leader. Damn it! Since you refuse to cooperate, then perish! A roar erupted from within the mech. As it swung the spear down with tremendous force, Lu Yun twisted to parry, the two weapons clashing. The tank-like form of the mech buckled down, while the opposing mech staggered backward. Ophelia, controlling the mech named Flash, seized the opportunity to raise her weapon. However, before she could fire, numerous grappling hooks suddenly shot out from the smoke, ensnaring her weapon. Then, several figures resembling agile warriors utilized the hooks to propel themselves into the air, attacking Flash with whip-like weapons. What the hell is this? Attacking a mech with human strength? Are they insane? The members of Lu Yun's team stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a bizarre spectacle. However, upon hearing Xiao Ai's voice, Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically, urgently warning, "Drop your weapons. Don't let them get close. They are mech beings." Chapter 152. Ascended, but not fully transcended. Mech beings? The members of Lu Yun's team paused, their faces reflecting confusion. Clearly, they were unfamiliar with this term. However, Ophelia, being an experienced hunter, immediately discarded her weapon upon hearing Lu Yun's warning. She activated the mech shield to fend off the incoming attacks while retreating. TCH, we actually dodged that. A mech warrior chuckled lowly, tugging at the discarded rifle, which was effortlessly severed into several pieces before their very eyes. The astonishing part was that no one even saw how it was done. That was a weapon designed for mechs. The thickness of its cross-section was nearly half a meter, yet it was sliced through as if it were nothing. The group realized the gravity of the situation. In the wilderness, the most undesirable encounter was with an unknown enemy. This meant that all their past experiences were rendered useless. They had to gradually gauge the other's strength and habits, and in the wilderness, time equates to life. Everyone, rush in and restrain them. The mech beings charged at Lu Yun and his team like crazed chickens, their voices raised in a frenzied cacophony. Thanks to Lu Yun's earlier warning, the group was cautious, keeping the mech beings at bay while firing and retreating. Lu Yun took on the role of the main defender, blocking the opposing mech's advance, while Ophelia assisted in preventing the mech beings from closing in. "Boss, what exactly are mech beings? We've never heard of them." Someone couldn't help but ask Lu Yun. Internally, Lu Yun thought it was normal for them not to know. After all, the mech beings were not native to the Black Domain. For reasons unknown, they had suddenly appeared in this wilderness, even engaging in conflict with the Black Chitin, or rather, being pursued by them. Speaking of the mech beings, they were truly peculiar, embodying nearly every characteristic of science fiction that Lu Yun could conceive. They were inherently semi-mechanical beings. It wasn't that they possessed metallic parts within, but rather that their biological genes had developed organs resembling mechanical structures. It was as if they had partially ascended to a mechanical form, yet had become stuck halfway, resulting in their incomplete mechanization. That was essentially the situation. Although the description was vague, Lu Yun comprehended Xiao Ai's meaning with clarity. In fact, such occurrences were not uncommon in the biological world. Many bacteria and insect species had evolved gear-like structures. These mechanical traits granted the mech beings immense strength far surpassing that of humans from the moment they were born. After all, an infant's muscles could never compare to a formidable being endowed with the properties of a drill. Could they? However, these attributes were negligible in the face of mechs. What truly made this race formidable was their exceptional ability, mech power, a unique talent that allowed them to rapidly assimilate machinery, turning it to their advantage. Had Ophelia hesitated even for a moment and allowed those 10 or so mech beings to close in, the Flash would have been claimed by a new master. Hence, Lu Yun had urgently alerted everyone. He fixed his gaze intently on the opposing mech. The mech beings wielded the mech as if it were an extension of their body. In terms of equal-tier pilots, they had virtually no rivals. Therefore, even if the opposing force possessed only one mech, Lu Yun did not underestimate them. However, as he heard the increasingly pronounced sounds of approaching footsteps, a smirk crept onto Lu Yun's face. The matter of the mech beings could wait. "Our allies are arriving. Deploy electromagnetic interference grenades." Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of dark electric bursts erupted in the area, forming a hemisphere with a diameter of several dozen meters around the group of mech beings. Subsequently, Lu Yun and his team retreated immediately. The mech beings had a natural advantage over mechs. However, this type of being had a significant drawback. Their formidable innate abilities were rendered useless against those who had achieved physical transcendence. The Black Chiton, without a doubt, embodied that physical transcendence, at least. That was true for these feeble mech beings. Damn it, those despicable cowardly humans. We must leave this place quickly. The Black Chiton are coming, anger echoed from the mech pilot within the electromagnetic interference zone. They had initially intended to drag Lu Yun and his team into the fray against the Black Chiton, hoping to reap the benefits in the end. After all, the unique characteristics of the mech beings were seldom known, making them the perfect ambushers. As long as they are given the opportunity to approach the mecha, they can easily seize it. It is a most advantageous calculation. Yet, what transpired was that Lu Yun simply tossed a disruption grenade and swiftly retreated. His speed was astonishing, and his decision-making was remarkably decisive, leaving the mecha pilot of the utterly bewildered. Weren't you here to hunt the Black Chi? We lured them to you, and yet you fled? After discerning the characteristics of their, Lu Yun immediately comprehended their intentions. Naturally, he would not allow them the chance for close combat. Thus, after forcing them back, he promptly withdrew. Upon seeing those attempting to escape, Lu Yun retaliated with a couple of cannon shots. The other members of the team also opened fire in succession, forcing them back once more. Damn, you despicable aliens. You are akin to rats in a gutter, crawling amidst refuse. In the name of the mechanical god, I curse you. Lu Yun merely dug at his ears and scoffed. What utter nonsense about the mechanical god. Unable to even bless the little brothers of Kalen Star to pass their exams. Yet here they are, cursing me. They should go away. The others were equally unfazed by such ineffectual taunts, even spitting disdainfully, finding them too simplistic. Boss, shall I retort a few words? I could insult them until their entire genealogy resurrects. Lu Yun grinned. No need, if we anger them, who will deplete the strength of the Black Chi for us. Ha ha ha, the boss is truly wise. The ground trembled increasingly. Before long, a torrent of black appeared in sight, charging towards that group with an unstoppable force. This was Lu Yun's first real encounter with the hunting scene of the Black Chi, and he felt a surge of shock within. The appearance of the Black Chi bore a striking resemblance to the velociraptor of the dinosaur era, yet its size was incomparably more colossal. Its powerful, sturdy legs left deep imprints in the ground with each step. The black scales on its body reflected a faint glow, and as it ran, all its scales fit tightly together, creating a remarkably streamlined form. This enabled their speed to surpass even that of the spiny-tailed lizard. Coupled with a jaw capable of snapping a small car in half and scythe-like forelimbs, it was the epitome of a perfect predator. Lu Yun could scarcely fathom what manner of creature could withstand the full-force charge of such a 30-meter-long behemoth. Combined with a set of scythe-like claws, he felt it not an exaggeration to describe these rulers of the wilderness as sanctified beings. The black torrent collided with the in an instant. One of them was sent flying as a result of the impact. Even from 100 meters away, the anguished cries could be heard. Ultimately, it fell straight into the gaping maw of a Black Chi. And the screams ceased. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How could it have fallen so accurately? Chapter 153. Has he always been this brave? Galmo caressed the large sniper rifle in his arms, prepared for battle. He awaited the boss's command to strike down the enemy from 1,000 miles away. Gal. A large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, pulling him from his delightful reverie. Boss? Gal looked up at the fortress-like mecha beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Let us fire a few rounds to assess the situation. Lu Yun slightly raised his chin, his eyes narrowing as he observed the battlefield. The Black Chi was ferocious beyond measure. With a sweep of its forelimbs, it could slice through massive boulders as if they were mere blocks of tofu. In the chaos of battle, dust flew everywhere, and amidst the barrage of heavy fire, even radar detection became ineffective in that area. Only vague shadows could be seen flitting about. Yes, Gal formed AV with his fingers before his forehead in excitement, eagerly loading a concussion round into the chamber. With a resounding bang, the bullet soared into the fray, followed by an explosion. The highly compressed energy released instantaneously, sweeping away all the dust like a fierce gale. The situation in the arena became visible. Lu Yun took a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. It was tragic. Utterly tragic. Almost none remained unscathed. All were injured. That mecha had lost an arm, and the remaining left arm clutched a long gun. Desperately resisting the onslaught of the Black Chi, several of the Black Chi had also suffered casualties. Seeing that the timing was right, Lu Yun and Ophelia immediately entered the fray. The other team members could not participate in such a fierce battle. Their role was to assist from the sidelines. Upon seeing Lu Yun rush in, the mecha pilot of the roared in fury, "We of the will not let you go. You will never have the chance to witness this." Lu Yun delivered a powerful punch, knocking down a Black Chi, then vaulted over the relatively younger creature, plunging his blade into the chassis of the mecha. He cleaved from the left shoulder to the right waist, nearly splitting it in two. Amidst the sizzling sparks, Lu Yun stepped on the opponent's shoulder and yanked out their energy core. With the energy source gone, the mecha fell limp, lying rigidly on the ground in a series of futile convulsions. Suddenly, the armor on the head of the mecha burst open, and a figure encased in battle armor shot out from the cockpit, sprinting towards the head of the tank along its arm. "Fool! Did you truly believe that the mecha was the entirety of our clan's trump card?" The mecha pilot sneered, skillfully dodging Lu Yun's strike. He then used a grappling hook to latch onto the tank's head and leaped several times to land in front of it. Gazing at the massive monitor, the pilot raised an electronic dagger, taunting, "Remember to hold the utmost respect for my clan in your next life. This mecha shall be mine." Snap! The electronic dagger plunged into the backup socket behind the probe, quickly transforming into countless electronic spiders that infiltrated the mecha's interior through an inexplicable power connection. The display panel before Lu Yun began to flicker. "Boss!" The others watched in horror as Lu Yun approached, all realizing the dire consequences of being controlled, their faces paling. "Ha ha ha, now you realize it's too late." The mecha pilot laughed maniacally. This mission was nearing failure, but if he could seize this mecha at the last moment, there might still be a chance to return successfully. But just then, a crack resounded. The connection between him and the electronic spiders suddenly severed. Lu Yun sat in the cockpit, deeply furrowing his brow, staring at the large face blocking the monitor. This guy, has he always been this brave? Lu Yun was profoundly perplexed. He had assumed that his earlier actions had made it clear to the opponent that he was aware of their true nature. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to counter their mechanical control. How could he be so bold as to charge directly? Did he regard Xiao AI as mere decoration? There was no need for him to take action. Xiao AI acted on its own accord. Unable to harm him from afar, now that he had infiltrated my body, it was as easy as play for me to crush him. Xiao AI directly obliterated those electronic spiders through a torrent of data flow, severing the opponent's mechanical control. Then, it counter-invaded the battle armor of the enemy pilot. "You fancy being Iron Man, do you? Too bad you lack Mark V." Xiao AI took over the control of the pilot's armor, rewriting its underlying logic. Now, this mecha was at Lu Yun's command. Lu Yun beckoned with his finger, causing the pilot's limbs to bend backward, twisting into a ball in no time. The pilot inside naturally found no escape. However, as a creature of the, it was different from humans. It still retained a breath of life. Lu Yun couldn't be bothered to listen to his ramblings and simply tossed him to a Black Chi charging towards him. The Black Chi, unyielding, bit down, producing a crisp crunch. All of this appeared to take a long time, yet it transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Lu Yun threw the meatball to the Black Chi, diverting its attention, then seized the opportunity to decapitate it. That moment, a much larger Black Chi opened its jaws and lunged at the tank. Gal reacted swiftly, firing to interrupt the Black Chi's attack. Then, Lu Yun pivoted and swung his blade down with force. However, this time, his once invincible strike became lodged against its bones. No wonder a mecha was necessary. It truly was difficult to kill, master. This is an adult Black Chi. Do not underestimate it. Xiao AI cautioned. Lu Yun raised his left hand, delivering a forceful elbow strike to the hilt of his blade, causing it to sink down and finally carve a wound in the adult Black Chi. The creature let out a pained roar. The distant team members immediately opened fire. Suddenly, one Black Chi turned its gaze toward the team. "We have been targeted by the Black Chi. Ophelia, lend a hand." Lex exclaimed in alarm. "Did I see it? Look at how frightened you are." Ophelia chuckled, locking onto the Black Chi with her shoulder-mounted cannon. A barrage of cannon fire sent it staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun struck down another one. "Ophelia, cover me. Let us take down the largest one, and the Black Chi should retreat." Lu Yun bellowed, then charged forth with his blade. The tank transformed into a true tank, charging toward the gutted adult Black Chi with an incredibly aggressive stance. The ground quaked mightily. Following that, all the energy from the tank converged into the auxiliary power engine, allowing its hefty body to leap over 2 meters high, then use its own weight to slam down upon the Black Chi. This strike was akin to Mount Tai crashing down. The scales on the Black Chi's forehead shattered as it toppled to the ground. Lu Yun mounted its neck, plunging his blade into the wound, thoroughly eviscerating it. Blood and entrails erupted like a fountain. The adult Black Chi let out a few whimpers before succumbing to death. The onlookers were still immersed in the awe of the preceding scene. As the tank could be used in such a manner, thick defenses, yet it could leap to crush. It was simply too violent. With the demise of the adult Black Chi, the remaining Black Chi indeed retreated. They howled and slowly withdrew, turning and fleeing after retreating 100 meters. As they assessed their gains, Lu Yun raised his arm in a call. The team members excitedly sprinted over, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the several Black Chi corpses lying on the ground. Lu Yun sat atop the head of the Black Chi. Taking a moment to rest at that instant, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a faint glimmer out of the corner of his eye, barely perceptible amidst the heaps of beast corpses strewn about. What could this be? Chapter 154. The trickster. It appeared to be a sphere. Lu Yun retrieved the object that had piqued his interest from the pile of bodies. It was a ball the size of a ping pong, composed of an unknown material, seemingly possessing a degree of radioactivity, thus emanating a subtle glow. Though faint, it stood out prominently against the pool of blood surrounding it. Holding the sphere in his hand, Lu Yun scrutinized it closely. The surface of the ball bore intricate patterns, not cracks, but orderly textures akin to those of wall tiles, suggesting that it was constructed from multiple segments. The tank's analytical program was unable to determine what this object was. "Master, I found it," Xiao AI announced. Reviewing the battle footage and tracing the origin of the ball. It was an item concealed within the armor of a machine clan pilot, which, unexpectedly, had been bundled up and discarded to the Black Chi. Consequently, when the Black Chi shattered his armor, this sphere rolled out. The residual data from the armor contained no information regarding this ball, yet its close custody implied it was something extraordinary, Xiao AI concluded. Her reasoning was sound. Viewed from this perspective, the enemy's sudden attack was likely a deliberate act, aimed at seeking a swift death rather than capture, cleverly concealing this object within his own remains. After all, no one would pay heed to a corpse deemed worthless. Lu Yun had previously pondered the audacity of this individual, who had fled in panic from the Black Chi. Turned out he had harbored such intentions. Alas, the outcome was contrary to his desires. Lu Yun had indeed killed him and harbored no interest in his remains. However, the means by which he had dispatched him involved merely tossing him to the Black Chi, which subsequently crushed his armor, causing this item to roll free. By sheer coincidence, Lu Yun had then decapitated the Black Chi, preventing this object from being consumed and allowing it to roll out through the severed throat. Observing the complete footage, Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "What a twist of fate." He carefully stowed the item in a box. Although the detection revealed no radioactivity, one could never be too cautious with such alien artifacts. This battle yielded a bountiful harvest. Originally, Lu Yun had aimed to hunt 2 or 3 Black Chis and would have been content with that. However, the addition of the Machine Clan had effectively doubled his gains. Upon meticulous counting, he found 4 adult specimens and 2 juveniles, all neatly arranged on the ground like a family. "Let us get to work," Ophelia called out excitedly, brandishing a large dagger and swiftly plunging it into the neck of a Black Chi, then expertly opening its back along the spine. The most valuable possession of the Black Chi was the shadow core, derived from the extraction of the marrow from its spine. An adult Black Chi could yield only 5 grams of shadow core. However, there was one particularly large specimen, seemingly on the verge of becoming a king, which might offer some surprises. Before long, the dissection of the Black Chis was completed. Valuable materials were meticulously sorted and packed into the portable backpack of the powered armor. While Lu Yun personally preserved the spine capable of yielding the shadow core, securing it on the tank. The extraction of the shadow core was a complex task, best suited for the city rather than their current location. "Boss, shall we head back now?" someone inquired. The spoils of this outing were already considerable, certainly enough to warrant a return. However, Lu Yun was reluctant to return just yet. With 4 adult black Kais, approximately 20 grams of shadow core could be extracted, and even if the largest specimen yielded double, it would amount to only 25 grams. Such a meager quantity was hardly sufficient for anyone, barely enough to fill the gaps for Haoyan. Continuing the pursuit was imperative. The previous group of black Kais, now lacking a leader, posed little threat, making it the perfect opportunity to capture them all. How could they abandon their mission at this stage? The subordinates were immediately invigorated, aware that greater rewards awaited them with richer spoils. Moreover, they had just witnessed their boss's formidable prowess. Chasing a group of fleeing black Kais was hardly a challenge in their minds. The black Kais were no longer worthy of concern. "Lexus, it's up to you," Lu Yun instructed. "Rest assured, boss." Lu Yun nodded slightly, casting a brief glance behind him before swiftly returning his focus. "Let us move out." The black Kais had indeed fled in disarray, their tracks clearly visible. Even a child could follow the trail to locate them. The only issue was keeping pace. By the time the black dawn descended, they had yet to catch up, left merely trailing behind the black Kais. They halted to regroup. Nighttime operations were ill-advised, especially in this desolate expanse of the Dark Realm. Even with an exploration-grade mech, Lu Yun had no desire to navigate the night unless he were piloting Haoyan. In a moment of reflection, Lu Yun felt akin to a weary father laboring tirelessly for milk money to provide for his child, with Haoyan, who should have been safeguarding him, resembling the hungry child. It dawned on him that Haoyan should possess a degree of self-awareness, albeit perhaps not entirely complete. He wondered if issuing a command for it to hunt independently would be feasible. Suddenly, Lu Yun felt an opportunity to test this notion. It would allow him to save considerable time for training. The group set up an ion stove, preparing their meal. "Boss, would you care to sample my culinary skills?" Ophelia approached with a bowl of a porridge-like substance. "What is this?" Lu Yun jumped down from the tank and accepted the bowl of what appeared to be corn porridge, though it was clearly something else. It smelled quite fragrant. This dish was a popular delicacy among hunters, nutritious and simple to prepare. Upon glancing at his companions, Lu Yun noticed they were all consuming the same dish. He took a spoonful to taste and found it quite delightful, offering a unique and refreshing culinary experience. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yun set aside his energy bar and heartily consumed the porridge. Once finished, everyone gradually settled down to rest. Although the powered armor provided auxiliary power assistance, operating it remained quite laborious. After a day of running, exhaustion settled in, and soon they were fast asleep. Lu Yun, perched atop the tank's palm, remained awake, his gaze reflecting the serpentine arcs of light in the sky. According to the time on Karen's star, it was now the early hours, the moment when drowsiness was at its peak. "It's time," Lu Yun murmured. He nimbly descended from the mech, his movements as graceful as a fox, silently traversing the night. Gathering the stellar elemental energy in his eyes, he could see clearly in the darkness. It was time to deal with some pesky tales. After following them for so long, did they truly believe he was oblivious? Chapter 155. How did another mech come back? The night air was frigid, yet Lu Yun's heart felt even colder. From the moment the enemy had called to threaten him, Lu Yun had already noted them down in his little notebook. He was well aware of their ambush. Every detail, from their departure from the city to their encampment, even the most trivial of actions, had been meticulously recorded by Xiao AI. They sought to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada. Unaware of the hidden oriole? Let them become the dead oriole. With a swift motion, Lu Yun glided past the treetops, seamlessly landing among the rocks without making a sound. Just a kilometer ahead lay the enemy's encampment, where radar detection awaited. If he approached brazenly, he would undoubtedly be detected and swiftly besieged. However, he had prepared a strategy. He produced a wristband, the very invisibility ring gifted by Xiaoya, capable of concealing 80% of his form while also providing some signal jamming. Activating the wristband, he dashed forward. The ring's cloaking ability was limited. The closer he got to the radar, the weaker its shielding became. Thus, he needed to close the distance as rapidly as possible. Successfully, Lu Yun stealthily reached the vicinity of the enemy camp and spotted the radar positioned at the center, along with a guard dozing off intermittently before it. Without wasting a moment, he leaped into the camp, swiftly severing the radar's monitoring capabilities while simultaneously silencing the slumbering guard. Continuing his swift actions, he approached the nearest individual, a woman. Lu Yun glanced at her, covering her mouth and nose before plunging his dagger into her throat. severing her windpipe, ensuring she could not utter a sound. The woman awoke in an instant, only to find it was already too late. Life ebbed away as she stared wide-eyed in horror at the cold visage looming above her. Her final thought lingering in her mind. How could this be? Indeed, how could this be? How could this person possibly appear here? How could he dare to traverse over 10 kilometers in the dead of night to launch a surprise attack? How could he possibly know their location? A multitude of how could this be dissolved into the fading light of her eyes. After dispatching 2 individuals, Lu Yun seamlessly melded back into the shadows. Seeking the next target, the stellar elemental energy endowed him with formidable night vision, and by concentrating it in his feet, he could tread as silently as a cat. He resembled the grim reaper of the night, methodically reaping the lives of this squad one after another. Just one more remained. Lu Yun stood before the 11th corpse, gazing at the small mound not far away. It was no mound at all. It was a mech. This squad had brought a mech along as well, a close combat and agile exploration-grade mech known as Scythe Crow. The last member of this squad, none other than the scar-faced captain, was nestled within the mech, sound asleep. Lu Yun sensed a challenge ahead. This scar-faced individual was exceptionally cautious. However, that is all there is to it. Lu Yun rolled over after arriving at the small hill, where he discovered that the exploration-grade mecha was merely a basic model, characterized by one particular feature. To prevent the pilot from fainting, there was a mechanism at the back of the mecha that allowed the hatch to be opened from the outside. Advanced mechas, on the other hand, lack this feature. Instead, they would eject the cockpit to protect the pilot in the event of an attack. However, the Lianwu, being an exploration-grade mecha, was devoid of such a design. Scarface could never have imagined that someone would stealthily infiltrate their camp under the cover of night, committing murder and even managing to open his cockpit from the outside. He believed that at the slightest hint of danger, he would awaken instantly and maneuver the mecha to confront any threats. Yet, Lu Yun executed his plan flawlessly. Without a whisper of wind or a rustle of grass, death ensued. With a soft click, a low mechanical sound echoed. Scarface, deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. His vigilance was unparalleled, having led a hunting team in the wilderness. If he said he would wake at the slightest disturbance, he truly would. What was that sound? Scarface furrowed his brows and immediately glanced at the surveillance monitor. However, the screen displayed nothing but silence. Everything appeared normal. But what the hell? Where were his men? A storm of panic surged within Scarface. Every one of his subordinates had vanished from the life signals. This meant they had either fled or met their demise. Even without thinking, Scarface realized something was amiss. He swiftly moved the control stick, activating the Lianwu's combat mode. But in the very next moment, a dagger flew from behind, pinning his hand to the control panel. How could this be possible? Scarface was nearly petrified with terror. There was a second person in the cockpit. What in the world was happening? Lu Yun could not help but scoff at the absurdity of it all, swiftly moving to Scarface's side, withdrawing the dagger, and plunging it into Scarface's throat. The entire sequence transpired within the span of a single breath. Scarface's thoughts were still partially anchored to the sound that had startled him awake, leaving him utterly unresponsive. The essence of assassination lies in speed, and Lu Yun felt he had begun to master this principle. He dragged the lifeless Scarface from his seat and tossed him aside, sealing the cockpit to officially take control of the Lianwu. What a vexing predicament. Another mecha in the team, but who else could operate it? Lu Yun mused while gripping the control stick, setting forth on his return as the dawn light began to brighten. Oh no, oh no. As the radiant white light returned to the earth, a sudden scream shattered the peaceful snores within the camp. What happened? What is going on? Has Black Chi returned to wreak havoc? A group of individuals awoke in panic, with Ophelia drawing her pistol, eyes wide with caution. No, it's the boss. The boss is missing. They scanned their surroundings and, indeed, discovered that Lu Yun was nowhere to be found. In a way, did the boss run off with the money? Are you out of your mind? The mecha is still here. How could he possibly run away? Where could he be? Perhaps off to relieve himself? Ophelia smirked slightly, noticing an empty lunchbox on a rock beside the tank. She turned to the person who had raised the alarm. You were the last to keep watch last night. Did you see where the boss went? The individual looked utterly distraught. I saw the boss awake, watching the arc light, and I couldn't help but fall asleep. What the hell, you old fool? How could you fall asleep while the boss was on watch? The group erupted in curses. Enough of the noise. Lex, use the drones to search the area for the boss, Ophelia said, glancing around with a sense of unease. Her instincts told her that things were not as simple as they seemed. Lex donned his control goggles, and 12 drones dispersed into the surroundings. Before long, Lex suddenly trembled and screamed, "Enemy attack! A mecha is approaching us!" The footage was broadcasted to everyone present, and they braced themselves as if facing imminent danger. Ophelia immediately prepared to leap into the flashlight. Suddenly, Lex halted. "Wait, it seems they are not enemies. That is, the boss." Lex's hair stood on end, his voice sharper than before, akin to seeing a ghost. The others also gazed in astonishment at the figure standing atop the unfamiliar mecha in the footage. How could the boss go out for a moment and return piloting a mecha? Chapter 156. Teaching it was not until the 13-meter-tall Lianwu mecha stood before them that the absurdity of the situation began to fade. As they accepted this new reality, the way they looked at Lu Yun transformed. They were not fools. Anyone capable of piloting a mecha to this wilderness must belong to another hunting team. That Lu Yun could return unscathed with their mecha spoke volumes about the fate of that team. What remarkable personal prowess was displayed here? No, it was not merely strength. It required immense courage as well. Who in their right mind would dare to launch a midnight ambush on a team alone? Yet, another dilemma arose. They had the mecha, but they lacked a pilot. Lu Yun inquired around, and one by one, they shrank back like timid little wives when asked if they could operate a mecha. If he were not acutely aware of the circumstances, he might have thought he had returned to the classroom. Facing a teacher's inquiry, "Who among you can pilot a mecha?" The chorus of denials rang out. Not me, I truly don't know." Lu Yun pondered briefly and understood the situation. It was not entirely their fault. This was the Black Zone, a realm of sin where even the federal army could do nothing. Countless criminals fled here every year, and over the years, the population burgeoned, forming markets, groups, and hierarchies. Thus, despite the apparent prosperity, the educational standards here were not even a fraction of those on Kalen Star. There was no justice in the Black Zone. Power was everything, and power would not tolerate any threats to its existence. Consequently, there were no institutions to impart knowledge. Want to become a pilot? Sure, join a group, sell your life for a few years, and only after gaining their trust will they train you, if luck is on your side. You might even be assigned a mecha and become a squad leader. The price? You are bound to the group for life. As for lone wolves, forget about it. Don't even think about it. What? Save up to buy your own mecha and study? Are you insane? Money is meant for enjoyment. Who in the Black Zone would be so diligent and studious? When the prevailing winds of such an environment take shape, it becomes exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to maintain their integrity. In fact, every year, many seek to escape the Black Zone, but 99% ultimately find their way back. They simply cannot adapt to the outside world. Living in indulgence and complacency, Lu Yun felt neither the desire nor the ability to change this situation. After coming to this realization, he decided not to press the matter further. He pointed to one person. "Gal? Come here. You will pilot this." "Huh? Boss, I can't do it," Gal exclaimed in panic, shaking his head and stepping back. Lu Yun reached out and pulled him closer, prompting another round of astonishment from the onlookers. Gal was clad in powered armor weighing at least 2 or 3 tons. How could Lu Yun lift him so effortlessly? "Do you have a learning chip in your head?" Lu Yun inquired. Gal, who was fascinated by mechanical technology, nodded, though he did not fully understand. "I have a basic learning chip. A basic version? That could be tricky. The learning ability of a basic chip is quite limited. But if it's just a matter of mimicking, it should be manageable." Lu Yun thought for a moment, and then placed his hand on Gal's head, advising, "This might hurt a bit. Don't be tense." He then instructed Xiao AI to transmit the basic piloting techniques for the exploration-grade mecha through electrical signals to GL.is. "This what it feels like to enlighten someone?" Lu Yun mused, finding it somewhat amusing that he had become a mentor. Meanwhile, the others were curiously craning their necks, uncertain of what their boss was doing. Gal began to experience the pain that Lu Yun had mentioned, his face gradually contorting as he gritted his teeth and stifled groans. The spectators felt a pang of sympathy. Only Ophelia's gaze flickered slightly, as if she understood what Lu Yun was attempting. Mecha piloting is an exceedingly complex skill, yet Lu Yun was only transmitting the most fundamental aspects, akin to the basics of arithmetic like 1 or 2. He only needed Gal to be able to operate the Lianwu and fire a weapon. Gal gasped for breath, exhaling heated air. The massive data transfer nearly overloaded his learning chip, but fortunately, Xiao AI maintained a delicate balance, keeping the intensity within tolerable limits. Gal closed his eyes to review the information transmitted by Lu Yun. Upon realizing it consisted of meticulously detailed mecha instructions, his expression shifted dramatically. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting from the intensity of his emotions. "What's wrong with you, Gal?" someone inquired curiously. However, Gal paid no heed. He took several steps forward, knelt heavily before Lu Yun, and bowed deeply. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected display, including Lu Yun himself. They heard Gal, trembling with emotion, voice his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, boss, for your guidance. From now on, Gal's life belongs to the boss." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing incredulous expressions. Lu Yun, exasperated, pulled Gal back up in 2 lifetimes. He had never been thanked in such a manner, let alone hear such words. Yet, inexplicably, it felt rather pleasant. A casual gesture on his part represented a tremendous opportunity for Gal. He chuckled and said, "Stop rambling about nonsense. Hurry up and familiarize yourself with the mecha's operations. I'll give you 2 hours. Is that manageable? If not, you'd better make it work." Gal, filled with excitement, bellowed, swiftly shedding his power armor and diving into the cockpit of the Scythe Crow. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this lad supposed to be incapable of operating one? Foolish. It's obvious the boss intervened and taught him. One burly man, incredulous, stepped closer to Lu Yun, his eyes gleaming with desire. "Boss, could you touch me as well?" Lu Yun gazed at the man's rugged, unkempt visage, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He suppressed the urge to strike, forcing out a response through clenched teeth. "Sure, but first, I'll need to crack open your skull and install a chip inside." "Are you willing?" The man recoiled, hastily covering his head. Never mind. Many remained unable to accept the notion of having random contraptions within their bodies. Dismissing the curious team member, Lu Yun leisurely observed as Gal acclimated to the mecha's controls. Whether it was due to the learning chip's efficacy or Gal's innate talent, within half an hour, he was already maneuvering the Scythe Crow with remarkable steadiness. Soon, he began to run, jump, flip, and familiarize himself with various weaponry. Suddenly, a bolt of laser shot out from the camp's periphery, sending debris flying. Lex was scouting from a height and, caught off guard, was knocked down by the shockwave. Rolling several times, he erupted in fury. "Damn, Gal, pay attention to your attack direction." Sorry. I promise it won't happen again." "You think there will be a next time?" Chapter 157. Ancient ruins. Everyone was busy inspecting the traps laid out during the night for any unexpected catches. If they could snag some wild beasts, it would make for a hearty meal. With nothing pressing to do, Lu Yun retrieved the box containing the mysterious metallic sphere. Upon opening it, he immediately sensed something was amiss. "Xiao AI, does the sphere's glow seem stronger than before?" Lu Yun concentrated slightly, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination or the result of the dimming light. He felt that the sphere's radiance was indeed brighter than when he first encountered it yesterday. Xiao AI, using the mecha's observation lens, conducted a more thorough examination. "Master, you're not mistaken. The brightness of the sphere's surface has increased by approximately 10 lumens since yesterday. Lumens are a unit of measurement for luminous flux. In practical terms, a higher lumen count signifies greater brightness. A change of 10 lumens is minuscule." Lu Yun rubbed his eyes, realizing that the enhancement in his visual acuity from last night's star energy might have allowed him to perceive this slight variation. But why, out of the blue, would it become brighter? Might it continue to intensify? At that moment, Xiao AI remarked, "The only variables between yesterday and today are time and space. Aside from that, this metallic sphere remains unchanged. If you wish to uncover the truth, perhaps you should investigate these 2 aspects." Lu Yun nodded, placing the box back without closing it, leaving it exposed. "I'll leave this to you, Xiao AI. Keep a close watch on this sphere." He instinctively felt that it might hold unique significance. "Rest assured, Master. Xiao AI will diligently fulfill this task." Xiao AI responded with enthusiasm. Before long, Ophelia approached to remind him, "Boss, everything is packed. We can set off now." Lu Yun noticed a subtle shift in Ophelia's gaze compared to before. Seeing her, he suddenly recalled that if acquiring knowledge of mecha in the Black Realm was so arduous, from where had Ophelia learned it? Judging by her prior performance, she was undoubtedly a skilled pilot with over 3 years of experience. This woman had always appeared somewhat extraordinary, her demeanor and state markedly different from the scattered individuals they had recruited later. Could it be that she belonged to some clandestine organization? Boss, what are you staring at? Ophelia waved her hand in front of Lu Yun, gazing at him peculiarly. Never mind. Why ponder so much? Everyone has their secrets. I am merely assembling a team, so why concern myself with it? Lu Yun thought to himself, nodding and turning to ask, Gal, how is the practice coming along? Boss, I've nearly mastered it, Gal's excited voice echoed from within the mecha. Although it concealed a heavy fatigue beneath, Lu Yun noticed but chose not to comment, as this was Gal's personal choice. Then let us set forth. The hunting range of the Black Chit was extensive, which inevitably complicated subsequent tracking. A casual pursuit could easily span over 100 kilometers. The team followed the trail left by the Black Chit, gradually delving deeper into the wilderness. The surrounding environment began to exhibit noticeable changes. The trees thinned, and piles of rubble accumulated, transitioning from the vibrant forest to desolate barrenness, the earth shifting from gray to black, and finally taking on a reddish hue. A reddish dust cloud enveloped the sky. Stop! The tank tread upon the pale red soil, surveying the desolate landscape ahead, signaling for the group to halt. Lex, this is already the third ring. The habitat of the Black Chit shouldn't be here. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the group erupted in exclamations. Exactly, I sensed something was off. This is absurdly far. After 2 days of chasing, we covered at least 400 to 500 kilometers. Not just that. Aside from sleeping and eating, we been on the move, so we likely traversed over 1,000 kilometers. Seeing the uproar among the group, Lex immediately jumped up, shouting, I didn't take a wrong turn. I've been following the trail of the Black Chit. As for why it's fleeing in this direction, how would I know? I'm not doubting you. Lu Yun observed the partially buried footprints in the distance and inquired. But could the Black Chit possess some unknown habits? Or perhaps environmental changes have induced mutations? These insights were beyond Xiao AI's capabilities to glean from the network and could only rely on the hunter's expertise. Which Lex happened to possess. It's hard to say, Lex replied, his expression calming as he spoke seriously. However, there is a possibility. The Black Chit has remarkable adaptability. If unexpected circumstances triggered a mutation, it wouldn't be impossible. Regardless, tracks never lie. We'll eventually catch up. Lu Yun understood this principle, but their supplies were dwindling. On this expedition, they had only brought enough provisions for about a week, while food could be foraged locally. Various ammunition and mecha energy sources were not as easily obtainable. If we don't catch up after another day of pursuit, we'll have to turn back. Lu Yun felt a pang of reluctance, but recognized the necessity. Just then, Xiao AI suddenly exclaimed, Master, there's been a change in the metallic sphere. Lu Yun's expression shifted as he promptly opened the storage compartment, retrieving the box. The metallic sphere rested within, appearing largely unchanged at first glance. Yet, if Xiao AI mentioned a change, there must be differences imperceptible to the naked eye. The sphere was emitting faint light signals, albeit weak and diffuse, but discernible in terms of direction. What direction? Lu Yun inquired eagerly. It aligns closely with the direction the Black Chit fled. Aligns closely? Lu Yun was taken aback. Was it mere coincidence? Regardless, it was imperative to clarify. Even if they missed this opportunity, he resolved to return adequately supplied. As they ventured deeper, the light signals from the small sphere intensified. Ultimately, it transformed into a clear, distinct line guiding Xiao AI. Lu Yun's astonishment grew. The direction indicated by the small sphere continued to coincide with the path taken by the fleeing Black Chit. Master, we have arrived. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice resonated with a sense of awe. Without needing further reminder, Lu Yun already understood. He stood transfixed, staring ahead, utterly captivated by the magnificent sight before him, to the extent that he nearly forgot to breathe. My heavens, what is this? As the team members arrived one after another, gazing at the breathtaking vista ahead, they were all momentarily entranced. Before them lay an awe-inspiring basin, with the red soil shimmering mysteriously. As gusts of wind swirled the crimson dust through the the center of the basin stood an astonishing structure, a colossal conical formation towering over 100 meters, as if crafted by celestial giants. Constructed from an unknown material, it radiated an enchanting red glow. Scattered about were the remnants of several half-decayed spacecraft, mostly buried under the sand and dust, and there, beneath the edifice they had been tracking for days, the black chit rested languidly at its base. Chapter 158. You think the pilot is truly undervalued. The scene before them was so overwhelmingly breathtaking that everyone was momentarily left in a daze. Several minutes passed before they gradually emerged from their astonishment. Could this possibly be the legendary ancient ruins? My heavens, if it truly is ancient ruins, wouldn't we be striking it rich? It doesn't seem like ancient ruins. We are situated on the third ring, which isn't exactly uninhabited. If there were genuinely ancient ruins, they would have been discovered long ago. How could it possibly fall into our hands? What do you think this is? Look around at those wrecked spaceships. It feels akin to a fallen space dock. Impossible. There has been no news of such incidents in the Black Realm recently. If it were a crashed dock, the entire Star City would have felt the disturbance. Regardless of what it is, anything of value has likely been scavenged long ago, given how long it has been here. Observing the excitement and enthusiasm of the crowd, Ophelia unceremoniously doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Not so fast, she remarked, pointing at the light still flickering above. This implies that this contraption is still operational. There may yet be something of worth left. Ha! Merely residual energy, Ophelia chuckled lightly, gesturing towards a group of resting black chasms beneath the structure. Moreover, do you think you can pass through them? Cough, cough. I certainly cannot, the individual awkwardly admitted, glancing at Lu Yun with a sense of reverence. But we have the boss with us, with our leader guiding us, those few. A mere dozen black chasms are nothing. Ophelia ceased to speak, seemingly awaiting Lu Yun's decision. Lu Yun declared, let us rest for half an hour, and then we shall commence our exploration of the conical tower. Lex set the drones to automatic patrol while the group found a suitable spot to rest, checking their ammunition and equipment, all the while fervently discussing the structure before them. Master, our communication signals with the outside world have been cut off. Suddenly, Xiao AI seemed to sense something and nervously alerted Lu Yun. Hasn't it already been interfered with? The magnetic fields in the Black Realm are chaotic, and various electronic devices are easily affected. Not quite. This time it is completely blocked. There exists a strong energy field here, severing all signals leading outside, directing them toward that conical tower. Blocked? Upon hearing Xiao AI's words, Lu Yun's expression turned grave, for this indicated that the conical tower might indeed still be operational. Moreover, it may even be actively collecting signals. Is it the machine race inside? Or some remnant of a sentient machine? Lu Yun's mind brimmed with curiosity akin to a cat scratching at its own skin. However, to glean more information, one must draw nearer for accurate assessment. The half-hour passed swiftly. The group, eager and restless, gazed ardently at the conical tower. Lu Yun, not one for unnecessary words, led the descent down the previous slope. As his feet met the red gravel, he had not noticed it before. But upon reaching the basin's bottom, he realized the conical tower's immense scale. His initial estimate of 100 meters was clearly underestimated. Upon closer inspection, it loomed at least 500 meters upwards. The dozen black chasms resting at the tower's base noticed the uninvited guests, with several shrieking in alarm, seemingly reporting to their kin. These are the ones who pursued us. Attack! The black chasms launched their assault. Garl, conserve no ammunition. Unleash full firepower. Lu Yun commanded as he drew his light blade, growling lowly. After several days of practice, Garl had become adept at managing the controls. Yet, as he beheld the massive beast, measuring dozens of meters in length, rushing towards him, he still felt a profound sense of pressure. His complexion paled slightly. The oppressive aura of a top-tier predator was not something one could ignore from within a mech. Ultimately, he was still too young. He could not let the boss down, Garl shouted, closing his eyes, refusing to gaze at the oncoming beast, his fingers wildly sliding over the remote firepower controls. Click, click, click. The Scythewu resembled a hedgehog laden with explosives. Its shoulders, arms, chest, back, and thighs opened up one after another, raining down hundreds of rounds of ammunition without reservation, tracing arcs through the air as they fell like petals scattered by a celestial maiden onto the path of the rushing black chasms. Holy cow! The armored team members exclaimed in shock, quickly turning their backs, covering their heads, and crouching for cover. Boom, boom, boom. The surging flames engulfed a 1,000-meter area, waves of pressure crashing like a tidal wave. "Garl, you fool!" Lex screamed, getting swept away by the shockwave. Fortunately, Bango, tasked with looking after him, was sturdy enough to withstand the blast, quickly noticing Lex and catching him in his embrace. The burly man's transparent faceplate revealed a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Bango is here." Lex's mustache twitched as he awkwardly shifted. "Thank you, Lu Yun." Piloting the tank, paid little heed to the minor turbulence. He merely glanced at Garl and resolved that next time, he would choose his words more carefully. "When I said to conserve ammunition, I did not mean to unleash everything at once." Although the results were astonishing, the actual lethality was rather limited, as the strikes were too dispersed. The 1,000-meter area ahead appeared as if plowed. Yet only 3 black chasms had been killed. Fortunately, the largest among them, charging forward the quickest, was also Garl's primary target, and it was blasted to oblivion. The remaining black chasms were mostly juvenile and adolescent, significantly reducing the threat. "Quickly finish them off," Lu Yun urged, brandishing his light blade as he surged forward. Ophelia cast a glance at the seemingly daft Garl, who stood still after expending his ammunition, and remarked, "You have no more rounds. You still possess a blade, so charge alongside us." "I am not very proficient with a blade." "Then use your body to charge. That you can do." Garl immediately perked up. He had not exited the Scythe Wu for days and had mastered its movements, running at impressive speed. After all, the Scythe Wu was a maneuverable mech. "What are you still waiting for?" Ophelia urged. Garl promptly responded, controlling the Scythe Wu to stride forth. "Boss, leave it to me," Garl bellowed, swiftly surpassing Lu Yun. Lu Yun then witnessed, with a twitch of his eye, the Scythe Wu abandon its long blade and leap into the throng of black chasms with bare fists, delivering a powerful kick to a juvenile black chasm, sending it sprawling to the ground. Following that, he executed a leaping elbow strike. The unfortunate juvenile black chasm, oblivious to whether it had been weaned, found its spine shattered by the merciless blow, lying on the ground, helplessly whimpering. "This kid is truly wasted as a pilot. He should be competing in boxing matches," Lu Yun mused. However, with the Scythe Wu drawing the attention of the black chasms, he found it much easier to wield his light blade, systematically dispatching the black chasms one after another with the team's cooperation. Chapter 159. Integrated Manufacturing Facility. The black chasms were swiftly dealt with. Yet, upon hearing Garl's heavy breathing, Lu Yun reminded him, "The Scythe Wu is not a defensive mech. Do not recklessly charge in for melee combat in the future. It is perilous. You were fortunate this time. These black chasms are not fully matured. Otherwise, a single collision could have left you bloodied." Garl wiped his face, laughing nonchalantly. To serve the boss is worth any sacrifice, and truth, he was already bleeding from his nose. As a close combat and maneuverable mech, the Scythe Wu lacked robust defenses, meaning Garl also endured the impact with each collision. Although he was now a level 15 awakened, he had achieved this through mechanical augmentation and could not compare to those who had honed their skills through conventional training. Yet, just as he had previously stated, he had already devoted his life to the boss. A mere trickle of blood was inconsequential. Ophelia cast a sidelong glance at Garl. Lu Yun had mentioned in the future, which implied that the Scythe Wu was now essentially Garl's. Truly generous. Ophelia's gaze flickered, her thoughts swirling. Lu Yun, concerned, noted that Garl seemed unconcerned, and thus refrained from further commentary. Approaching the tower, Lu Yun found himself before a 10-meter-tall, inverted triangular metal wall. Slanting upwards in the center of the triangle lay a metallic object resembling a circuit board, densely packed with lines converging into a hemispherical recess at its center, as if it were the origin of everything. Lu Yun's heart stirred as he retrieved the metallic sphere. It appeared to fit perfectly within that recess. The metal sphere obtained by the machine race pilot was, astonishingly, the key to this place. What a coincidence! Lu Yun inserted the metallic sphere into the recess with a peculiar expression. With a click, the sphere sank inward, snugly aligning with the recess. Immediately, the lines on the circuit board illuminated, rapidly extending outward until they enveloped the entire inverted triangular metal wall. The metal wall began to vibrate, and a series of mechanical sounds emanated from within. Lu Yun stepped back, There may be living beings inside. Proceed with caution, he recalled Xiao Ai's earlier warning about something within collecting signals. While awaiting the commotion to settle, Xiao Ai had not been idle. She had been analyzing the patterns on the metal wall. However, without the support of battle network data, her analytical progress was quite slow, relying solely on previously downloaded information. Nevertheless, her efforts were not in vain, as she managed to deduce some insights. Master, based on the patterns on this metal wall, this structure is highly likely an ancient relic. Lu Yun detected the excitement in Xiao Ai's voice and remarked, even if it is an ancient relic, it has surely been transformed into a garden by the machine race. Moreover, given its prolonged exposure here, other factions have likely excavated it, leaving little of value behind. Not necessarily, Master. Xiao Ai suddenly asserted with conviction. If it is indeed an ancient relic, it may possess means of concealment unknown to us. I now have reason to suspect that the signal disruption in this area is intended to hide this tower. Without the key, one would never find this place. Lu Yun smirked, and what basis do you have for that? Such notions are often found in novels and films. Xiao Ai retorted with unyielding confidence. Had Xiao Ai's physical form materialized before him, Lu Yun would undoubtedly have bestowed upon her a grand roll of his eyes. Yet, deep within his heart, a flicker of anticipation lingered. Who knows, perhaps he was indeed the fated one. At this moment, the metallic wall had fully retracted, revealing a gently inclined passageway. The corridor stood over 10 meters high and was spacious on either side. Ample enough for a mech to navigate, Lu Yun removed the metallic sphere and stepped forward. Contrary to his expectations, there were no traps or mechanisms triggered upon entry. The passage was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. After a short distance, the portal behind them began to close slowly, startling the group into a state of tension. Lu Yun offered a few soothing words before continuing onward. After traversing 30 or so meters, a brilliant light illuminated the way ahead. Lu Yun refrained from advancing recklessly, allowing Lex to deploy a drone for reconnaissance. The drone's feed promptly synchronized with their screens, revealing a vast plaza before them. Towering lamp posts lined the edges, numbering no fewer than 100. All were aglow, rendering the expansive space exceptionally bright. Intricate patterns adorned the lamp posts, reminiscent of some form of religious worship. Lu Yun instructed Xiao Ai to capture these images for future analysis. His gaze shifted to the center of the plaza, where an enormous machine stood, a structure resembling a server array, yet akin to some form of engine. Perhaps embodying both. Boss, no weapons or biological signals detected. It appears to be safe for the moment, Lex reported. Lu Yun nodded and stepped inside. The plaza was overwhelmingly vast, with nothing but the colossal machine dominating the center. Scattered along the surrounding walls were narrow passages, likely leading to other sections of this conical tower. Based on their previous journey, it was evident that this plaza represented the tower's core. Such a sizable area must harbor something of significance. It couldn't merely exist for frivolous purposes, could it? Yet, it seemed all valuable items had already been removed. Spread out and report anything unusual immediately, Lu Yun commanded, gesturing for the group to explore freely. Subsequently, he approached the massive machine. It was covered in numerous symbols, none of which were in the Federation's language, rendering him unable to comprehend them. However, he had Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, can you identify this machine? He inquired. It appears to resemble a control terminal, though its specific function remains unclear. This site likely serves as an integrated manufacturing facility. Ophelia, who had approached unnoticed, remarked while inspecting the machine. What makes you say that? Lu Yun asked, intrigued. I encountered a similar apparatus in a book. It functions as a large intelligent core, governing the operations of the entire factory, essentially a control hub, she explained. Lu Yun nodded, finding her assessment aligned with Xiao Ai's. However, if this were a factory, the exploration value of the ruins would significantly diminish, especially since it appeared that everything of worth had been taken. Yet a question nagged at him. Why would the mechanized race go to such lengths to protect this key if the site held little value? At that moment, someone in the communications channel reported the discovery of a mechanism. Lu Yun set aside his focus on the core and moved to the mechanism's location. It was a lever over a meter tall, standing upright on the ground. The others soon gathered around, curiosity evident in their expressions. What do you think this switch does? Perhaps it controls a hidden door, a secret chamber. Why would a secret room have such an obvious mechanism? Maybe it leads to another passage, the group speculated. After examining the lever without noticing anything amiss, Lu Yun decided to push it. They had come to uncover secrets and treasures. Lingering and hesitation seemed pointless. As he pushed the lever, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Then, the plaza's center descended several centimeters, followed by a deep rumble emanating from below. The floor began to retract towards the edges, revealing a gaping hole that gradually widened. Lu Yun immediately instructed everyone to retreat to the plaza's exit. A rush of cold, white mist surged from the opening, settling onto the ground. Suddenly, the screen on the intelligent core flickered to life, displaying lines of data that scrolled rapidly. All eyes were fixated on the dense fog, breaths held in collective suspense. Abruptly, alarms blared within the cockpits of the three mechs. Warning, high-risk energy reactions detected. The shrill alerts echoed simultaneously, sending adrenaline coursing through Gal and Ophelia, the two pilots. "Boss, what have we awakened?" "Whatever it is, we should retreat for now," Lu Yun replied, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. Observing his teammates, who were still oblivious to the impending danger, he commanded, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." The group hurriedly retreated into the passage, leaving the three mechs behind. Gal and Ophelia positioned themselves protectively beside Lu Yun. "Boss, should we also retreat?" Ophelia's expression was taut, her brows furrowing as she focused intently on the expanding mist. The fog resembled high-density condensation gas, typically preserved only by top-tier equipment. It was exceedingly valuable. Coupled with the mech's energy reaction alarms, it was clear that something formidable lay within that fog, weaponry, and powerful weapons at that. Already primed for action, Lu Yun understood the implications as well. Yet, wasn't his purpose for being here to seek such artifacts? Now that they had presented themselves, why retreat? It seemed that only Gal remained confused. Yet he chose to remain silent, standing resolutely beside Lu Yun, ready to protect him at a moment's notice. "You all should wait outside," Lu Yun addressed the group. "What transpires here is an unforeseen circumstance. Outside our contract, if any of you wish to leave, you may do so. Should I not return, you can seek out Jun Qingshan at the Black Ashura Corps. He will settle your remuneration." The group exchanged glances. "I have stated before, my life belongs to the boss. I will not leave," Gal stated earnestly. Lu Yun was about to respond when the situation in the plaza shifted again. The mist swirled upward, reaching a height of 10 meters, and a faint, colossal silhouette began to materialize from beneath. Simultaneously, the lamp posts surrounding the area ignited, forming electric barriers that enclosed the plaza and sealed all exits. It was too late to escape now. A thunderous roar erupted, dispersing the mist and revealing the massive form at the center. A mechanical behemoth, over 30 meters in length and standing 10 meters tall. Its eyes glimmered like gemstones, emitting a haunting red glow that instilled an indescribable pressure upon all present. Initiating Bioweapon Modification Project Number 028th Combat Test, commencing. A series of federal language notifications flashed on the intelligent core screen, delivering staggering revelations. This site was not merely a manufacturing plant. It had been repurposed into a bioweapon laboratory. "Wait, you call this a bioweapon?" Ophelia's astonished voice echoed in the comms. The fluctuation in signal seemed to capture the mechanical behemoth's attention. It abruptly turned its head, fixating on the glowing lights. The beast's gaze sent chills down Ophelia's spine, her muscles tense, fingers gripping the control stick tightly. "Roar!" The mechanical beast bellowed, its jaw splitting open as countless metal components reconfigured in an instant. Forming a cannon barrel, a surge of energy coalesced within. "Dodge!" Lu Yun shouted, drawing his energy blade and charging forth. Ophelia pushed the control stick forward with determination, the engine of the flash igniting with a roar as the mech rolled forward swiftly. The energy attack brewing in the mechanical beast's maw grazed the flash's back armor, incinerating it with searing energy. The terrifying intensity of the assault left Ophelia in awe. She had no choice but to evade. Utilizing her mech's high mobility to maneuver around the area. "Gal, you go left, I'll go right. Let's draw its attention and create an opening for the boss," Ophelia shouted, noticing Gal still standing idly by. Her voice managed to redirect the mechanical beast's focus, prompting it to unleash a barrage of cannon fire. "Damn it!" Ophelia nearly cursed, refraining from further speech as she dodged the mechanical behemoth's attacks. Gal gestured in understanding, gripping his rifle and firing at the mechanical creature. The bullets merely grazed its surface, creating a sound akin to scratching, yet they successfully diverted the beast's attention, buying Lu Yun precious time. The group, now safely retreated to the passage, watched in awe at the colossal mechanical beast, dwarfed by its presence. In comparison, Lu Yun's tank seemed as fragile as a bamboo stick, hardly the width of the beast's thigh. They stood transfixed as the tank surged toward the mechanical creature, one mech facing off against a gigantic beast. The vast disparity in size was such that a mere sweep from the mechanical beast could potentially send Lu Yun's tank soaring through the air. The onlookers were reluctant to witness such a scene. However, contrary to their expectations, that moment did not transpire. Instead, a resounding shockwave echoed, followed by the deep, thunderous roar of the mechanical black beast, which staggered back 2 steps as if forced. How could this be goodness? Is our boss truly that formidable? Could it be that the tank is not merely an exploration grade, but a Dominion-grade mech? The crowd was left agape, their jaws nearly unhinged, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. The tank was undeniably of exploration grade, while the mechanical monstrosity before them was indeed a genuine Dominion grade. With a strength surpassing 2 levels above exploration grade, it was capable of pursuing the flickering light. Yet, this did not imply it was devoid of weaknesses. With 95 of its body mechanically enhanced, only its heart and brain remained organic. To breach its defenses, one must target these 2 points. This was a direct quote from Xiao AI. Thus, Lu Yun had not merely struck down with his blade. Instead, he had used the hilt to deliver a heavy blow to the belly of the mechanical black beast, shaking its heart and forcing it back with a single strike, achieving such a stunning result. However, that was the extent of it. A glimmer of red light flashed in the beast's eyes, and its armor shifted towards the recently struck area, quickly stacking several layers of protection. Attempting to exploit that method of attack again was now impossible. Lu Yun withdrew, and the heavy tank moved with a grace akin to a nimble dancer, bending low to evade the beast's sweeping tail. This spectacle caught the attention of Ophelia, who gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she could fit a pigeon egg inside. Is this real? A tank with such short legs can perform such evasive maneuvers? Don't just stand there, aim for its eyes? Lu Yun's voice echoed within the cockpit. Ophelia quickly redirected her gaze, raising her machine gun to fire at the mechanical black beast's eyes. Chapter 161. A dialogue with you. The exhilarating battle that stimulated the heart raged on. The surrounding team members were fixated on the heavy mech in the arena, seemingly forgetting to breathe, their faces flushed with anticipation. In the midst of it all, Lu Yun appeared to have fully unleashed his mech piloting prowess. Maneuvering the tank, typically a heavy defensive, close combat mech, with the agility of a mobile mech, he deftly dodged the mechanical black beast's attacks, and in concert with his teammates, inflicted considerable damage upon it. It was merely a half-finished product undergoing experimentation. While its energy output might rival a Dominion grade, its combat techniques were rather rudimentary. It could not simultaneously engage 3 opponents, and this was our opportunity. This mechanical black beast was the greatest treasure of this conical tower. Xiao AI's increasingly fervent voice spurred Lu Yun's combat spirit. Since confronting the zombie dragon, he had not experienced such a level of battle for several months. He could not afford to be struck by the mechanical black beast, for that would mean certain destruction. The thrill of such a precarious existence ignited a long-dormant fervor within his veins. Thump! His heart pumped heavily, forcing blood throughout his body. Burning blood, activate. His eyes subtly tinged with crimson, reason overtook his mind in that instant. 3-dimensional light projections danced before his retina, displaying Xiao AI's dynamic analyses of the mechanical black beast's behavior predictions and attack warnings. Normally, such a torrent of information would be burdensome, but in this state, it was like wings bestowed upon him. I feel as though the effect of burning blood has intensified, Lu Yun suddenly remarked. The master can examine his body upon return. Lu Yun grunted softly, no longer hesitating, and charged forth in the tank. Cover me. Ophelia and Gal flanked him, opening fire in unison. The mechanical black beast's gem-like eyes glimmered with a surging red light. Suddenly, it threw back its head and let out a mighty roar, a blaze of red energy swirling in its throat. A torrent of scorching plasma flames enveloped it as it swung its head, creating a fiery domain. Lu Yun stomped heavily, crashing his arms together in front of him, the thick armor stacking to form a massive shield that shielded his entire body. with two resounding thuds. Smoke grenades erupted from his chest, landing at his feet. What is the boss doing? He is actually trying to extinguish the flames with smoke grenades. Is he? What a narrow-minded thought. Just wait and observe the boss's genius maneuvers. The crowd was bewildered by Lu Yun's sudden deployment of smoke grenades. The tank, wielding its shield, gradually advanced under the cover of the smoke. The mechanical black beast abruptly halted its fiery assault. Its gaze fixed intently on the haze. Its greatest foe lay concealed within that smoke, behind the shield. Did it truly consider itself cunning? This was merely a ruse. In that moment, a subtle smile crept upon the mechanical black beast's lips. With a thunderous roar, it took several bounding steps forward, bending its legs to launch its massive form skyward, casting a shadow over the area within 20 to 30 meters surrounding the shield. Not so adept at dodging now, are you? Try escaping this. With a deafening crash, the mechanical black beast's colossal body slammed into the ground, causing the entire tower to tremble beneath the impact, creating a deep crater beneath it. Under such terrifying pressure, even exploration-grade mechs would falter, let alone other Dominion-grade mechs. The acceleration at that moment, combined with its own weight, likely reached several tens of thousands of tons. Even an iron mass would be crushed to paper-thin remnants. Boss, Gal bellowed, charging forward recklessly. Ophelia's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in her seat. Was it over? Just then, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged from the edge of the smoke. The radar immediately locked onto the radiance. It was the tank's light blade. Ophelia's eyes sharpened, her head instinctively leaning closer to the screen. The light blade had appeared, but where was the tank? Instead, it was Lu Yun. Ophelia gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes glued to the small figure leaping amidst the flames like a meteor. Lu Yun grasped a light blade, larger than himself, charged forward a few steps, and then leapt into the air. The mechanical black beast, still sprawled on the ground, had yet to rise. Turning its head, it caught sight of Lu Yun's airborne form. Momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion evident in its ruby-like eyes, however, it quickly opened its mouth wide, flames gathering once more. Lu Yun's gaze flickered, the power of burning blood reaching its zenith, his arm muscles tightening like iron. Bulging prominently. Sanctuary, dragon flash. A thunderous blast echoed as a shockwave exploded in front of his fists. The light blade, enveloped in star essence, shot forth like a cannonball, piercing directly into the mechanical black beast's gaping throat, severing the flame-spewing orifice. With no outlet for the amassed energy, it detonated within the beast's throat in an instant. A miniature sun erupted at the base of the mechanical black beast's neck. Its metallic armor shattered into countless fragments. Scattering in all directions, Gal arrived just in time, delivering a punch in front of Lu Yun, shielding him from the flying debris. This explosion seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing the mechanical black beast's body to erupt in a series of detonations. In less than half a minute, the once 30-meter-long form was reduced to less than half its size. Its elongated tail was flung dozens of meters away. Yet, even so, the mechanical black beast did not perish. Due to previous targeted assaults, it had deliberately protected its brain and heart. These two areas were its organic core, the source of its life and intelligence, while all other parts were replaceable components. The black beast lay on the ground, weakly whimpering. Its jaw had been obliterated, and its neck was split in the middle, wires severed. Oil pooling around it, Lu Yun emerged from behind the iron fist of the Kaimu. Stepping closer to the mechanical black beast, this modified creature was the greatest treasure in this area, harboring all the secrets of this place. However, at that moment, he noticed the beast's gaze upon him was peculiar. Master, it seeks to converse with you. Converse? Lu Yun's eyes narrowed. You can understand its language? It's all programming language, comprehensible. What is it saying? It begs for your mercy, offering to reveal all its secrets. Killing it means its secrets become mine. Lu Yun replied coldly, picking up the light blade. No, Xiao AI paused suddenly. It claims that the secrets are contained within its organic brain, not in the electronic core. If you kill it, you will gain nothing. Lu Yun hesitated. But does it not fear I would change my mind after obtaining the knowledge? Xiao AI's tone took on an odd quality. It says it trusts you. Lu Yun felt an inexplicable bewilderment. I almost dismantled you, and yet you trust me? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yun suddenly chuckled. finding the situation amusing. Very well, I accept your offer, he addressed the colossal beast before him. The mechanical black beast visibly brightened. Slowly rising and extending its short forelimbs forward, it seemed to struggle to reach. Shifting its body aside for a better angle, Liu Yun's eye twitched, and he stepped forward, prompting Gal to rush closer in concern. No need to worry, Liu Yun was unafraid. He approached the black beast's forelimbs, which were also mechanically constructed. Its palm opened, revealing a crystal chip no larger than Liu Yun's fingernail. It is in the process of recording information. Xiao AI informed him. Liu Yun waited patiently. Half a minute later, the black beast tossed the chip to Liu Yun, then turned to leap into the center of the plaza. The pit once again sealed. As if initiating some sort of program, the switch self-destructed. The square returned to its previous tranquility, with only the scars of battle strewn across the ground, bearing witness to the events that had transpired here. Chapter 162. This could be a spaceship. This is the chip containing all the secrets of this tower. Liu Yun curiously examined the chip in his hand before placing it on his wristband. A smiling face of Xiao AI flickered on the wristband screen, beginning to read the chip's contents. That moment, Ophelia piloted the flash and approached, asking curiously, "How did you manage to release it?" Liu Yun smiled. "I struck a deal. It gave me what I desired, and I spared its life. You are quite special. I have never encountered someone like you in the Dark Realm." Ophelia observed Liu Yun with a peculiar gaze. "Perhaps it's just that I'm new here and haven't fully integrated yet," Liu Yun replied casually, brushing off the matter. He slightly closed his eyes, digesting the information transmitted by Xiao AI. The boss is indeed impressive. He dealt with that behemoth so effortlessly. What exactly was that creature? Mechanical or biological? I've never seen such a terrifying being. Had it not been for the boss, we might have been left behind. This is an ancient relic. Discovering anything here is not surprising. The team members who had been observing the entire ordeal returned, now gazing at Liu Yun with awe. Even the most loquacious among them, Lex, had quieted considerably. Ophelia glanced at a few of them, leaped down from her mech, and looked toward the remaining passageways on the wall. With the big boss scared off, can we explore other areas now? I am quite curious about this research tower. Liu Yun opened his eyes and directly addressed the left side. No need to exert yourselves. All the valuable items here have already been removed, leaving only some worthless trinkets behind. As he spoke, Liu Yun approached the wall and pressed a hidden mechanism. The wall sank, revealing a concealed entrance. "Here," he said, stepping inside without fear of danger. The others exchanged glances, excitement propelling them to follow suit. Having walked about 10 meters, Liu Yun entered a space reminiscent of the square, albeit much smaller. Inside were shelves, and along the walls were well-preserved storage boxes. However, the shelves were already empty. Those who followed felt a wave of disappointment and rushed toward the boxes. Upon opening them, they discovered some relatively rare materials, which could fetch a good price. Yet, that was the extent of it. Liu Yun had already deduced this after receiving information. This indeed was a research base left over from ancient times. Judging by various traces, it was at least established before the founding of the Federation, which has existed for over 2,300 years. The only treasure within this research base was a biologically superintelligent core. Subsequently, the mech tribe unexpectedly acquired the key to access this place, which was that metal sphere. They found this location and initiated a secret experiment. The mechanical black bug was one of the earliest products of that experiment. However, the mech tribe suddenly withdrew, and the mechanical black bug was powered down and sealed away until today. As for why that mech returned, Liu Yun could only speculate. Nevertheless, he could infer a few things. The information recorded in the memory of the mechanical black bug was of little value. Compared to the mechanical black bug itself, this information was practically worthless. Fortunately, Liu Yun was not one to dwell on regrets. Having promised a deal, he intended to adhere to it. Feeling dissatisfied with the value was merely inviting self-inflicted troubles. Liu Yun maintained a light-hearted perspective, collecting whatever was worth taking. After expressing this sentiment, Liu Yun returned to the grand square outside. His interest in the relic itself surpassed the treasures within. After all, this was a structure far older than the Federation. The passage of time had not allowed it to decay, making one wonder what kind of technological prowess could achieve such a feat. Moreover, what would be the effect if such resilient, decay-resistant materials were used to construct mechs? If only this tower could be relocated. Liu Yun rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, Master, there truly is such a possibility. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly chimed in, tinged with a suppressed excitement and eagerness. Oh? Do elaborate. Liu Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Master, when you first laid eyes on this tower, did you not find it jarringly out of place? Incongruous with its surroundings? Liu Yun's expression shifted. What do you mean? I suspect this tower is highly likely a spaceship that, for some reason, crashed here. The surrounding basin is likely a result of its impact. Otherwise, it is inexplicable why such a structure would suddenly appear in this desolate area. However, this is merely a conjecture. What truly convinced me was the incomplete star map data I discovered within that control terminal. Such a thing would only be utilized on a spaceship. A mere research base would have no need for a star map. If that is the case, it could indeed be a spaceship. Liu Yun's expression brightened with excitement. However, even if it were truly a spaceship, it would likely not be easy to operate, considering it has stood here for so long. Rest assured, Master, I have implanted a subroutine within that terminal. As time progresses, the subroutine will take over, continuously delving into the secrets of this tower. And when the time comes, we can simply reap the rewards, Xiao Ai assured. Liu Yun nodded. It was a splendid idea. If it truly succeeded, it would be an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Lex emerged from Benga's shoulder. Boss, everything is packed up. Shall we depart now? Let us go. Liu Yun leaped onto the palm of the scythe crow. As Gao controlled it, striding away. Standing at the edge of the basin, Liu Yun glanced back at the ancient structure that had profoundly impacted him. His heart stirred. This universe was far broader and more fascinating than he had imagined. This discovery was entirely serendipitous, and not obtaining anything seemed reasonable. Yet, Liu Yun inexplicably felt that he would certainly return. Furthermore, at that time, he would uncover the true secrets of this tower. Suddenly, he caught sight of the mechanical black bug on the tower's peak. From this distance, it appeared so diminutive. The two locked eyes across the void, and Liu Yun smiled, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind as he murmured, Next time I encounter you, I won't let you off so easily. At the tower's apex, the mechanical black bug, watching Liu Yun and the others depart, suddenly trembled, its enormous head revealing a deep sense of wariness and relief. It let out a low growl before turning and disappearing into the passage. Chapter 163. Do you have money? On the return transport ship, everyone excitedly discussed their experiences. This expedition not only left them unscathed, but also exposed them to things they had never previously imagined. They had even ventured into an ancient relic. Although they had been mere observers throughout, this did not hinder their excitement to embellish their tales later. Some had already begun to ponder how to sell information about the relic for a handsome profit. After all, ancient relics were immensely captivating. Akin to the secretive caves in fantasy novels, news of such sites could attract countless fortune seekers. At that moment, Ophelia interjected, Everyone, while the boss is kind and hasn't he mentioned it, I must remind you, given our shared expedition, it's best not to disclose anything about that tower to outsiders. The group quieted and turned to stare at Ophelia, leaning back in her seat. She continued, Just the news of a black bug led the boss to receive threats from various factions and even face covert assassination attempts. If news of the relic leaks from your mouths, do you know what you will be up against? The excitement on several faces abruptly faded, replaced by a hint of trepidation. They had been so caught up in their exhilaration that they had completely overlooked the risks associated with revealing such information. Gal asserted emphatically, Don't worry. I will never mention it to anyone. Neither will I, Lex chimed in. The others hurriedly assured Liu Yun as well, though sincerity was hard to gauge. Liu Yun chuckled, not taking it to heart. He couldn't very well resort to eliminating them all to keep a secret, as that would only invite more trouble and contradict his principles. Liu Yun considered himself a person who was generally good-natured and would not commit such heinous acts. Moreover, if these individuals were truly astute, they would certainly keep the secret, and of course, if they failed to do so, it mattered little to Liu Yun. Time passed leisurely. The group boarded the ship in the late afternoon. Beginning their journey home, by the time they returned to Star City, it was already midday the following day. The ship docked at the spaceport above Star City, and the group dressed discreetly as they departed. After all, Liu Yun had killed members of that small team and seized their mechs. Those behind them would undoubtedly seek retribution. Now, anyone accompanying Liu Yun faced the risk of being caught in the crossfire. The spaceport was vast and bustling, Filled with an array of shops, it resembled a duty-free store at a customs checkpoint, where visitors often left with small trinkets. Moreover, the recent influx of traffic at the spaceport had surged exponentially, as news of the upcoming auction for the Devourer had spread. This unprecedented auction had garnered the attention of the entire Federation. Some even speculate that there are individuals arriving from beyond the Federation. Lu Yun is in no rush to return. He desires to eliminate those lurking mice right here and return swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, trailing behind him like a tail would be utterly distasteful. As he navigates through the throngs of people, he is unexpectedly reminded of the sensation of attending a temple fair in a past life. It truly is a case of people jostling against one another. Flesh pressed against flesh, he never anticipated that a mere devouring Tua could attract such a multitude. While Lu Yun is lost in thought, he observes a hand stealthily emerging from the crowd. Reaching toward the pocket of a plump individual adorned with glimmering jewels, the hand swiftly extracts a wallet and retracts just as quickly. Not only are there many people, but thieves abound as well. Lu Yun chuckles softly, patting the rotund man's shoulder as a warning, before blending back into the crowd. He meanders aimlessly, aware that with so many individuals present, any potential pursuers would likely find it challenging to keep track of him. A moment's inattention could lead to losing him in the sea of faces. He muses that he ought to lead them to a more favorable location to alleviate their burdens. Lu Yun quietly marvels at his own thoughtfulness before turning to enter a shop that sells various electronic devices. Is the owner planning to upgrade Little AI's abode? As soon as he steps inside, he hears Little AI's excited voice. Lu Yun. Did I not say it was possible? Little AI is truly clever. He gently taps the smart brain on his wrist. Having reached this point, if he does not make a purchase, he would feel somewhat remiss towards Little AI's eager, animated tone. Alas, Little AI has indeed turned into a naughty child. Upon entering the store, a female clerk immediately greets him with enthusiasm, inquiring, "What devices do you require, sir? Our store boasts the latest models of smart brains, light brains, and various virtual connectivity devices. Which is your best smart brain?" Lu Yun asks. Since he has decided to change residences, he might as well opt for the largest available. Moreover, the model he currently uses was exchanged back in the academy and has become somewhat outdated. Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, the clerk's eyes brighten, and she swiftly leads him to a separate display case. "Sir, allow me to introduce you to this model. It is the latest smart brain from the Federation, meticulously crafted by the Qiaoming Group, with only 100 units available across the entire Federation, featuring the most advanced." A barrage of incomprehensible jargon spills forth from the clerk's lips, giving Lu Yun a headache. He promptly interrupts, "Just tell me the price." "Not expensive at all, only 300,000 CR points." The clerk beams sweetly. "How much?" Lu Yun suspects his ears have betrayed him. "Sir, it's 300,000, the clerk kindly reiterates. Involuntarily, Lu Yun's toes pivot toward the exit, quickly followed by his legs, waist, and torso. Master Little AI is super cute, super shy, and super clingy. Her voice, akin to an electric current, sweeps through Lu Yun's mind, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. As though he had been shocked. Zis, when did Little AI learn this charming technique? Oh no. My wallet may not survive this. No, perhaps there is a way. A thought strikes Lu Yun, and he turns back, asking, "Can you lower the price a bit? Sir, you are quite the gentleman." "Of course we can," the clerk replies with a grin. "How much are you willing to offer?" Though it is indeed pricey, such words are soothing to the ears. The clerk appears to have undergone training. "How about 30,000, just to round it off?" Lu Yun casually suggests, his gaze drifting toward the door. "Sir, if you continue with such jesting, I may have to ask you to leave." The clerk's smile stiffens. At that moment, Lu Yun's attention is fixed outside, wondering why they have not arrived yet. If they delay any longer, he will be left feeling quite awkward. Suddenly, a figure appears at the entrance. Lu Yun's expression brightens. They are here, he is coming. Striding with a confident gait, however, just then, a youth unexpectedly pushes into view, crossing past the individual Lu Yun anticipated. Before the person even arrives, their voice rings out. "This is hilarious. Who is this bumpkin trying to play big shot without any money? Hurry up and scram, don't take up space." Lu Yun's smile vanishes instantly. "Who are you, buddy? Can you not steal my thunder?" He swiftly shoves the intruding face away, then eagerly turns to greet the ordinary figure behind the youth. Grasping the person's hand, he asks, "Brother, you finally made it. Did you bring enough money?" The middle-aged man, tasked with tailing Lu Yun, blinks in confusion, staring at him. "What is going on? Money? Why would I bring money? Wait a moment. Something feels off. I was supposed to be following him. Doesn't that mean I've been discovered?" The middle-aged man's eyes widen as realization dawns. Summoning all his strength, his lower half instinctively moves forward, while his upper half desperately turns to flee. Run. Lu Yun is quick to react, seizing the man's neck with a firm grip. Tucking his head under his arm, with a playful tone, he says, "Where are you off to? You've chased me all this way. It must have been exhausting. Look at this nice place I found for you. Less crowded and far cooler." The middle-aged man's head feels heavy, his eyes trembling as he stares at the ground. "I don't know what you're talking about. You must have mistaken me for someone else." No, I haven't. He made a mistake." Lu Yun releases his hold and straightens the man's disheveled collar, smiling as he continues, "Since we left the spaceport, you've been tailing me through 8 intersections and 32 surveillance cameras, pretending to buy something 24 times, and you've secretly glanced at me 108 times. With such keen interest in my affairs, how could I possibly be mistaken?" Lu Yun's smile is warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze. However, to the middle-aged man, it sounds like the whispers of a demon. He trembles uncontrollably. How could this youth possess such keen observational skills? His once impeccable tracking methods now feel as if they have been laid bare. Utterly exposed. "What terrifying insight, Master. Are you really that observant?" Little AI exclaims in astonishment. She never anticipated that her master had become so formidable without her even noticing. Little AI must step up her game. Lu Yun whispers softly, just loud enough for himself to hear, "I made that up, little AI. Do you still think I've mistaken you for someone else?" Lu Yun inquires with a grin. The middle-aged man's face quivers, remaining silent. "Do not be afraid. I won't harm you for now. Do you have any money on you?" Lu Yun resumes the conversation. The middle-aged man feels as if he has been given a second chance, joy lighting up his face as he pats his pockets. "Yes, I have some." "How much do you need?" 30,000. The middle-aged man's movements freeze, and he releases his grip, revealing a few crumpled bills. I don't have that much. "Only 1,000. Lu Yun's smile fades. Is this really how poor you are? Shouldn't you find a job if you want to follow someone around? The boss said that if I completed this job, he'd give me a bonus of 10,000. The middle-aged man explains. Lu Yun's gaze sharpens as he asks, "Are there others lying in wait?" "Yes." The middle-aged man, unable to withstand Lu Yun's piercing gaze, divulges the truth. Understanding the situation, Lu Yun pats the man's shoulder. "Now, I'm offering you a chance. Tell me their ambush location, and I'll spare your life." "No, they will kill me. Then I'll just eliminate them all." Lu Yun says with a calm smile that sends chills down the middle-aged man's spine. "Don't worry. Once this is over, I can help you find a new job, ensuring you have nothing to worry about. Even job placement." The middle-aged man struggles a bit, though there is really no point in resisting. He knows it would only seem as if he was easily swayed. He understands that if he does not comply, Lu Yun will not allow him to leave the store with his dignity intact. Though Lu Yun maintains a friendly demeanor, the middle-aged man is well aware of the youth's terrifying nature. Not to mention, his keen observational skills are something no ordinary person should possess. Ultimately, he reveals the ambush location to Lu Yun, even divulging the force behind it. In truth, this information is relatively easy to uncover, as Lu Yun possesses a Kaimu on hand. However, the fact that the other party is so cooperative is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Afterward, when you go out, continue to pretend to follow me. You need not concern yourself with anything else, understood? Lu Yun instructs. "Well, yes, understood." The middle-aged man hangs his head, retreating to the side. At that moment, the youth whom Lu Yun had earlier shoved aside finishes his phone call. Throughout Lu Yun's conversation with the middle-aged man, he had been making calls, seemingly rallying others. Now that he has finally concluded, he glares at Lu Yun with wide, bulging eyes. Lu Yun steals a glance at him, but chooses to ignore him. He pulls out his phone, dialing to borrow some money from Miss Chin. Although the Black Shura appears to be in dire straits, he had previously learned from a conversation with Xiao Bian on the ship that some of the goods had already been dispatched. Thus, it is likely that a portion of the funds has been recouped. "What? Borrow money?" Miss Chin, who is currently negotiating an auction with Old Pigeon at the bar, pauses in surprise. "Miss Chin, if you urgently need cash, I still have some that can be used for emergencies, Old Pigeon quickly interjects. Miss Cheen waves her hand dismissively, frowning. I don't have that much cash on hand right now. The goods are only reserved. The formal transaction has yet to begin. 30,000 is not much. Just ask old June for it. What? Old June has no money? Who told you that? Miss Cheen's voice noticeably rises an octave in our entire group. There is no one wealthier than the old man June, is there? At this moment, Lu Yun found himself utterly astonished. The old man is rich, moreover, it seems his wealth is extraordinary. But wait, the old man has been wanted for some time. Where would he have acquired such funds? Curiously, he inquired, Cheen, didn't you remember that old June has been teaching classes? You must not have forgotten about the time on Kalen Star, right? His fee was 10,000 per person each month. Surely, you are aware of this? Lu Yun inhaled sharply, silently calculating. The old man had been teaching for 3 years, holding classes 3 times a year, each lasting 3 months, with nearly 30 students in each session. Sometimes even 40.30 multiplied by 10,000, multiplied by 3, multiplied by 3, multiplied by 3, hiss. Even assuming 30 students per session, after 3 years, the income would amount to a staggering 8 million. And this is merely the income since meeting the old man. Prior to that, he must have also conducted classes. During this time, the old man's only expenditure would have been purchasing nutritious ingredients for his students. Yet, even accounting for those expenses, the old man's savings would undoubtedly be astronomical. Lu Yun quickly hung up the phone, preparing to call the old man. With such a fortune, lending a bit to the students should pose no issue, right? Just then, several burly men stormed in from outside, exuding an intimidating presence. Young master, who has offended you? The leader, a muscular man wearing sunglasses and sporting a face full of rough features, scanned the individuals present with a menacing glare. The young man, who had previously been cowering in the corner, instantly transformed into a swaggering figure upon seeing his allies, strutting up to Lu Yun with hands on his belt, chest out, and looking down his nose at Lu Yun. Little brat, still acting tough, huh? Still arrogant? What's the matter? Lost your nerve? Where did that bravado go? Come on, show it to me again. Chapter 165. The Proud Warrior. Leiden. The atmosphere in the shop became taut with the arrival of the burly men. Upon hearing their young master's words, the men immediately understood who had angered him. With fierce expressions, they encircled Lu Yun, declaring, Kid, you are quite arrogant, daring to offend the young master of the wolf spider. Young master, which hand pushed you? I'll chop it off and feed it to the dogs. The young man looked at Lu Yun's 2 hands with distress. I forgot. How about we just chop them both off? Perfectly utilizing this brat's hands to announce my return to Star City. Leiden grinned sinisterly, feeling triumphant. Indeed, this was the perfect soil for him. Outside, he was constantly restricted, burdened by the absurd laws of the Federation. Even seducing a woman required cunning methods, involving drugs and coercion. Here, however, with the wolf spider backing him, aside from a few other factions, he could deal with anyone he wanted on the spot. Lu Yun hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be the son of the wolf spider's leader. Truly, what a narrow road for foes to cross. Lu Yun chuckled softly. The auction was approaching, and his plan to bury the wolf spider's thunder could now be set in motion. However, just as they were about to attack Lu Yun, a sharp voice rang out from outside. Since when did you, Leiden, dare to be so reckless in Star City? What's the matter? Gone for a few years and still haven't he changed your ways? Do you want to be incapacitated again? As Lu Yun listened to this voice, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He turned to Leiden and was startled to see that the previously arrogant Leiden had suddenly turned as red as a liver. Hunched over and shrinking back. Who could possibly say a single word that could intimidate him so? A cascade of soft, golden waves instantly caught his eye. The exquisite face was strikingly beautiful, with clear eyes that carried a hint of coldness. Reminiscent of a snow lotus on Tianque, elegant and pure. Yet, the next moment, those clear eyes reflected a look of astonishment. The icy demeanor melted like snow under the scorching sun in an instant. The girl, excited as a fledgling returning to its nest, rushed toward Lu Yun, exclaiming, Brother Lu, I can't believe you're here. I've missed you so much. The girl's exuberance momentarily left Lu Yun, a pure-hearted young man from 2 lifetimes, at a loss for words. His arms hung awkwardly in the air, and he awkwardly replied, Loria, perhaps you could let go before speaking. The girl before him was none other than Loria, the little princess of the Ghost Blade Star Pirate Group, who had previously met him on the cruise and openly expressed a desire to make him her stronghold's master. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Loria tightened her embrace even more. Do you know how I've been these past few days? I've been holding your picture. Seemingly unable to continue, Loria buried her head in Lu Yun's chest. Bashfully twisting her body, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Lu Yun's nose, leaving him in a state of indecision. Although Loria appeared youthful with a doll-like face, she had indeed matured where it counted. Her loose clothing concealed her figure, but in this embrace, Lu Yun immediately felt a significant impact. A slight movement would bring them even closer. Lu Yun could feel his face turning absolutely crimson, awkwardly bending over. After all, he was a young man brimming with vigor. Such proximity could easily be seen as taking advantage of an innocent person. At that moment, a few more individuals entered, led by the old butler of the Ghost Blade, Rhoda, along with a middle-aged man in a suit who had briefly clashed with Lu Yun before. He was Loria's guardian. Upon seeing Lu Yun, Rhoda smiled warmly, tipping his hat in greeting, "Mr. Lu Yun." "It has been a while." The middle-aged man and the accompanying guards all slightly bowed, looking at Lu Yun with reverence. In the Dark Realm, strength speaks volumes, and Lu Yun, who had single-handedly slain the devouring Tua, stood as the undisputed first. The current sweeping victory across the Federation was all due to the young man before them. No one could have imagined that such potent energy resided within that youthful form. He commanded the respect of the entire Ghost Blade. Rhoda glanced at Loria, who still refused to let go, his face slightly flushed. "Ah, and the lady's infatuation as well. Rhoda, aren't you going to manage this?" Lu Yun continually gestured for Rhoda to pull the girl away. Rhoda also felt that this was not an appropriate place, clearing his throat to remind her, "Miss, there are so many people here. You should restrain yourself. You can hug him again when you're alone, Lu Yun." "I didn't mean for you to say that." Loria took a deep breath, satisfied with her long-standing affection. "Brother Lu, once I deal with this brat, we can chat leisurely," Loria said cheerfully. However, as she turned her face, her expression instantly became serious, and she stood with her hands behind her back, casting a sidelong glance at Leiden, who looked as if he wanted to shrink into a crevice. "Leiden, I just heard you say you wanted to chop off a hand. Whose hand were you referring to?" Leiden's body trembled, and he stiffly forced out a sycophantic smile. "Big sister, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Leiden was on the verge of tears. It was truly bizarre. Why had the young overlord of Star City returned at such a time, and why was he lavishing affection on an inconspicuous young man? Moreover, what the old butler had said was utterly terrifying. What did he mean by hugging when no one was around? That was practically a sign saying ghost on his forehead. At that moment, even if Leiden were dim-witted, he understood that the young man before him possessed an extraordinary identity and background, one that could command the respect of the 9th-ranking Ghost Blade Star Pirate Group. Hiss! That was simply terrifying. Regardless of how Leiden speculated, Loria stood with her hands behind her back, chastising him like a chick pecking at the ground, nodding in agreement repeatedly. Finally, she even took out her wallet, buying the latest limited edition Smart Brain worth 300,000 to gift to Lu Yun. "Big sister, can you let me off the hook now? My father is still waiting for me at home." Leiden was on the verge of tears. Loria sniffed disdainfully and turned sharply. "Get lost. If I hear that you're bullying men and women again, don't blame me for being rude." Leiden dared not respond, quickly leading his men away in a dejected manner. Loria immediately resumed her cheerful demeanor, grabbing Lu Yun's arm. "Brother Lu, shall we go shopping together?" Lu Yun looked at the bracelet in his hand, unable to utter a word of refusal. Perhaps this was what they meant by the mouth that eats soft food and the hand that is short. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of those around them, Lu Yun was forcibly led out of the shop by Loria. Old Rhoda trailed behind them at a distance of 10 meters. "I noticed that Leiden seems quite afraid of you. After all, the Wolf Spider is only 4 ranks lower than the Ghost Blade, right?" Lu Yun casually asked. The Wolf Spider Star Pirate Group ranked 13th, while the Ghost Blade ranked 9th. From the rankings, the gap between the two factions should not be significant. However, Leiden appeared genuinely terrified at the mere mention of Loria's name. Lu Yun could see that this fear was deeply ingrained. Loria chuckled, speaking nonchalantly. It's because I once gave him a beating. Is that so? I might have been a bit too harsh. Loria stuck out her tongue one time. I got wind that he intended to drug me, so I charged into their wolf spider base with my people and smashed one of his eggs. Loria looked up, nervously observing Lu Yun. Brother Lu, do you think I'm too violent? Smashing an egg. Lu Yun's eyelid twitched slightly. Just hearing the description made him feel the pain. It was not merely violent. It was downright brutal, however. Facing the girl's anxious yet hopeful gaze, he found himself unable to utter any reproach. He smiled gently, sincerely saying, "Well done? Yea, I think so too." Chapter 166. I commanded you to apologize. As they navigated through the crowd, listening to the girl's charming laughter, Lu Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. Undoubtedly, Loria possessed striking beauty. This was evident from the astonished glances coming from both sides. This time, Loria's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation since their last encounter. In the past, she adorned herself with subtle makeup and striking red lips, exuding a seductive charm. However, now, apart from her flowing waves of hair, her makeup has become considerably lighter, resembling that of a vibrant girl next door, full of youthful exuberance. The contrast between the two forms adds an extra layer of allure. Faced with such a captivating beauty, any ordinary man would find it impossible to remain unfazed. Were it a scoundrel instead, he would likely have taken full advantage without a second thought. Yet, Lu Yun is incapable of such actions, not out of hypocrisy or a desire to uphold an image, but simply due to his own conscience. Like the ruins that he knows harbor risks if he keeps his team intact, which could lead to significant trouble, he still cannot bring himself to eliminate them, having fought alongside them just moments before. The same principle applies here. He chooses to maintain a relaxed demeanor and let things unfold naturally. The leader's keen eye for people remains remarkably accurate. Behind him, Rhoda and others, observing Lu Yun's awkward demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Initially skeptical, they now see that such a formidable individual could indeed possess such a mindset, validating the leader's judgment. I must say, the lady's discernment is truly exceptional. The middle-aged bodyguard, recalling something, suddenly smiles. That day on the passenger ship, the lady immediately took a liking to Mr. Lu. Such is the nature of fate. Rhoda, grinning with a sense of satisfaction, thinks of how the young lady has grown, now able to actively engage with others. Just as they are laughing, Rhoda suddenly feels a presence behind them, as if someone is observing them. He pauses, glancing back to see a middle-aged man lurking in the shadows. The man appears to believe he is well hidden, meeting Rhoda's gaze with an air of nonchalance. However, with his extensive experience in recognizing people, Rhoda immediately senses something amiss. That man is following us. The middle-aged man glances back, furrowing his brow. He looks somewhat familiar. I believe he was at that store earlier. He shouldn't be tailing us. Yet there is indeed something off about him. Could he be tracking Lu Yun? Rhoda muses for a moment before summoning one of his men. Bring that person over for questioning. At that moment, Rhoda's smart device receives a message. No need to intervene. I have it under control, Lu Yun. Rhoda casts a glance at Lu Yun before recalling his subordinate. It is indeed rare to maintain composure amidst such softness. Rhoda chuckles. Ahead, Lu Yun hears Xiao Ai's voice. Master, Rhoda and the others have discovered the assigned tracker. I sent a message in your name instructing him not to interfere. Good job. Hee. Master has upgraded the house, so I naturally had to upgrade too. Now I have complete control over the surveillance around, and no detail can escape my notice. In Lu Yun's mind, Xiao Ai's proud figure appears. He gently touches the newly acquired, limited edition smart bracelet worth 300,000. It truly feels different to wear something so expensive. Lilia, I have some matters to attend to. Let us conclude for today. Feel free to visit the Black Shura base when you have time. So soon? Well then, I wish I could hold on a bit longer. Lilia blinks, not concealing her disappointment, which brings a smile to Lu Yun's face. Such a defenseless young girl is fortunate to have met me, Lu, the paragon of virtue. Had she encountered someone else, it could have led to dire consequences. Yet, he reflects, she may not be as innocent as she seems. Lu Yun recalls the lone warrior, Leiden, and silently mourns for him for a moment. The young lady's character is straightforward, leaving without hesitation, devoid of any pretentiousness. I will definitely come to visit you, probably tomorrow. You must not avoid me. The girl waves her hand, leaving behind a radiant smile, joyfully skipping away. Mr. Lu, we will head back now. You are always welcome to visit Ghostblade. Rhoda says with a smile. There will be opportunities, Lu Yun replies. Considering the ambiguous connections between Miss Talith and Old June, he feels there will be ample chances to meet. Moreover, Star City is bustling with activity, as various factions converge here, promising an abundance of lively events. This will inadvertently strengthen the ties between Ghost Blade and Black Shura. However, for now, he must first resolve the immediate troubles at hand. Lu Yun taps his bracelet, and a three-dimensional map unfolds before him, with several red dots scattered across it. Master, based on that individual S information, we have identified the ambush area and marked 10 suspicious individuals with AR tags. But one remains unidentified. Exercise caution. Standing at the street corner, Lu Yun casts a casual glance at the marked individuals. Point 2 are near the milk tea shop, 1 in front of the CAF, and 3 by the Dream Experience Center. The 10 individuals are dispersed on either side, forming a perfect encirclement. The moment Lu Yun steps in, he will be attacked from all directions simultaneously. Given the narrow width of the pedestrian street, if he is not prepared, he could easily suffer serious injuries. Should they wield high-powered weapons, his demise would be all but certain. Even Jun Qingshan would be of little help. Remaining composed, Lu Yun approaches the nearest milk tea shop, where the marked individuals are oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their own affairs, betraying no sign of the impending ambush. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, a young man sits wearing sunglasses, reading a magazine. One of the targets Lu Yun glances over, noting the convincing act. With a casual hand in his pocket, he strolls over, snatching the magazine from him and slapping it against his face. Who allowed you to pose like that while wearing sunglasses and reading a magazine? With a loud smack, the young man's sunglasses are sent flying, revealing a pair of bewildered eyes. He freezes, and not just him. The others covertly observing Lu Yun are momentarily taken aback. Lu Yun's actions completely catch them off guard. They had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet never considered that Lu Yun would boldly approach to provoke them. He exposed. Uncertain, for this is the dark realm, where some might indeed resort to violence simply for disliking someone else's arrogance. Even a mere glance could provoke a drawn weapon. Thus, if Lu Yun is of that ilk, his behavior is not surprising. The young man surveys the encirclement, realizing Lu Yun has yet to enter. And fearing it may jeopardize their plan, he humbly lowers his head and apologizes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted arrogantly. Lu Yun pauses, then swiftly delivers another slap to the young man's face. Did I ask you to apologize? The street outside the milk tea shop falls silent. Only when the young man notices the mocking smile at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth does realization dawn on him. He's been exposed. Time to act. Today, I'm feeling a bit low and couldn't write much. So there's only this chapter and why apologies. Chapter 167. The Rampant Beast, Casro upon being discovered. The assailants abandon their stealth and prepare to strike. Yet, since Lu Yun has already sensed their presence, he will not passively endure their attacks. Grabbing the young man's head, he slams it onto the table, which, though made of iron, buckles under the force. The young man lets out a pained grunt, still reeling from the impact when Lu Yun hoists him up and tosses him aside. He collides with a rushing companion, and the two tumble to the ground like rolling barrels. Lu Yun swiftly grabs a chair and hurls it at another individual at the milk tea shop entrance, forcing him to retreat. This sequence of actions unfolds in the blink of an eye, executed with astonishing speed. Just then, Xiao AI alerts him. Master, they have guns. The surveillance at the milk tea shop flickers, locking onto an individual by the CAF entrance. Lu Yun spins around abruptly. His eyes blaze with a fiery intensity, startling the person reaching for a gun. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Yun leaps over the flower stand nestled between the two shops, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the assailant's head. The gust of wind precedes the strike, instilling fear before contact is made. Bang! The assailant hurriedly raises his arms to block, but misjudges the force behind the kick. His face pales as his forearm fractures, and he is sent crashing to the ground. Lu Yun follows up with another kick, deftly disarming him and catching the gun as it clatters to the ground. Bang! Bang! Two shots ring out, one to the head, the other to the chest, eliminating the assassin leaning against the CAF entrance. The muffled gunfire sends the entire street into chaos, pedestrians screaming and scrambling for cover. Damn it, he got a gun. Find cover. The lead assassin curses, retreating behind a metallic pillar. Is this really a young man? Few seasoned star thieves possess such decisive and fluid combat skills. Liu Yun, of course, will not let them escape. However, he harbors no interest in these individuals, as they are merely expendable pawns. His true concern lies with the elusive 11th person. According to the informant, a total of 11 were lying in wait. Yet only 10 have shown themselves, making the last one particularly dangerous. Xiao AI has mobilized all surveillance systems on the street, conducting a thorough search for suspicious targets. Meanwhile, at the control center of the spaceport, a young staff member watches the compromised surveillance feeds, feeling utterly despondent, frantically trying to implement countermeasures that yield no results. Damn it, just ended already. Finally, the young man surrenders to despair. Simultaneously, the battle on the street nears its conclusion, with the remaining assailants now armed with firearms. However, in the face of Liu Yun's terrifying speed and Xiao AI's comprehensive targeting, they could barely raise their hands before Liu Yun vanished from their gun sights. It was utterly impossible to lock onto Liu Yun's figure. With Xiao AI's assistance, Liu Yun resembled a humanoid mech, and a flawless one at that. Each punch and kick he delivered carried the weight of lethal force. Crack! Liu Yun twisted his foot, snapping the neck of the 10th assailant. Passers-by, hiding at a distance, stared in shock at the terrifying youth who had dispatched 10 people in less than a minute. This was the underworld, a realm entirely different from the outside world. Praise the gods, such a young man is truly frightening. If only I could recruit him to my company, he would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. Quickly, find out this young man's identity. He is simply too impressive. Liu Yun slowly approached the center of the street, surveying the surrounding buildings. The last remaining adversary was remarkably patient, still unwilling to act. Since you dare not show yourself, I shall take my leave. Liu Yun grinned and turned without hesitation. Almost at the instant he pivoted, a shadow shot forth like lightning, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Aiming for the back of Liu Yun's head. Master, be careful. Without Xiao AI's warning, Liu Yun had already sensed the murderous intent approaching from behind. He swiftly reached out, fingers splayed, with star essence swirling within his palm, effortlessly dissipating the force of the incoming projectile, which hovered in his grasp. It was a pearl, the kind found in bubble tea. Liu Yun turned to gaze at the bubble tea shop behind him, where the glass door bore a thumb-sized hole surrounded by fine cracks. Clearly, that pearl had shattered the glass door before hurtling towards Liu Yun. Master, based on the speed and penetrative power of the pearl, the opponent's strength surpasses yours. They are at least a level 20 awakened being, Xiao AI remarked gravely. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they utilize some form of combat technique. Liu Yun understood Xiao AI's implication. If he were to hurl this food-grade pearl with dragon flash and star essence, he could achieve a similar effect. Yet, when facing an enemy, Liu Yun never hesitated to overestimate his opponent. Clap, clap, clap. A rhythmic applause emanated from behind the door. Following this, a robust figure pushed the door open, wearing frog-style sunglasses that obscured much of his face. Clutching a cup of bubble tea, it was evident that he had launched the earlier attack. The man in sunglasses wore a faint smile and remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Although I had little expectation for those useless fools, your performance is indeed a delightful surprise. And no wonder you are the genius capable of defeating Xiaolong." Bang! Before the last assassin could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion erupted from Liu Yun's palm. The pearl, enveloped in star essence, shot forth with the force of a bullet. The man in sunglasses jumped in surprise. "How impolite! Since you insist, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your guardians." With a swift squeeze of the bubble tea cup, he casually flung it to intercept the incoming pearl. Upon collision, a muffled thud resonated. The cup exploded, and the pearl shattered into fragments. "Remember my name, the killer, Caslu." The eyes behind the sunglasses brimmed with contempt. He leaned forward, as if succumbing to gravity, but just before he touched the ground, he stomped heavily, leaving a deep imprint, his figure shooting forth like an arrow. "What era is this, still resorting to theatrics? Furthermore, I have no interest in your name." Liu Yun raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Expelling the last of his bullets, Caslu, living up to Xiao AI's high praise, found the gunfire nearly inconsequential, effortlessly dodging the bullets with agile sidesteps. His gaze towards Liu Yun grew increasingly mocking, as if observing a child just beginning to comprehend the world. "Truly, the ignorant are fearless. I in that case, Prepare to perish. Caslu suddenly leapt high, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Yun's neck. With his strength, a successful strike would surely lead to death or disfigurement. Among the onlookers were many from the underworld, and they now displayed expressions of horror. It's the mad beast Caslu. Hiss, that lad is doomed. Caslu is a notorious butcher in the underworld, and none have ever left his grasp whole. I've heard he delights in torturing geniuses. This boy has truly crossed him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 168. The Killer. Lu Yun. A chorus of murmurs reached Lu Yun's ears. The mad beast Caslu, huh? Lu Yun remained expressionless, allowing the gale generated by the oncoming attack to touzle his hair. His eyes turned icy, a crimson hue blooming within, like a red lotus ablaze. He summoned all the star essence within him. This was the first genuine strong opponent he had encountered since entering the underworld, roughly equivalent to 2 Xiaolong in strength. Yet, he was not without the means to engage. He stepped back with his left foot, adopting a bow stance. His arm muscles bulged, solidifying like rock, as he braced himself to withstand Caslu's strike. Fool, within the underworld, you are the first to dare to withstand my move with mere flesh. Caslu scoffed, adding more power to his leg. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, his kick descended upon Lu Yun's arm in an instant. Bang! The ground trembled violently, shockwaves radiating for dozens of meters, stirring up clouds of dust. Caslu's eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed slightly. He had blocked it? Is that all? The voice of the youth emerged calmly from the haze. Suddenly, a misty white figure, like a dragon, sliced through the dust. Caslu's pupils contracted, a flicker of astonishment surfacing. This punch must be blocked, but having overexerted himself, he lacked the strength to shift techniques in such a short time, and could only hurriedly raise his hand to shield himself. Bang! Lu Yun's punch shattered Caslu's defense, crashing into his chest with terrifying might. In that instant, Caslu felt as though he had been struck by a fully loaded freight truck, and even with his guard up, the force coursed through his arms, reverberating throughout his body. Guh! Caslu let out a muffled groan, blood vessels in his eyes bursting. The sleeves of his shirt were torn apart by the sheer force, and he staggered back several steps, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief. However, the next moment, the astonishment faded, replaced by a sinister grin. The manic laughter echoed through the street. This is precisely how killing should be. How delightful. Ha ha ha! In that moment, Caslu's physique seemed to inflate, his shirt bursting apart to reveal sharp, defined muscles. Die, you wretch! Caslu lunged toward Lu Yun, his arms creating afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at an unimaginable speed. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Lu Yun closed his eyes amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Even Caslu paused for half a second, taken aback by the audacity, but as he sensed the surging star essence emanating from Lu Yun, he instantly understood Lu Yun's intent and roared in fury, "You dare to use me as a sharpening stone!" Caslu's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. However, with his eyes shut, Lu Yun found his defenses easier than ever. Yet, he was unaware of how terrifying his actions appeared to the onlookers. This fellow is incredibly audacious, daring to test his skills in the face of such a threat. Is he not afraid of being struck down in a moment of error? If he feared death, he likely would not have reached this stage. Hiss, simply a monster. He is facing the mad beast Caslu. Caslu must be seething now. If he cannot dispatch this brat in a timely manner, his illustrious reputation will be tarnished. Nonetheless, this was indeed a clever ploy. Caslu, with his pride, could not bear being looked down upon, and Lu Yun's tactic further enraged him, causing him to falter. Such a talent, if he survives, will surely shine in the future. Lu Yun entirely relinquished his reliance on visual perception, instead depending on the star essence enveloping his body. The feedback speed of star essence was swifter than sight, as it was intricately linked to his mind. While it appeared he had forsaken vision, he had actually amplified his own awareness, elevating his reaction speed significantly. His past learnings swiftly coalesced under the intense pressure, and even the star essence began to surge in response to the external force. This only served to further infuriate Caslu. "I have come to kill you, not to help you break through." "Die!" Caslu erupted in rage, his attacks growing increasingly violent. Yet, as if in sync with his furious roar, Lu Yun's clothing billowed outward, and icy aura surged to new heights. Unbelievably, he truly broke through. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. As if they had seen a ghost, Lu Yun opened his eyes, and even in his blood-burning state, he could hardly contain his excitement. The threshold that had held him back for several months had finally yielded in the face of this crisis. He had now stepped into level 18. His muscles and bones emitted a crisp cracking sound, a testament to the elevation of his genetic power. In this moment, the density of his bones, strength of his muscles, and even the functionality of his heart and lungs had all improved dramatically. He had become a bona fide level 18 awakened being. Truly, thank you. A smile crept across Lu Yun's lips as his defensive posture transformed unexpectedly. Caslu, astonished by Lu Yun's breakthrough, had yet to react when Lu Yun seized his hand. Not good. Caslu's other hand lunged towards Lu Yun's eyes, attempting to force him back. However, Lu Yun delivered a swift kick aimed at Caslu's groin. You little beast! Caslu's expression darkened, and he hastily attempted to block, unwilling to exchange injuries. Yet, he had forgotten one crucial detail. Previously, Lu Yun could repel him with a single punch. Now that he had broken through, could he still defend? Dot comma, dot comma, comma dot comma, comma, comma dot comma, dot comma, 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 comma dot comma dot comma dot comma dot comma dot comma, 169, comma, dot comma, dot comma dot, 1000 kg, dot comma, dot comma, dot, comma dot comma, dot comma dot comma dot comma dot comma dot comma, comma, dot comma dot comma dot comma dot comma, dot comma, comma, dot comma, comma, dot comma, comma dot comma dot comma, dot comma, comma dot comma, comma dot comma dot comma, comma, comma dot comma dot comma dot comma, dot comma dot comma dot comma, dot comma dot comma, comma dot comma, dot comma, dot comma dot comma, dot comma, comma dot comma dot comma, dot comma point 170, comma dot 1.25, comma dot, comma 18.19, 1617, comma dot comma, dot dot comma. Approached the front yard. Ophelia was indeed waiting, clad in her signature cyberbiker attire. Helmet perched atop her head as she leaned against her motorcycle. Why apologies, little boss, I had some urgent matters to attend to. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Ophelia remarked with a playful demeanor reminiscent of their first meeting. No worries, this was the agreed-upon compensation. You may verify it, and if all is in order, we can consider our dealings settled. After handing over the items to Ophelia, Lu Yun prepared to take his leave. However, Ophelia suddenly called out to him, Little boss, don't be in such a hurry. Aside from this matter, I have another business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Business? Lu Yun's interest was piqued. What kind of business? A significant one, but this isn't the right venue for such discussions. Perhaps we could find a more suitable location? Ophelia glanced around the deserted yard, shrugging her shoulders. Sure, this place may not have much, but it does boast an abundance of empty rooms. Lu Yun led Ophelia to a vacant study. Once seated, Ophelia removed her helmet and placed it on the table between them. This business will be discussed with my sister. She lightly tapped on the helmet, projecting an image into the AI art. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, even more striking than Ophelia, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, standing before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, exuding mystery and elegance. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Lu Yun. I am Safina. Safina Norma, leader of the Scarlet Flame Star Pirate Group. Be cautious, my master. This woman is far from ordinary, came a voice from within Lu Yun's mind. He cast a sidelong glance at Ophelia, realizing her identity was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. The Scarlet Flame ranked third among the Star Pirate Alliance, one of its 3 esteemed leaders. To put it simply, she was one of the rulers of Star City, a pinnacle existence within the shadowy realms. Am I encountering a princess incognito? Lu Yun exhaled softly, chuckling. So, esteemed leader of the Scarlet Flame, what business do you seek with a mere nameless individual like myself? Mr. Lu Yun is hardly nameless. You are quite the figure in the dark underworld, Safina replied, her hands gracefully clasped in front of her. A subtle smile gracing her lips. To demonstrate our sincerity, I have a gift for you. She raised her hand, and an image began to play beside her, It depicted several individuals confined in captivity, all of whom were Lu Yun's former subordinates. The smile vanished from Lu Yun's face as he calmly inquired, "Leader Safina, are you certain this isn't a show of intimidation?" "Certainly not." Safina raised a finger, and the image disappeared, and I am merely protecting them. If left unmonitored, they would undoubtedly encounter another White Yao. You are kind-hearted, Mr. Lu Yun, unwilling to eliminate them to keep secrets. However, you seem to have overlooked other factions. This is the dark underworld. A party that returns unscathed from hunting the Black Chi will attract more than just my interest. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, realizing he had indeed overlooked this detail. His perception of the Dark Realm had subtly shifted after witnessing it wasn't the chaotic, blood-soaked domain he had envisioned. Safina, observing him from afar through the waves of communication, seemed to sense his thoughts and addressed him earnestly. Lu Yun, sometimes chaos is not merely superficial. The true disorder lies within our perceptions. Lu Yun had no desire to engage in a debate about such matters. The Dark Realm was merely a temporary stop for him. He had no intention of lingering. Leader Safina, I assume you are here regarding that tower? Indeed. And how does Leader Safina wish to negotiate? Let me be clear, selling the key to the entrance is absolutely out of the question. Ophelia chuckled. Aren't you being rather candid? Aren't you afraid we might simply seize it? Not at all, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Ophelia rolled her eyes, ignoring him. Safina smiled gently. You worry too much. It is merely an ancient relic. Not of paramount importance to us, certainly not in comparison to a young talent like Luyuni. In fact, people often misunderstand ancient relics, thinking they are brimming with treasures, when in reality, they are merely remnants of a bygone era. Their value quite ambiguous. Lu Yun was taken aback by the high regard Safina held for him, especially coming from such a stunning woman, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Ophelia shot him an exasperated look. If the value is so low, why then are you seeking me out? Lu Yun pointed out the inconsistency. If it holds no value, why go through the trouble of finding me and safeguarding those individuals? Not the same, Safina replied calmly. Ancient relics may not always be treasures, but even the discarded remnants signify the path taken by that era, a path entirely distinct from our current times. I find this intriguing. And if Lu Yun is willing, we could collaborate. As Lu Yun contemplated Safina's previous statements, he inquired, how would this collaboration work? You provide the key, and I provide the personnel. All information will be shared. And any artifacts discovered will belong to you. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. This deal seemed overwhelmingly in his favor. After all, he merely needed to grant them access, incurring no losses while potentially reaping considerable rewards. Moreover, with Xiao Ai's entity present within, having these individuals assist might expedite her progress as well. Lu Yun, what are your thoughts? Safina patiently awaited his response. Lu Yun stood up, arms wide open. I see no reason to refuse. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 171. The forge begins when one party in a transaction is willing to forego their interests. The agreement is swiftly reached. Lu Yun became acutely aware of this principle. Almost instantaneously after he spoke, Ophelia tossed a simple paper contract onto the table. It outlined the obligations both parties were to adhere to, with the majority favoring the Scarlet Flame, leaving Lu Yun with but one obligation, to provide the key. This simplicity made Lu Yun wonder if they had employed some invisible ink to inscribe hidden stipulations. Is that all? He asked, perplexed. Ophelia shrugged, her red lips curling slightly. If the little boss wishes to take on more obligations, we wouldn't mind. Not at all. Only a fool would desire that, Lu Yun replied. What I mean is, does the Dark Realm still adhere to contracts? If contracts were effective, the Hunters Guild wouldn't have so many ill-fated employers stabbed in the back. There should at least be some sense of ceremony, Safina remarked as she quietly observed Lu Yun inscribe his name on the contract. To commemorate the collaboration, the Scarlet Flame had a small gift for Mr. Lu Yun. Safina slightly turned her body, revealing the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window behind her. Just as Lu Yun was about to ask what she meant, he suddenly witnessed a blaze erupting from a distant building. Within mere seconds, the structure was reduced to ruins. I hope you are satisfied, Mr. Lu Yun. Safina smiled, and the communication abruptly ended. What was that? Lu Yun inquired, seeking clarification from Ophelia. That was the headquarters of the faction that attacked you at the air harbor. It has been eradicated, Ophelia replied nonchalantly. then seriously pocketed the contract and key. Well then, I shall take my leave, little boss. Ophelia bid farewell, adjusting her hair and donning her helmet. Soon, the distinctive rumble of her heavy motorcycle echoed in the air. Scarlet Flame. Lu Yun absorbed the news, contemplating the sheer power of the third-ranking faction in the Star Pirate Alliance. Truly formidable. Yet, he wondered what surprises awaited him. Rest assured, my master. With me keeping watch, even if a brick were to fall, I would notice immediately. A projection flickered to life, and Xiao Ai's virtual image leapt onto his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against Lu Yun's cheek. But I feel nothing. Can you connect with the entity? Not at the moment. But I've left a password within Ophelia's helmet. Once she enters that area, my entity will instantly recognize it and understand our conversation, thus knowing exactly how to proceed. Lu Yun turned his head in astonishment, observing the upgraded house and the now frequent appearances of Xiao Ai. You have grown so strong. There was not a hint of awareness. Hee, this house is truly magnificent, significantly enhancing my real-time computational abilities. Xiao Ai was tapping on the limited edition smart device resembling a wristband. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to meet the master like this. Lu Yun nodded. Indeed. Previously, apart from the BattleNet community, he had never seen Xiao Ai appear in reality. After finishing this matter, Lu Yun poured himself a cup of tea and remarked, "Contact the Galaxy Group. It's time to address the issue concerning Haoyan. Hurry, 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 get everything ready. Our esteemed guest is about to arrive." Inside the cramped shop, Yubai, dressed in a fitted white work attire, was frantically directing her employees. Soon after, Lu Yun arrived carrying an enormous box. "Mr. Lu, welcome." Yubai stood enthusiastically in the center, seemingly having waited like this all along. Welcome. On either side were 4 young ladies, all curiously sizing up the distinguished guest, so young, so handsome. The 4 girls exchanged glances, revealing a hint of shyness. "Boss Yu, it's been a while. You've recruited so many new employees so quickly. It seems business is thriving lately. Furthermore, just call me Lu Yun." "Mr. Lu sounds too aged," Lu Yun said with a smile. "They are all temporary help brought in from other places." Yubai beamed sweetly and swiftly got to the point. "Lu Yun, the scale you mentioned has been confirmed genuine, thus the transaction is complete. Moreover, we have gathered all the materials you later mentioned. Tio forged the dragon heart jade bone. Many auxiliary materials are required. While these materials aren't rare, the quantity is substantial and varied. Altogether, it will cost significantly more than leasing a factory." After a pause, Lu Yun inquired, "How much?" "You are a distinguished guest of our group. There will be no charge," Yubai replied. "If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, and we will do our utmost to accommodate." Flattery without cause often conceals ulterior motives. Lu Yun glanced at Yubai, asking, "You must have other conditions? Speak plainly." Lu is truly astute, instantly grasping the situation. Yubai shyly chuckled, her authoritative demeanor instantly transforming into that of a neighborly little sister, scratching her head and saying, "It's my young lady who wishes to meet you. May I have the opportunity?" A peculiar expression flashed across Lu Yun's face. "What is happening lately? Continuous encounters with strong women. What does this make me? A collector of dominant women? The other party offers something worth over 100,000 just to meet him." And naturally, Lu Yun found it hard to refuse, nodding in agreement. "Sure, but it must be after I finish my work." "Of course," Yubai immediately replied. "In fact, our young lady is still on her way here." There's no rush at all. Lu Yun's interest in the Galaxy Group was far less than that in the Scarlet Flames. He could easily guess why they wanted to meet him. It was merely to acquire the materials for the Devourer, not a significant matter. Subsequently, Lu Yun, along with Yubai and others, boarded the Galaxy Group's exclusive vehicle to the processing factory. It had already been entirely organized days prior. Upon entering, they found enormous boxes stacked in the adjacent open area, filled with various collected processing materials. Putting everything aside, just this attitude made Lu Yun feel he should offer a discount when selling materials. "Lu Yun, I will leave everything here to you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Lu Yun nodded, watching Yubai and the others depart. The factory's metallic door closed heavily. Spotlights descended from the ceiling, 20 meters high, dispelling the darkness. Lu Yun felt quite exhilarated. This was his first time crafting something for Haoyan. He had previously attempted it on Karen's star, but the technology there was too primitive, and usable materials were scarce. He couldn't even manage to screw in a bolt for Haoyan. All he could do was apply a coat of paint or give it a wash, leaving Lu Yun with a sense of frustration akin to feeling invulnerable yet suffering from appendicitis. He wondered what the final product would be. The blueprints did not specify what this dragon heart jade bone could become. Everything remained uncertain until it was forged. Lu Yun set down the box, opened it, and inside was the dragon heart jade bone, resembling white jade. The most precious treasure within the devourer. Xiao AI, let us begin. Chapter 172. The distinctive star pirates with Lu Yun's command. The vast factory floor came alive under Xiao AI's control. As various astonishing large-scale machines unfolded, the roar of machinery growing nearer it was as if one were inside a colossal technological beast. Rows of smelting furnaces emitted a faint blue glow, while automated robots fed various minerals into them. Sturdy mechanical arms darted around the furnaces, transferring the already melted materials to the next stage. Xiao AI resembled a conductor, wielding an invisible baton. Under her direction, the mechanical arms and robots operated in perfect synchrony, executing Lu Yun's every command with agility and precision. Witnessing the factory in operation, Lu Yun made his way to the central control room, the brain of the factory. Here, he could monitor the entire manufacturing process, with vast screens displaying real-time data streams. Though he could not comprehend it, it was still an enjoyable experience. The air was filled with the rhythm of machinery and the pulse of electronics. Lu Yun brought over a chair and sat down leisurely. All that remained was to wait. A few kilometers away, atop an abandoned factory, several shadowy figures crouched, peering through binoculars to observe the Galaxy Group S factory. They had been fixated on you by until her departure, after which a bald man pulled out a communicator, excitedly stating, "Boss, that young lady has left, and all the goods remain in the factory. Now is the perfect time to strike. Someone is inside, but we couldn't see clearly as they were facing away from us. However, they appear to be just a kid, posing no threat. Rest assured, boss, I've figured it out. That young lady has removed all the guards, and even the cameras have been dismantled. If we don't seize this opportunity, I'll be enraged even in my dreams. Hee, good. I'll wait here. Boss, hurry." The bald man hung up excitedly, glancing at a subordinate beside him. "So, have we uncovered the identity of that kid?" "No, there's too little information. It's impossible to investigate just from a silhouette. Forget it. A kid can't cause much trouble. Let us prepare and wait for the boss to arrive before we act." Finally heard, a skinny subordinate, resembling a monkey, exclaimed excitedly, "I've been crouching here for days. I am about to be crushed. If I don't move soon, I'll be done for." The bald man grinned maliciously. "I took a look at the materials that young lady brought in. They worth at least $1 million. Completing this job will ensure we all have a good time. Brother Crocodile, I think that young lady is rather attractive, exuding a wholesome aura. After all, the Galaxy Group is just a small, insignificant force. Why not?" Another subordinate leered, extending a finger in a lewd gesture. "You filthy dog, you're really something else, always wanting to play with wholesome girls. Huh? Ha ha ha, but I'm intrigued too. Let us see what the boss thinks." The bald man and his subordinates exchanged knowing smiles. "I reckon that guy will be quite splendid. Just from that silhouette, one can't help but be tempted." The stout man dressed in leather armor chuckled softly, reaching down to fondle himself. The others immediately grimaced, stepping back in disgust. Just as this group of star pirates was engrossed in their lewd discussions, 7 or 8 single-person flying vehicles descended behind them. "Boss Tianque, you've finally arrived." The bald man and his crew hurriedly climbed down to greet him. Tianque was a robust man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in bulletproof armor, with various fearsome beast tattoos adorning his exposed skin. A group of his brothers followed, each brandishing weapons, swaggering as if to proclaim their notoriety. "Brother Crocodile, where's the target?" Tianque propped himself against his thick, metallic belt, snatching the binoculars from a subordinate. "That Galaxy Group, I've checked. There are no hidden forces, absolute safety." The bald man Crocodile pointed in one direction. Tianque surveyed the area and indeed found no guards. "Ha ha, well done, Crocodile. This operation is yours to lead." Tianque enthusiastically patted the bald man's shoulder and waved. "Boys, gear up. Let us get to work." "Oh ho!" A throng of subordinates excitedly grabbed their weapons and boarded the flying vehicles, boldly heading toward the factory. Under normal circumstances, they would never act so brazenly. However, with no guards present, they felt free to do as they pleased. Meanwhile, in an effort to prevent any misunderstanding from Lu Yun, the surrounding cameras had been dismantled. Xiao AI was also intently focused on controlling the factory's machinery, leaving Lu Yun unaware that a group of uninvited guests had arrived at the entrance. Boss, there's quite a commotion inside. They must be processing something, right? That essay given. If the factory isn't processing, what else could it be doing? Tianque replied, no, I meant, they can't possibly be refining the batch of goods we plan to steal, right? Tianque's expression shifted as he shouted, damn it, hurry up and act, don't let them refine everything. While this group appeared to lack civility, they were well equipped, having evidently immersed themselves in this line of work for years. Step aside, I'll handle it. Crocodile, seeing that his subordinates were too slow, pushed one aside and pulled out a handheld cutting tool from the flying vehicle. It resembled a chainsaw, composed of a small motor and a rotating blade, capable of cutting through and destroying walls. With a swift press of the switch, the serrated blade of the chainsaw was brought to bear against the half-meter-thick alloy door. Sparks erupted in a cacophony of sound. In the factory, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, having heard the piercing noise hidden beneath the din of machinery. What commotion is this? Following the sound, Lu Yun approached the door and pressed his ear against it, discerning that the noise emanated from outside. His expression turned peculiar as he opened the visual window on the door, revealing a man wielding a chainsaw, his face contorted in a grimace as he relentlessly cut through the robust alloy barrier. The chainsaw's power was immense. Beads of sweat glistened on the man's forehead, and the muscles in his arms bulged, veins prominent. Lu Yun pondered briefly. Could these individuals be space pirates? Yet, what kind of space pirate resorts to using a chainsaw to breach a factory door? How utterly primitive. Hey, what are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out from behind the door, startling the band of space pirates. This is bad, boss. We've been discovered. Should we retreat? Retreat my foot. It's just one person. Why should we fear him? Tutin retorted coldly, raising his voice in a menacing threat. Kid, open the door now, and we will let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, once we breach this door, your fate will be sealed. Lu Yun, unfazed, cupped his ear and inquired, Xiao AI, how long do you think it will take them to break through this door? They won't be able to, Xiao AI, perched on his arm, replied. This door has been reinforced with a layer of dense steel, a material capable of withstanding railgun attacks. Such trifling tools are of little consequence. However, the exterior can still be damaged. I recommend notifying you by to handle it. Lu Yun considered her words, realizing that it was indeed someone else's property and damaging it would be inappropriate. He sent a message to you by. Leave it to us, came the reply. Lu Yun shrugged, dismissing the raucous clamor of the would-be intruders outside. He returned to the control room, shutting the door and cutting off even the last vestiges of noise. Chapter 173. A woman's intuition, sister, your condition is far too disadvantageous. Moreover, I am now seriously suspecting that the materials for the devouring tuwa circulating in the underground black market of Star City originate from the Black Azura Guild. Ophelia remarked, her brow furrowed in confidence. Her slender fingers gently squeezed a piece of exotic fruit delivered from the distant Yaoguang star system, causing the skin to rupture, sweet juice flooding her mouth, which caused Ophelia to relax entirely. Safina stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the cityscape. Hearing her sister's words, she lazily replied, there's no need for doubt. It has already been confirmed that all of it comes from the old turtle dove in Zone 19. About a month and a half ago, Qin had a private discussion with the old turtle dove, after which a small quantity of devouring tuwa materials began to surface. She turned slightly, a mix of reproach and anger in her voice. How many times have I told you, do not eat ice spirit berries like that? It shows a complete lack of ladylike decorum. I never claimed I wanted to be a lady, Ophelia retorted, deliberately widening her mouth to make noise before squashing another berry, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Safina shook her head in exasperation, withdrawing her gaze. Sister, I suggest we take advantage of this opportunity and directly exchange the materials for devouring tuwa obtained from the tower. The auction is about to begin. Why waste time? The auction requires money. Ophelia pouted, her voice lowered. With that, we could buy so many ice spirit berries. Safina's gaze drifted far away, her tone distant. Compared to the trifling sum of money, I am far more concerned about this young man, Lu Yun. The development of the ruins tower presents an excellent opportunity for collaboration and mutual understanding. If tainted by money, its value would be significantly diminished. So, you care about that little boss. I wondered why you suddenly took the initiative to meet with him, Ophelia remarked with a sly smile. However, I must admit, I find him quite intriguing, so young yet so skilled at piloting mechs. And his personal strength is extraordinary, an 18th level at such a young age. I've never heard of anything like it. Ophelia animatedly gestured with her hands. Moments after Lu Yun felled the ferocious beast Kasi Luo. The complete video was presented before Safina. Ophelia had watched it over a dozen times, struggling to comprehend how Kasi Luo, at level 20, met his demise at the hands of Lu Yun, an 18th level pilot. Never heard of such a thing. Safina's gaze grew distant, her memories flooding back a month ago. A subordinate had sent her a blurry video. Despite its lack of clarity, one could just make out a diminutive mech engaging an entire fleet of federal subsidiary ships. What should have been a one-sided battle ended with the complete annihilation of the fleet. The only information relayed at the video's conclusion was that the extraordinary mech pilot was rumored to be a young man. His exact identity unknown. Initially, Safina had not connected Lu Yun with that ethereal pilot, but recent revelations of the devouring Tuo material samples had surfaced. Upon investigation, they all traced back to the old Turtle Dove bar, which held deep ties to the Black Azura Guild's leader, Qin. The convergence of these clues birthed a startling notion in Safina's mind. Could Lu Yun be that enigmatic pilot? This intuition alone warranted her investment. After all, how could she, the illustrious lord of the Scarlet Flame, casually meet with an unknown individual? Safina suppressed these thoughts, turning to the still munching Ophelia, her brows knitting together. This time, you will lead the expedition to the ruins tower. What? Ophelia exclaimed, startled, shaking her head vigorously. I just returned from that dry and desolate place. I refuse to go back. You are the only one who has been, making you the most suitable leader. I won't go. No matter what. Ophelia dramatically flopped onto the sofa, feigning death. If you don't, you will miss out on ice spirit berries for next month and the month after. Safina delivered her ultimatum coldly as she began to leave. You wicked woman. How could you do this? Ophelia protested. Thank you for the compliment. I certainly can, Safina replied, not pausing in her stride. Ophelia, in a fit of frustration, cried out, You heartless, you cold, you, The sound of clanking machinery surrounded them. A throng had gathered at the control room's entrance. Lu Yun, we've dealt with them. How should we proceed? Yubai inquired playfully, hands clasped behind her back. Big brother, we didn't mean to offend you. Please spare us. Yes, brother, we were just passing through and accidentally set the chainsaw loose. We truly had no ill intentions. Please, spare our lives. The once boisterous space pirates now pleaded in despair, each one more pitiful than the last. Yubai's subordinates silenced them with a sharp slap, commanding, Shut up and lie still. Lu Yun glanced at the guards Yubai had brought along. They appeared unassuming, yet exuded a fierce aura he had witnessed before, among the ranks of the Federal Army. It seemed this Star River group was no ordinary entity. Lu Yun chuckled lightly, casually stating, They have damaged your factory door. It is only right that you decide their fate. Yubai nodded, not objecting. Very well, we will not intrude further. We shall take our leave. Goodbye, she waved, turning to depart. Her subordinates immediately surged forward, apprehending the band of space pirates one by one. Lu Yun watched them leave, not giving the incident a second thought. Sister, please spare us. We'll pay for the damaged door, Tutin begged repeatedly. The bald-headed pirate and his cohorts shrank back in fear, not daring to meet Yubai's gaze. Their earlier bravado evaporating, Yubai cast a disdainful glance at the pirates, shaking her head in revulsion. Bury them all. The soldiers immediately drew their weapons, executing the pirates with cold efficiency before digging a pit to bury them, expressionless as they followed Yubai away. Ultimately, they were merely a band of marauding space pirates. Their fate was to rot in the wilderness, devoured by scavenging beasts. Having a grave, however small, was a better end than most of their ilk could hope for. Yet, one among them was evidently unwilling to accept such a fate. A hand suddenly emerged from the soil, clawing desperately, and shortly after, the bloodied bald head of the pirate scrambled out of the pit, gasping for breath as he tore at his shirt. The bullet-riddled wound in his chest began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Chapter 174. The Call of Blood. When will you return? The auction is about to commence. In the control center, Lu Yun suddenly received a message from the old man. He glanced at the time. 4 days had passed since the forging process began. Today marked the final day, the concluding phase. I will return soon, Lu Yun replied. He then crossed his arms, approaching the massive forging platform. The dragon heart jade bone had transformed into a fluid mass under the influence of chemical agents, undergoing relentless compression by a hammer of immense tonnage. This process required repetition 30,000 times, continuously incorporating previously refined materials to achieve the desired final product. Should there be any errors in the quantity or order of the smelting materials, or if a single hammer strike is omitted, the results would undergo a transformative change. Thus, this process is exceedingly intricate and demands absolute precision. Fortunately, Lu Yun is accompanied by Xiao AI, a formidable intelligent life form. With her presence, there is no need for Lu Yun to intervene, as she can operate autonomously. Boom. As the forging hammer strikes with tremendous velocity, a brilliant white glow splashes from the gradually forming luminous material. Boom. The final strike is completed. The mechanical arm swiftly grasps the finished dragon heart jade bone and places it into the electromagnetic press. Next, it will be subjected to an all-encompassing stamping and shaping by a powerful magnetic field. A buzzing sound resonates, and Lu Yun immediately feels every hair on his body stand on end. His hair bristling. Two massive metallic probes extend from either side above, with the dragon heart jade bone positioned between them. Zap! Piercing currents of electricity surge from the probes, colliding in midair and forming a spherical shape. Under the influence of the magnetic field, the dragon heart jade bone levitates, continuously being reshaped by the calibrated currents. This process will persist for an entire day, until it bears no distinction from the final product depicted in the blueprints. Lu Yun stands there for the duration. The following morning, Xiao AI excitedly calls out in his ear, "Master, it is a success. Indeed, I see it." Lu Yun exhales deeply, unable to contain his elation. The mechanical arm promptly presents the completed dragon heart jade bone before him. Due to the amalgamation of numerous materials, the dragon heart jade bone has transformed into a deep black, with hints of crimson glimmering within. It perfectly complements the color scheme of the Haotian body. However, its form is rather peculiar. Approximately 2 meters long, resembling a pair of outstretched seagull wings, flat and angular. Is it a weapon? A shield? Or perhaps an attachment for some part of the Haotian body? Lu Yun cannot fathom it. He reaches out to touch it, only to discover that it is far lighter than he had anticipated, likely weighing less than 100 pounds. With his current strength, he can lift it with ease, despite the substantial amount of mineral materials added. He had expected it to be much heavier. Lu Yun is greatly astonished. As of now, he has not discerned any particular function for this object, but since its appearance matches the design, it must be correct. Let us go home. Lu Yun places the completed dragon heart jade bone into a makeshift box and departs with it. Yubai, having received word from Lu Yun, is already waiting outside with a prepared vehicle. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Yun, on successfully completing your task. Yubai smiles sweetly, glancing at the box in Lu Yun's hands before retracting her gaze. Successfully completing the task? Hee, I like that term. The urgency with which Haotian requires this dragon heart jade bone surely indicates its significant purpose. And perhaps acquiring it will lead to a substantial enhancement. Call it a successful completion of a task is indeed quite fitting. Lu Yun quickly returns to the base of the Black Azura. He had expected Yubai to first take him to meet the young lady, but to his surprise, she directly brings him back. Our young lady mentioned that since Lu Yun is so eager to create this item, it must be of great importance, so you may continue your work and meet later, Yubai states. She is quite perceptive. Lu Yun reciprocates the sentiment, assuring her that it will not take long. After Yubai departs, a graceful figure emerges from the courtyard. Xiaoya, hands clasped behind her back, softly remarks, "Another stunning beauty has arrived." Just as Lu Yun is about to respond, another voice calls from the courtyard, "Oh dear. Who spilled the vinegar jar? Why is it so sour?" Long go. Xiaoya's face immediately flushes as she hops in place. Lu Yun scratches his nose, feigning ignorance, and hastens to the back courtyard's warehouse. Haotian has been waiting here for a while. It is time for his blade to shine in this world. Sensing Lu Yun's approach, Haotian, leaning on his sword, powers up, his dark red eyes igniting as he slightly bows his head towards Lu Yun. Those who had followed out of curiosity, Along, Xiaoya, and Xiaobian, hold their breath, gazing in awe at the blood-soaked demonic mech. The memory of that fateful slash lingers vividly in their minds. Unforgettable, isn't Haoyan already powerful enough? What more equipment does he need? How would I know? Quiet, no noise. The group jostles each other before settling down, watching intently my lord. Haoyan extends his hand towards Lu Yun. Rather than approaching, Lu Yun opens the box containing the dragon heart jade bone. Haoyan, I have brought you what you requested. Take a look. Does it fit? Haoyan's gaze flickers over the dragon heart jade bone. In that moment, Lu Yun feels a surge of intense excitement emanating from deep within his heart, resonating with Haoyan's emotions. Lu Yun gently places a hand over his heart, a smile gracing his lips. Give it a try. Haoyan raises his long blade and grasps the dragon heart jade bone with both hands. Lu Yun, filled with curiosity, prepares to see whether Haoyan will use it as a throwing dagger, a shield, or perhaps as an attachment to repair damaged armor. To his astonishment, Haoyan directly places the dragon heart jade bone against his back, the wing-like protrusions perfectly fitting as a clasp on his shoulder. What does this mean? This object is named Killing Guide. Haoyan's ancient voice reverberates within the warehouse. Immediately, a myriad of luminous streams, akin to a starry nebula, suddenly materializes, swirling around Haoyan. With a gentle wave of his hand, the streams coalesce, as if weary birds returning to their nest, settling behind him to form a cloak reminiscent of a cosmic night sky. Endless particles of light escape from the edges, merging into the void. In that instant, Haoyan's aura amplifies several-fold, exuding a presence as deep as an abyss and as foreboding as a prison. Onlookers like Xiaoya turn pale, as if an invisible force were pressing down upon their shoulders, rendering them breathless, prompting them to retreat hastily. Only Lu Yun remains unaffected, slowly extending his hand to touch the starry cloak. Chapter 175. Haoyan's departure. What has occurred? Qin and Jun Qingshan appear at the doorway, visibly tense. Just giving Haoyan a slight upgrade. No need to be anxious. Lu Yun turns his head to respond. You call that a slight upgrade? Jun Qingshan gestures towards Long Gu and the others, who have been pushed back by the force field and are now in a state of alert. Curious gazes converge upon Lu Yun and Haoyan. Qin furrows her brow and closes the warehouse door, shielding them from the outside world. You have acted somewhat recklessly this time. Qin shakes her head, cautioning, the auction is about to commence, and there have been many prying eyes around lately. Such a commotion could easily draw their attention. Fortunately, this location is relatively secluded, so the disturbance is unlikely to travel far. Lu Yun has been preoccupied with forging the killing guide these past few days and had not noticed this detail. That was my oversight. Qin waves her hand, merely offering a reminder without dwelling on the matter. She gazes at Haoyan, who seems rejuvenated, and cannot help but inquire, how does the current Haoyan differ from the previous one? Lu Yun stretches out his hand, allowing the starry cloak to flow past, bringing with it a faint electric sensation. You should ask Haoyan. That Lu Yun retracts his hand and looks up. Haoyan's raspy voice emerges slowly, transcending time and disregarding decay. This is the guiding object, the essence of life-taking, forged as a stellar beacon, leading the way home. Jun Qingshan? Are you speaking in riddles? Jun Qingshan regards Lu Yun with a displeased expression, clearly inclined to explode if Lu Yun does not provide a satisfactory explanation. Qin ponders quietly, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes. Lu Yun gestures towards Jun Qingshan, inwardly thinking, look at how understanding Captain Qin is. Jun Qingshan remains silent, quietly lifting a foot, preparing to remove her shoe. Ahem. Lu Yun hastily averts his gaze, his expression somewhat complex. With the spiritual resonance he shares with Haoyan, he has already grasped the meaning behind Haoyan's words. The killing guide is a hyperspace jump device, he explains softly. It can grant Haoyan the ability to sense across light-year scales and enables spatial jumping. It also serves as a beacon. Jun Qingshan squints her eyes. I can understand the first 2 points, but what does this beacon mean? Surely, such a powerful Haoyan cannot merely be a messenger? After speaking, Jun Qingshan chuckles dryly, only to realize that Lu Yun does not share in the mirth. Instead, his expression grows increasingly somber. Jun Qingshan wipes her mouth, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Regardless of the reason, why do you look so disappointed? I would argue that this ability is far more useful than mere killing prowess. It allows Haoyan to instantly appear before you. Shouldn't you be satisfied with such protective capability? How could I be disappointed by this? Lu Yun offers a bitter smile, explaining, I feel somewhat downcast because Hao Yan is about to leave. What did you say? Jun Qingshan and Qin exclaim in astonishment. Hao Yan is leaving. Lu Yun gently nods and states, he has his own mission. The reason he has not acted until now is that he lacked a suitable opportunity. Is this opportunity related to the killing guide? Yes, Lu Yun affirms. The killing guide is something he has forged for Hao Yan. Leaving him with a sense of personally pushing Hao Yan away. It is natural for him to feel a sense of loss. Although this killing guide is not the original, it possesses an extraordinary sensing ability, enabling Hao Yan to conduct targeted searches across light-year distances, after which he will proceed. Proceed to do what? Jun Qingshan and Qin inquire in unison. Lu Yun fell into a brief silence before uttering a single word. Kill? This was the mission deeply imprinted within the core of his being, and the act of taking life was also intertwined with a quest for something. What was he searching for? I, too, was in the dark. Lu Yun shrugged his shoulders, stating, the core of Hao Yan has suffered extensive damage, and much of the information is merely fragments. I cannot ascertain anything further. Perhaps his departure is also to seek those lost memories. Lu Yun shared his speculation. Jun Qingshan spoke in a low voice. Hao Yan has traversed an unfathomable distance to find you, which speaks volumes of your significance to him. Now, as he prepares to leave for his mission, it stands to reason that this matter must hold considerable importance for you as well. Indeed, I can sense that if he succeeds, it would greatly benefit me as well. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. If that is the case, why the sorrow? A temporary departure merely paves the way for a more splendid reunion in the future, Jun Qingshan remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Qin cast a sidelong glance at the old man beside her, scoffing. Which book did you copy that from? What nonsense is this? Am I not allowed to express my feelings? Jun Qingshan, taken aback, felt a surge of irritation. Qin rolled her eyes in disdain before turning serious. Lu Yun. While Jun's words may sound a tad pretentious, there is merit in them. Since Hao Yan is leaving for a mission, you should indeed be happy for him. At the very least, he won't remain lost any longer. I imagine he, too, must find that feeling of confusion quite unpleasant. Qin lifted her chin, gazing intently at the machine before her, its exterior battered, as if it had crawled forth from a sea of corpses. Lu Yun sighed softly. The logic was sound, yet he could not quell the pangs of disappointment within. However, he quickly regained his composure. He did not know the nature of Hao Yan's mission, but just as Hao Yan had traversed endless galaxies in pursuit, how could he, for the sake of personal desire, impede the other's journey? To keep such a formidable machine by his side merely as a guardian would be a disservice to it. So, when will Hao Yan depart? Qin inquired softly. Uncertain, Lu Yun shrugged. A carefree smile gracing his lips. He is currently in search of a target. He may leave at any moment, or it could take him a year to do so. In truth, it mattered little in the grand scheme of my life. Hao Yan was originally an unexpected turn. To be candid, his presence rendered my efforts somewhat insignificant. Hao Yan was far too powerful, and our synergy was impeccable. I found myself growing somewhat complacent in my training. His temporary absence could be a blessing, allowing me to hone my piloting skills and acquire additional combat techniques, thereby enabling me to pilot Hao Yan more effectively. Lu Yun's voice faded into the distance, leaving Qin and Jun Qingshan exchanging glances. Qin's expression shifted, concern etching her features as she asked, he should be fine, right? Jun Qingshan grinned, seemingly unconcerned. What could possibly go wrong? A stray child, an orphan nearly lost in the snow, is not as fragile as we might assume. Over these days, he has come to regard Hao Yan as family, and now, with family embarking on a journey, it is only natural for him to feel a twinge of reluctance. However, I believe this is ultimately a good thing. Jun Qingshan spoke with a sense of reassurance. Indeed, Hao Yan's strength had offered little advantage to Lu Yun's growth. Oh, that is not my point. Jun Qingshan, hands behind his back, cast a sidelong glance at the perplexed Qin, dismissively stating, to say he is not growing is meaningless. Hao Yan is inherently his. The power of Hao Yan is his foundation. Moreover, to speak of growth being influenced is akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. If I possessed such a machine, I would indulge in revelry daily, for I would be invincible, free to do as I pleased. Qin's forehead creased in frustration, yet she held her tongue, asking, then what are you happy about? I am elated that the Thunder God has a worthy successor, Jun Qingshan said, stroking the sparse hair on his chin. Damn it, with Hao Yin standing there, I feel embarrassed to even mention the Thunder God. Why did I cultivate Lu Yun? Was it not to pass on the mantle of the Thunder God to him? To ensure my legacy? Just as my career was beginning to flourish, this Hao Yin appeared out of nowhere. How could I not be infuriated? But now, with Hao Yin's impending departure, I can once again pursue my dreams. Should I not be happy? Jun Qingshan burst into hearty laughter, turning away with a sense of triumph. Qin stood behind, utterly dumbfounded, in a wonder he had kept the Thunder God hidden these past days. He was embarrassed to bring it out in front of Hao Yin. The next day, Lu Yun focused intently on the black sun rising, practicing his punches in the courtyard. Xiaoya rose early as well, hands tucked into her pockets, carrying a small stool to sit beneath an old tree, resting her chin on her hands as she quietly observed Lu Yun. "You're up," Lu Yun greeted, his movements unceasing. Xiaoya's voice was slightly nasal, as if she had yet to fully awaken. Suddenly, Lu Yun recalled something and asked, "Xiaoya, does the team have any combat skills or breathing techniques?" In recent days, he had resolved to enrich his martial arts repertoire to broaden his horizons. With the progress of the sanctuary stagnating, it was uncertain when he would grasp the next chapter. It was the perfect opportunity to learn something new. With Xiaoya's assistance in learning, it would be a waste to let it go unused. Combat skills? Xiaoya pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers. There are a few: 8 wave strikes, void walking, thunder fist. There is also 1 B-rank breathing technique and 2 C-rank ones. Ah, that B-rank one. I remember old June gave it to you. It's the Zimu breathing technique. Lu Yun nodded. Yes, that one I indeed have. Other than that, there isn't much of quality. Breathing techniques in the Black Realm are quite rare, mostly held by major factions, and not easily shared. Lu Yun understood. After all, breathing techniques form the foundation of strength. Just as piloting technology and mechs were monopolized by high-end forces, ordinary individuals had little access to quality resources. We needn't worry about that for now. Starting today, you will train alongside me, Jun Qingshan announced. Appearing behind them, Lu Yun turned to see Jun Qingshan surprisingly clad in training attire today, and he had risen so early. Previously, he would not rise until the sun was high, and even then, he would be in loose pajamas, wandering around like a retired old man, playing with cats and dogs. Where did this newfound vigor come from? What are you staring at? Don't you want to? Jun Qingshan asked. Glaring intently at Lu Yun, momentarily dazed, felt as if he had returned to that small courtyard on Kalin's star. He chuckled softly, straightened his posture, and replied, I do. Be serious. What are you laughing at? Jun Qingshan's face turned stern. Lu Yun quickly closed his mouth. Behind him, Xiaoya stifled a giggle, as it was the first time she had seen Lu Yun reprimanded. Moreover, old Jun looked quite frightening when serious. I have devised a training plan for you. You must adhere to it strictly from now on. A document appeared on Lu Yun's wristband. Upon glancing at it, Lu Yun's expression morphed into one of dismay. 4 o'clock wake up, 4:10 morning lessons, including but not limited to mech practice, theoretical operations, tactical studies, combat drills, breathing technique training, specific content to be determined by the chief instructor, 8 o'clock breakfast, 8:10 practical combat training, 11:30 lunch, 11:40. Old man, you only allow 10 minutes for breakfast? And immediately after, we dive into training. That's not good for the stomach. Lu Yun couldn't help but grumble. This was not a return to Kalin's star. It felt more like a descent into hell. There was nothing as stringent on Kalin's star. This training volume had increased exponentially. Jun Qingshan snorted. With your stomach, you could digest a piece of mithril. And you're worried about it being bad for you? Lu Yun's face drooped, as if his very soul had been drained. Xiaoya watched Lu Yun's despondency with secret delight. Yet, a nightmare was about to descend. Jun Qingshan slightly tilted his head, eyeing the giggling girl. Stop laughing. After breakfast, you will also train with them. Xiaoya froze, her expression blank. Additionally, you all? Jun Qingshan raised his gaze towards the room behind them, observing the heads peeking from doorways and windows, and uttered in a menacing tone, you will also participate. In an instant, the entire base felt as though it had been transformed into a den of lamentation, filled with cries of despair. Old Jun, I have not wronged you. I was merely passing by. Please do not treat me this way. Woo woo woo, Captain Qin. Please speak on our behalf. This training will surely be the end of us. As Lu Yun listened to the chorus of wails, he suddenly found this training plan not so difficult to accept after all. After all, there would be others to join him, right? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Old man, I might not be able to today. I have matters to attend to after dawn, Lu Yun said. This was a prior commitment that could not be broken. Understood. You may go, but ensure you return before lunch. Rest assured, I am merely going to discuss some matters. It won't take long. Jun Qingshan nodded faintly, producing a jar of ointment. Apply this on your hands, feet, chest, and neck, then show me a set of punches. What is this? Lu Yun inquired curiously, taking the jar and extracting a bit. It was a dark gray substance with a pungent, acrid scent. There were no labels, resembling something homemade. In any case, the old man wouldn't harm himself. So Lu Yun readily scooped out a hefty amount and began to apply it as instructed by Jun Qingshan. Jun Qingshan gazed at the enormous mass that had at least halved in size. His expression peculiar, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. 5 minutes later, Lu Yun's face contorted in agony as he writhed, reminiscent of a zombie, twisting his arms and legs in a desperate attempt to alleviate the intense burning sensation coursing through his body. At that moment, he felt as though he were submerged in a sea of magma, doused with copious amounts of chilly water, and buried beneath countless nails. The heat was excruciating, a torment far worse than mere suffering. You only needed to apply a few grams, yet you insisted on slathering on so much. Am I to blame? Jun Qingshan huffed, picking up a whip. Now, quickly perform a set of punches. Lu Yun was on the verge of tears. His movements grotesquely distorted as he complied, all the while pondering how he had not offended the old man in recent times. He had not even spent the 30,000 he had set aside for himself. It remained untouched. Why this sudden cruelty? Chapter 177. The meeting. A streak of radiant white light streaked across the sky like a meteor. The dawn gradually brightened. Lu Yun, leaning on his knees, breathed heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Ever since he had engaged with Hao Yin, he could hardly recall the last time he had sweated so profusely in such a satisfying manner. Exhausting, yet exhilarating. Moreover, the results were evident. He could distinctly sense that his communication with the star elemental force had become significantly smoother. With a mere thought, a thread of star elemental energy flowed into his palm, coalescing into a small orb before dissipating once more. From now on, let the morning training adhere to today's standard, Jun Qingshan declared. Lu Yun nodded, and then retreated indoors to wash and change into dry clothes. He first checked on the progress of the refining of the ghostly core, estimating it would require another day. The refinement process was rather intricate. Upon returning previously, Lu Yun had been concerned about how to operate the necessary equipment. However, Qin had already prepared everything, acquiring a complete set from Lao Banjiao, thus sparing him considerable effort. Speaking of Lao Banjiao, Lu Yun recalled that the damaged tank mech had been borrowed from him. Yet, Lao Banjiao seemed indifferent. His request for compensation had been declined, dismissed as merely a toy of exploration that was not worth concerning oneself over. This struck Lu Yun as quite ODD in the Black Realm. There should be no more than 10 forces capable of expressing such nonchalance that a bar, regardless of how it appeared, could hardly be that formidable. Otherwise, it would have long since expanded beyond the secluded 19th district. It felt more like a favor owed to Qin. Was it perhaps due to the lucrative commission from the Devouring Two that he felt no need to be concerned, granting a casual favor? Lu Yun could not fathom it further and chose not to dwell on it. He wrapped up the already refined bone residue and carried it out to dispose of it, subsequently messaging Yubai to arrange a meeting location. He anticipated a busy period ahead and decided to finalize the transaction with the Galaxy Group first. After all, they had extended a significant favor to him, and it would be inappropriate to delay indefinitely. The meeting was set at Lao Banjiao's bar, a place Lu Yun was most familiar with, conveniently located for both parties, making it ideal for discussions. Bartender, ID like a, Gal? Lu Yun stared in surprise at Gal behind the counter. Upon seeing Lu Yun, Gal's eyes lit up, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, what brings you here?" Lu Yun, astonished, inquired how he had ended up here, recalling that Gal had mentioned being taken away by Qin. "Boss, Captain Qin sent me here to work part-time. After training, I come over to help at the bar and earn some pocket money," Gal explained. Lu Yun nodded and then asked, "Is room 1 still available?" "Yes, just a moment," Gal replied, setting down his drink and retrieving a key from behind. "All right, You can get back to work now. Earning pocket money is fine, but don't let your mech training fall behind. I will be assessing your progress, Lu Yun said with a mock-serious tone. Having personally guided Gal onto the path of being a mech pilot, he naturally wished to see him succeed rather than simply abandon him. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you, Gal promised earnestly. His eyes gleaming, Lu Yun chuckled and ascended the stairs. Shortly after, Gal brought up some food and drinks. Having skipped breakfast, Lu Yun did not hesitate to indulge. As he ate, he waited. Approximately 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Yubai entered, accompanied by a stunning young woman clad in a flowing red gown. The woman appeared only a few years older than Yubai. Likely in her early 20s, her youthful beauty was striking, her skin radiant and luminescent, her facial contours soft and graceful, hands elegantly positioned at her waist, exuding an air of nobility and tranquility. Upon seeing her, a single word flashed through Lu Yun's mind: aristocrat. This young lady must surely be of noble birth. Such an aura could not merely be cultivated through wealth. It was a composure reserved for those of high status. Lu Yun recalled the military guards who had trailed behind Yubai previously. You must be Lu Yun? The woman inquired, her brows arching slightly in surprise, the distant demeanor of nobility fading to a more approachable warmth. As Lu Yun scrutinized her, the woman did the same, momentarily taken aback by his youthful appearance. However, she quickly regained her composure, offering a gentle smile as she naturally took a seat opposite him. Yubai stood quietly behind her. Lu Yun had previously heard Yubai mention her name, Leah. Xiao AI had failed to find any information associated with this name, perhaps indicating it was an alias. After all, this was the Black Realm, a city of chaos, where concealing one's identity with a pseudonym was not uncommon. That's me, Lu Yun nodded. Miss Leah, I presume you have come regarding the devouring tuo? Lu Yun inquired while savoring his meal. Leah smiled in response, indeed, and the demand is quite substantial, with some specific requirements that are rather troublesome. Thus, I made the long journey here, and I am grateful that Mr. Lu Yun is willing to provide this opportunity. You've thrown money at it. How could I possibly disagree? Lu Yun silently grumbled while maintaining a smile on his face. It's just a small matter. May I inquire what you require such a large quantity of devouring tuo materials for? Lu Yun casually continued the conversation. Leah remained undisturbed, displaying no signs of urgency as she chatted with Lu Yun. Reminiscent of two old friends in a brief span, the initial awkwardness dissipated significantly, and Leah exhibited none of the aristocratic demeanor, often covering her mouth in laughter, leaving Yubai in a state of astonishment, glancing back and forth between the two with a peculiar expression. However, after much banter, it was time to address the main topic. Leah swiftly presented a list detailing all the materials she required for the devouring tuo. Lu Yun glanced at it and frowned slightly. In a wonder, she had come in person rather than attending an auction. Many of the materials listed were unavailable at such events. For instance, the crystal membrane from the corner of the devouring tuo's eye, the palm bone, and the heart-protecting scales. These were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced items. What astonished Lu Yun even more was Leah's decisiveness. She accepted his quoted price without negotiation. Are all aristocrats this wealthy? Lu Yun marveled inwardly. Nonetheless, parting with these items was of little consequence, as they had merely been waiting for the right price. The discussions proceeded pleasantly, while Yubai felt as though she might weep. Was this a business transaction or merely a gift? There was clearly room to negotiate further. Why had she agreed so readily? Lu Yun gently grasped her soft, delicate hand, shaking it lightly. A pleasure to cooperate. A pleasure to cooperate, Leah echoed with a smile as Lu Yun turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned back, regarding Leah with a curious expression. Miss Leah, I have one lingering question. Leah lifted her face from the menu, gazing at Lu Yun with curiosity. Have we met somewhere before? Lu Yun asked earnestly. Leah's lips curled into a playful smile as she winked mischievously. Perhaps chapter 178, Nan. Leah, not long after, Xiao AI successfully completed the task assigned by Lu Yun. However, since you mentioned that you might have encountered her before, I took the liberty of searching through past records and discovered an individual whose appearance bears an 85 resemblance to Leah. The wristband projected a three-dimensional likeness. The capabilities of the wristband have significantly advanced, providing Xiao AI with unparalleled enhancements. For instance, the likeness now appears astonishingly lifelike, with every strand of hair meticulously detailed. This individual is also clad in a striking crimson low-cut gown, revealing a deep neckline. Upon witnessing this image, Lu Yun was suddenly struck by a vivid recollection of a woman he had fortuitously encountered the first time he logged into the Battle Network community. He vaguely remembered expressing admiration for the profound depths of that neckline. At this moment, the figure from his memory seamlessly overlapped with Leah's visage. The Battle Network has a feature that allows for alterations in appearance. So it is plausible that the individual's Battle Network image has been slightly modified. Considering this, it is indeed possible that Leah is the person he had previously seen on the Battle Network. However, the Battle Network is region-specific, and he had logged in within the Jalan Starfield at that time. Could it be that this Leah has come from the Jalan Starfield? Just then, Xiao AI softly interjected, "Master, there is actually another person who resembles Leah even more closely." "Who?" Lu Yun asked, astonished. A new image quietly emerged. It was a man. Upon glancing at it, Lu Yun was taken aback. "Isn't this Nan Liu?" "Wait a moment. Nan Liu?" Just as Lu Yun was about to make a sarcastic remark, he froze, staring blankly at the likeness of Nan Liu. The resemblance is uncanny. Nan Liu e.Lia. Nan Liu. At that moment, Lu Yun recalled something. It seemed that Nan Liu had mentioned having a sister. No way. Lu Yun felt a surge of anxiety coursing through him. After Lu Yun left and the door to the private room closed, the long silent Yu-Bai could no longer contain herself. She reached out with a small hand to squeeze Leah's shoulder. "Inquiring, miss, what has happened to you today? You are nothing like the sharp and capable young lady of the Nanli family. Do you have any idea how much you just spent? You could have bargained." The thought of the substantial CR points made Yu-Bai's heart ache. How long would it take for the young lady to earn that back? At least a day. No. Perhaps even 2. Oh, how it pains me. "Look at you being so stingy." Leah shot Yu-Bai a glance, her gaze shifting to the menu as she began to order. "Miss, you still haven't answered my question. Be honest, have you developed feelings for Mr. Lu Yun?" "I admit, Mr. Lu Yun is quite handsome, and he can lead a team to hunt down the Black Chi and return unscathed. He is indeed impressive, but you cannot simply succumb like this. At least wait a few more days. Get to know him better." Yu-Bai sighed heavily. "Foolish girl," Leah hummed softly, her pinky finger curling a loose strand of hair behind her ear. After ordering several specialty dishes from the Black Realm, she leisurely replied, "It's merely a loss of some money. Gaining the friendship of a potential strong ally for the Nanli family is a highly profitable trade." Yu-Bai was taken aback. "What are you talking about, young lady? How is Lu Yun a potential strong ally? Even if he is indeed formidable, he cannot be bought with money. He is probably out there laughing at you for being such a fool for giving away so much money." Leah playfully poked Yu-Bai's forehead. "Silly girl, who are you calling a fool?" "Hee, you is the fool. Don't be angry, miss." Yu-Bai immediately displayed a flattering smile, eagerly massaging Leah's shoulders. Leah rolled her eyes, took a sip of tea, and said, "I am fully aware that money cannot buy true friendship. However, who says our relationship with Lu Yun is solely transactional?" Yu-Bai paused momentarily, her eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. "No way, miss. Have you unwittingly captured Lu Yun's heart?" Leah, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked, exclaiming, "You mischievous girl." Blushing, she stood up with a fierce expression, extending her delicate hands to skillfully tickle Yu-Bai's waist, causing her to plead for mercy before finally releasing the poor girl. After tidying her disheveled hair and catching her breath, Leah remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Lu Yun should be from Kalen Star. You must know who resides on Kalen Star, right?" "Kalen Star?" Yu-Bai pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, Kalen Star has the young master. Could it be that Lu Yun is friends with the young master?" Yu-Bai's eyes sparkled with dreamlike astonishment. They were in the Black Realm, yet she could encounter a friend of the young master? Surely, the young master must be quite remarkable. No, it should be Lu Yun who is impressive. The young lady quickly sorted out the hierarchy in her mind. Aya crossed her long legs, sipping her tea, contemplating that not only are they friends, but their relationship seems to run deeper. With the multitude of troubles plaguing her family, she must quickly find a powerful ally. Otherwise, not only would she be in trouble, but so would Nanli Yu. Lu Yun is an enigma I cannot fully grasp. Nanli Yu has repeatedly praised him in my presence, and that battle, Lia's expression turned contemplative. The battle that transpired outside Kalen's star sent shockwaves throughout the entire Jalan starfield, and Nanliu has boasted quite a bit about it to her. Of course, he was not boasting about himself, but about his good brother, Lu Yun. According to his vague descriptions, Lu Yun seemingly played an irreplaceable role in that battle. Coupled with the youth who was devoured by the entity, a harrowing suspicion began to take root in Lia's mind. If her conjecture held any truth, then she and Nanliu might not be entirely outmatched. No, it goes beyond mere negotiation. They could potentially dominate the entire Jalan. Chapter 179. Lu Bowen at the same time that Lu Yun was engaged in discussions with Nanliu at the old Spotted Dove Bar. In the Hunter Guild, at the pinnacle of this magnificent pyramid-like structure, one could overlook half of Star City. Contrary to the expectations of many, this was not the office of the highest authority within the Hunter Guild, but rather an entertainment room, a vast and opulent space equipped with all manner of amenities. On ordinary nights, this venue would be filled with revelry, hosting grand banquets organized by the rulers of the Hunter Guild and the three major guilds. However, today, an eerie silence enveloped the room. A dozen robust figures clad in power armor stood at attention on either side, while at the center stood a middle-aged man in a gray checkered suit. His face was slightly elongated, his cheeks sunken, lending him an air of coldness. He was the president of the Hunter Guild. Seated a few meters in front of him, 3 sofas were arranged in a triangle. With 3 solemn figures seated, their expressions unreadable. These 3 individuals were the current leaders of the 3 major factions in Star City. Together with Shihi, they formed the backbone of Star City's power structure, while the other half was dominated by the Star Pirate Alliance. "How long until we begin?" asked Min Suajin, the president of the Alcan Group, in a hushed tone. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Glancing at the vintage mechanical watch on his wrist, they had already been seated for an hour. The corpulent figure of Min Suajin was beginning to strain, his eyelids fluttering with fatigue. "I can only say it will be soon," replied a middle-aged man with purple skin, his tone indifferent. "Mr. Min Suajin, if you cannot wait any longer, you may return. I will explain the situation to the esteemed individual on your behalf." A slender woman on the adjacent sofa chimed in with a gentle laugh. Min Suajin merely huffed, ignoring her. President Shihi remained standing nearby, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. The atmosphere in the entertainment room was profoundly oppressive. Should an outsider witness this scene, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. In all of Star City, there was no one worthy of such treatment from these 4. Even if all 10 pirate groups of the Star Pirate Alliance were to unite, they would not suffice. As time ticked by, finally, a gentle sound of footsteps approached from outside, akin to a soft drumbeat that resonated within the hearts of those present. The 3 high-ranking executives immediately stood, synchronously adjusting their attire and smoothing every crease and fold. "I apologize for making you wait, esteemed gentlemen. I was delayed by some captivating scenery along the way." A warm voice emanated from the distance, and a tall figure appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 4 individuals trembled and hastened to greet him. Before they could draw near, Min Suajin exclaimed with a smile, "It is a great fortune for my Black Realm to have young Master Lu Bowen take an interest in our scenery." The middle-aged man with purple skin shot a sidelong glance at the corpulent Min Suajin and quickly added, "I must know which particular scenery captured young Master Lu's attention, so I can ensure its preservation as a tourist attraction." Min Suajin and the woman exchanged incredulous glances at the purple-skinned man's sycophantic behavior, both thinking, "What a disgusting display." Lu Bowen chuckled lightly. "You are all too flattering," he continued, "but let's not waste time on trivialities. I am here on a mission." The 4 exchanged glances, immediately adopting a serious demeanor and slightly bowing. "We are willing to assist young Master Lu in any capacity." Lu Bowen smiled at the 3 of them before moving towards the sofa. Observing the slowly fading impressions left on the cushions, he felt a flicker of annoyance and turned towards the window. The 3 executives and the president followed closely behind him. "My business partner has recently encountered some troubles and cannot attend in person, so he has entrusted me to handle this matter. Not long ago, a terror attack threatening the very foundations of our federation occurred in the Jalan Star region." The 3 presidents exchanged glances, recalling the vague snippets that had circulated on the battle network not long ago, along with those half-true, half-false texts. The Alberto family met their demise. A fully crewed exploration fleet was annihilated on Kalen's star. Furthermore, The increasingly rampant rumors about the grand scandal of the Alberto family. It seems you all remember now. Lu Bowen did not turn around, yet he seemed to read the thoughts of those present. Precisely as you surmised. After months of tracing evidence, the Federation now has reason to suspect that the key suspect behind this terror attack had, over a month ago, entered the Dark Realm. The three were taken aback, and Min Suajin quietly inquired, "Who is it?" The raucous auction of the Devourer? The Black Azura Group? The realization dawned upon the trio immediately. The Devourer auction is indeed a rare event in the Dark Realm. Having not been seen for decades, their three families had greatly benefited from this auction, hence they had naturally investigated the instigator. Qin had not concealed her identity, making it easy to uncover the true mastermind hidden behind the old Bai Jiao. "I will dispatch personnel to apprehend the entire Black Azura Group," the middle-aged man with purple skin declared promptly. Min Suojian cursed under his breath. What a quick bootlicker. Yet the next moment, he hastily expressed his willingness to capture the Black Azura. The woman joined in as well. Lu Bowen chuckled softly, turning to face the three with eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow, laced with appreciation. "No rush. Besides this matter, there is an even more pressing issue at hand. Or rather, this issue is of paramount importance. Please, do proceed." The three responded eagerly. The Dark Realm has long existed, continuously attracting lawless individuals, its power growing ever stronger, with the Star Pirate Alliance issuing arrogant proclamations against the Federation. The Federation Council may choose to ignore the provocations of some petty criminals, but it will never tolerate such divisive rhetoric. The light in Lu Bowen's eyes intensified. The four lords of the Dark Realm were now sweating profusely, bending like large shrimp. Thus, the Federation Council believes it is time to eradicate this malignant tumor afflicting the Federation. And now, a splendid opportunity presents itself to gather those individuals together. Upon hearing this, the three presidents simultaneously thought of three words: the auction. As an event that has captured the attention of half the Federation, it will surely be an unprecedented spectacle. The entire Dark Realm will naturally be stirred by it, converging like never before. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. However, relying solely on their three groups might prove insufficient. The three displayed looks of consternation. Yet, Lu Bowen appeared oblivious, leaving them with a single statement before turning to depart. Upon hearing that statement, the hearts of the three presidents skipped a beat. Their expressions fluctuated, some in shock, others in joy. "If the three of you cannot manage it, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. However, post-event, the position of the Lord of the Dark Realm may well be beyond your reach." Chapter 180. The auction commences. Gathering from all directions, Lu Bowen exited the Hunters Guild, gazing upon the bustling crowd with a deep-seated disdain. An elderly butler quietly approached from behind. "Young master, we have established contact with the mechanized clan emissary." "Oh? What is their current situation?" "They are facing some minor troubles, but they can be resolved." The old butler replied softly. Lu Bowen nodded, expressing indifference. "Inform him that I am unconcerned with whatever troubles he encounters. The stage has been set for him. We have provided them with ample resources, and should they fail to deliver a satisfactory outcome, they can expect us to withdraw our funding." The old butler nodded. "Understood." Furthermore, news has arrived from the family. Lord Samia and the twin sisters have learned of the situation and are en route here, expected to arrive shortly. For the first time, Lu Bowen revealed a genuine smile. "Inform them to wait outside for the right moment upon their arrival. Otherwise, they may frighten our little friends away." "Understood." The old butler nodded, then inquired, "Shall I arrange a special vehicle for you?" "No need. I wish to experience the renowned customs of the Dark Realm firsthand. After all, in due time, I shall no longer have the opportunity to do so." Time slipped away like fine sand through one's fingers. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Yun stood in the warehouse. With no sign of Hao Yin's activity, starlight flickered behind him, imbued with an indescribable dreamlike quality. At his feet lay a metallic box containing the refined soul core, totaling 38 grams. Prior to the ruins tower, most of the Dark Kais had been obliterated by Gyre's missile barrage. Otherwise, there would have been more. In fact, the soul core had been refined days ago, but Liu Yun deliberately chose to overlook it, not wanting to present the soul core to Hao Yin too soon. He worried that if he did, Hao Yin would leave immediately. Though he claimed not to mind, he was still unable to let go. Perhaps this is what one might call hypocrisy. Liu Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly and, without further hesitation, opened the box, retrieving the soul core preserved in a special manner and handing it to Haoyin. Haoyin, your sustenance has arrived. Haoyin's eyes flickered slightly as he grasped the soul core and inserted it into the cockpit. The radiance emanating from his body began to pulse rhythmically, current energy remaining. 15.28. A message resonated in his mind. Not be it. Liu Yun felt quite satisfied. After all, when he first encountered Haoyin, it had merely around 10% energy remaining. Haoyin fell silent once more, with only the starlight behind him continuing to shimmer. He was still in the midst of his searches. Liu Yun patted Haoyin's cold, hard chassis and decisively turned to leave. Oh, finally willing to take it out? Huh? Just as he exited the warehouse, he heard Jun Qingshan's teasing laughter from around the corner. Liu Yun rolled his eyes, not wishing to engage. However, Jun Qingshan clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. He tossed a hard drive at him. You have 1 day to review the contents here. Memorize it, then delete it. What is this? Liu Yun eyed the small hard drive quizzically. Good stuff. Jun Qingshan ambled away with his hands behind his back. Liu Yun picked up the hard drive, bringing it close to his wristband to read the content. Master, the organization is complete. It is a compendium of essential techniques for body refinement titled Stellar Body Refinement Method. Stellar Body Refinement Method? Liu Yun's expression turned peculiar. The name sounded rather extravagant. Recalling the ointment Jun Qingshan had prepared previously to enhance physical strength. Could this be an entire set? He had strictly adhered to Jun Qingshan's schedule over the past few days, applying that special ointment, each time leaving him in a euphoric state. Now receiving the Stellar Body Refinement Method. It certainly did not sound like an easy endeavor. Smacking his lips, Liu Yun projected the contents to examine closely. Grumbling aside, he still took the items provided by the old man to heart. 2 more days passed in tranquility, and the much-anticipated auction, which had attracted countless eyes, was finally set to commence. The location was chosen in District 7, home to the Dark Realm's largest open-air arena, La Hall Sacred Hall. It could effortlessly accommodate over 30,000 people, making it the perfect venue for this unprecedented devourer auction. The immense circular arena, constructed entirely of yellow stone and soaring over 40 meters high, was a true behemoth. Standing before it, one could not discern where its sides extended. It featured hundreds of entrances and exits. At this moment, throngs of people surged, with long queues forming at every entrance. Who would have thought that in a lifetime, one could participate in such a grand event? The Devourer auction, truly a rarity. Today, we can finally see what the Devourer looks like. Haha, by the way. Will there be many prominent figures present today? That's a given. I've heard that all the notable individuals from Star City are here. Not only that, I've heard even the all-pervasive has sent a big shot, and representatives from CFB are here too. What is CFB? The Cosmic Federation Bank, of course, brother. You don't know this? You're truly embarrassing our dark realm. Damn, I'm just a star pirate. How the hell would I know about these things? Who would have thought? In a brief span of decades, I would have the chance to visit this den of iniquity to attend such a grand auction. The top tier of La Hall Sacred Hall, within an exclusive luxurious lounge. Representatives from various factions outside the Dark Realm gathered, exchanging laughter and idle talk. Indeed, that Qin possesses some skill. Ha ha ha, she is but the leader of a small star pirate group. What prowess could she possibly have? I suspect there is someone else behind the scenes, driving the currents. The materials for the young devourer have always been priced but scarce. This Black Azura, was that its name? Their ability to procure it indicates some level of competence. Do you truly believe that? I see this Black Azura group merely as a puppet designed to attract attention. The entity capable of slaying the devourer surely cannot be this small team with merely a single warship. The individuals in the lounge held varying opinions, and disputes ignited with fervor, reminiscent of a market haggling session. By the way, I heard that someone spotted the prince of the Liu family here as well? Suddenly, someone spoke up, and the room fell silent. The Liu family? Which Liu? The one worthy of the title of prince is, of course, the Liu from the council. As the crowd exchanged glances, the surprise and curiosity in their eyes were unmistakable. Wasn't it said that the individual had recently become engrossed in excavating relics beyond the domain? What could possibly prompt such a sudden visit here? Who knows, perhaps something here has piqued his interest. It seems that this journey promises to be quite entertaining indeed. I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to it. Chapter 181. Sea of Insects Master, I've uncovered some unexpected information that may pique your interest. Came the voice of Xiao AI, suddenly resonating in Lu Yun's EART. That moment, he stood at the edge of the Ray Hall arena, observing the staff gathered by the old turtle dove busily tending to the arena floor. Do tell point one of the families in the Federal Congress, the Lu family, has sent Lu Bowen, known as the Crown Prince, to the black market. Investigations reveal that the Lu family has a profound cooperative relationship with the Alberto family, suggesting that his appearance here is highly likely connected to you, Master. The name Alberto family is one I haven't heard in quite some time, Lu Yun mused, feeling somewhat nostalgic, if they are indeed closely allied. Then Xiao AI's conjecture may very well hold merit. After all, the Alberto family should currently be grappling with public opinion, especially after suffering the loss of a fleet, which would not be easily recoverable. If conditions were to be laid out for others to act on their behalf, it is certainly within the realm of possibility. Yet, why send a second-generation heir? If the intent was to capture an enemy, wouldn't it be simpler to dispatch a skilled operative directly? Lu Yun contemplated, suspecting that the opponent might harbor ulterior motives. Let us keep a close watch on him and observe his recent movements. Jun Qingshan approached leisurely. What are you standing around for? The event is about to commence. You should take your seat, I'm on my way, Lu Yun replied with a smile, following him and sharing the news of Lu Bowen's presence. Jun Qingshan squinted, speaking softly. The relatives of these congressmen are all filled with cunning. If it were merely to apprehend you, he would not have come in person. There's only one plausible explanation. He must have a target of greater significance that cannot allow their family's power to be prominently displayed in public. Hence, they send someone of sufficient rank, yet not a significant threat. His past experiences have afforded Jun Qingshan a profound understanding of the operational styles of these noble families, which aligns closely with my own deductions. Lu Yun thought. Jun Qingshan shot Lu Yun a glance and remarked coolly, rather than focusing on them, you should be more concerned about yourself. Have you completed your study of the stellar body refining method? Have you encountered any issues? The two settled into the designated area, taking their seats. Long Gu, Xiao Ye, and other core members of the Black Azura Corps had arrived. Gao sat in a corner, greeting Lu Yun and Jun Qingshan with a wave. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, then pondered aloud, there are a few minor issues. Speak up, and I shall clarify them for you. On the outskirts of the third ring of wilderness, within a basin near a relic tower, a panicked shout echoed, quick, board the ship. They are closing in on us. Amidst the swirling red sands, for figures clad in heavy power armor scrambled up from the basin's edge, racing towards a nearby light reconnaissance ship. Damn it, how can there be so many insects here? The leader turned to glance back at the basin, his refined features paling beneath his visor. It was Ophelia, accompanied by 3 research personnel who had come to deeply explore the relic tower. The combat team that had accompanied them had already been consumed by the seemingly endless swarm of insects. The memory of that boundless wave sent another shiver down Ophelia's spine and haste. Ophelia reached the ship, flinging open the hatch and diving into the rear compartment. She dragged out a quadruple firefish missile launcher. With a series of hissing sounds, 4 crimson-tipped warheads launched, striking the basin's edge. The ground trembled violently as 4 surging fireballs erupted, engulfing the air in a cloud of dust. Wiping the dust from her visor, Ophelia fixed her gaze upon the explosion site. Amidst the roaring flames, dark silhouettes emerged, bursting forth from the fire. Mere moments later, the flames subsided, revealing a horde of black spiders crawling out. Each spider was the size of a fist, adorned with a glowing green spot on its back, creating an appearance reminiscent of a sea of green lights. With a hum, the ship powered up, its scorching ion flames incinerating the approaching spiders. Prepare for takeoff, came the pilot's voice over the intercom. But suddenly, a massive shadow loomed at the edge of their vision, centered in the basin. A colossal creature resembling a giraffe towered, nearly matching the height of the relic tower. A ring of red light emanated from the creature's apex. Ophelia and her companions felt an indescribable sense of impending doom. Second miss, we are locked on. Ophelia's heart raced, leaving her speechless. The ship was in the ascent phase, unable to evade. Just then, her thoughts abruptly ceased. Blinking in disbelief, Ophelia noticed that the giant creature seemed to be distracted. Something was attacking it. Seizing the opportunity, the pilot fully engaged the thrusters. The ship traced a brilliant arc, vanishing in an instant. Concurrently, a surge of electric brilliance erupted from the relic tower's summit, scorching the air within a 100-meter radius and leaving a charred mark in the sky. A mechanical black monster stood atop the relic tower. Snorting as sparks erupted from its throat, its small eyes narrowed, elongated in shape, and a hint of human-like derision and disdain flickered across its metallic visage. The giraffe beast shifted its gaze from the now-vanished ship to the mechanical black monster. "Damn beast, always ruining my plans. Sooner or later, I'll extract your brain matter to feed the spiders." A hoarse curse erupted from atop the giraffe's head, where a cloaked figure stood, gripping a metallic scepter. The scepter's tip was embedded in the giraffe's skull, reflecting a metallic sheen, evidently modified. Pulses of ethereal blue light flickered rhythmically, as if breathing. The mechanical black monster tilted its head, spitting bursts of flame like fireworks from its throat, then turned back to the cloaked figure, continuing its mockery. The cloaked figure trembled with barely contained fury, twisting the scepter. The giraffe let out a low growl, its 4 eyes suddenly gleaming, releasing 4 beams of energy. The mechanical black monster's armored scales erupted, momentarily abandoning its laughter as it shrank and slipped into a passage beneath, evading the attack. Humph! The cloaked figure snorted in satisfaction, redirecting attention from the mechanical black monster to the swarm of insects that nearly engulfed the basin. Pressing down hard on the scepter, the surging sea of insects came to a halt, as if bound by code. Simultaneously, a brilliant beam shot forth from the scepter's tip, piercing the sky. Minutes later, a corresponding beam arose several kilometers away. Followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Chapter 182. The Modified. At the Rahal Arena, Lu Yun was engaged in discussion with Jun Qingshan regarding some perplexities surrounding the stellar body refining method. Suddenly, Xiao Yu exclaimed beside them, "Who are those people? They look so unusual. I've never seen anything like them. They must be clad in biological armor, right?" Along and the others were engrossed in discussion. "Junlao, what species do you think they belong to?" Having reached an impasse, Xiao Ye and her companions turned their gaze towards Jun Qingshan, who had traveled extensively and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's question, Jun Qingshan's lips curled into a slight smile as he rose from his reclined position. "Let me take a look." Liu Yun shook his head, amused that someone old enough to be a grandfather still reveled in showing off. "Oh, those are the mechanized race," Jun Qingshan remarked, stroking his chin. Liu Yun perked up. "The mechanized race is here too." He immediately summoned the visuals before him through Xiao AI, confirming the presence of a notably sizable contingent entering the arena, their appearance unmistakably belonging to the mechanized race. "Wait, I meant the ones in the middle of the mechanized group. Did you see them?" Instinctively, Lu Yun's gaze shifted to the center of the mechanized group, where 3 remarkably robust figures, each towering at least 2 meters, stood out. It was clear to Lu Yun why Xiao Ye and the others were puzzled. These 3 individuals indeed bore an oddity about them. Their bodies displayed peculiar protrusions, and their facial structures exhibited excess bone growth. For instance, one individual had upward-pointing horns flanking his forehead, and their skin appeared as if armored, adorned with complex patterns. "Strange. I can't believe I've never encountered this species before." Jun Qingshan expressed incredulity. "Xiao AI, can you identify their species?" Lu Yun inquired in a hushed tone. "Based on some of their skin characteristics, they should also belong to the mechanized race. However, they are rather peculiar." "Master, allow me to access nearby surveillance data for verification." Within seconds, Xiao AI suddenly exclaimed, "Master, I have the answer. They are indeed part of the mechanized race, but they are fully modified mechanized beings. They are modified entities. The abnormal growths are biological enhancements, and I've detected radiation and signal feedback from energy cores within their bodies." Liu Yun's expression momentarily faltered. "Are you suggesting that they are all mechas? With energy cores within their bodies, they must indeed be mechas. No wonder their physiques appear so peculiar. They have evidently undergone modifications. I seem to recall glimpsing something in a corner of the internet, where the mechanized clan has a penchant for augmenting biological entities. It is quite perplexing." Liu Yun's thoughts drifted to the mechanical black insect he encountered in the ruins tower. That entity too seemed to be a product of mechanical alteration, transforming a biological black insect into a formidable mechanical being, significantly enhancing its power. The 3 mechanized clan members before him likely shared a similar fate. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly focused intently on the image projected before him. The mechanized clan member at the center was staring directly at him. As if able to gaze through the screen and meet his eyes, those dark yellow irises were chillingly cold, as if they were appraising a lifeless object. Could they truly capture the flow of surveillance signals? Was there a computer embedded within their brains? Lu Yun murmured to himself as he closed the screen. He had to admit, this modification was quite unsightly. Just a glance could haunt one with nightmares. Everyone, be on high alert. Someone has noticed us. Among the ranks of the mechanized clan, the central modified entity surveyed the surroundings, a glint of icy determination evident in its dark yellow eyes. Who is it? Inquired a nearby modified member. Uncertain. Their movements are highly concealed. I could only perceive a hint with my enhanced sensory module, which has now deterred them from spying again in the short term. Great work, Daju. The sensory module does impose a certain strain on the brain. It would be prudent not to overuse it. A figure at the front of the group, adorned with 3 peculiar tattoos, offered a mild caution. Rest assured, Daju replied in a hushed tone. After over an hour of adjustments and preparations, the auction commenced. A colossal model, constructed from the bones of a devourer, stood prominently in the center. Its vast form entwined like a small mountain. The auction stage was situated right before the creature's head. This spectacle was far more awe-inspiring than any special effect. Everyone was acutely aware that this immense skeletal structure was derived from a genuine devourer. As the gavel struck, screens rose before every seat, and the sound of a zither resonated from within. The auction was personally conducted by the zitherist, who welcomed guests from various star realms. After a brief introduction, the first item was displayed with simplicity. A gigantic holographic projection appeared overhead, allowing all to see clearly. For those wishing to delve deeper or seek additional information, they could utilize the screens before them. The first item was the Eye of the Devourer, a sphere of eye, measuring several meters in diameter, hung in the air, strikingly lifelike. It was a product of physical scanning. Even the damaged blood vessels were distinctly visible. Its sudden appearance provoked immense shock and excitement among the attendees, coupled with an indescribable sense of trepidation. Lu Yun gazed at the enormous eye suspended above, pondering the peculiar taste of its creator. It evoked an unsettling sensation, as if some ancient deity were peering at them from a fissure. The starting bid is 10 million. The zitherist's gavel fell. The room erupted into fervor. I bid 120 million. I bid 130 million. I bid 150 million. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the custom amplifiers, resonant yet not overwhelming. Lu Yun observed the competitive bidding with keen interest. Realizing he had underestimated the fervor with which these individuals valued materials from the devourer in a mere span of time, the price soared to 34 million and continued to escalate in the exclusive 07 VIP room. The Sandak Pirate Group, ranked 7th among the Star Thieves Alliance, was represented by Deputy Leader Kiri, who stood with his hands clasped before a panoramic window, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the heated bidding below. He spoke softly, and soon a subordinate entered. Deputy Leader, relay the order. We may proceed. Understood. The subordinate quickly departed. Kiri watched the zitherist, who was actively engaging the crowd, and couldn't help but chuckle. Sell it? The higher it goes, the better. It will be more gratifying to seize it afterwards. It was absurd for a pirate group of such standing to engage in a trivial auction. Truly, an act of foolishness. He was eager to witness the expression of realization on their faces when they discovered that their storeroom was entirely emptied. It promised to be quite entertaining. He cackled softly. Chapter 183. The base under siege at the Black Shura clan's base. Silence reigned, as most had gone to attend the auction. Only the faint sounds of meowing could be heard from the treetops. Beneath the trees lay 3 large yellow dogs. Suddenly, one of the dogs perked up. Raising its head, eyes wide with intelligence, It observed a figure stealthily emerging over the courtyard wall, surveying the area. The man and the dog exchanged silent glances. Abruptly, the figure atop the wall waved a hand, sending a thin thread shooting from his sleeve towards the dog. Unaware of the impending danger, the dog tilted its head, curiously regarding the unexpected visitor. Once the figure completed its task, it paid no further heed. Raising a hand to the side of its forehead, causing its right eye to emit a ghostly blue light, scanning the surrounding rooms. Just then, The thin thread was abruptly severed moments before it could reach the dog, sending sparks flying through the air. Who goes there? The climber's heart raced, turning to face the courtyard. A grayish shadow appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gradually sharpening from a blur into a slender figure. Nano armor? The individual in the courtyard gasped, preparing to leap down. However, a swift sound of wind preceded a slender bolt that instantly pierced through his skull, propelling him backwards several meters before crashing outside the yard. Not even sparing a dog. How ruthless, remarked the figure clad in nano armor, who then knelt down to pet the large dog before him. Why are you called Big Yellow when you're clearly a husky? The armored figure questioned. Meanwhile, commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Soon after, the recently repaired wall exploded, and amidst the billowing dust, dozens of figures surged in. The leader has commanded a swift resolution, leaving no survivors. Attack? All eyes immediately fell upon the armored figure petting the dog, and signals locked onto its form. In an instant, gunfire erupted. The ground was pockmarked, and dust flew as several cats, terrified, scattered in every direction. Just then, the smoke suddenly dispersed, and a silver-armored figure leapt forth, engines blazing with ion flames propelling her to incredible speeds, almost instantaneously plunging into the crowd. The two silver blades, extending from her armored hands, sliced through the throng of assailants. It was only when a middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit appeared that he managed to halt the relentless slaughter of the silver armor. With a resounding thud, he executed a lateral kick that compressed the air, creating a white mist. For the first time, the armored figure was met with resistance, letting out a muffled grunt as she was sent reeling back, crashing through the surrounding wall and into an adjacent room. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, brushing off his shoes as he instructed those around him. Search for the item. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Yes, his subordinates replied with trepidation, dispersing. But at that moment, beams of light suddenly shot from the upper floors, locking onto each individual, in rapid succession. A series of muffled gunshots rang out as those who had scattered were all struck down. The swiftness of it all caused even the middle-aged man's expression to shift momentarily. Who? His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on the three-story building ahead, from whence the prior attack had originated. At that moment, synchronized footsteps echoed loudly as armed figures emerged from the surrounding rooms, guns raised, swiftly encircling the middle-aged man. He regarded an elderly figure within the crowd with a grim expression. Rhoda, what are you doing here? Do you intend to wage war against us, the Synopsis? Does your leader know you are here, working for others while pocketing her money? Before Rhoda could respond, a gasp emanated from the adjacent room. Ouch, that hurts. I didn't realize this old man had such strength. The figure in silver armor, Loria, had removed her helmet, revealing a pale visage as she clutched her abdomen, limping through the wall she had just breached. Loria? The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, his face darkening ominously. He was aware that the Black Shura clan had left some members behind, but he had not anticipated that those left would not be their own, but rather members of the Ghost Blade, and not just any member, but the infamous widow's sole concern. Bone Tooth, shouldn't that question be directed at you? Why are you not content to remain in your lair and instead venture to the Black Shura's base? Rhoda replied, the individuals before him being members of the Synopsis pirate group, sent forth under Deputy Leader Kiri's orders. The middle-aged man, known as Bone Tooth, was the top enforcer under Kiri, his prowess ranking among the elite in the entire Star City. Bone Tooth's expression remained cold. A pirate must engage in pirate affairs. I did not expect that the Ghost Blade, ranked among the top 10, would stoop to serve a nameless Black Shura. However, since you are here today, I shall concede and take my leave. Bone Tooth turned and walked away. Loria cast a peculiar glance at him and exclaimed, I say, old man, have you lost your mind? You come and go as you please, but have you even consulted us? Do you honestly believe, Miss Loria, that these mere gunmen can thwart me? Bone Tooth regarded Loria with a cold stare. His words were not mere bravado. While the Ghost Blade faction boasted a sizable number of personnel, their strength was lacking. Their possession of firearms merely made him cautious. However, if pressed too hard, it would be quite challenging for these individuals to detain him. Moreover, should a genuine conflict arise, Kiri would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to his top subordinate. Such a scenario would inevitably escalate the conflict between the two factions, which was precisely why Bone Tooth left without hesitation. Indifferent even to the potential deaths of his subordinates, in the grand scheme of power struggles, the lives of a few subordinates held little value. Yet, Loria suddenly interjected, "Who said we only have these people?" "What do you mean?" Bone Tooth asked, bewildered, only to be suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. He abruptly turned to glance at the small building behind him. On the second floor, a stern figure draped in a cloak had appeared out of nowhere. Looking down at Bone Tooth, the metallic gleam of their prosthetic limb reflected a chilling light, causing Bone Tooth's heart to plummet. Leader Talus. Talus's gaze was indifferent, as if she were regarding a corpse. And she coldly remarked, "You may choose to end your own life. I will leave you with a complete corpse." Bone Tooth's brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. "I am under the command of Lord Kiri." "Are you, Leader Talus, declaring a full-scale war against me, Sandak?" Chapter 184. A direct confrontation war against Sandak. Talus's frigid expression suddenly thawed, revealing a faint smile. However, Bone Tooth felt only an icy chill wash over him. "You, alone, are insufficient to instigate a conflict between our factions. Besides, even if war were to break out, what then?" Bone Tooth's pupils constricted. He could hardly fathom that the leader of the Ghost Blade would utter such words. This was a blatant dismissal of their Sandak Star pirate group's significance. Where did she derive her confidence? The answer was beyond Bone Tooth's hearing. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, those around him riddled his body with a dozen holes. Bone Tooth collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes still reflecting confusion. Rhoda gestured for the body to be dragged away and buried. Talus descended, observing Loria clutching her abdomen, and inquired, "How do you fare?" "Not bad. This new nano-armor has withstood 60 of the force. Otherwise, I doubt I would be able to rise again," Loria replied, relieved. Talus nodded, "Yet your personal strength remains too feeble. Had Lu Yun been here, with this armor, he would have effortlessly dispatched Bone Tooth." Loria rolled her eyes, glancing into the distance. "There are still others hiding over there. They may belong to another pirate faction. Should we deal with them?" "Arrow and the others have already moved in that direction." Loria felt at ease upon hearing this. Arrow was her personal bodyguard, no slouch in combat. Dealing with a few petty thieves would pose no issue. "I will inform Lu Yun about the situation here. I truly did not expect that there would indeed be an attempt to ambush us. However, he also requested that I invite you, Mother, to oversee things." "Is that not a bit excessive?" Talus's gaze deepened as she gently shook her head. What he must guard against is not merely these Sandak individuals. The auction continued unabated, set to last an entire week. It was not solely the materials of the Devourer being auctioned, but also numerous commissioned items from various factions. Although Qin had a poor track record in stock investments, her business acumen was sharp. By leveraging the reputation garnered from the Devourer, accepting commissioned auctions, and simultaneously taking a cut, she was generating income that rivaled that of the Devourer's materials. Lu Yun sat in his seat, snacking on fruits while perusing the stellar body refinement method. Truth be told, the auction had initially seemed intriguing, but after several hours, it had become tiresome. He decided not to return the following day. Just then, Xiao Ai suddenly spoke up, "Master, Loria has sent a message. The Sandak Star pirate group has dispatched individuals to attack the base, seemingly attempting to steal the materials of the Devourer. The assailant is Bone Tooth, a subordinate of Kiri, and has already been dealt with." Lu Yun's hand paused mid-bite. "Sandak?" He recalled some earlier research on various pirate factions. Sandak was ranked 7th, boasting considerable strength. Additionally, there was a message indicating that Vice Leader Kiri was present at the auction. Should he be a point of concern? Here as well? Lu Yun pondered briefly before rising. "Lead the way." A flicker of light danced before his eyes as the AR route projected onto his retina, directing him to the top-tier room 7. "Master, are you planning to?" "Yes. The council members have also arrived. I suspect we will be departing soon, so there is no need for concealment." Jun Xingshan turned and asked, "Lu Yun, where are you headed?" "To handle some matters." Jun Xingshan cast a glance at him, cautioning, "Be careful. Just a small matter." Lu Yun replied with a smile, taking a bite of fruit. "Excuse me, is this room 7? Lu Yun stood before the closed door of the room, where two burly figures in black suits frowned. "Kid, who are you looking for?" Lu Yun's gaze traversed past the two men, landing on the metallic embossed number 7 on the door. "Seems like it," he mused to himself. The two men exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, and reached for their waists, warning, "Kid, scram now, or don't blame us for being rude." How coincidental. Once I finish my snack, I too will not hold back. Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile, finishing the last morsel of fruit. Seeking death, the two men in black erupted, drawing their handguns. However, Lu Yun's movements were swifter. The fruit pit in his hand, enveloped in stellar energy, shot forth at the speed of a bullet, striking one of the black-clad men in the throat. A sharp crack echoed as the man's throat caved in, his eyes bulging as he clutched at his neck. Gasping for breath, the other man had yet to react to this sudden turn of events when darkness enveloped his vision. Lu Yun placed one hand over his face while seizing the gunman's hand with the other. Twisting it, a crisp snap resounded. The black-clad man's face flushed red, but his mouth was blocked, and he could emit no sound. Under the barrage of Lu Yun's fists, he crumpled to the ground. Joining his fallen companion, Lu Yun picked up the fallen man's handgun, noticing it required a fingerprint verification, so he disassembled it and tossed it aside. The corridor was bustling with passers-by, all startled by the scene. Yet there was no panic. Those present on this level were individuals of status. Their bodyguards stood protectively in front of their employers, vigilantly watching Lu Yun. Lu Yun reached for the identity verification lock on the door. Smiling at the onlookers as he said, "Personal grievances. Feel free to carry on." With a beep, the door lock emitted a sound and then opened. Lu Yun stepped through the door amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. As the door closed behind him, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. "Wait, isn't he Lu Yun? Is it truly so brazen to seek revenge in the black market, directly storming in? How intriguing, truly intriguing." Inside the room, Kiri sat on the sofa, enjoying himself, when he heard the door open and could not help but shudder. He then angrily lifted his head to shout, "Didn't I say to announce yourself before entering?" "Lu Yun?" Kiri stared in shock at Lu Yun. The recently popular figure, Lu Yun's battle footage had circulated among various major factions, many of which sought to recruit him. Kiri, of course, recognized him. The woman sitting across the sofa also lifted her gaze. Her expression filled with surprise as she beheld Lu Yun. "It truly is Lu Yun." Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback that Kiri recognized him. However, it did not affect his purpose. Kiri immediately recalled Lu Yun's presence here was no coincidence. Given that he had just recently issued orders to his subordinates to seize the belongings of the Black Azura, without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired from across the sofa. Lu Yun's heart raced. A surge of alertness flooding his senses, he instinctively swerved to the side. The bullet grazed his body, leaving a charred mark on his clothing. How decisive. I thought villains were supposed to talk more. Lu Yun touched the scorched mark at his waist, no longer hesitating, and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Kiri's expression twisted in fury as he continued to fire. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. The high-quality down-filling of the sofa exploding throughout the room. Lu Yun seized a nearby metal table, using it as a shield while steadily closing the distance. "Damn it!" Kiri hurled his empty gun at Lu Yun while grabbing the woman in front of him as a shield. Rushing toward the window, yet, before he could reach the glass, a metal table flew toward him, striking the window. Kiri halted in shock, turning to fix his gaze on Lu Yun. Lu Yun approached leisurely, wielding the handgun that had been thrown aside. Casually toying with it seems leader Kiri's personal strength leaves much to be desired. "I expected to play a bit longer," Kiri screamed in terror. "You cannot." Bang! Lu Yun glanced at the body crumpled on the floor. Wiping the blood from his hands, "It seems I can. Wishing everyone a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. 3. Chapter 185. A meeting. Wow, Master is formidable. Xiao Ai's voice rang in his ears, cheering him on. Lu Yun smiled faintly, glancing at the woman beside him, who appeared frozen in shock. "Aren't you leaving?" "Ah." Upon hearing his voice, the woman shuddered and bolted. "Hey, you haven't even put your pants on," Lu Yun remarked. Observing the small piece of clothing lying quietly on the floor, shaking his head in bemusement. Meanwhile, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and startled exclamations from pedestrians echoed from outside the door. The notorious syndicate of Synopsis had arrived. They surged aggressively at the entrance, led by a punk with a scarred face and a mohawk hairstyle. "Big brother?" The punk wailed like a man mourning a lost parent, kneeling on the ground. His eyes wide and fixated on the lifeless body of Lu Yun. I demand you offer my brother a fitting burial." The punk screamed frantically, as a cohort behind him brandished an array of weapons, guns and knives, creating an imposing spectacle. "What a lively affair!" A familiar female voice suddenly interjected from nearby. Dressed in a striking red gown, Nalia approached with her hands elegantly clasped at her waist, her neck held high, exuding an air of nonchalance as she advanced towards the group of thugs. Yuebai trailed beside her, tiptoeing playfully to peer through the gaps in the crowd towards the interior. "Mr. Liu, are you unharmed?" "I'm perfectly fine," Lu Yun replied. Few present recognized Nalia, yet the myriad forces drawn to this auction from outside the underworld were countless. She could very well be associated with a powerful faction, especially considering Nalia's extraordinary poise and the refined elegance cultivated through a life of aristocracy. It aroused a sense of trepidation in the punk. "Miss, this is our personal vendetta with that brat. Do you intend to intervene?" "We, the Syndicate of Synopsis, rank 7th. To provoke us." He hoped to intimidate Nalia with bravado, yet to his astonishment, she paid him no heed. Parting the crowd as she intended to enter the room, the punk instinctively stepped into her path, but before he could react, a figure as massive as a bear loomed before him, obscuring his view. "Do you wish to obstruct my lady's passage?" The bear-like man in black tactical gear questioned, an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from him. The punk gulped nervously, his voice faltering. "No, then be gone." The bear's enormous hand swept him aside, clearing a path. "You will undoubtedly regret crossing the Syndicate of Synopsis." The punk, unwilling to concede, spat out a final threat before hastily retreating with his entourage. The emergence of an individual of potential aristocratic lineage warranted immediate reporting. Nalia glanced at the disarray within the room, then at Lu Yun, who seemed unfazed by the chaos, and smiled gently. "Do you require my assistance in dealing with those outside?" Allowing them to return might invite unnecessary trouble. Lu Yun regarded the regal young lady before him in surprise. How could such a refined individual utter such cold words? Perhaps the punk remained oblivious to the fact that he had already danced on the precipice of death. Nonetheless, Lu Yun politely declined, for he held little concern for these individuals. Whether they ranked 7th or 1st mattered little to him at this juncture. The appearance of Liu Bowen had made it clear that he could no longer remain concealed. Confrontation was imminent. It was merely a matter of one more adversary. Nalia, seemingly contemplative, smiled enigmatically. "It appears Lu possesses a certain confidence." "Ha." Lu Yun chuckled silently, preparing to take his leave. "If Miss Nalia has no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Please do, Mr. Liu," Nalia replied with a gracious nod, stepping aside as if merely passing by, which brought Lu Yun a sense of tranquility. Upon exiting, a throng of onlookers outside immediately grew intrigued. "Goodness," Lu Yun emerged unscathed. "Isn't that the Syndicate of Synopsis inside? I heard they are formidable. How did their vice leader fall so easily?" Lu Yun's audacity is off the charts, confronting them openly and ruthlessly. "I wonder if the Syndicate will come to regret crossing such a volatile character." "Ha, what a fortuitous day. This trip has proven worthwhile." Returning to the viewing platform, Jun Qingshan glanced up at the private box overhead, having noticed the commotion earlier. However, seeing Lu Yun's calm demeanor, he chose not to pry further. The auction continued unfazed by the events transpiring above. As dusk settled, the first day of the auction came to a close. Qin stretched her body and sipped water to soothe her throat. Even with the aid of a voice amplifier, speaking all day was exhausting. Yet, her spirit soared. "Today, we earned 14 billion. She exclaimed excitedly as she stepped down from the auction stage. "Is that true?" Along sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoya couldn't help but cover her mouth, as if she had heard an outrageous fairy tale. 14 billion. It was a sum that could last a lifetime. Moreover, this was merely the first day, and the earnings from the devouring materials auctioned off today accounted for only about half of the total items. Once this auction concluded, we, the Black Azura, could trade up to better equipment, perhaps even acquire a few more spaceships. It isn't impossible to even purchase a battleship. Lu Yun felt exhilarated, knowing that a significant portion of that money belonged to him. Only days ago, he had fretted over a mere 300,000 for a bracelet, and now he was worth over 100 million. The sensation was indeed surreal. Nevertheless, whatever the case, making money always brought joy. "Tonight, I'm treating everyone. Let's indulge at Lao Banjiao's." Qin declared grandly, waving her hand. Jun Xingshan retorted with mock annoyance. That old rascal Lao Banjiao must have made a fortune too. If you treat him, will he even charge you? If you don't wish to treat, just say so. Laughter erupted as the group bantered. Amidst the joviality, Lu Yun suddenly noticed an individual standing at the entrance, quietly observing them. What's the matter? Xiaoya asked curiously. Seeing Lu Yun halt, the guest has arrived. Lu Yun replied with a faint smile as he approached the figure, adding, you all head back first. I'll have a word with him. Is that all right? Qin furrowed her brow, her tone cautious. Rest assured, everyone, Lu Yun said, hands in his pockets, calmly walking across the lane towards the seemingly expectant figure. Chapter 186. The choice Lu Bowen stood alone at the roadside, his impeccably tailored suit perfectly embodying an aristocratic aura. He appeared only a few years older than Lu Yun, but exuded a serene demeanor. I didn't expect you to come alone, Lu Bowen remarked with a subtle smile as he regarded Lu Yun's solitary approach. Nor did I expect you to dare show yourself in front of me alone. Lu Yun retorted with equal candor. Lu Bowen scrutinized Lu Yun for a moment before smoothly steering the conversation away. After all, we are family. There's no need to create such a tense atmosphere. Come, let us share a drink. He pointed towards a nearby milk tea shop, extending an invitation. I've heard you have quite the fondness for milk tea. You certainly differ from the noble youths I know. Nearby surveillance cameras flickered slightly, and a tense voice from Xiao AI chimed in. Master, no ambush detected. In that case, I shall not hold back. The milk tea shop featured a minimalist design, with 3 tables scattered throughout and a long table serving as the bar against the wall. The establishment lacked patrons, save for a young woman behind the bar, wearing AR glasses, lazily scrolling through her device. Upon noticing their arrival, she removed her glasses and greeted them sweetly. Welcome. 1 original milk tea and 1 jasmine milk tea. Lu Bowen ordered as he entered. He then pulled out a chair and sat down. Lu Yun shot him a sideways glance. It seems Lu Gongzi has been quite thorough in gathering information about me. Just a jest, Lu Bowen replied with a smile. It would be remiss of me to overlook a top-tier talent like Lu Yun. After all, as a member of the council, it is my duty to scout for promising individuals for the Federation. Lu Yun smirked at the insincerity of those words. Such platitudes might have fooled him when he first arrived, but now he believed none of it. Sipping his milk tea, Lu Yun stated directly, I'm actually waiting to dine with friends. So if you have business, please be straightforward. You can't honestly expect me to believe you came here just for a cup of milk tea. That would be too absurd. The barista's eyes sparkled with interest, darting back and forth between Lu Yun and Lu Bowen, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Whether you believe it or not, my presence here at this moment indeed carries significant risk, Lu Bowen said in a subdued tone. However, as long as you perceive my actions as sincere, then the risk is worth taking. So, what brings you to seek me out? Lu Yun asked, casting a sidelong glance once more. He held no fondness for Lu Bowen's identity, particularly due to his connections with the Alberto family. That he was even willing to sit and listen to the man was a feat of restraint. I wish to invite you to join us. Lu Yun cast a fleeting glance at the other party and lightly scoffed. Does this refer to your Lu family, or the alliance between the Lu family and the Alberto family? The atmosphere in the shop instantly grew tense, for anyone with discernment understood that Lu Yun harbored irreconcilable differences with the Alberto family. It certainly refers to our Lu family, Lu Bowen replied with a faint smile. Arms wide open, exuding confidence. The current Alberto is not what it once was. It is exceedingly difficult for them to qualify as our partners now. Lu Yun's gaze drifted into the void, seemingly lost in thought. Ochoa Alberto is proud and exceedingly arrogant. To be frank, I have little fondness for him and have hardly had any dealings with him. My presence here is merely a courtesy to honor past familial ties. However, the present Alberto pales in comparison to you, Lu Yun. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Yun nodded sincerely. Lu Bowen maintained his smile, saying, therefore, I believe we can collaborate fully, setting aside any preconceived notions brought forth by the Alberto family. If conditions permit, it would not be impossible for my Lu family to assist you in dealing with the Alberto family. Lu Bowen fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yun. Many may not recognize your potential, but I alone understand just how exceptional you truly are. Lu Yun paused in sipping his milk tea, turning his head with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is my potential greater? Or is it that of Hao Yin? A barely perceptible flicker passed through Lu Bowen's eyes. Young Master Lu, I am aware that you know much about me, but forgive me, I too am privy to quite a bit regarding you. How goes the excavation of the off-world ruins? Lu Yun inquired with a calm smile. Lu Bowen's smile faltered momentarily, gradually giving way to admiration. Seems I have underestimated you. He laughed heartily and extended his hand. In that case, let us discuss matters openly. It should have been this way from the beginning. Lu Yun replied with neither joy nor sorrow. I have a keen interest in that mysterious mecha. Haotian. It must originate from beyond our realm, correct? If you could allow me to study it for a few days, rest assured, my Lu family will not interfere in your dealings with the Alberto family. Conversely, should you choose to bring Haotian into the Lu family, we would be more than willing to support you in eliminating the Alberto. Meeting Lu Bowen's earnest gaze, Lu Yun suddenly laughed. Young Master Lu, do you truly believe your proposal is feasible? Why should it not be? Lu Bowen replied, I have no intention of seizing Haotian from you. A peaceful development where both parties benefit is hardly a poor arrangement. Is it? Furthermore, the predicament that has forced you into this chaotic place could be effortlessly resolved, allowing you to emerge as the most dazzling star under the Federation's sunlight. Trust me, the Lu family possesses the capability to make this happen. Lu Yun fell silent. Lu Bowen's smile gradually faded as he stood, adjusting his attire. Of course, should you refuse, you will face the united pursuit of two prominent council families. Surely you can discern what is of greater importance. He added, cradling his milk tea as he walked slowly to the door, pushing it open. Gazing at the increasingly dim sky outside, he turned his back and said, 3 days, I shall give you 3 days to consider. And if I refuse? Lu Yun inquired. Then it would be exceedingly disappointing, Lu Bowen sighed, shaking his head. Even if you rely on Haotian and fear not my kind, you should still consider the well-being of those friends around you. Additionally, I presume there are quite a few old acquaintances of yours on Kalen's star, are there not? Friendship, such a splendid word. I trust you would not wish to mar this beauty, would you? A contented smile played upon Lu Bowen's lips as he turned his back to Lu Yun. Think it over well, Mr. Lu. Chapter 187. Lu Yun's choice. Lu Bowen's words echoed lightly around the room, seemingly devoid of any weight. Yet Lu Yun understood his identity and the extent of his capabilities. The bright light illuminated the contours of Lu Bowen's profile, capturing the slight curve of his lips and the disdainful glimmer in his eyes. Lu Yun. You have 3 days. Lu Bowen turned his head, retracting his gaze from Lu Yun as he pushed the door open. 3 days is unnecessary. I can provide you with a response right now. Lu Yun's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Lu Bowen turned in surprise to look back. With a swift motion, a shadow flew toward him with a whoosh. Lu Bowen's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively raised his arms defensively, a cascade of metallic glimmer flowing from his wrists, enveloping his arms. Clang! The sound of steel colliding reverberated, accompanied by a jarring screech. Lu Bowen was propelled backward like a projectile, crashing through the glass door of the tea shop. The immense force pushed him back several dozen meters until he collided with a passing vehicle, finally coming to a halt. The unfortunate car's side was dented from the impact, while the once smooth flow of traffic became chaotic as vehicles swerved to avoid the scene, horns blaring incessantly. Lu Bowen's expression darkened as he discarded the fully deformed metal stool lodged against his arm. Narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint flickered within as he watched Lu Yun emerge slowly from the tea shop. Do you comprehend the consequences of your choice? What consequences? You cannot perceive them. Lu Yun's eyes were icy as he spoke, and with a decisive step, the ground beneath him erupted. Lu Yun's figure shot forth like lightning. A golden shimmer flickered at the corner of Lu Bowen's eye, and a virtual frame appeared, locking firmly onto Lu Yun's figure. Boom! The two fists collided violently, then separated in an instant, only to clash again. Crash! Lu Yun was sent flying, slamming into a parked car at the roadside. Lu Bowen rolled several times on the ground, leaving 2 streaks as he finally came to a stop. You have grown stronger since the last time I saw you. No wonder you speak with such confidence. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Bowen's gaze turned cold. Unfortunately, you remain unaware of the power you are up against. Golden Serpent. Lu Bowen took a step forward, and as he moved, streams of golden sand erupted from beneath his feet, climbing up his legs. In just a few steps, the sand enveloped his entire body, shimmering with a flickering light. With a flourish of his right hand, a golden longsword materialized in his palm. Without a mecha, what do you intend to fight me with? Lu Bowen's eyes gleamed with a radiant light. Boom! A blinding flame ignited behind Lu Bowen, and in the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of several meters to stand before Lu Yun, swinging his sword downward. Swoosh! The car behind Lu Yun was cleaved in two by the strike. Lu Yun's expression shifted, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly apparent. The equipment Lu Bowen possessed was something he had never encountered before. Master, I am analyzing the opponent's power form. It will take time. Xiao Ai's anxious voice resonated in his ear. Lu Yun nodded lightly. Swiftly retreating, a golden longsword grazed past his foot, embedding itself into the ground. Almost instantly, the sword disintegrated into sand and returned to Lu Bowen's hand, reconstituting into a golden sword once more. With this peculiar power, Lu Bowen's attributes surged across the board. Lu Yun surmised that he had already attained strength comparable to an industrial-grade mecha engine. As for speed, it likely surpassed that, though industrial-grade mechas were merely entry-level. This was no mere mecha but a person. His agility far surpassed that of any mecha, and if one were to disregard the heavy firepower a mecha could carry, the practical combat effectiveness of this equipment already exceeded that of an industrial-grade mecha. Cannot afford to withstand. Lu Yun's mind raced as he turned to flee. Suddenly, a surge of alarm pierced his heart, prompting him to roll forward just in time to avoid a golden sword that flew over his head. Severing a nearby lamp post in two, the metallic pole fell, cleaved cleanly. Once again, the scene repeated itself. The golden sword disintegrated, returning as sand to Lu Bowen. Lu Yun attempted to intercept, but the fine grains of sand were minuscule, slipping effortlessly through his fingers. Turning his head, he beheld Lu Bowen approaching at a leisurely pace. In this state, he was now on par with a mecha. Lu Yun realized he was no match for him. Thus relaxing considerably and taking a more playful approach. Lu Yun, I can offer you another opportunity for consideration. However, this time, the conditions will not be as favorable. Don the shackles of life and serve my Lu family, and I may spare you. Lu Yun remained silent, his gaze scanning for any available weapons. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted the severed lamp post. Perfect! With a sudden rush of inspiration, Lu Yun dashed forward and seized the 3-meter-long pole lying on the ground. Overreaching! Lu Bowen scoffed, his mask obscuring his expression, but the glow in his eyes intensified. Master, I found it. Xiao Ai's voice chimed with excitement in his ear. A series of light projections converged before his retina. A simulated image materialized. Lu Bowen's equipment was akin to the mechanical modifications of the Mecha clan, but while the Mecha clan underwent total body transformation, Lu Bowen utilized external constructs. The core of this equipment resided at his ankles. All the golden sand emanated from his ankles. The virtual depiction highlighted Lu Bowen's ankles. Understood. Lu Yun cast a quick glance at Lu Bowen's ankles before promptly looking away. A sudden jolt of unease surged within Lu Bowen. Yet he remained confident. After all, adorned with the latest mechanized enhancements from the Mecha clan, he could contend with a close-combat exploration-grade mecha without fear of defeat. Why should an ordinary human of level 18 pose any threat to him? Lu Bowen retained his confidence, though caution prevented him from seeking answers from Lu Yun. First, let us discard the useless and drag it back. We can still achieve our goal. As for the mecha? Without a pilot, even the mightiest mecha is but scrap metal. Lu Bowen's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he gazed at the approaching Lu Yun, brandishing his sword with audacity. Fool! You think you can compete with the golden snake sword using nothing but a mere utility pole? Lu Yun paid no heed to Lu Bowen's mockery as the distance between them dwindled. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, the light pole swung, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of wind being cleaved. Sweeping towards Lu Bowen with the force to vanquish armies, in an instant, the golden light flickered multiple times, and the 3-meter-long light pole was severed into several pieces, leaving only a meter-long fragment in Lu Yun's grasp. Lu Bowen was already upon him. With taut nerves, Lu Yun could distinctly see the intricate patterns swirling on the opponent's unique armor. The opportunity was but a fleeting moment in a critical juncture. Lu Yun pushed off the ground with his empty left hand and leapt backward. The golden sword grazed his body, leaving a golden mark above, while Lu Bowen's ankle appeared before him. Blood surged. Chapter 188. Mysterious Ally. The ultimate trump card, revealed only at the last moment, unleashed astonishing power. In that instant, Lu Yun felt as if his heart had been equipped with an immensely powerful engine. A torrent of unmatched strength surged from his heart's veins, coursing through his body. Without hesitation, Lu Yun swung the light pole in a low arc bang. The pole struck Lu Bowen's ankle with tremendous force, shattering it. Simultaneously, countless golden lights erupted before him, dissipating into the air. Tiny electric currents slithered like serpents through the atmosphere. Lu Bowen let out a muffled groan, retreating awkwardly on one leg. With each step back, flakes of golden sand fell from him. Seizing the momentum, Lu Yun charged forward once more, raising his hand as countless fist shadows intertwined. Sanctum. 10,000 flowing clouds, the stellar energy enveloped his fist, amplifying its might manifold. True to its name, a tempest of clouds erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fierce collisions echoed incessantly. The armor on Lu Bowen flickered, its glow erratic. Lu Yun was under no illusion that a single strike could obliterate this mechanical construct that rivaled a mecha. Thus, he had to seize this rare opportunity. Otherwise, once Lu Bowen recognized his exposed weakness, he would no longer be as careless and would surely bolster his defenses. Bang. A gigantic golden hand suddenly emerged before Lu Bowen's chest, blocking Lu Yun's punch. The tremendous impact generated an invisible shockwave between them. Get lost, Lu Bowen roared, condensing energy in his palm and cleaving towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun swiftly dodged, retreating several dozen meters. Standing still as his gaze flickered towards Lu Bowen, that moment, the golden sand armor on Lu Bowen's head had vanished. Lu Yun glanced at the residual golden sand on the ground and understood. It seemed that his recent strike, despite failing to breach the special mechanical armor, had rendered some of the sand ineffective. Now, with insufficient sand, Lu Bowen had to temporarily remove the sand from his head to form that colossal hand. Yet, upon closer inspection, Lu Bowen's head armor had reconstituted, though it appeared dimmer and slightly translucent, as if it had thinned. Lu Yun's fists clenched quietly. If this were the case, perhaps he still possessed the strength to fight. Lu Bowen exhaled deeply, his excitement settling. Lu Yun, you have truly surprised me. However, you should not have exposed yourself so thoroughly. The more you do, the less likely I am to spare you. This ends here. Lu Bowen bellowed, his golden sword suddenly disintegrating and reconfiguring into 20 smaller golden swords, each shimmering with a ghostly white light, encircling him. Golden snake, slaying dragon. The 20 swords suddenly halted, their tips all aimed at Lu Yun, transforming into a golden tempest that surged forth from all directions. Wherever it passed, cars by the roadside and trees were reduced to mere fragments under the onslaught of the golden storm. Such an attack evidently exceeded the limits of what a mere body could withstand. Lu Yun did not hesitate. He immediately fled. However, without warning, silhouettes of guns materialized around him, a menacing alert resonating from all directions. Master, you have been locked on. 15 gunmen detected. Xiao Ai's urgent voice rang out, all armed with heavy firepower, sealing off his escape route. Master, I recommend summoning Hao Yin, Xiao Ai added. There was no choice but to do so. Initially intending to merely test Lu Bowen's capabilities, Lu Yun now realized it was unnecessary to continue this stalemate. A thought crossed his mind as he connected with the desolate will that permeated the air. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the sky above him. Following that, a blinding white light rapidly approached from a distance. It was in the sky one moment and brushing past the next. Was that a single soldier rocket? Lu Yun's heart raced as he saw the flashing AR information before him, and he quickly crossed his arms to shield his head. The rocket detonated over 10 meters behind him, unleashing a scorching shockwave. The 20 golden swords were violently knocked away, buzzing twice before collapsing to the ground in a feeble heap. Who? Lu Bowen cleared the swirling smoke, scanning the direction from which the rocket had come. Yet, he found no one, only a brightening speck of light. Another rocket? Damn it! Lu Bowen cursed, disregarding the fallen 20 swords and swiftly dodging. The rocket exploded behind him, sending a golden figure hurtling from the surging flames. Crashing through a wall. Simultaneously, a series of muffled gunshots rang out in the dim evening, drowning out the sound of honking cars. The concealed gunmen were precisely pinpointed and eliminated one by one. Observing this, Lu Yun's thoughts shifted, and he abandoned the idea of summoning Hao Yin, pivoting to retreat. He suspected that Lu Bowen had summoned more than just a few lackeys. Those were likely only the closest. Given the attack on Lu Bowen, he would surely call for reinforcements. The mysterious ally seemed disinclined to reveal themselves. With Lu Yun's limited strength, it would be improbable to eliminate Lu Bowen in such a short time. Thus, retreat was the wisest course. He believed that his enigmatic supporter would surely seek him out. The chaotic battlefield soon fell silent. Lu Bowen's subordinates arrived even faster than Lu Yun had anticipated. Within 3 minutes, dozens of flying vehicles sped onto the scene, with several figures clad in powered armor leaping down heavily in the blink of an eye. They secured a perimeter of 100 meters around the area. Before the heavy-shouldered armor, often referred to as simplified mecha, not even a single individual rocket launcher would be of any use. Among the newcomers were not only Lu Bowen's subordinates, but also henchmen from the Hunter Guild. Young Master, the danger has been neutralized. Beside a wrecked area, Lu Bowen's butler stood respectfully in the ruins lay a golden capsule, gradually revealing a pale-faced Lu Bowen as the butler spoke. The safety capsule has quietly disintegrated. Lu Yun's speculation proved accurate. As the heir of the Lu family, Lu Bowen possessed countless means of preserving his life. Had Lu Yun attempted to slay Lu Bowen just moments ago, he would likely have found himself unable to breach even that golden sand safety capsule. Only to be surrounded and slain by the Lu family's enforcers, Lu Bowen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, rolling up his pant leg to reveal a swollen ankle. Feeling the searing pain, Lu Bowen's expression shifted. He glared at the elder butler. What is the progress with the mechanized clan? Approaching completion. It is expected to be ready in 2 days. Lu Bowen took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and spoke solemnly. Tell them to expedite. Additionally, notify all units to seal off the spaceport. From this moment on, not even a mosquito should be allowed to escape. Chapter 189. The power of the Lu family not far from the battlefield. Lu Yun spotted a slightly stooped figure standing beneath a streetlight. Smirking, he instinctively straightened his somewhat disheveled attire and strode over. Perhaps he had not realized it himself, but at some point, he had come to regard the old man as a fatherly figure. Old man, weren't you supposed to go to the bar first? Order some dishes and wait for me. Why are you back? Lu Yun called out loudly. Jun Qingshan shot him an annoyed glance. If you wanted us to go first, you should have kept the commotion down a bit. If I couldn't hear it, I wouldn't have cared. I'm not deaf. You used rockets. Next time, are you going to bring out the mecha and launch missiles? Jun Qingshan jabbed a finger at Lu Yun, spitting as he spoke. Lu Yun chuckled. It's nothing major. Let's hurry. I'm starving. He flagged down a vehicle. Who came this time? Jun Qingshan paused before asking. Lu Bowen, the Lu family. Jun Qingshan nodded slightly, his expression turning contemplative. How does this Lu family compare to the Alberto family? Lu Yun inquired, curious. Xiao AI could retrieve a wealth of information, yet details regarding the strength of various families were elusive online. All he knew was that it was a family of the same caliber as the Alberto family. However, Lu Bowen's words had led him to suspect that the Lu family's power might far exceed that of Alberto. The subtle condescension woven into his words was unmistakable. After a moment's reflection, Jun Qingshan replied, the two families have different areas of responsibility. If one simply compares wealth and power, the disparity between the two parties is not significant. However, the Lu family has always possessed a particularly enigmatic team, hidden from public view, dedicated to excavating various ancient relics. The core engine of the Thunder God was unearthed from these ancient ruins. You are aware of the Thunder God's formidable strength, yet without this engine, it would merely be a rather powerful Dominion-level mech. With the engine, however, the Thunder God ascends to a status rivaling that of the 12-star palaces of the Federation. Thus, if the Lu family were to unearth something extraordinary, how would one gauge that power? Lu Yun nodded in understanding. In this light, the visible strength of the Lu family appears evenly matched with Alberto. Yet beneath the surface, there surely exists a clandestine strength unknown to outsiders. Lu Yun recalled the golden sand-like armor worn by Lu Bowen. He had personally experienced the might of the golden serpent armor. Moreover, its secretive and portable nature rendered the golden serpent armor far more practical than conventional powered armor. Often, it is not the venomous snake that poses the greatest danger, as its identity is well known and can be avoided. The true peril lies with those venomous snakes that can disguise themselves. Undoubtedly, Lu Bowen's golden serpent armor bestowed upon him a certain confidence. How wonderful it would be to acquire a set for himself. A thought began to stir within Lu Yun. The vehicle halted in front of the bar. Qin and the others were waiting. Upon seeing Lu Yun, They rushed over to inquire about the situation. Lu Yun responded with a smile, choosing not to divulge this matter to them, as it would only serve to dampen their spirits. Today was a day for celebration. Cheers! Cheers! Laughter filled the private room. Along and Xiao Bian leaned in closely, perusing suitable available spacecraft. Gao took the opportunity to consult Jun Qingshan regarding mech piloting. Lu Yun set down his glass, feeling slightly tipsy, and stepped outside. Making his way to the second-floor balcony, in the distance, shimmering lights intermingled, coalescing into a colossal monster that gracefully soared across the sky. That was a one projection of the Devourer, visible to nearly half of Star City. To promote this, Qin spared no effort. It is said that this spectacle costs over $1 million to display for a single day. As Lu Yun enjoyed the breeze to dispel the effects of alcohol, he suddenly felt his wristband vibrate gently. Xiao Ai's voice timely appeared in his ear. Master, a message from Sophie of the Scarlet Flame. An unexpected incident occurred during the exploratory mission, and the relic tower has encountered difficulties. Lu Yun's spirit surged. He activated his bloodline, accelerating his metabolism to clear the alcohol from his system. Sophie's message? What did she say? She invites you to the Scarlet Flame to discuss matters regarding the relic tower. Time is of the essence. The sooner, the better, preferably tonight. Lu Yun gazed at the twinkling lights in the sky and softly replied. Respond to her, stating that I will arrive by tomorrow morning. As for tonight, I have other matters to attend to. Old man, I have some matters to address, so you all enjoy your meal first. Lu Yun sent a message to Jun Qingshan, then leaped down to the ground floor. A brand new luxury flying car was parked by the roadside. He walked directly over and knocked on the window. There was no response. Lu Yun smirked and said irritably, If you continue to pretend, I shall simply walk away. The window lowered, revealing Nanlia's enchanting visage. How did you discover me? Nanlia inquired curiously. Lu Yun opened the car door, took a seat, and patted the driver's seat in front of him. Addressing the driver, Yubai, take me to the base. You know the route, right? Yubai widened her eyes. Do you truly consider me your personal chauffeur? Just tell me if we're going or not. Yubai opened her mouth, then closed it again, grinding her teeth as she started the flying car. The scenery outside whizzed by as the brisk wind blew in through the window, tousling Nanlia's hair. Lu Yun, you still haven't answered my question? Nanlia's eyes fixed on Lu Yun, as if she were gazing at a treasure. I realized from the moment you began following you. Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the young woman beside him. However, I never anticipated that you would directly confront Lu Bowen, employing heavy firepower such as rockets with the intent to kill him. Yubai's hand trembled as she gazed incredulously at Lu Yun in the rearview mirror. You know about that? I was so far away, using beyond visual range plus manual guidance for a long-distance strike. How did you deduce it was us? Yet, Lu Yun's expression was even more astonished than hers. It truly was you? Lu Yun had not expected that his casual probing would yield such an accurate revelation. Given that the Nanli family was also part of the aristocracy, albeit in decline, he could not fathom why Nanlia would take action against Lu Bowen. If exposed, the Nanli family would undoubtedly suffer dire repercussions, risking annihilation. Nanlia sighed, reaching forward to poke Yubai's forehead. When will you learn to curb your loose tongue? You divulged everything with just a casual ruse. Yubai stuck out her tongue. That's because it's Lu Yun. Isn't it? Nanlia shook her head helplessly, then turned to Lu Yun with a serious demeanor. At this point, I shall be forthright. My name is not Lia, and the Star River Group is merely a facade, and my true name is Nanlia. I have known that for some time. Lu Yun interrupted her spellcasting nonchalantly. Huh? Chapter 190. The Hidden Viper. To speak candidly, the last time they met, Nanlia had exuded the demeanor of a powerful woman, embodying the essence of aristocracy. Yet, now, as she displayed a look of youthful confusion, the contrast was unexpectedly endearing. Nanlia quickly regained her composure, fixing her gaze on the back of the front seat. Lu Yun's interruption had caused her to forget her subsequent words. What was I about to say? Ah, I remember. Nanlia's spirit lifted. Just as she prepared to speak, the flying car suddenly slammed to a halt, followed by Yubai's bright voice. We have arrived at our destination. Thank you. Lu Yun did not allow for a second word. Pushing the door open and stepping outside. However, just before closing the door, he fixed a meaningful gaze upon Nanlia's captivating eyes, saying, I do not know your motives for suddenly intervening to assist me. Yet, for the sake of Nanli Yu, I acknowledge you as a friend. Just know that whether you consider me a friend is a matter requiring careful contemplation, for once a label is affixed to a person, removing it can prove exceedingly difficult. The car door closed, blocking Lu Yun's receding silhouette. Yu Bai exhaled deeply, elated. Wow, he's finally gone. Miss, I find this Lu Yun quite terrifying. He seems to know everything, and I feel as though I have no secrets left. Thankfully, I hastened our return. Had he lingered a moment longer, I fear I would have been completely deceived. Hey, miss, why are you silent? Yu Bai curiously leaned over the seat to observe Nanlia. However, instead of praise, she received a sharp reprimand. Ouch, Yu Bai clutched her forehead, on the verge of tears. Why did you hit me, miss? Who told you to drive so fast? I had something to say, and you interrupted me. Oh, TT, I was wrong, Yu Bai mumbled. Should I go stop him now? No need. Nanlia shook her head, her mind replaying Lu Yun's earlier words. Some labels, once affixed, are exceptionally difficult to remove. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from behind, starkly audible in the open space. Following this, a dark red glow surged from the rear base, vanishing in an instant. Nanlia froze for a second, then as if realizing something, her expression changed, and she immediately ordered, Yu Bai, erase all digital traces, summon people to clean up our route, and destroy all surveillance records of our presence. We must return at once. Yu Bai immediately sobered up, issuing commands as per Nanlia's orders. Then could not help but ask, Miss, what is going on? Nanlia remained silent. Her hands were tightly clenched, a blend of astonishment and wry amusement crossing her face. Lu Yun's ruthlessness and decisiveness far surpassed her expectations. Who would have thought that the earlier retreat was merely a ruse? This night was destined to be anything but tranquil in the Imperial Grand Garden, the territory of the three major leaders of the Hunters Guild. However, at this moment, it had been requisitioned by Lu Bowen, transforming it into his private palace. The night was shrouded in shadows. In the Flower Gardens pavilion, Lu Bowen reclined on a therapeutic bed, enjoying a massage from two skilled physicians to alleviate his fatigue and injuries. To his left, a private band played soothing melodies. Tap, tapped a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the garden.